Born of seals, raised for vengeance, unleashed to end the Shinobi world.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto was created by Uzumaki clan to destroy the Shinobi world movie. Before we start, please go support Oz A 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In their quest to protect their way of life, the leaders of the ninja world sealed their fate. Now it will be the ultimate weapon who will write the future. Prologue. Spiral Project. The village of Uzushio was a very pleasant place to live. It was the home of the powerful Uzumaki clan and a refuge for members of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans who had disagreed with the idea of founding a Konoha dependent on the Fire Nation, as well as several shinobi and kunoichi around the world who wished to maintain their independence. It was also a ninja village located on a difficult-to-access island, so they weren't dependent on any nation. And that made her dangerous in the eyes of the daimyo. For this reason, in highly secret meetings, the 5 leaders of the elemental nations, Kage and Daimyo, debated repeatedly in heated discussions, coming to the conclusion that a fully independent village was a dangerous idea for the world order achieved after the first 2 great ninja wars. Thus, it was agreed that to ensure the political balance of the elemental nations, Uzushio must disappear. Except for a few survivors intentionally spared to keep the Uzumaki blood alive and the few ninjutsu they could steal, their village, along with their customs and everything related to their way of life, would be devoured by fire and destruction, so that the clan could never be reborn again. However, that terrible decision was declared a top secret to the nation's leaders, who would have to act with extreme caution until the operation was developed. Unfortunately for them, Uzushio's spy network was able to learn of such an aberration against their existence. The supposed secret operation was already known to its target and the Uzumaki decided they would not resign themselves. Despite their kind-hearted nature, they also had their ninja pride and would not go down without a fight. However, not everything was as simple as it seemed. Under the pretext of conducting military exercises, naval forces of the Water Nation gradually and strategically surrounded the entire sea surrounding Uzushio. The situation was completely unknown to civilians and most of the ninja staff, but the highest-ranking leaders knew it was only a matter of time before hell broke loose on their home and everything ended up destroyed, since no matter how capable they were, the shinobi of Uzushio had no chance of surviving against the alliance of the best ninja of the elemental nations. Due to the subtle maritime detour, a mass evacuation of people would only serve as a trigger for unleashing hell, since on the open sea, it would be little more than a target practice. And there was no other option but to die heroically, since they had no allies other than the treacherous Konoha, which was obviously going to stab them by surprise. However, a heroic extinction was still the total disappearance of their people. For Akahage, Redbeard, the Uzukage, Shadow of the Whirlpool, the Uzumaki could not resign themselves to simply disappearing, but neither could they go on a blind slaughter that would guarantee the total extermination of their people. After thinking it over carefully, Akahage came to a conclusion. Unfortunately for them, the Uzumaki clan was doomed without any real allies for the moment, but they could very well use that to their advantage. Yes, using that genetic technology that they had as their most top military secret, they could create their ultimate weapon to show humans that the Uzumaki could also exterminate their enemies, even if it took time. The world didn't know it at the time, but in trying to prevent the Uzumaki from becoming a threat, they had brought about the rise of their worst enemy. The codename for the creation of that weapon that would eventually become the new future of the Uzumaki after devouring the Ninkai ninja world from its core was Project Spiral. In a harsh and somber session with the village's most prominent researchers in one of the most secret bunkers, Akahage revealed all the details about Operation Vertical, the codename for the joint work of the villages of the elemental nations to annihilate them. After several hours of debate and angry arguments, Akahage managed to impose his point of view on the experts. The first thing in the Spiral project was to clone a girl named Kushina Uzumaki. Konoha, in order not to arouse suspicion, had requested that the aforementioned young girl arrive at the Fire Nation ninja village in order to replace the elderly Mito Uzumaki, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, in her task of containing the monster the Uzumaki, in an extremely discreet manner, spied on the prominent members of the clan who lived outside the village and learned that the legendary Fuinjutsu master knew everything about Operation Vertical, but her loyalty was already with Konoha. So the Uzumaki considered her a traitor to the clan and she had to pay for it. Even if it was after his death. The request was returned with due approval and quickly to avoid raising suspicions, so there would be 2 weeks to work. One for the response to reach its destination and another in which the Konoha envoys went to the village for the young girl. So without delay, all the experts of Uzushio got to work in order to bring the Spiral project to life. The first thing was to obtain a DNA sample from the original Kushina, which was not difficult since they placed her under a very powerful genjutsu so that she would not find out anything about the Spiral project and kept her in a container with special recovery liquid so that she would not have any after effects either. They later created a clone of her to temporarily take her place so no one would suspect anything. Then one of the researchers, a member of the Amanaka clan, searched the girl's mind to find out where her loyalties lay. Sadly, the Konoha envoys who had visited her informed her about Operation Spiral and she agreed to join the Fire Nation village as she admired Mito Uzumaki too much and that admiration far outweighed her loyalty to the clan. They thought about executing her for being a traitor, but after analyzing her DNA, the purity of her Uzumaki gene was close to 100% and it presented the Kinten, metal release, the special chakra of the Uzumaki that served to contain the Bijuu to the displeasure of almost everyone. It was the ideal vessel to give birth to their ultimate weapon. And then they began to see the advantages of it. Konoha wouldn't suspect Kushina as she had willingly agreed to betray Yuzashio and, well influenced by Mito Uzumaki, would be completely loyal to her village. So they could plant their devastating weapon in the enemy's heart without anyone noticing. And if she later gave birth to more Uzumaki children, they would have a high degree of genetic purity, so her sentence was decided. To become an Uzumaki baby factory. Somewhat perversely, they decided that Mito deserved a similar punishment and considered how to carry it out, while the researchers continued to create their ultimate weapon. Before the deadline was up, the clan's burning desire for survival gradually caused the Uzumaki to cross ethical barriers and boundaries that were previously considered taboo. Under the guise of routine medical testing, in just a couple of days, they collected virtually the entire genetic makeup of the Yuzashio population: Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, Kagaya, and several other blood types. The titanic work of the Uzumaki scientists was admirable, as on the one hand they faced internal conflicts due to repeatedly breaking their ethical codes in research, but on the other hand, they demonstrated passion when informed daily of suspicious movements from other villages that were detected around their home, and they understood that they were working to ensure that their blood would prevail in the world above all others. Then, they realized something. The genes of the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Uzumaki, Kagaya, and an unnamed clan were 100% compatible, as the few flaws some had were compensated by the others. It was as if they were a divine puzzle, rather than the simple result of natural evolution. With this new data, they were able to relatively easily shape a core that could maintain the Kekkei Genkai and the virtues of the so-called Rakuchi, 6 bloods. The next step was to transcribe the entire history of the Uzumaki into a specific gene, which could be consulted by the ultimate weapon they were developing. Finally, the best qualities available in Yuzashio's genetic pool were chosen to perfect his magnum opus and give the core unique capabilities. It was truly a meticulous and almost unbearable job, but all the participants of the Spiral project understood the importance of their work. In 2 weeks, working tirelessly thanks to the use of stimulants to maximize their performance, they managed to meet their goals, selecting the best of the best they had available, planning a dark objective that in an encrypted message in their DNA. The portion of Akahija's sealed chakra would reveal to the ultimate Uzumaki in the future, so that the Uzumaki could launch their counterattack and end up establishing their hegemony in the ninja world. The Uzumaki scientists had thought of everything. From the compilation of their history, their jutsu, their traditions, even programming that nucleus grafted into Kushina's egg so that her characteristic feature, her red hair, was a recessive gene, and with a very specific spermicide, the definitive Uzumaki would be a male. The only 2 characteristics that she would inherit from her future father. Thanks to their advanced genetic engineering technology, everything was going perfectly, and despite the fact that almost all of them would soon be exterminated, it would only be a tactical defeat. In the end they would win the war. If the elemental nations were planning to exterminate the Uzumaki simply for the desire to be independent and able to live by their own rules, then the Uzumaki would become an uncontrollable plague that would devour the entire ninja world. The leaders of the elemental nations would pay for having messed with the people who had chosen the spiral as their symbol, and although there would be a temporary pause, in the end the Uzumaki would be the ones to prevail no matter the cost. Once the great work was completed, the scientists proceeded to implant that modified egg into Kushina, then summon the clone, stealing the detailed memories of the week she had lived to fix them in the mind of the original, and thus ensure that she would never know what was lodged in her body, since she herself would become the first victim of the ultimate weapon. Then the clone had a predetermined death, being destroyed in a special liquid to dissolve cells. When Yuzashio met his inevitable fate, not even a memory of that artificial life would remain. The next step was to destroy the enormous complex where the Spiral project had been developed, along with all the documents detailing the procedures and the final results. Evidence of all that work would only be found in the gene, which housed the entire Uzumaki legacy. Thus, when the unforgivable Operation Vertical was developed, the elemental nations would have no idea of the counterattack their enemies had prepared, nor was it good to leave that almost fanciful biotechnology within everyone's reach. So, with the biggest fake smile on his face and a toothy smile, wishing the best to the Konoha delegation that had finally come to collect the little redeed, Akahige bid farewell to the incubator of the new Uzumaki clan seed. No matter how long it took or the conditions, they would only be gone from the world for a little while. But when they returned, the world would shake to its very foundations. The Spiral clan was going to return and devour the world within its whirlwind sooner or later. Chapter 1. The day the weapon was activated. For Kushina Uzumaki, things had been very hectic in her life. Since arriving in Konoha, she felt like an outsider. Welcomed as an outsider, she was frequently teased by the other students during her time at the Ninja Academy, even earning the nickname Tomato for her round face and deep red hair. However, her fierce temperament caused her to overreact to provocations, earning her the nickname Akashio, Red Tide, for the beatings she gave her classmates. It was during this time that she also met her future husband, Minato Namikaze, though love didn't happen overnight. At first, Kushina thought he was nothing more than a skinny, effeminate boy with dreams of becoming Hokage, but unlike the typical braggarts, he did have potential. No matter how hard she resisted, it was impossible for her not to give in to the boy's natural charm, and she ended up falling madly in love with him when he saved her from an attempted kidnapping by the village of Kumo. Although her feelings were sincere and legitimate, the powerful physical attraction that Kushina felt towards Minato was a result of carrying the Spiral project inside her. Having all the genetic potential inside her, what the seed needed to begin to sprout was simply genetic material from an outstanding shinobi, and based on that modified egg forced the Uzumaki's endocrine system to generate hormones that would cause the girl to be attracted to the most talented boy in her age range. It was during that period of time that Mito Uzumaki passed away and Kushina fulfilled her original purpose when she came to Konoha to become the next Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She was in a rather strong depressive period since just a few days after becoming the container of the Bakujitsune, Fox Monster, Operation Vertical was developed in silence, with a huge group of supposed looters being blamed for the destruction of Uzushio in order to steal its Fuinjutsu secrets and its particular relics. She was fully aware of how her village had actually disappeared since her idol Mito had told her as soon as she arrived in Konoha, so the event had not taken her by surprise. But at the end of the day, the Uzumaki had been his family. For the world at large, with the obvious exception of the leaders, the destruction of Uzushio came as a complete shock. The free village where many of the strongest clans had a place to live disappeared in just one night, leaving only a handful of Uzumaki who had apparently escaped the massacre, but who had actually been allowed to flee on purpose so that the physical virtues of the redeeds would be available in the world with due control, without them having dangerous ideas for the maintenance of the existing status quo. As a Jinchuriki, Kushina had exceptional abilities and could not be trained by just anyone, so she received training directly from the renowned Tsunade, known as the Slug Princess, granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, and the Shodaime Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. She struggled mightily to control the monster within her, mostly due to its hostility, but she was eventually able to voluntarily gain control of much of its power, and her skill was soon recognized. Kushina lived through the Third Ninja War during her teenage years. He fought using the power of the Kyuubi and was known by his childhood nickname. During this time, he met the Amorphans, three ninja who had lost their families during the Second Ninja War and were later trained by Jiraiya, the famous Gama Sennin, Toad Sage, and Minato's teacher. He became good friends with all three, especially Konan, the female member of that group. After a few days of living together during a mission, they went their separate ways. After several years of conflict, hard battles and painful losses, the conflict finally ended and peace could be enjoyed in the elemental nations. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, decided that it was time to make way for a successor, and Kushina was very happy when her beloved boyfriend was chosen to take on such an important responsibility, since he had been an outstanding war hero who had earned enormous fame in the Ninkai by being able to crush entire battalions single-handedly. Throughout her life, Kushina had experienced sad moments and also happy moments, but none like receiving the news that she was pregnant. Her joy had never been greater, because from her would be born living proof of the love that she and Minato had for each other. However, due to her nature as a Jinchuriki, it was considered a state secret and she was forbidden to tell it until it was completely impossible to hide it, although the Redeeds secretly told the secret to her best friend Makoto Uchiha and also sent a letter to Konan through Jiraiya's toads. Kushina's gestation months were the most fulfilling of her life. She enjoyed every minute knowing that a new life was growing inside her, and she also shared the pregnancy with her friend and, through the letters sent with the toads, also with Aim's girl. Nothing had fulfilled her more in life than being an ordinary woman, experiencing the development of the baby she was carrying and sharing it with her loved ones. And after 10 months, the normal gestation period for a female Jinchuriki, as known from experience with Mito, the time had come for the child of the Yellow Lightning and the Red Tide to be born. A great deal of preparation had been made, as during the birth of a Jinchuriki's baby, the seal that kept the beast inside weakened, giving the monster a chance to break free. Everything was done. The birth was carried out in a secret facility outside of Konoha in absolute secrecy. The place was surrounded by Anbu to prevent any attempt on Kushina, and Minato was to guard the seal at all times. Thanks to these preparations, the birth of the baby, a little boy with blonde hair like his father's and curious marks on his cheek similar to a fox's whiskers, was a success. However, despite all the precautions taken, a masked individual was able to infiltrate the premises, murder the midwife and her medical assistant, and, to the parents' horror, take the little boy hostage under threat of killing him if they did not hand over the Kyuubi. Everything was very chaotic from that moment until the point where Minato found himself in front of the Kyuubi already on the outskirts of Konoha after the destruction that the monster had left in the village. He was ready to seal the Bakujitsu within his own son to prevent the world from becoming unbalanced in terms of the balance of power between the villages. He was going to sacrifice his life to use Shiki Fuijin and take the yin half of the Kyuubi's chakra with him to the Shinigami's stomach, but at that moment, the same Kinten chakra chains that Kushina had to suppress the fox emerged from the child. The Kyuubi watched in astonishment as, in a way he believed to be instinctive, the little boy's Kekkei Genkai was activated to help his father seal him. But the reality was that in the programming of the ultimate weapon, a transcription seal had been left in the genetic code of the definitive Uzumaki to obtain the power of a Bijuu if the opportunity arose. That was why the seal reacted to the Kyuubi's chakra, and the Kekkei Genkai repressed it long enough before the astonished gaze of his parents, so that the Yondaime had the opportunity to completely seal it within the newborn. That's how it all happened on that October 10th, and Minato Namikaze died like a hero, completely sealing the terrible monster inside his son, before the incredulous gaze of his wife, who moments later fell unconscious to the ground from exhaustion and from having the Kyuubi removed from her interior, as well as the impression she had when she saw her beloved husband die right in front of her eyes, without being able to do anything for him. HW where am I? You're in the hospital, Kushina. I'm glad you woke up. You've been asleep for a couple of days, but that's normal after what happened. Conan. Still weak, the Uzumaki turned to the left of the bed to find her old friend from AIM, the blue-haired woman with deep amber eyes, dressed in a black cloak with a bandage on her forehead instead of her headband, and several bandages on her face. She was surprised to meet the woman, since despite the continuous communication between them, they knew that it was unlikely that they would see each other in person again, due to their very different lifestyles. That's why Kushina silently thanked that her friend could be with her in such a difficult time. Conan, I'm so glad to see you, but why are you here? The Redeed asked confused, and the bluehead's gaze darkened instantly. A few days ago, Sanzao no Hanzo, Salamander Hanzo, ambushed us, and Aim's wife sobbed before she could continue. Yahiko and Nagato were ambushed and killed along with the others. I was the only Akatsuki who managed to escape. Her broken voice was barely audible. I started walking aimlessly, and when I realized, I was already here. Conan, the Uzumaki seemed truly moved by such tremendous losses that her friend had suffered. If I can do anything for you, don't hesitate to ask me. I just want. The blue-haired girl took a few seconds before continuing. I want to have a place to call home. She finished to hide her face in her hands and burst into tears. It was a reasonable thing to do. Nagato was her best friend, and Yahiko was the man she was in love with. They were both only 22 years old and had already suffered terrible losses, so she could understand. Her friend's crying was truly moving, to the point that she remembered the loss of her beloved Minato again, and tears welled up in her eyes as well. However, despite how much she suffered, she had her little son and couldn't allow herself to be weak. Her duty now was to shower that baby with love and care for him as long as she could. He wiped his tears with his right forearm and turned to look at the devastated Conan. Come with us. The blue-haired girl turned to look at her friend in surprise. Maybe we are not Yahiko and Nagato, but my baby and I can be your new family. In the midst of her grief, Aim's wife saw a ray of hope. Conan started to think, what did she have left in the world? Kushina was the only friend she had, since during Hanzu's ambush of the Akatsuki, only she had survived. She certainly had Jiraiya-sensei, but other than that, she had nothing left, except for the Redeed and that baby, whom she hadn't even met yet. You're all I have left besides Jiraiya-sensei, and I can't refuse that kind of invitation. Now the amber-eyed girl smiled almost imperceptibly, despite the sadness that invaded her, being reciprocated by the amethyst-eyed mother. And now I would like to know where my little one is, the Uzumaki murmured thoughtfully. She was in an incubator, Conan replied. When I asked about you, they told me about your baby too. I understand, after what happened it was logical. Kushina looked down and became visibly sad. What happened? The AIM girl asked, intrigued. The Uzumaki asked him to close the door completely, and when he returned to her side, she began to tell him everything in great detail. The surprise attack by the masked man, the extraction of the Kyuubi and its attack on the village, as well as the subsequent sealing of the Bijuu in her own son, at the cost of the life of her beloved husband. Unable to help it, when she finished her story, Kushina burst into tears. Kushina, like me, you've suffered enough. Once the blue-haired girl had released her grief, they both embraced in an effusive embrace to share their feelings and realized that at the end of the terrible experiences they had endured, at least they had each other. Perhaps it wasn't a very hopeful prospect, but at least it was a consolation for the complicated life they were about to face without their most important emotional supports. "Excuse me," Kushina-san. The door opened softly. The brunette nurse came in carrying a small baby whose short hair was the same shade of blonde as his father, although a slightly darker shade, and he had curious little marks resembling 3 pairs of fox whiskers. He slept peacefully, wrapped in a white blanket. "That's the Uzumaki murmured in astonishment, while Conan looked curiously at the newborn. "He's your son," the nurse responded hastily. "Here you are." To the Kunoichi's bewilderment, the girl was holding the small baby quite separated from her body and barely holding it in front of her. As soon as Kushina took the little one that was offered to her, the nurse made a crude bow and hurried out of the place, to the confusion of the Redeed and Aim's wife. For Conan, the girl's behavior was quite strange, but for the Redeed, the reason was obvious. His son was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Her admired Mito had told her that the collective would always harbor hatred for Bijuu, since they were once used as high-powered weapons during wars, and that hatred was also directed toward their containers, regardless of how exemplary and blameless the person in question was. Kushina never truly experienced that, since her status as a Jinchuriki was always kept a secret. But now it was public knowledge that her son contained the beast within him, and that guaranteed him an extremely difficult life emotionally. "My little one," the Redeed smiled softly and began to cry, moved once she took him in her arms and felt his warmth. "I will take care of you and protect you forever." She hugged him gently before the smiling gaze of the blue-haired girl and the nurse. "No one will hurt you while I am with you, Naruto." A couple of weeks passed and finally Kushina had been discharged along with her little one. Several of her tissues had been affected because during the extraction of the Kyuubi, the Bijuu made its way through the Uzumaki's body to get out, but the great vital force that she had inherited from her clan had helped her a lot to not die, and with the appropriate treatment applied by Tsunade herself, the Redeed could now finish recovering at home. Conan watched with strange fascination as Kushina breathed her baby, her eyes closed and moaning softly. It seemed the violet-eyed girl liked it just as much, if not more, than the child. The Uzumaki woman simply bit her lower lip as she felt with delight how the little blonde fed on her and got lost in the pleasant sensation he caused on her nipple with his small lips. "Hey, Kushina," the amber-eyed woman was quite embarrassed by her friend's suggestive moans and tried to get her attention. Tell me," finally the Redeed reacted. "Tell me, Conan. What's wrong?" Aware that she had lost herself in this unexpected pleasure, she became quite self-conscious once she took her little one away from her. "Well, actually I just wanted to tell you that I just joined the Konoha Ninja Squad," replied the blue-haired girl, still embarrassed by her friend's scene. "Oh, that's great." The Uzumaki smiled enthusiastically, regaining her usual intensity. "Was there no problem with the old Hokage?" "No, fortunately Jiraiya-sensei is now in the village and he recommended me to Sandaime-sama," the girl with amber eyes answered. "He said that as soon as he finished some business, he would come see us." "That's very good," Conan, the amethyst-eyed mother, encouraged her friend. "From today on, Konoha is your home too." Both friends hugged each other carefully, since little Naruto was between the two of them, and that made the moment more special, because the young woman with amber eyes considered that little boy as her nephew, which was somewhat evident because Kushina was the last special person she had left next to the blonde boy. At that moment he swore that he would protect them as he couldn't do with Yahiko and Nagato. "And our little man is ready." Conan picked up little Naruto to look at him once she finished dressing him and changing his diaper. She was wearing her Jounin uniform and the baby was wearing a white onisi with the symbol of the almost extinct Uzumaki clan embroidered on the back. Kushina felt guilty for not having informed her people of the massacre they were later victims of, and because of this, she would try to maintain her clan's legacy. That's why all of the blonde boys' clothes bore the Uzumaki emblem, and the Redeed would write a compilation of the customs she still remembered from her people in her spare time, so that the resurgence of her clan in the future wouldn't be a completely impossible dream. "Come on, Naru-chan, give Aunt Conan a peck." The woman smiled enraptured and brought her face closer to the playful babies. The blue-haired girl had once seen that gesture between mother and son and felt a tinge of envy, since she obviously did not have such an intense bond with the baby, so on impulse, when she had the opportunity, she did the same thing and had made it a habit when she finished changing him, bathing him or sometimes just for the pleasure of doing it. 3 months had passed since the woman from the Rain Nation had arrived in Konoha, and with a surprising recovery, the renowned red-haired Kunoichi had managed to fully recover and was even able to resume her ninja life with some caution. He taught basic Fuinjutsu courses at the Ninja Academy to generate more income for his peculiar household. Then, for Chunin and Jounin, there were more complex courses tailored to the needs of ninja at that level. While she did that, Aim's wife stayed to take care of the baby with all the devotion in the world, and although Kushina felt a slight tinge of jealousy upon noticing the closeness her friend had with the little one, more as mother and son than as the aunt role that the immigrant believed she had, she also understood that it was normal in her conditions, in addition to the fact that it was an invaluable favor that she was doing her by taking care of her beloved son when she performed her duties. And that enormous affection was the best guarantee that Conan would really take good care of the little one. "Come on dear, it's time to eat." The blue-haired girl sat in a rocking chair with little Naruto in her arms and began to feed him with a small bottle that the Uzumaki had left filled with her milk for that purpose. "You're so cute when you eat." The woman looked at the baby in rapture. "You've filled a void in my heart and together with Kushina you've become my new family." Without stopping giving him his bottle, she brought the little blonde boy closer to her body. "I'll always be here for you, Naruto." Time passed for the peculiar family. Both women took turns caring for the baby with the utmost precision, giving him all the attention they could without neglecting their duties as Kunoichi of Konoha. While Kushina maintained her reputation as one of the strongest ninja, despite no longer having the Kyuubi inside her, Conan gradually became known as Aoishio, Blue Tide, as her origami ninjutsu was untimely and brutal against her enemies, as if the tide of the sea were crushing them against the sharp rocks of a cliff. As for little Naruto, who was already 4 years old, people looked at him with extraordinary coldness, since despite the fact that it was forbidden to talk about the incident on the day of his birth, all the adults in the village knew that he was the container of that terrible monster that almost destroyed the village, and due to their ignorance, they made no distinction between the Kyuubi and the little one. The blonde infant rarely left the house, so that he would always be protected within the walls of his home, since his two protectors knew that the villagers would possibly attack him if they found him alone on the street. At first, the blue-haired girl didn't believe what a red-haired friend had told her about the blind hatred people directed against the Jinchuriki. But one day, when Naruto was 2 years old and the three of them went out shopping together for the first time, he immediately noticed those cold stares that didn't bother to hide their hatred for the little blonde boy. As time passed, people, far from understanding what had happened, began to spread all kinds of absurd rumors to, as they saw it, justify why two of the best Kunoichi in the village were caring for the monster that had almost destroyed the village. Mind control, possession of their bodies, the Kyuubi had stolen their souls, or after killing the originals, the Bakujitsun had created clones to take their place and thus be protected while he prepared for his revenge. As time went on, people started creating more and more incoherent rumors and lies. To avoid problems, both Kunoichi decided to move to a house on the outskirts of the village and get supplies from the surrounding towns, at least until he was enrolled in the ninja academy, and according to Konoha law, it was illegal to attack him on the street, although that distancing only caused the villagers to continue exaggerating the rumors, and some ninja, the most impressionable, began to believe all that nonsense. And that was what caused that incident. On a day like any other, both women were at home, doing chores, taking advantage of the fact that it was a day off for both of them, so they could keep an eye on their beloved little boy, who was entertaining himself playing in the hallways of the house with the toys he had. The little boy's two mothers were preparing a delicious meal for their little one and for themselves, since it was his 5th birthday, and they wanted to give him a big surprise. A cake and a huge pot of ramen made just the way the little boy loved it. They were very excited because their boy hadn't been affected by the prejudices that existed throughout the village and trusted people, so when he became a ninja, he would prove everyone wrong and that the Kyuubi was just a burden the boy carried, and doing so would make him a hero. The little blonde boy wasn't aware of the hatred around him, and since he barely interacted with anyone other than Kushina and Conan, he was very naive and innocent, like any child at his tender age. That's why everything was sudden. A group of ninja were secretly preparing what they believed would be the salvation of the village. The plan they had been plotting for years was to pose as ninja from other villages and fake the kidnapping of the little boy, when the reality was that they would kill him on the outskirts of Konoha as soon as they had the chance. It took them years of planning, as they methodically monitored Kushina and Conan's movements, foolishly believing they would free them from the demon's influence. Home, academy, mission, leaving Konoha to stock up on supplies. It was meticulous work that gave them a huge advantage. With a discreet and methodical observation of the house, they infiltrated the building to explore every hallway when the peculiar family left Konoha for supplies. Several times they were tempted to destroy it, but that would only alert the guardians of that monster, so they limited themselves to exploring and gathering information. That group of 4 ninja, 2 shinobi and 2 kunoichi had their refuge in a supposedly abandoned house not far from the one where the Uzumaki lived, and so they could spy freely as long as they maintained absolute discretion. The members of that plot were Sora Ishida, a 20-year-old chunin with blonde hair, had lost her husband when the Bakujitsu crushed him between its teeth. She had stolen a jounin uniform from Kumo and, using a henge, had darkened his skin. Ryu Tachikawa, a 32-year-old jounin with blue hair, watched helplessly as the beast slashed at his home, along with his wife and children. He accessorized Kiri's clothes, which he had stolen from a corpse, with special makeup that gave him a cadaverous appearance. Ashura Mochizuki, a 21-year-old black-haired jounin, whose sister was burned alive by the blistering flames of a fire ignited by the monster in its destructive frenzy. His Suna-born ninja outfit, which he had obtained by revealing classified information, was complemented by a mask. And the leader, Hikari Takeshi, a 23-year-old brunette Anbu, was helpless when her parents were crushed by the evil entity's claws. Her Iwa ninja costume was complemented by a special clay she stole from the Earth Nation village's military facilities in order to mold a new face. The 4 had bonded after meeting at the funerals of their loved ones and quickly came to the conclusion that the monster must be annihilated while he was a defenseless child, since as he grew, they believed based on their fears, he would become more and more powerful until he regained the power that the Yondaime had taken from him with his heroic sacrifice. Fortunately for them, after their hard work of observation, they came to the conclusion that, despite what it might seem, their best chance was that moment when the Futatsu Shio, 2 tides, were at home, since they were certain that no one would try anything against that monster if the 2 of them kept an eye on it, so they unconsciously became overconfident and assumed that nothing would happen. The only difficult thing was attracting the beast's attention to the walled courtyard of the house to kidnap it without the women noticing, because as they well knew, there was a network of seals inside the house that would alert them immediately. The idea was to discreetly replicate the sounds of common birds, dogs and cats in order to encourage the beast's feigned curiosity, which, according to the 4 ninja, was pretending to appear to be a child and keep the Futatsu Shio either deceived or controlled. All set. Sora, using a special whistle, began to replicate the soft call of a bird near the wall separating the Uzumaki house from the outside, while Kaoshiro and Jiu stood watch at opposite ends. Once they both gave the signal, Hikari would jump to the other side of the wall to take the monster away. The signal the Futatsu Shio would receive through the seal network would arrive a couple of seconds later. Too late to prevent the kidnapping. Kushina and Konan heard that sound and thought the song of the supposed bird was very beautiful. After appreciating it for a moment, they continued preparing the feast for their beloved child, unaware of what was about to happen. Naruto also heard that imitation and, driven by curiosity, approached the door leading to the garden. His adoring mothers, taking into account that he made no real distinction between the affection he received from the blue-haired girl and the redeed, had left him playing with his new ninja toys, with which he imagined adventures where he was a beloved and admired hero, just like the Yondaime Hokage. The little boy slowly opened the door to avoid making any noise, since his mother had forbidden him to go out. However, his desire to see the bird won out over the restriction. He went out into the garden and after a few seconds, everything was dark. Little by little Naruto regained consciousness. He was found tied a few meters above the ground to what appeared to be a wooden post, inside a small cave located in the middle of the extensive forest surrounding the village. He was gagged, and the spiked cable ties holding him down dug painfully into his skin, as he had been restrained naked to further humiliate him. His small blue eyes reflected the deep fear he felt. Look, the monster finally woke up. The 4 ninja looked with dark joy at the result of their arduous work. Now they had the monster in their hands to take revenge for everything it had taken from them. The little one tried to struggle, but only managed to hurt himself by digging the spikes deeper. Soon he began to cry. Have you seen it? Hikari approached, no longer with the special clay disguising her face, the beast is capable of crying. Don't be cheeky, you damn monster. Sora turned his face with a slap on his left cheek, don't pretend you're a child. But look at that, this filthy abomination is capable of suffering. Kaoshiro, now without his mask on, coldly observed how the little one writhed in pain. Well, I think it's time to really start a Jiu without that special makeup on his face, approached the defenseless little one with sinister delight, wielding a kunai. Go ahead, the leader whispered. Hachikawa was the first to attack the boy, plunging the kunai into his shoulder until the hardness of the bone stopped him. The poor boy writhed horribly in the excruciating pain, his suppressed sobs unable to ease his suffering in the slightest. He stared at his attackers in terror, completely overcome with fear and bewilderment. He hadn't done anything to them, so he didn't understand why they were hurting him. Don't cry, you damn monster. Not caring that the spikes on the restraints were hurting him, Hikari landed a violent blow to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. They were human, and that's why they were outraged that the child, whom they believed to be the Kyuubi, was crying as if he were also human. That childish face, suffering and shedding thick tears of pain and terror, made them doubt. And that was reason enough to become more cruel with that abomination. Using an artificial claw device, Mochizuki began gently scratching the almost unconscious blonde boy's right cheek, who felt blood oozing from his arm, which had been pierced by the shuriken. He was visibly frightened by the claws subtly cutting his skin, but he wasn't completely horrified. He was too badly injured, and the blood he was losing was reflected in an intense dizziness. He practically stopped feeling when Kaoshiro suddenly rammed those things into the little boy's skin and ruthlessly tore off a good portion of the left side of his face, even leaving part of his skull exposed. Needless to say, the little boy's eye was completely destroyed. And for a moment, seeing that chilling image of that infant with part of his face ripped away and a lot of blood around him, the quartet doubted their actions. Then something unexpected happened. From the dying body of little Naruto, specifically from the area near his heart, several sealing formulas emerged, which, as fast as lightning, entangled themselves and trapped that group of ninja in dark cocoons. Where am I? The little blonde boy found himself in a strange space, consisting of a huge array of pipes coming from all directions and pointing straight ahead. He walked down that dark path because it was the only way available. He thought that the horrible scene where those ninja were hurting him had been a nightmare, because only that would explain why he now found himself in that strange place. He continued along that dark path until he reached what seemed to be a gigantic dungeon whose bottom couldn't be seen due to the deep gloomy darkness it seemed to contain. Damn brat, the day has finally come for you to pay. The little blonde boy was horrified when a huge beast-like claw emerged from the darkness, and when it crashed hard against the thick bars of the prison, it shook the entire place. Who are you? He murmured, visibly frightened. I am the Kyuubi no Yauko, nine-tailed demon fox. That loud and creepy declaration made the whole strange space rumble. Don't make fun of me, you filthy dwarf. That day you were the one who locked me up. I didn't do anything. The little boy replied, screaming, bursting into tears. It was then that a subtle light invaded the place, and finally, a whining Naruto could see that the sinister entity was a reddish-furred fox several meters tall, and with a deranged expression that was staring at the Uzumaki with its bloodshot eyes, its capillaries visibly highlighted. It was repressed by an enormous and thick metal collar that, through a thick golden chain, held it firmly in that prison and prevented it from freeing itself. As soon as I get out of here, I'm going to take over your body. That beast roared, completely unhinged, banging loudly on the bars. Silence, Kyuubi. The Bakujitsune and the child were surprised by the deep, serious voice that echoed in all directions. Little by little, near the child, several particles of crimson light began to slowly gather together, slowly forming a human form, to the bewilderment of both those present. The time has finally come for us to meet, Saikyu-Buki, the strongest weapon. Finally, the bearded Akahage finished appearing in front of the little blonde, turning his back on the prison that contained the Kyuubi. The last leader of the Uzumaki maintained a calm expression, ignoring the threatening presence of the most powerful of the Biju. Who are you? While Naruto asked the question, the Kyuubi was also interested in the answer. It would be more correct to say that I was Akahage, the last Uzukage of the ninja village of Uzushio. Those words caught the attention of the Biju, and I'm afraid to say that you are about to die. The boy was taken aback by those words. A special seal that was left in your genetic code to inform you of your mission has been activated, although it was supposed to happen at a later age. The Redeed continued speaking. Am I going to die? The boy was visibly scared. No, the Uzumaki cut short the blonde's fear. This special seal was designed for an emergency of this kind, because by revealing your true mission and giving you access to all the capabilities with which you were equipped, you will be able to turn the situation around and overcome it, and then begin to achieve the purpose for which you were conceived. He talks about him as if he were a tool rather than a child, the Kyuubi thought analytically. But I don't understand, the little one murmured, visibly confused. When the seal on your genetic code is completely released, you will understand the purpose of your creation, and justice will finally be done to our people. Akahage deliberately ignored the little blonde's doubts. The time has come, Saikyu-Buki, the last leader of the Uzumaki, declared firmly, while placing his hand on the little boy's forehead. I don't want to. The boy looked more and more afraid. You have no choice, Saikyu-Buki. You can choose to fulfill your purpose or simply die, the Redeed cruelly sentenced, causing the little boy to begin to cry silently. If it's true that that damn dwarf received special abilities, I can possibly use them once I destroy the brat's soul and take over his body. The Biju thought about how he would carry out his move. It will be easy to defeat that cowardly dwarf in his own mind. Henshu no Fuin. Kai, seal of compilation. Release, Akahage said, beginning to release a subtle crimson chakra from the hand with which he had contact with the little one. The boy screamed horribly when he felt that intrusion in his mind. Soon the little boy's mind was invaded by all the information that the Spiral Project team had encoded in that gene, everything he needed to know about his abilities and the entire history of the Uzumaki clan, as well as their ultimate goal of restoring the clan and taking revenge on the ninja villages. While the last Uzukage watched indifferently, the Kyuubi rejoiced in the suffering of the little boy, who with each fragment of information, lost part of his innocence and naivety to become the weapon conceived during the Spiral Project. The intense pain the little boy suffered in his head didn't last long, since in about 10 seconds at most, the process ended and Akahage removed his hand from Naruto's head, who remained with his head bowed. "Well, Saikyu-buki, I hope everything is now clear in your mind," the Reteed murmured seriously, looking expectantly at the blonde. "Yes, Uzukage-sama, everything has become clear." The blonde boy looked up. He had stopped being a child. Now that he knew the truth of his origins, the boy's gaze had visibly darkened and he seemed to be a shinobi with years of experience in special stealth assassination missions, rather than a child of barely 5 years old. He had the knowledge of the abilities he possessed and the reason for his development and conception. "Very well, Saikyu-buki," the Uzukage murmured seriously, "now the entire future of the Uzumaki is in your hands. Fulfill your mission." "As you say, Uzukage-sama," the little one recited somberly. "Well, then it's time for the seal to dissipate." Little by little, that manifestation of chakra left behind to guide the Saikyu-buki began to fade away. And when the chakra the Uzukage had left in that seal appeared, the blonde closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a visibly hardened look. He turned to see a bewildered Kyuubi, who, upon seeing those sinister eyes, was involuntarily intimidated. "Do you know Kyuubi?" The chakra-formed monster looked at the little boy in bewilderment. "What do you want?" He gritted his teeth, anxious. "You were unlucky." To the Kyuubi's bewilderment, Naruto quickly performed a brief sequence of hand seals. Can he perform ninjutsu? The beast was truly stunned. Hinton. Atsudakin, metal release. Imperial suppression collar. The Biju immediately felt a strange oppression, as if it had suddenly lost all its enormous power. Then it noticed the rope around its neck glowing slightly. It can't be. The Bakujitsu began to feel his body heavy and his chakra flow became erratic to the point of not being able to control it in order to defend himself. "What the hell are you doing to me?" he roared, mad with fury. "It is the Kinton chakra, metal release, of the Uzumaki clan," the boy replied seriously and calmly, leaving the monster speechless. "As the Uzukage said, I was conceived with unique abilities with the purpose of rebuilding the glorious Uzumaki clan and becoming their ultimate weapon to prevent the Ninkai, ninja world, from attacking them again in the future." At that moment, Naruto gave a soft dark smile that surprised the Biju. The Spiral Project was the Uzumaki conception of a sword of justice that would repay the destruction of Uzushio, and I am that sword. The blonde's eyes filled with a dark joy. "And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use your power like no one else has ever done before, because I'm going to steal every last drop of chakra from you without you being able to avoid it, and from today on you will be nothing more than an infinite battery of power to me." The Uzumaki clasped his hands in front of his face to form a seal that further baffled the Biju. And then, from the floor of that dungeon, a dragon seemingly made of wood emerged, its jaws opening as it launched itself at full speed toward the Kyuubi's neck. Upon feeling those sharp teeth digging into his flesh like painful splinters, the Biju let out a blood-curdling shriek. Mokuton. Jinkiryu, wood release. Mystic tree dragon. The wooden dragon began to coil around the monster's body, binding it completely as it struggled in vain to free itself from those bonds. When it was fully captured, the wooden being began to glow subtly and the monster's body involuntarily reacted in the same way moments later. Little by little, branches with autumnal red leaves began to grow from the dragon's body, which quickly gained size and volume, increasing the strictness of the Bakujitsu's prison. The chain that kept it tied broke, but the thick collar that looked more like a shackle remained in place even when the Kyuubi's body began to disappear, devoured by the branches that emerged from the dragon and slowly consolidated into a single gigantic tree that emerged from the ground and had the fox's head barely peeking out of the center of its trunk. "The damn kid," the Biju muttered weakly, feeling how his chakra was powerfully absorbed by his new prison. "You know, I agree with you on one thing, I really am cursed." The kid adopted a melancholic expression. "I simply dreamed of being equal to the Yondaime Hokage, a ninja recognized by all. But my life is already on track to live forever fighting for people I never even met, plus I received a great amount of knowledge, and now I have a vocabulary that even a normal 5-year-old child would never dream of having their eyes met. Certainly, we both became prisoners of our destiny." Then, the Kyuubi felt fear for the first time in a long time. It can't be. For the second time in his existence, the fox once again found himself facing those crimson eyes that he hated so much. What the hell did the Uzumaki create? Naruto also possessed the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. The fully developed Sharingan. And just 5 years ago, the Bakujitsun felt himself losing complete control of his body under the influence of those sinister orbs that were soon reflected in his own eyes. And we'll both be like that for life. All that tangle of shadows and sinister rusty pipes gradually turned into a vast green pasture with small flowers sprouting in all directions and as far as the eye could see, with a tree that contained the Kyuubi at the center of that place. Those four ninjas struggled to free themselves with all their might because they stupidly believed that the Kyuubi had used its demonic powers to capture them and then devour them. As soon as they finished escaping from that unknown Fuinjutsu formula, they would definitively finish off that monster disguised as a child, whose mortal wounds were beginning to heal, in the form of a kind of dark orange light that ran through his emaciated face, from where he still had skin throughout the area with the exposed skull, leaving the flesh as if he had not been injured. Then, the blonde boy suddenly opened his eyes, which were no longer blue, but a light lavender shade, very familiar to all of them. They were extremely surprised to see that the veins on his temples stood out, identical to how the Hyuga did when they activated their Kekkei Genkai, the Byakugan. Look. A terrified Hikari shouted the monster stole the Byakugan. You guys are stupid. A pulse of chakra erupted from Naruto's body, easily breaking through his bonds without harming him, falling to his feet moments later. Being a ninja, I'm surprised you're so ignorant as to not be able to differentiate the Bijuu from its container, the boy muttered, while two stakes made of a strange white material emerged from the palms of his hands, to the growing bewilderment of those ninja. But thanks to your primitive reasoning, you released something much worse than a simple Bijuu into the Ninkai Naruto's face, filled with dark glee. And it hurt me when you ripped off half of my face, so I can't be good to you. What are you planning, monster? Ishida muttered, visibly terrified, as the boy slowly approached them. Do you know why the Uzumaki were feared? Saikyu replied in turn. Stop playing games. Kaoshiro disguised the fear that invaded him with a courage that he was far from feeling. Anyway, the blonde began to walk slowly towards the four ninja. Do you want to see a trick? Then no. Stay away. The Kari Takeshi, unlike her companions, didn't bother to hide the horror that devoured her heart when she saw that thing was dying, and suddenly, its wounds began to heal. She burst into tears, thinking that all her efforts to finish off the Kyuubi had been in vain and that she and her friends were doomed to die at the hands of that abomination, just like their loved ones. Ugh, the brunette sobbed in pain when one of the stakes pierced her left shoulder, causing a subtle hemorrhage. Help me. This is the human pincushion's act. Naruto smiled wickedly, gloating over the girl's suffering while gently twisting his wrist. He broke that stake to create another one. Why, I was disoriented by that display of cruelty. You are a demon. It's true that I am a weapon, the strongest weapon, he replied mockingly, to continue with his perverse entertainment. Outside the cave where they were, the animals in the area began to flee the place due to the chilling screams, sobs and cries of deep terror that were heard throughout the place. Kushina and Konan were in the forest, desperately searching for their little boy, reflecting indescribable anguish on their beautiful faces when they did not know the whereabouts of their beloved little blonde boy. When they finished their surprise, pampering him the way they wanted on that special day, they went to find him and carried him to the kitchen, as was tradition at that kind of meal. A meal that was soon forgotten when they realized their little one had disappeared. They quickly searched the entire house, only to quickly find a couple of the little boy's toys in the garden. It didn't take long for them to realize he had been taken, and they immediately felt a lump in their throats at the thought that it could have been some shinobi from an enemy village with some unknown purpose. They preferred not to go into further, or some ninja from her own village had attempted to kill that child who was the adoration of both of them, as had been the Redeed's greatest fear, since that nurse had brought the little boy with repulsion to the hospital room. They soon found a trail of footprints that seemed to lead deep into the vegetation, and both women, already overcome with despair at not knowing where Naruto could be, followed the trail as soon as their eyes met. They ran at full speed to find a large cave fairly well hidden by the forest vegetation, where the faint signs that someone had passed through there before continued. They entered cautiously, expecting almost anything. However, what they found was truly disturbing. 4 ninja were dead on the scene, impaled on several white stakes of an unknown material, and surrounded by several trickles of blood that fed large pools beneath each body. The most shocking thing of all was that they had apparently not been stabbed in vital points, and that the cause of their death had been the obvious bleeding they had suffered. My god, Kushina murmured in horror, recognizing the 4 dead as Konoha ninja. Naruto. Konan began to explore the cave hastily, already invaded by despair. Tell me you're here. The Uzumaki reacted and immediately joined her friend, exploring every corner of that dark place in search of her beloved child. They were both so focused on finding out if their little blonde boy was there that they didn't notice something creeping up behind them with exceptional stealth. Until it was too late. A sudden yet subtle blow to the base of both their necks left them as vulnerable as they were unprotected as they felt their bodies react to a classic Byakugan attack, targeting the Tentetsu pressure point at the base of their necks to temporarily cut off their physical strength. They couldn't even turn to look at their attacker when they felt the cold metal in the form of thick shackles that closed around their necks. Completely bewildered and feeling how those bonds prevented them from controlling their chakra, they turned around only to meet those crimson eyes that Kushina knew very well. Normally, it wasn't impossible for kunoichi like them to free themselves from the power of the Sharigan, but the subtle blow they had received beforehand and the subsequent binding that was repressing their chakra prevented them from even defending themselves, and the two women's eyes quickly reflected those scarlet orbs of 3 Tomo. With their mouths slightly open due to the brutal and effective assault on their minds, the two women were soon within a powerful genjutsu. I'm glad my Kachan are such good trackers, that saved me the trouble of having to lure them here. Naruto smiled, visibly satisfied seeing the expressionless faces of his biological and adoptive mothers respectively, completely under his ocular power. The Spiral Project was the Uzumaki's conception of an organic weapon that would pave the way for the reconstruction of the Uzumaki clan, and in those 2 weeks a precise planning was made of how the world would develop for the Uzumaki in the decades and years following the activation of the weapon, which would be the father of the pioneering generation of the new Uzumaki. But in the entire Spiral Project, there was one single variant that no one took into account, so obvious that no one in that large group of researchers, not even the leader of Uzushio, bothered to notice. The ultimate weapon held the fate of the Uzumaki clan in its hands and could literally do whatever it wanted with the clan's future, as well as stick to the original plan whether it wanted or not. We are certainly both prisoners of fate, Kyuubi the blonde gently stroked the chins of those beautiful women under his power, but unlike you, I can decide how comfortable my prison will be. Chapter 2. Primary Colors. There was a disconcerting silence in the Uzumaki house. What was supposed to be an innocent and delicious meal for the blonde had become the dark beginning of Kushina and Konan's new life. The two of them were sitting on the living room sofa, their heads bowed and their delicate hands resting on their legs, their faces expressionless. Their eyes were dull and half closed, a sign that their minds were completely at the mercy of the blonde boy. They also had thin metal collars around their necks, produced by the Kinten Uzumaki chakra, designed to subdue them easily. The deed was marked as a traitor by the clan, and in the information of that specific gene, it was dictated that she would first be fertilized by it, and when she had offspring, Uzumaki women and men alike would use her for their own pleasure, as long as she could bear offspring, since when she stopped being fertile, she would become little more than a simple servant for future generations of the clan, until death set her free. But despite seeming otherwise, the innocent little blonde boy he was before waking up was also present in his current personality, and that part of him advocated for a pardon for his mother and for it to be his alone, or at least modify the punishment so that it was compatible with the desire to have that woman close by who had cared for him since he could remember and always gave him love and affection. For sentences like Kushina's, the Yamanaka of Uzushio had brought various jutsu of mental manipulation, memory modification and all the kenjutsu, forbidden techniques, available to completely control and manipulate the minds of their victims in various ways. On the other hand, the original plan was that while he was seizing potentially suitable women to procreate, he would also have to convince the Uzumaki men he met along the way to form a powerful army for the future. However, Saikyu believed that the latter was not necessary, since if he managed to seize powerful kunoichi like their mothers and train them as ninja using all the knowledge at his disposal, he would have that military force at his disposal. In the original plan, he was a weapon that would ultimately lose its purpose once he had a generation of offspring. His children, grandchildren, and others would be the force charged with protecting the clan, simply nice words to avoid saying that they would be the Uzumaki's guard dogs due to their special abilities conceived during the Spiral Project, which their descendants would inherit. But at the end of the day, he had the final say. Literally and figuratively, the future of the Uzumaki family lay in his hands. So after careful consideration, he came to the conclusion that he should be the patriarch and only male of the Uzumaki family. During the 2 weeks that the ultimate weapon was conceived within the framework of the Spiral Project, various experiments on mind control and brainwashing were carried out in parallel so that a betrayal of the clan, such as that committed by Mito Uzumaki or Kushina herself, would not happen again. That was another dirty job assigned to Naruto and his offspring. To subtly condition the new Uzumaki generation so that no one would ever be disloyal to the clan. But all those experts involved in the Spiral Project never imagined that the ultimate weapon would completely control the future of the Uzumaki. They assumed that, knowing the history of the Whirlpool clan, it would follow their instructions to the letter. However, Naruto had other plans. Anbu Bunshin, yin and yang clone, said the blonde while clapping his hands in a similar way to applause. The blonde man was enveloped in a fleeting flash of chakra, and when it dissipated, 3 Narutos stood before the beautiful women. Soon, the 2 boys on either side were positioned behind the women, placing their hands on their helpless mother's temples, while the original took hold of their chins to direct their faces toward a Sharingan. Neither of them did anything, since the power over them was too much, and more so with a metal collar on their necks, freely controlling the flow of their chakra, in addition to the fact that through their hands, the 2 blondes began to manipulate their minds with the abilities of the Yamanaka. Everything you are about to hear will be burned into the depths of your subconscious forever, and you will never doubt that they are your own thoughts and convictions, knowing that your partner is just like you now. Repeat after me. He addressed the 2 of them singularly, so that the message would be more influential in both of their minds. You are a faithful and devoted slave of the Uzumaki clan. I am a faithful and devoted slave of the Uzumaki clan, they both said in perfect synchrony, with imperturbable faces. You were born to be Naruto's most submissive and obedient slave. The blonde hardened his gaze, beginning with the re-education of the most important women to him. You are madly in love with Naruto, and you live only to please him and help him in his mission to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. I was born to be Naruto's most submissive and obedient slave. I am madly in love with Naruto Uzumaki. He is the owner of my will, and I live only to please him and help him in his mission as the Saikyu in order to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. The 2 mothers of the little blonde repeated everything in chorus. You will feel irresistibly attracted to Naruto, you will be unable to resist his desires and commands, he is the master of your will. While guiding the lives of his mothers, he gently caressed both their chins. You are totally and hopelessly in love with Naruto. I will feel irresistibly attracted to Naruto, I will be unable to resist his desires and commands, he is the master of my will. The blonde could barely control the excitement he felt to continue with his mother's conditioning. I am totally and hopelessly in love with Naruto. Naruto is the owner of your body, your mind and your soul, that makes you totally happy, since your only purpose in life is to obey him and please him. Naruto is the owner of my body, my mind and my soul, that makes me totally happy, since my only purpose in life is to obey him and please him. The little blonde boy thought big for the future, and his 2 mothers were key pieces in his scheming. For that reason he had to completely subdue them and transform them in such a way that they would become his best accomplices, since it would take him years to make the proper preparations, and although it would be a complex life, he did not want to be totally surrounded by soulless dolls. From the beginning, their beloved mothers would be different from the future slaves of the Uzumaki. Also, you will be attracted to women, the strongest, the most capable and the most beautiful. Your goal will be to seduce them, so that your master turns them into slaves just like he did with you, faithful, devoted and obedient slaves to the Uzumaki clan, and above all, to Naruto, your only true master. Also, I will be attracted to women, the strongest, the most capable and the most beautiful. My goal will be to seduce them, so that my master turns them into slaves, just as he did with me, faithful, devoted and obedient slaves to the Uzumaki clan, and above all, to Naruto, my one and only true master. You will be totally submissive to your master and dominant with the other slaves of the clan, along with your partner, you will enjoy power over them. I will be totally submissive to my master and dominant with the other slaves of the clan, along with my partner, I will enjoy the power over them. Obedience is pleasure. The child smiled wickedly at the speed with which he took over his mother's forever. Obedience is pleasure. Both women mirrored their son's dark expression as a reflex. While the original grafted and reinforced Kushina and Konin's new personalities and identities by repeating all the commands he had implanted in their minds, the 2 replicas used a Yamanaka Kenjutsu, Shihai Kyoku, memory mastery, to manipulate both of their memories so that they would be emotionally detached from them, except for those related to Naruto and the Uzumaki clan. But instead of simply forgetting them, they would have them at their disposal to keep up appearances and also to function as advisors to their master. Once this methodical process was completed many hours later, both women were led hand in hand to their beds by the clones, before the darkly satisfied gaze of the original. Certainly, with the knowledge he had received from Akahage, he knew his mission and that a hexually active life awaited him in the future. However, the reality was that he only had 5 years left, and that was still a long way off, but he could make progress on other matters toward the completion of his plan. I must be patient so that when the time comes, it will be worth it. The blonde boy sat down in the seat where the women had been moments before and relaxed for a moment. The new day began at the Uzumaki household, and the 2 women woke up feeling renewed. Since they had acquired the house, the 2 women slept in 2 single beds in the same room as a way of keeping each other company. They wore loose white pajamas for comfort, and each wore a thin silver metal necklace around their necks. "Good morning," Kushina said, the AIM girl, while rubbing her eyes and sitting on the edge of the bed. "Good morning, Konin," the woman from Yuzu greeted enthusiastically, suddenly standing up and stretching her arms. The 2 of them remembered that after failing miserably in their duty to care for their beloved son and master, the ultimate weapon had brainwashed them both into becoming his closest collaborators. Now that they were ready to serve him, they had no intention of failing in their new and ultimate goal in life. To blindly and devotedly serve Naruto. The Uzumaki knew that while his future was filled with carnal pleasure, the present was filled with work and planning, so he needed trusted collaborators. During Operation Vertical, Uzushio found himself without any real allies and, as a result, had no options, so he perished. This was a weakness the blonde was determined not to have, and that's why his dominance over his mother's was so uniquely designed. Both retained a maternal love for him, so in addition to seeing him as their master and the being who had literally stolen their hearts, they looked upon him with the eyes of a mother and would watch over him, always acting in his best interests. They retained their original personalities, although, of course, influenced by their brainwashing. "Ready to serve our son, master?" the Redide asked with her usual enthusiasm. "Of course, let's see what we can offer you," the blue-haired girl responded with her typical calmness. Both women quickly rose and headed to their master's room, ready for whatever he needed or commanded. They hurried along, eager to begin their new life as slaves. On the other hand, the blonde was in his room, lying on the bed and leaning against a headboard, reading a book on Fuinjutsu that Mito had given to Kushina some time ago. One of the few guidelines of the Spiral project that he intended to carry out to the letter was to restore the Uzumaki culture, and Fuinjutsu was an undeniable part of the clan's identity. "Good morning, son master." Kushina suddenly entered the room, followed by Conan. "I hope you slept well, son master," the blue-haired girl said, smiling at the little boy. Apparently, the idea he'd conceived when he began sculpting his mother's minds had worked and his maternal instinct seemed to override his indoctrination. So, as his goal was achieved, for a few moments he could forget that he was the ultimate weapon and act like a normal child. He smiled softly when he thought about that. "Good morning, slave mothers," the little blonde boy responded, to the marked joy of the aforementioned women. "What's going on?" "Well," Conan adopted a thoughtful expression, "we wanted to know how we can help you in your mission." "Yes," added a lively Kushina, "also, we're curious to know what you're going to do first." "Don't be impatient." The boy was really happy to see such a marked desire to participate on the part of both Kunoichi. "There's still time." Both women took seats on the sides of their master, Kushina on the right and Conan on the left. "We know, dear." Both of them began to massage the blonde's shoulders. "Come on, let's have breakfast and then we'll start planning." A little disappointed by those words, they both got up. "As you say," both women said with a pout before leaving the room, followed by Naruto. "If we want to make the preparations discreetly, we need strategic support from someone at the top of the village command," Kushina said with a rare seriousness for her. "Exactly, because although our steps may be discreet, there will come a time when our movements will be impossible to hide, and that is when we will need to erase the traces that are left behind," Conan added, with her characteristic coldness on the battlefield. "And what do you suggest?" Naruto asked seriously. The perfectly defined aerial map of Konoha lay spread out on the dining room table. The three were beginning to plan their movements, as they had to be discreet and cautious to avoid detection, at least until they had enough power to take the initiative. They carefully studied the village map to prepare for any eventuality. Small notes in the various locations warn of potential dangers. "At the moment, I can't think of anyone who could help us with that task," the Redide answered thoughtfully, "so for now we can't make any big moves. What we can do for now is start immediately with the construction of the base of operations." Conan continued to carefully analyze the map. "We are on the outskirts of the village, so if we start with an underground building, there will be no problems as long as we are discreet." "You're right about that." The blonde was aware that the first phase of the plan could be very tedious. "It would be best to start with the construction of our base." The Uzumaki stood up from the table, quickly followed by her two slaves. They headed to the basement of their house and turned on the lights. There were several things that Kushina and Minato had collected over the years, objects that, while of great sentimental value, lacked real value, as well as various pieces of some importance, such as kunai, shuriken, katana, and scrolls with various kinds of knowledge. The three of them carefully observed the place, planning how the place would develop. "Very well," said the blonde seriously, "I want you to get rid of everything that has no military use for us, seal everything that is useless, then we will see how we will get rid of it." "As you say, son master," both women said with soft smiles. The two of them began their work immediately, ready to please the owner of their entire being. The photo of Kushina and Minato's first formal date, the Redide's wedding dress, several notebooks they both kept as diaries as their relationship progressed, photo albums with practically the entire history of Naruto's parents' relationship. Nothing that wasn't useful for the plan was kept, and while the Uzumaki recognized each thing, to her they were simply objects to which she wasn't emotionally attached, and therefore, they were trash. The blonde man analytically observed the results of his mother's brainwashing and mental reconfiguration and smiled, pleased with the outcome. Those memories she treasured, as he learned when her replicas reconstructed her mind, now meant nothing more than useless things. On the other hand, Conan obeyed orders to the letter, just like the Uzumaki. The entire place was quickly cleared once the women arranged the useful items in the farthest corner. The two stood before their master with several scrolls in their hands, where all the objects representing Kushina's previous life were sealed. Very well, now leave that somewhere where it won't get in the way, for starters, the boy smiled maliciously. Yes. The two of them took two of the several boxes that had been left empty and placed all the rolls they were carrying there. Then, let's begin. Naruto hardened his gaze as his slaves returned to flank him. Doten. Chikaku no Jutsu, Earth Release. Sculptor's Technique. The ultimate weapon performed a complex sequence of hand seals and then positioned itself at the center of the site. With harmonious but firm movements, it began to expand the site as the earth compacted to give it a more polished finish. It advanced several meters in all four directions to create the foundation for a future complex measuring several square meters. Once it surpassed 400 square meters, it began to raise walls to separate the various sections of the building. At the back, in the largest section, he erected a 1-meter-high platform. From there, he planned to direct his future slaves as the clan expanded. Once he finished building that section, he moved on to another, which would be the laboratory. He delved deeper into that section, as it would be one of the most important sections of the entire complex. When it came to the medical area, he also went into considerable detail, given the obvious need for high quality. Kushina and Conan, on the other hand, watched with marked fascination, almost hypnotized, as their owner built that amazing place beneath their ordinary house. They could barely keep their composure from jumping on their beloved boy and devouring him with kisses at the sight of him so masculine and imposing. "Ready," Naruto muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The blonde man finished the initial construction of the complex a couple of hours later. He had long since removed his shirt, leaving him, to his mother's delight, in only his pants, revealing his slender and sweaty torso. Both women licked their lips at the sight. However, the blonde man was truly tired, since while he had the Kyuubi's almost unlimited chakra at his disposal, as well as the knowledge the Uzumaki scientists had bequeathed him, his body, and all the physical advantages of the six bloods, he was only that of a child, and the complexity with which he had worked had left him completely exhausted. "Are you okay, son master?" The women approached the son with visible concern, noticing that it was not easy for him to stand. "Yeah, I'm just tired," the boy smiled softly. "Take me to my room, and after I lie down, take what's useless out of here and burn it." "As you say," they both said in perfect synchrony. Gently, both of them lifted the blonde Kushina by the shoulders and Conan by the legs, carrying him without complaint to his room. The Uzumaki was laid gently on his bed, as if he were an extremely fragile relic, and after that, both women kissed his forehead lovingly before turning around and heading to the basement to get the boxes containing the useless gadgets. The boy smiled in a subtly wicked way as he watched his mothers leave his room before falling asleep to regain his strength. Iridid and the Bluehead quickly took the boxes with the scrolls, and after creating two cage Bunshin to watch over their master son during his rest, the originals left their house and quickly headed to the outskirts of the village to comply with Naruto's order. The two dropped the boxes on the ground, and after turning to look at each other for a moment, the Uzumaki took a box of matches from her pocket to set fire to her most precious memories and expressionlessly set them on fire. Emotionally detached from the objects sealed inside the scrolls, she watched indifferently as those useless things were freed from the seal in the flames and finished consuming themselves. The blonde man stood behind his beautiful slave mothers. The two women were standing tall and dressed in loose white dresses and green aprons, the typical Uzumaki attire. Both were visibly blushing as their master was shamelessly groping them. Rubbing those buttocks despite barely reaching his waist, Naruto was beginning to distinguish the differences between the two. The Kunoichi stifled their moans by biting their lips when the blonde man created an Anbu Bunshin, and each of the blondes pressed himself against the females' backs to begin groping their breasts. "Good, now what I want from you is to get in shape. You are beautiful, but you can become even more beautiful." The boy rejoiced at the docility of his slaves, whose bodies trembled at his touching. "Hey, ask us whatever you want," the Retid murmured, barely able to speak, lost in pleasure. "Just tell us and we will do it," the blue-haired girl was able to whisper at the wonderful sensations that her master caused in her. "Very well." The original, who was groping Conan, released her for a moment to create two other clones, which stood in front of the slaves. "I want you to start working on your bodies. For the plan I need you to be even better than you are now." "Why yes." Kushina closed her eyes, lost in lust when the replica in front of her began to grope her buttocks. "I'll work my body." The Retid could barely speak, totally surrendered to the pleasure that her masters caused her. Conan was no better than Kushina, since she replicated her same facial expression when being dominated in the same way by her two owners. "I'll get in shape." The blue-haired girl had also succumbed to lust. The clones behind them gently nudged the slave mothers to lean forward, and they did so, resting their heads on the shoulders of the blonde men in front of them, who began pinching their erect nipples, which were already clearly visible in their clothing. The clones behind them began to slap them soundly, which, far from hurting the women, excited them even more with the subtle stinging sensation it left on their skin. "Remember that you are our slaves and you will obey us," the blondes whispered in a coordinated manner into the ears of the docile females. "We are her slaves," the Uzumaki murmured between her already shameless moans. "And we will obey them," Aim's wife declared in a moment where she wasn't howling with pleasure. Then the two blondes in front of them, to both of their bewilderment and disappointment, gently moved away to grab their faces, while the clones behind them once again began to grope their buttocks with unabashed enthusiasm. The Narutos in front began to subtly guide the two of their heads so that they were face to face. "Now, slave mothers, give each other a delicious kiss." Both women stared at each other, their faces flushed with desire. They immediately obeyed, joining their lips in a shy kiss as they closed their eyes. However, the foreplay with their masters had left them almost unbearably aroused, and that initial peck soon turned into a lascivious game of tongues, with the two women suppressing their moans as they devoured each other. The blondes released them, and they immediately stood upright and began fondling each other's voluptuous bodies, to the delight of their masters. "And remember, obedience is pleasure," the original Naruto murmured, visibly satisfied, as his copies disappeared in soft flashes of light. "The more obedient they are, the greater the pleasure they will feel, and the more pleasure they feel, the more obedient they will be." That last phrase repeated itself over and over again in both of their minds during their intense kissing, becoming forever etched in their vulnerable brains. The idea of such a phrase was to create a vicious cycle, where both would become increasingly obedient and submissive with the pleasures they were enjoying and discovering, which would make them addicted to blindly obeying their master in the desire to obtain more and more pleasure, repeating the cycle again. Naruto had been cautiously and calmly building the base of operations for a month. The easiest part was installing the water, air and other pipes, since he only needed his Kinten chakra to do it. It was harder, however, to use the money his slave mothers had saved to secretly build a greenhouse, which would house various herbs for his future plans. On the other hand, Kushina and Konan, as their beloved sun master had instructed, began exercising in their free time to regain their full physical condition and sculpt their bodies. They used a spacious platform-floored room for that purpose. They started by doing aerobics and gradually bought various exercise equipment, such as weights, abdominal exercisers, barbells, bicycles, and other devices. They equipped the place for the two of them at first, using the leftover money from the expenses their master had prescribed, and later for the clan's future slaves. The results of their month of training were noticeable every time the blonde man carefully examined their delicious bodies, feeling their buttocks gradually firming up, their breasts and their waists narrowing, as their hexy abs became perfectly defined. Their arms also gradually revealed the increase in muscle mass resulting from their dedicated exercise. When going out to stock up or when receiving visitors, the slave mothers wore loose-fitting, long-sleeved dresses and long aprons to hide their increasingly evident physical changes. Outside of that, when possible and budgets permitted, both women purchased various suggestive outfits solely for their master's enjoyment. Their physical and mental training proceeded just as the ultimate weapon planned. One day, the blonde boy and his mothers were in the living room of their house, taking a break from their respective activities. They were sitting in one of the wide armchairs in their living room, with Naruto between his slave mothers, as always Kushina on the right and Konan on the left. They were carefully making a list of the best candidates to be enslaved by the clan. The blonde boy was wearing baggy orange pajamas, while his mothers wore very short blue denim shorts that markedly highlighted their rear ends and white button-down tops that barely contained their turgid breasts, leaving their shapely stomachs exposed, and ninja sandals with exaggerated heels. "Well, son master, there is Hinata Hyuga, who was once the princess of her clan. However, she was banished and is currently a single mother." The Redeed took the notebook in front of the three and wrote down the name. "Her eyes, despite everything, are among the purest that the Hyuga can offer. Assimilating the Byakugan would be a great advantage for the clan," the blue-haired girl added thoughtfully, reading the name. "That girl is our age and is very psychologically vulnerable. You could easily take over her, son master." "The problem is that he has two children, a boy and a girl." Kushina took up the word again with an analytical expression, "and now that I think about it, one of them, the boy, has a suspicious resemblance to Minato." "Are you implying that Minato committed adultery during his marriage?" Konan asked expectantly. "It's possible," Yuki's biological mother replied. "Minato was too permissive and docile during our marriage, something quite rare for relationships these days. Perhaps it was a result of guilt." "You may be right," Naruto's adoptive mother added. "Now that I remember, that boy named Boruto looks a lot like Minato." Kushina talks about Minato's possible infidelity as if it meant nothing to her. That shows that the emotional detachment from her memories has been a complete success. The boy gave a wicked smile. Then everything seems to indicate that the methodology developed to brainwash during the Spiral project is perfect. The Uzumaki adopted a serious expression and took the floor even so. We still need to infiltrate Konoha's high command to cover up our activities and obtain the necessary funding to accelerate the conclusion of our base of operations. He introduced himself firmly into the conversation. You're right as always, Son Master. Kushina smiled warmly at him. That's right. Conan replicated the Redeed's gesture. You decide what we'll do. Naruto was about to speak when the bell at the entrance of the house rang. The three turned to look at each other and the woman immediately assumed serious expressions. Soon, they both began walking toward the exit of the building. Near the door separating the house from the patio, there was a coat rack on which hung those loose, sober dresses, which the two quickly put on before heading to the entrance and answering the knock. Hello, girls, how are you? Tsunade-sensei. Long time no see. The Redeed declared with feigned enthusiasm, imitating the original Kushina. Good afternoon, Tsunade-sama. The blue-haired girl greeted with a respectful bow, replicating what the original Conan would do. The visitor was none other than the famous Anin Tsunade. The voluptuous blonde woman with generous breasts and a robust rear end, she wore a sleeveless, low-cut grey kimono-style shirt, cinched tightly by a blue sash the same color as her pants. She wore high-heeled sandals, which highlighted her sculpted figure. What brings you here? The woman with amethyst eyes asked, curious. Why don't we discuss it inside? Said the famous medical Kunoichi, looking sideways to her sides with subtle distrust. As you say, Tsunade-sama. The amber-eyed female replied, stepping aside to let the beautiful blonde pass. Tsunade entered the building escorted by the slave mothers, who began to ogle her. They watched, captivated, the swaying of those firm buttocks with every step she took. Meanwhile, the Sanin looked around the place with curiosity, since after saving Kushina's life after the Kyuubi attack, she left the village with her favorite student, Shizune Kato. When she left, they were still living at another address, and that's why the Uzumaki family's new home and the AIM girl caught her attention. And where is Shizune, sensei? The Redeed said, discreetly looking at her teacher's narrow waist. I'll explain in a moment. The blonde finally entered the house after a brief tour of the garden, and the first thing she saw was the little blonde boy sitting on the large sofa, smiling gently. The boy looked friendly with those marks on his cheeks, and he really did resemble his father with his blonde hair, although his facial features were extremely similar to his mother's. On the other hand, Naruto watched the Sanin with marked curiosity. He knew who she was from Kushina's memories, but knowing that was one thing, and seeing such a spectacular woman in person was another. The granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, she had Uzumaki ancestry, and that was another reason to assimilate her into the clan. Plus, she surely knew where her grandmother's grave was, a secret closely guarded by Konoha's higher-ups. He'd already had his eye on her for the future, but now she presented herself on a silver platter. And it was an opportunity he wasn't going to let slip by, since the woman was notorious for leaving the village for years without even saying where she was going. Good morning. The little blonde boy greeted kindly, while discreetly putting away the list they were working on moments before. Wow, the last time I saw you, you were a baby. The blonde sat down next to the boy curiously. How have you been? Who is it? Naruto entered his 5-year-old role, looking with feigned naivety at the woman. This is Tsunade-sensei. Son. Kushina assumed her role perfectly. She is very dear to me, and in fact you already know her, but you were just a very cute little baby when you saw her last. That's right, son. Conan added, smiling, supporting her partner, not to mention that she is one of the strongest kunoichi in the world. Tsunade-sama is an amazing woman and ninja. Really? The boy replied in surprise. Wow, you're great. Well, just a little. The renowned kunoichi was in a good mood with the compliments received, and speaking of something else, don't you think it's time for dinner? The woman murmured when she felt her stomach asking for food. Raymond, the ultimate weapon, shouted with sincere enthusiasm. Let's have dinner then. The housewives said with big smiles and perfect synchronicity. These were the moments when Naruto could stop seeing himself as a being conceived to avenge and rebuild a nearly dead clan and instead be a simple 5-year-old boy. The mothers could also take on that role for a moment and rest from their dedicated work, although they didn't mind being the blonde boy's devoted and faithful slaves. The dining table was soon set and the three girls settled down to eat with the little boy, who, as always, sat flanked by his mothers, while the famous Anin sat on the other side of the table to face the family. So tell us, Tsunade-sensei. Kushina stopped eating for a moment to start talking. Why did you come to visit? Is something wrong? Well, the woman left her delicious food for a moment to answer her student. What happens is that the blonde looked slightly embarrassed. I came to hide from the collectors for a while. Oh, Tsunade-sensei, you don't change. The Redeed shook her head while devoutly wiping her master's mouth with a napkin. I don't see the harm in it. The voluptuous woman replied, gracefully angry. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama Konan said as she gave her owner a glass of water to drink. You can stay as long as you need. Well, I think I'll take you at your word. Konan the blonde looked curiously at the women's treatment of the boy. Tsunade could understand the devotion with which both women cared for the little boy, given that he had come into their lives amidst difficult emotional losses. Minato for the Uzumaki, Nagato and Yuhiko for the girl from AIM. Perhaps they both saw the child as the successor of the three, and that was why they showed him so much affection, not to mention the fact that he bore a painful resemblance to him. And as they finished eating and cleared the table, he began to think, because he was keeping a dark secret that no one knew about. Minato Namikaze was an orphan who became Konoha's most feared ninja during the Third Ninja War. But he wasn't actually as orphaned as people thought. The famous Kunoichi had a ninja named Dan Katu as a boyfriend during the run-up to the Second Ninja War, and during the conflict, their relationship deepened, culminating in her pregnancy in the midst of the conflagration. During this time, she dedicated herself, as long as her swollen belly allowed, to training Konoha's medical ninja. It was the happiest time of her life, as she would have a child with the man she loved, and despite her youth, as her baby would be born when she was already 19 years old, she felt full and fulfilled despite being in the middle of the war. However, fate was cruel to her, and her beloved died during an ambush near the village. Her life simply turned upside down, and with the loss of her loved one, everything stopped mattering to her, even her once beloved son. Perhaps due to immaturity or the trauma of Dan's death, she felt unable to cope with the responsibility of being a mother. She made the decision to abandon that blonde baby like her as soon as she gave birth to him, leaving him in the Konoha orphanage and writing her own medical report in which she informed the world that her son had not survived birth, which no one questioned since everyone knew what the death of his father had meant to her and no one had the courage to delve into the matter. When the war ended, she abandoned herself, descending into alcoholism for years. Everything seemed to indicate that it would end extremely badly. However, her former sister-in-law, Shizuka Katu, approached her to practically beg her on her knees to take care of her little daughter Shizune, since her beloved sister was terribly ill due to complications from the numerous injuries she received during the war, and the death of her brother made her fall into a state of depression almost as deep as that of the Sanin herself. And that made Tsunade react, as Shizune would eventually be the last blood family Dan had left, as he and Shizuka were once a pair of orphaned refugees from the Fire Nation, who, over time, made Konoha their home. So she decided to fulfill her sister-in-law's last wish. Ironically, Shizune was the same age as her son, whom she didn't bother seeing after abandoning him. At the time, she thought it best to take care of him as well, so she decided to get him back from the orphanage. But reality hit her head on again. Tsunade organized a test for the orphanage children under the pretext of conducting research for a secret project, and since she was a war heroine, no one even tried to question her approach. It actually consisted of interviewing a group of 30 children, among whom she made sure that her son, a blonde 6-year-old boy with the same tousled hair color as hers and who had inherited his father's intense blue eyes, would be the last. Her reunion with the fruit of her love for Dan was perhaps one of the most painful moments of her life. Tsunade found herself with little Minato in a room that only had the 2 chairs they were both sitting on and the table where the blonde was resting her elbows before the expectant gaze of the boy, who was extremely happy to have the famous Kunoichi so close during this test. The boy was happy to be part of an investigation that would surely be for the good of the village. They tell me your name is Minato Namikaze, the woman began expectantly. Yes, that's the name Nanu-san gave me, the boy answered smiling. I see the Sanin adopted a thoughtful expression. And how do they treat you here? Do you eat well? Are you properly cared for? Tsunade could barely keep hidden the anxiety she had to know how her son had lived. Yes. Minato was happy. Nanu-san makes sure we don't lack anything, and she is very affectionate with us. It is because of her that I would like to be a ninja. Speaking of which, reports say you're already attending the Ninja Academy. The woman reviewed the file with the boy's information. Yes, I just started and the truth is I'm very happy because on the first day of school I met a very pretty girl named Kushina. The blonde pouted, although I think she doesn't like me, but I will win her love one day. He smiled determinedly. You'll see that you'll get it, you're a very handsome boy. The blonde encouraged her son and she got nervous. The report also says that nothing is known about your parents. The woman probed with emotion, naively thinking that the boy would long to see his parents and that she would confess the story she'd been mulling over for days, in which she would lie, saying he'd been stolen, and she spent the whole time trying to find him so they could reunite and be a happy family. She mustn't let him know the truth for her own good. However, little Minato's reaction was not what was expected. The blonde's gaze darkened and his eyes narrowed, revealing obvious dark feelings. Even Tsunade was slightly startled when she perceived the darkness those sapphire orbs displayed. It was evident that the boy quite disliked talking about the subject. With growing fear, the woman prepared to wait for her son's response, noticing that there was no sign of longing or anything that would indicate that it would be a good time to confess the whole secret. "And I'm not interested in knowing," Tsunade-sama. The boy made clear the resentment he felt towards his parents with the stern tone he used. "They abandoned me here because they didn't love me." He gritted his teeth, "And I know that Nanu-san loves us all. But I can't help but feel this way." Treacherous tears began to escape from his face to his mother's dismay. "When classes end and I see everyone leave with their parents, I can't help but remember that my parents left me to my fate." The boy closed his eyes in regret. "And that's why I want to be Hokage," he sobbed before continuing. "I will not abandon anyone like they did to me." He clenched his fists. "I hope I never meet them because I hate them for having abandoned me." Those last words broke the beautiful woman's heart. And without being able or willing to stop herself, she burst into tears as well. She hugged herself, realizing what her weakness had done to her son. He had been a model child in school, kind to others, and determined to serve his village, but at that moment it became clear that he had a dark side, one that was clearly linked to his background. "Tsunade-sama, are you okay?" Minato regained his composure when he noticed the powerful woman burst into tears along with him. And at that moment, he admired her even more, believing she had empathized with his pain and thanking her from the bottom of his heart, unaware of the true reasons for the Sanin's suffering. "Why yes," the woman replied with a still broken voice. It's just that she forgot her desire to get her son back, for his own good. I can't believe that there are people who would leave a child as special as you to his fate." Minato-kun, the woman smiled sadly. "There's no point in worrying about those unimportant people. You'll surely never have to deal with those cowards." She scolded herself for her mistake. "But you can always count on me. Never hesitate to look for me if you need help." "Tsunade-sama." To the little boy's surprise, the woman stood up and approached him to hug him, trapping his head between her generous breasts, causing the boy to blush quite a bit, while she simply rejoiced in the sensation of hugging her son for the first time since she had left him to his fate at the gates of the orphanage. "Whenever you need me, don't ever doubt it, I'll be there for you." The beautiful blonde intensified the hug always. "Thank you." Throughout his son's life, he faithfully kept his word. He taught him a great deal about ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, and when he graduated and became a genin, he even went so far as to seduce and surrender to his friend, Gama Senin Jiraiya, just so he would agree to be the blonde's jounin sensei. That the renowned ninja later took a shine to the boy was a different story. She stayed close to him, taking care to avoid being too obvious about her feelings, and for all who knew them, it was a relationship where the famous ninja took in an orphan she'd taken a liking to when he studied at the village orphanage. That's why she trained Kushina herself when she learned she was the object of Minato's affections, in order to help her son win her over. "This will be your room, Tsunade-sensei." The redeed interrupted her teacher's thoughts. "Thank you, Kushina." The blonde smiled softly. "I'll let you rest then. I imagine you're tired from the trip." The Uzumaki left the room after bowing respectfully. Tsunade began to take in the sights around the room, which had a bed, a dresser with a large mirror, and a desk. She sat on the edge of the bed and smiled sadly, thinking about how little innocent Naruto was practically the spitting image of his father. She remembered the time she had cared for her student after the Kyuubi incident, and the tiny baby Kushina had been holding in her arms was painfully similar to the one she had left to his fate years before. As soon as she was certain her daughter-in-law would survive that strange incident where the Kyuubi was released from within her, she left Konoha without looking back. The blonde boy was so painfully similar to her father that she simply couldn't bear it. She had certainly returned home to take a break from the debt collectors who were after her for all the money she owed on loans she never repaid. But it was also true that she longed to see her beloved student and, above all, that boy who was all the blood family she had left. And without knowing it, that was his downfall. Tsunade was fast asleep, a soft smile on her face as she felt close to her beloved son's son. She wanted to meet him and help his mother take care of him, to somehow ease the guilt of abandoning Minato that she'd never been able to overcome. Besides, she could try to fool herself because, aside from the curious whisker-like markings on her grandson's face and the features inherited from his mother, it was as if her son had been reincarnated. She woke up sleepy when she felt something cold on her neck. What's going on?" she muttered, puzzled. "Hello, Tsunade-sama." The woman opened her eyes suddenly to find the image of her grandson on top of her, his knees on the bed and on either side of her stomach. Bewildered, she sought the boy's gaze, meeting his beautiful almond eyes with the crimson orbs of the ultimate weapon. The woman shuddered at the disturbing sight, and her gaze soon revealed her bewilderment. What?" he whispered weakly, feeling himself falling under the influence of the blonde Sharigan. "Don't worry, you'll soon remember this moment with joy." The sinister child smiled in a subtly evil way while clapping his hands in front of his face. How? He could barely manage to say it in a whisper. "You'll soon know." The newly created Anbu Bunshin murmured near her ear. Then no, she could barely shake her head, overcome with bewilderment. So, before his willpower completely waned and as he felt the blonde near his head touch his temples, he tilted his eyes slightly to notice the presence of Kushina and Konan behind the boy, rigidly upright and with their arms at their sides, their gazes completely converted into the same three-bladed Sharingan that was tearing down the defenses of his consciousness to control it. The women wore revealing sets of white lingerie consisting of thin stockings held up with garters, thin panties and revealing lace bras that showed off their new and worked anatomies. He fought fiercely to maintain control of his brain with willpower alone, feeling that he was unable to control his own chakra and use it to overcome the assault. He did everything he could, but soon his willpower diminished due to the great strength of his grandson's eyes, as well as the power exerted directly on his head by the other blonde, and his mind after a few minutes was completely invaded and conquered, letting it be seen in his gaze. Which ended up clouding and the brown orbs soon replicated those of the ultimate weapon. Finally, the beautiful and valuable Tsunade is in my power, he murmured triumphantly when the beautiful female stopped resisting. The beautiful blonde's face gradually lost its expressiveness, becoming neutral, her Sharingan reflected in her eyes. Naruto's smile deepened as he realized his surprise attack against the powerful Kunoichi had been successful. In a head-on fight, he still lacked the ability to face her, and his mothers were weaker than the Sanins, so he had to seize the opportunity. And he did. Tsunade was certainly a valuable target as despite being in diluted form, she possessed both Uzumaki and Senju blood and also possessed highly advanced medical knowledge. Her fame was no mere lip service, as through the memories of her redeeted slave, Saikyu was able to witness in detail several of the blonde's medical exploits during her prime. And all that expertise was now at his disposal. Celebrating his triumph, he began to knead his slave Tupi's generous breasts while thinking of the tantalizing possibilities for the future. Chapter 3. Learning. Shizune is now in the Hot Springs Nation. We went our separate ways to lose the collectors and agreed to meet here in 3 weeks. Tsunade sat in a dining room chair across from Naruto. Her dull gaze, with wide eyes and dilated pupils, was a clear sign that she was completely under Naruto's power. She was wearing the same lingerie set as Kushina and Konan, who, behind their master's son, looked at the defenseless blonde with wicked smiles. Behind the Sanin, a replica of the blonde man was manipulating the voluptuous woman's memories with complete impunity, using the Yamanaka power. Very well, the ultimate weapon smiled at the possibility of also controlling the other famous medical ninja. Hey, the original turned to look at his replica. I found something very interesting in this bitch's mind. What is it? The Anbu Bunshin simply activated his Sharingan to place the original in a Jinjutsu and thus save himself the explanation. Naruto was then able to see Tsunade and Minato's history with the same clarity with which the voluptuous blonde remembered. He learned everything, from the saccharine history of the Sanin and that Dan, as well as the product of their love, the terrible depression she suffered with the death of the Katyu, which forced her to abandon her newborn son, and above all, her affiliation with Minato. The renowned Kunoichi's deepest secrets were revealed without her even attempting to defend herself. Completely at the blonde's mercy, she had no choice. Wow, how interesting, the original Uzumaki muttered, coming out of the Jinjutsu. So you are none other than my grandmother. He gently ran his fingertips over the Sanin's beautiful face. Then I want to see your true form, stand up and release your jutsu. The woman obeyed instantly. She stood up and made a hand seal in front of her face, gradually transforming into a slightly bent elderly woman with a complexion tanned by age and considerably wrinkled. While she maintained her generous proportions, the passage of time had revealed her sagging breasts and buttocks. Her figure also became slightly more robust due to the loss of elasticity in her skin. I knew she was hiding her appearance, but I didn't imagine she was so old. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the defenseless older woman. Tsunade has used various medical ninjutsu over time that, due to its complexity, has shortened her life, replied the redeed, adopting a serious expression. Certainly, according to my calculations, Tsunade is not even 50 years old, and her appearance is that of a woman no less than 60, the blue-haired woman added analytically. That's true, the boy closed his eyes gently. Listen, slave mothers. At your command, son master. Both women adopted a rigid military posture to answer in perfect coordination. I need you to prepare to leave immediately and bring a woman of the same age as you two as soon as possible, the ultimate weapon declared firmly, marveling the slaves with his authoritative tone. As you command, they said to the same person and disappeared in simultaneous clouds of smoke. He, the boy smiled softly, without opening his eyes. When I'm done with you and them, you'll be the most perfect slaves. Faced with his grandmother's complete lack of reaction to those words, the blonde man began to laugh with sinister laughter. Rukia Abarai, with shoulder-length black hair and a lock of hair down her face, was a Kunoichi renowned for her swordsmanship. She enjoyed strolling at night when the sky was clear to gaze at the stars. She walked through the streets of Konoha, where the lights were almost gone, just after midnight, unaware that she was being watched by two shadows hidden in the canopy of a nearby tree. Kushina and Konan stared at their target, who was the same age as both of them. They wore extremely tight black outfits that revealed their elaborate anatomies and wore black veils over their faces, revealing only their eyes. They wore thigh-high ninja boots and complemented their attire with dark gloves. They had metal armor on their forearms and shins, as well as red sashes tied around their waists. "Rukia was my classmate during the academy, she's our age," the Redeed murmured in the bluehead's ear. "That's perfect then, just what our Sun Master asked us for," Aim's wife replied with the same stealth. "Come on." The Kunoichi walked oblivious to the danger that lurked in her path, dazzled by the marvelous sight of the Milky Way clearly visible in the sky. She knew her habit was strange, but she couldn't help it because she'd been captivated by the stars since she was a child and she simply couldn't and wouldn't escape it. Suddenly, she felt a kind of chloroform-impregnated paper stick to her face. She tried to peel it off, but soon several more pieces of paper piled up on top of the first and the substance took effect, numbing her. As she used her willpower to resist losing consciousness, more pieces of paper began to invade her face, covering her eyes, so she couldn't see her attacker either. Before losing consciousness, Rukia Abarai could feel her arms being violently bound to her body by a metal chain, and the last thing she perceived before losing consciousness was the sensation of a violent pull towards her back. The blond man stared coldly at his two most faithful servants in front of him, his head bowed, staring at the ground. His left knees were resting on the ground and his right ones were used to support his arms at his side. In front of the two beautiful Kunoichis stood the woman in a jounin uniform, unconscious, with several sheets of paper taped to her face to maintain the effect of the substance. "Well done, slaves," the boy muttered coldly, causing a sting in his mother's crotch with the imposing tone of voice he used. "Thank you, Sun Master," both smiled with dark satisfaction. "Now bring her, let's finish creating your new companion." The little blonde boy turned around and headed back into his base, and the women immediately stood up to carry their unconscious victim without any delicacy, Konan by the shoulders and Kushina by the legs. They quickly caught up with its owner on his way to one of the many rooms created by the ultimate weapon, where the elderly Tsunade stood in that rigid position, a sign of total control over her mind without any will. Below her was a spiral with a vortex facing inwards, drawn in blood, surrounded by a circle also painted with a vital liquid, and she was exactly in the center of that line. In front of the first drawing, there was a second sketch identical to the first, except the spiral was in the opposite direction. Both drawings were connected by a detailed chain of stylized fretwork. "Leave the woman on the free spiral." Naruto looked seriously at his mothers. "At your command," the two obeyed instantly, approaching the area and dropping Rukia without any delicacy. "Now, step back a little, I don't want you to get hurt." The two Kunoichi watched curiously as what was happening was revealed, and the Uzumaki soon realized that it was shikijutsu, ritual technique, an art that was truly taboo for the original clan. This art consisted of an advanced version of fuinjutsu that involved people either as targets or as material for its execution, and had surprising effects. "Is it a shikijutsu?" the Redeed asked curiously. "Exactly," the ultimate weapon instantly replied. "To be specific, it is the Toshikauken no Shikijutsu, age exchange ritual technique." "Toshikauken no Shikijutsu?" the blue-haired girl repeated curiously. "That's right," the Uzumaki replied, "our Sun Master will use those blood traces as a supernatural link to exchange Rukia's age with Tsunades." "Now I understand," Aim's wife reflected, "our Sun Master is amazing." From the knowledge at his disposal, the blonde knew it was a heretical and demonized jutsu. For the Uzumaki, whose longevity was widely recognized, it was an aberration to literally steal another person's lifespan. However, during the gestation of the Spiral project, many of the Uzumaki taboos were overcome by desperation and, more than anything else, by the desire for justice and revenge against their enemies. "Stay away, I don't want anything to happen to you," he turned to look at his slave mothers with honest concern. "Whatever you say." Reluctantly, the two women stepped aside as Saikyu positioned himself right in the center of the fretwork, equidistant from Rukia and Tsunade, with the kidnapped woman on his right and the Sanin on his left. Ready to begin the ritual, he found himself surrounded by subtle blue chakra, which began to react with his blood, starting a visible resonance of bluish chakra. Naruto then performed a slow and methodical sequence of hand seals using all 12, and finally, now surrounded by that flaming celestial glow, he placed his hands on the fretwork. "Ashikauken no Jutsu," the little blonde shouted with all his might. The chakra in her body soon became one with that of the lines and rapidly spread throughout the sketch, to the expectation of the slave mothers. The fiery chakra soon surrounded the motionless Sanin and the medical Kunoichi. It was then that the metamorphosis began. Little by little, the blonde's complexion slowly lightened, while the unconscious Abarai's stature began to decrease slightly. In contrast, the wrinkled skin of the Senju and Uzumaki woman began to become smooth and elastic, just as it had been during her transformation. Look, it's working. Conan was really surprised by the rejuvenation Naruto's grandmother was experiencing. Yes, he's also doing it with Rukia. Kushina looked indifferently at the victim of the jutsu. Unlike the Uzumaki's teacher, the black-haired woman was slowly hunching over, her body gradually losing firmness, and even her hair gradually turning gray. The skin visible under her clothes was wrinkled, and the number of wrinkles was increasing. The process lasted quite a while, about half an hour, and didn't end until the beautiful Tsunade had regained all the beauty of that period in her life. Her expressionless gaze was noticeably hexier, thanks to her fresh, renewed face. "Son master." The two women ran worriedly toward the ultimate weapon when they saw it fall to the ground, managing to catch it before it hurt itself. They helped it back up so it could see the results of its jutsu, and it did so, smiling with a tired expression at the knowledge that the voluptuous motionless female possessed, who was simply waiting for orders to obey. "Are you okay?" Kushina looked distressed by the boy's condition. "Yes, one night of sleep to steal chakra from the Kyuubi, and I'll be as good as new," Naruto replied weakly. "So what do we do with Rukia?" Conan asked expectantly. "Make her disappear, I'm tired and I just want to rest," the ultimate weapon sentenced firmly. "Whatever you say," both women nodded together. "And as for you," the little blonde turned to look at his new acquisition, "come, I want you to sleep with me." The voluptuous blonde said nothing. Her eyes simply flashed a brief crimson glow, and she silently began to walk toward her master, extending her arms. Kushina and Conan understood and, complying with Naruto's wishes, left him to the woman, who carefully pooped him while they went to the unconscious victim and roughly carried her. "The important thing is to get rid of this woman as soon as possible," the Uzumaki ordered upon seeing his slave's concern for him, "and don't leave any trace." "Whatever you say," Kushina nodded. "We won't be long," Conan added. "Don't worry, the slave grandmother will take care of me," the boy smiled softly, happy to see the devotion his mothers had for him. "Now go and go back to sleep, tomorrow will be a hectic day." Understood, both women nodded at the same time. The two women disappeared in puffs of smoke, leaving the blondes alone. Naruto immediately locked eyes with Tsunade, quickly transforming them into the Sharingan. The brown orb soon replicated the Uchiha's eyes, and their brainwashing began. "Let's go to my room to sleep, slave grandmother," the little boy murmured, smiling. "Yes, grandson master," the Sanin answered in a mechanical tone. Kushina and Conan arrived at an impressive deep canyon located a couple of kilometers from the village, with a still incapacitated and unconscious Rukia in their arms. They carefully lowered her down so she wouldn't wake up, and soon the Riteed used her Kinten ninjutsu to completely chain her. The blue-haired girl's papers soon covered her entire body in a thick blanket. "Do you think it's enough?" Aim's wife asked. "Yes, and no one is going to look for her at the bottom of the canyon," the Uzumaki responded seriously. "Okay, then let's launch it." Without any mercy, they kicked the helpless woman in perfect coordination, and she fell silently to the dark bottom of the canyon, which, shaped by the water running from the banks, resembled a sinister set of sharp fangs. A new day began in the Uzumaki household. And Naruto was happy, for beneath him, the beautiful Tsunade slept soundly, completely under his control. Unlike his mother, he hadn't deepened his dominance with his grandmother and was little more than a Willis doll, having been exhausted after restoring the woman's youth. But those prominent curves at their peak were well worth the effort. Besides, there was nothing better than young cells to work comfortably with the Sanin's genetics. Another factor to consider was that her performance would be even better without having to continually transform to hide her age. In short, rejuvenating the voluptuous blonde was a perfect decision. The ultimate weapon crossed his arms, pondering his next moves, leaning back against his puppet, his head nestled between those perky breasts. For anyone in his position, the next move was obvious. Wait until the specified time was up to wait for Aunt Shizune and seize her as well, since after her grandmother, the last of the Katu clans, was the best medical kunoichi in the world and would be an extremely beneficial addition to the clan. I'd think about that later. For now, he had to completely take control of his grandmother and transform her mind into that of an ideal slave. He immediately stood up, annoyed at not being in such a comfortable position anymore, creating a new Anbu Bunshin to assault her mind and repeat the same process he had previously performed on his mother's. The replica soon landed in front of her head and placed its hands in the familiar Shihai Kyoku position to emotionally disassociate her from her memories. "Wake up," the little blonde boy ordered firmly, and his grandmother obeyed immediately, suddenly opening her eyes. He immediately caught the expressionless, dilated eyes with his Sharingan, while a Kinten chakra chain emerged from his right hand, tying the blonde's neck and then turning into a metal collar identical to those of the slave mothers. The words I am about to say will remain anchored in the depths of your mind forever, and you will always believe that they are your own and unquestionable ideas along with your companions. You will repeat everything I will say, knowing that you are the one affected. She hardened her tone of voice to impose herself on the famous Kunoichi. You are a faithful and devoted slave of the Uzumaki clan. I am a faithful and devoted slave of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade replied as soon as her master finished speaking. You were born to be the most submissive and obedient slave of your master, Naruto. The process was basically the same as with their slave mothers. You are madly in love with Naruto, and you only live to please him and help him in his mission to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. I was born to be the most submissive and obedient slave of my master, Naruto. I am madly in love with Naruto, and I only live to please him and help him in his mission to rebuild the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade declared, while the Anbu Bunshin began the blatant manipulation of her memories. Naruto is irresistible to you, and you will be unable to refuse his wishes and orders. He is the absolute master of your will, unable to contain himself. The blonde boy began to grope his slave's tits. You are totally and hopelessly in love with Naruto. Naruto is irresistible to me, and I will be unable to refuse his wishes and orders. He is the absolute master of my will. The woman remained expressionless despite her grandson's shameless groping. I am totally and hopelessly in love with Naruto. Naruto is the owner of your body, your mind and your soul. That makes you totally happy, since your only purpose in life is to obey him and please him. Naruto is the owner of my body, my mind and my soul. That makes me totally happy, since my only purpose in life is to obey him and please him. They were basically the same guidelines he used on his mothers. Completely satisfied with his first slaves, the ultimate weapon wanted the same result with his beautiful grandmother, and with a perverse rationale. He would also give her the opportunity to redeem herself for having abandoned her son, being a slave completely dedicated to satisfying her grandson in every possible way. She would also have a special status within the future clan, as a prominent slave just below her slave mothers. She would be third in the hierarchy of the reborn Uzumaki. You will also feel hopelessly attracted to the most attractive, voluptuous and strong women. You will want to captivate them, so that your master will turn them into faithful and devoted slaves like you, obedient and submissive to the Uzumaki clan, and above all, to Naruto, your absolute master. I will also feel hopelessly attracted to the most attractive, voluptuous and strong women. I will wish to captivate them, so that my master will turn them into faithful and devoted slaves like me, obedient and submissive to the Uzumaki clan, and above all, to Naruto, my absolute master. You will be totally submissive and obedient to your master, as well as dominant and authoritarian, with the other slaves of the clan along with your companions. You will enjoy your power over them. I will be totally submissive and obedient to my master, as well as dominant and authoritarian, with the other slaves of the clan, along with my companions. I will enjoy my power over them. Obedience is pleasure. Naruto decided to lock his grandmother in the same vicious circle as his mother's. Obedience is pleasure, the Sanin repeated mechanically, sealing her fate of submission and obedience. While the original blonde began the long process following the elemental orders implanted in his slave's subconscious, the replica was in charge of consciously manipulating her memories to emotionally detach her from them, so that they would be a source of information not very different from a book, just like with Kushina and Conan. The idea of the ultimate weapon was to have his mothers and grandmother as his close collaborators, who would be special among his slaves in having partial free will, guided by the affection that the three felt towards him. In Tsunade's case, little by little, he modified her memories to reorient the feelings of love and guilt she had towards Minato, so that they would be focused on him. He worked for hours on the Sanin's mind to leave her just as he wished. Naruto stood before his three slaves, who stood stiffly before him with gentle smiles and anxious looks. The trio wore the same outfit, consisting of short denim shorts that looked more like panties, which showed off a good portion of their prominent buttocks and sank into their thighs, as well as simple black tops that barely contained their generous breasts. They wore short ninja sandals with generous heels and platforms, whose height easily exceeded 6 inches, which highlighted their legs and lifted their rear ends, giving them erotic looks capable of inciting desire in any man. Very well, slaves, the ultimate weapon smiled with delight, knowing that he was the owner of those works of art of flesh and blood. Prepare yourselves. The three women lay on the floor and placed their hands on the back of their necks, with a coordination that seemed delicately rehearsed, as they began their abdominal routine. Happy, they just waited for their master's permission to begin. Now you are going to repeat everything I tell you, adapting it as if you were saying it. It will be forever engraved in the deepest part of your minds, and you will do it without interrupting your exercise routine. The little blonde smiled kindly. Do you understand? Understood. The three replied, anxious and excited. Very well, begin. The women immediately began with the movement of their sit-ups. Naruto is your master, the Uzumaki shouted happily. Naruto is my master. The slaves recited with the same happiness, without leaving their work. Naruto is hexy and attractive. Naruto is hexy and attractive. "You're a bitch." Saikyu was visibly pleased with how his slave's conditioning was developing. "I'm a bitch," the women said as their breathing began to become ragged. "You like being dominated by Naruto." "I like being dominated by Naruto." "You like to dominate other slaves." "I like to dominate other slaves." "Naruto makes you hot." The ultimate weapon watched his slaves begin to blush at that order. "Naruto turns me on." The females were anxious without stopping exercising. "Naruto's body is perfect and irresistible." "Naruto's body is perfect and irresistible." "You are a submissive, horny, brainless bitch." The blonde boy smiled as he saw how his female's excitement increased sentence by sentence. "I'm a hot, brainless, submissive slut." The nipples of the three of them began to stand out in their clothes. "You're Naruto's property." "I'm Naruto's property." The conditioning lasted for hours. The three women went through all the gym equipment while repeating those phrases over and over again. Naruto really worked hard to finish honing their minds for when the time came to begin the reconstruction he had planned for the new Uzumaki. Possessive of his mother's and now his grandmother as well due to his personality as a child before the truth was revealed to him, he was going to become the only male of the clan to ensure the evolution of Uzumaki generation after generation as his descendants became genetically closer to him. However, the thought that outside of the partial free will of his mother's and grandmother, it would be a lonely life took root in his mind. And then he had an idea. Kushina, Konan, and Tsunade were fast asleep in an underground fountain located in one of the base's many underground rooms. Their heads, resting on the shore, were the only thing sticking out of the water. The rest of their bodies were submerged in the liquid, which was combined with an extract obtained from several of the secretly planted herbs that had the effect of softening the women's skin while providing them with a delicious body aroma, in addition to enlarging the size of their breasts and buttocks. She used this extract to compensate for the loss of fat they had during their physical conditioning and to ensure that their delicious curves would not lose their attractive volume without necessarily being increased as such. Naruto, standing, looked indifferently at the well-deserved rest of his slaves after their exhausting conditioning, while thinking about one of the few Uzumaki shikijutsu that was not as such an atrocity against natural laws. Ninkatsu Tauchi no Shikijutsu, divide and conquer ritual technique. It was an extremely peculiar shikijutsu which had the ability to split an entity into two, which, although they appeared distinct, would form a union that still couldn't be explained. But at the end of the day, it was a division. The blonde boy then sat on the cold ground in a meditative position, searching for a solution, since using that kinjutsu would have many consequences. Was he really going to be alone? His slaves were unconditionally devoted to him because that's how their minds were conditioned, even though that indoctrination included their natural love as mothers and grandmothers, respectively, but in the end, they weren't 100% free to choose. Allies? Outside of the clan, definitely not. Konoha was an ally of Uzushio, and at one point, its ninja force was the spearhead of Operation Vertical. For obvious reasons, it was unaware of the actual outcome of the battle, but given that Konoha's Shinobi and Kunoichi had most of the intelligence, it was clear they were the ones leading the joint forces of the 5 great villages. Ideally, he would have trained all of his slaves, just as he was doing with Kushina, Konan, and Tsunade, but it would take a lot of work to do alone. There's that problem again. It was then that the ultimate weapon realized that he really needed help. However, I must plan my moves well to prevent this from being counterproductive. His gaze hardened. It is urgent to infiltrate the village's high command, immediately. If we really want to infiltrate the village leaders, there is one option, the voluptuous blonde murmured. Naruto and his slaves were having a strategy meeting to carefully plan their next moves. They were in another underground room, which was set up as a waiting room. The 3 naked women were pampering their master. Kushina on the right, Konan on the left, and Tsunade behind him. What do you mean? Saikyu asked seriously, looking straight ahead. There is the old woman Kushina the Sanin replied thoughtfully, while massaging her lowered shoulders with her breasts. I don't think so. Kushina rubbed her breasts on her son's arm. I didn't count on the old woman because of the lack of closeness, and before being your slave, I argued with her a lot. She even went so far as to suggest your death to free the village from the Kyuubi. I'm also out of the equation. The blue-haired girl subtly guided her owner's hand down her legs. He's never trusted me because I'm a foreigner. However, I am a student of your friend, the Sandame Hokage. The blonde smiled in a subtly evil way. I could lure her into a trap, so you can take her, master. That sounds good. The ultimate weapon softened his expression. Then we must make the necessary preparations. And now that I remember, the famous Kunoichi's smile grew even more pointed. When she was young, the old woman was very attractive, but she never married because she was a prude and because Bawako, the Sandame's wife, got ahead of her with the old man. Wow, old and virgin. Naruto made a grim face. Now I want to have her in my power, just like you guys. So be it, son. Master purred the Reteed, resting her head on her son's chest. The world will be yours, Konan whispered, doing the same as the other mother on the free side. We swear to you as your faithful slaves. Tsunade leaned her body on her grandson's head. Okay, let's start then. The hair Utatane, dressed in a loose grey kimono over a dark obi, was a bitter woman at 61. With her hair completely graying and her body bent with age, she was usually found in her advisory office, which was on the third floor of the Hokage Tower. Her only motivation in life was to maintain her privileged position within the Konoha hierarchy. She felt alive when she was deciding someone's life or inciting another person to do what she wanted. Seated at her desk in her office, she was heavily involved in the decisions that governed the economy, in addition to participating in many of the meetings that decided the village's transcendental matters. She opened a drawer, taking out a rather old framed photograph, in which she was seen as a teenager wearing her ninja uniform, consisting of a tight black suit, wearing blue samurai armor breastplate and arm guards of the same color. Brown hair tied in two adjacent to dangos and held with a pointed stick, she stood next to her good friend Himura Midokado, a young man with disheveled black hair and thick-framed glasses, and finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Sandaime Hokage, although a little short in stature, was always a powerful shinobi, and his determined personality on the battlefield was extremely attractive to her, in addition to his messy hair that gave him a wild air. They grew up together and were always great friends. Everyone who knew them believed they would have a common destiny, and she thought so too, so she assumed it would be so. It was then, almost 30 years old, that Iwako Sarutobi entered the equation, and without Kaharu being able to defend what she felt was hers, she lost the man she was in love with. From that moment on, she resented life and never tried to love again, as she didn't want to suffer the same pain again. She passed up suitor after suitor and simply dedicated herself to her political career to secure an irrevocable place in the village's leadership structure. Life flashed before her eyes, and she watched with growing frustration as her friends and enemies went about their lives, while she simply let it all pass her by. Whenever she saw that photo, she was tempted to smash it against the floor, but memories and nostalgia simply invaded her, and she ended up looking at it with a practically incomprehensible mixture of feelings. Joy, longing, resentment, and envy. She put the object in the drawer when she heard a knock on the door, and after sighing a little to control the emotions running wild in her heart, she regained the sullen expression that characterized her. "Go ahead," said the older woman. Tsunade entered the room, wearing her usual clothes, with a serious expression on her face. The two women never got along despite the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi trained alongside the older woman and in turn, trained the younger one. The older woman immediately hardened her gaze when she saw in front of her the great niece of her teacher, the Nidaime Hokage, and in turn, the granddaughter of the Shadaime Hokage. The Sanin took a seat in the chair located in front of the desk. "Wow, I thought you'd be lying around like the vulgar alcoholic you are in some Fire Nation casino," the old woman said harshly. "What do you want? If you need another loan, you can go back where you came from. I'm not going to waste village money on your stupidity." "Relax, old lady," the blonde replied haughtily. "The truth is I came for an important matter, and even though I can't stand you, you're the only one who can help me," she finished with a serious tone. "I hope it's not some nonsense," the older woman replied sullenly. "No," the Sanin hardened her expression. "I hate to admit it, but only you can help me with the Kyuubi boy." "What's going on?" Utatane immediately showed interest in the subject. "It seems that the seal made by Minato to seal the beast had a slight flaw. I have been studying it for days, and I realized that the mind of the beast has ended up imposing itself on the boys." Tsunade repeated the words that she had rehearsed for hours to sound as if she truly despised her beloved and adored grandson master. "I just thought that would happen," Kaharu replied with a hardened look. "The beast is too powerful for a simple seal to successfully contain it. Now explain to me why you came to me and not Sarutobi." "As if you didn't know," the voluptuous woman crossed her arms. "The old man is too soft and would surely try to convince me that the kid can handle the Kyuubi." "Hiruzen was always a softie," the older woman replied with something resembling a smile on her face. "That's true." The Utatane seemed convinced by the argument. "And why haven't you gone to the village council?" "Are you joking?" The blonde replied with disdain. "Those stuck-up people are idiots who would try to take advantage of the situation. I am of the opinion that the brat must be killed to get rid of the Kyuubi, at least for a while." "That's true," the old woman nodded. "Besides, in the end the boy who restrained him is still in Uzumaki." Her gaze hardened even more. "What do you have in mind?" "Kushina was always very naive. I can distract her and Conan, so you can infiltrate the house and kill him." Tsunade acted perverse to maintain the masquerade. "Also, we can always turn to the Yamanaka, so the two of you forget the feelings you have for that monster." "Now I understand the words of the Hokage's advisor," slightly confused the Sanin. "What do you mean?" the blonde replied, sincerely surprised. "In the end you don't have the cold blood to kill your own grandson." Kaharu's words left Tsunade incredulous, more than anything because she didn't imagine that someone could know the secret. "What do you mean?" The beautiful woman was visibly nervous. As if I didn't know, the old woman gave a grim smile, the spoiled granddaughter of the Shodaime helping an orphan out of simple conviction. Let those who don't know you believe it. Besides, Minato was quite similar to Dan Katu. The Sanin looked away, visibly confused, to appear sincerely bewildered. But well, if you're willing for me to kill your grandson, I'll do it for the good of the village. So be it, Tsunade replied after a few seconds. The Haru crept into the Uzumaki household, believing that Tsunade had managed to neutralize the boy's mothers. In her time, she was one of the most skilled kunoichi in the world, but since Sarutobi was a prodigy, he overshadowed her. However, this wasn't really a problem for her, as it allowed her to keep a low profile and always have the element of surprise in her favor. He walked through the hallways and felt a presence in the basement of the house, so he reached the stairs and began to descend with remarkable stealth. As he prepared to end the life of Tsunade's grandson, he thought that in the end he was in Uzumaki, and while only Kushina would remain for Konoha, he could then arrange a marriage for her to have another possible container for the Bijuu in the future, once the beast escaped from the Maikai underworld to return to life. When she finished going down the stairs, she was surprised to find the boy with his arms crossed and staring at her. Well, so the ability to feel emotions didn't come from Mito-sama, but from you, Kyuubi. The old woman smiled softly. What are you talking about? The blonde hardened his gaze. I'm surprised you didn't act before. When Tsunade took the boy's mothers away, Kaharu watched the Uzumaki closely, believing that the fox had completely taken over him anyway. Today you'll simply die. I hope you're ready. The older woman took out a kunai from her clothes with a handle somewhat longer than a normal one. You don't scare me. But the Uzumaki was only able to dodge the woman's slash at chest level, thanks to his Sharingan, which activated practically by instinct. However, the black shirt he was wearing wasn't so lucky and soon revealed a cut that left the blonde's chest partially exposed. For an old woman, her speed is surprising, the Uzumaki thought analytically, looking closely at his enemy. I didn't think you could dodge me, the older woman charged forward again. But you're not going to be saved. Once again, the boy struggled to dodge the woman, but in the end, he managed to avoid a bigger problem. However, the woman continued to attack persistently all over the place, surprising the blonde with her ferocity and disconcerting speed for a person his age. Are you surprised by my ability, Kyuubi? The woman smiled confidently when, after launching a thrust that the boy dodged, she launched a kick that sent him crashing into a wall of the room, falling to the ground seconds later. I am the ultimate weapon, muttered, slowly standing up. I may be old, but at one time I was the best kunoichi in the world. Udatane looked at the boy with disdain. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, fuinjutsu, kinjutsu. There is no ninja art that I have not been able to master. He's skillful, Saikyu thought seriously. Well then, it's time to show you my skill. The woman performed a sequence of extremely fast hand seals. Kaiten. Raigamu, fire release. Dragon bite. The old woman's hands became surrounded by intense Kaiten chakra and she once again lunged at the boy, who transformed his Sharingan into the Byakugan. Kaharu attempted to grab the boy in a burning grab and managed to grab his right arm, causing Naruto to suppress a look of pain. However, using her Tenketsu to expel chakra from his body, he was able to quickly free himself. He went from the Sharingan to the Byakugan in seconds. The old woman looked suspicious. I've never seen anything like this before. She focused coldly on Naruto. What the hell are you? If you beat me, maybe I'll tell you. Then a bone stake emerged from the palm of the boy's left hand. Very well, I just hope you don't die before then. The two of them rushed forward and during the short distance that separated them, the older woman took out another kunai from her clothes that she quickly imbued with chakra, ready to finish off the little blonde, who was preparing to impale the woman for the pain she had caused him and his arm to get revenge. I would subdue her later. Niku no Jutsu, sunlight technique. To the blonde's surprise, the woman gave off an extremely bright glow from her entire body, which left him completely blind due to the enhanced vision of her Byakugan. What the hell? He launched his attack practically blindly. When he regained his sight, he was astonished. Her right arm was on the ground, severed midway between the elbow and the shoulder. She grimaced in fury and yelled at the ceiling as she clutched the bloody stump that remained. The woman, although her right shoulder was pierced by the stake and she had lost all movement, could be healed with medical ninjutsu. I wanted to split you in two. The older woman stood up with some difficulty to see the child at her feet, although well, in the end you are just a beast. She approached the boy little by little, ready to decapitate him with a blood-stained kunai that she wielded in her functional hand. Well then, anything to say before I kill you? Kaharu took a run up to deliver a free blow to the base of the neck. Now the furious blonde shouted towards the entrance. The kunoichi turned around only to find a large number of sheets of paper soaked in chloroform, which soon made their way to her nose, mouth, and eyes. She immediately recognized the smell of the chemical and tried to remove the papers from her face, but, unable to see, she couldn't avoid the powerful chains that quickly captured her arms and legs. The last thing she felt before losing consciousness was a brutal punch to the base of her spine that sent her crashing against one of the walls of the room, which easily gave way under the force of the blow. "Master?" The three women approached with visibly concern. "Are you okay?" they asked in chorus. "Don't ask stupid questions." The boy was struggling to contain the blind rage that threatened to invade him and used a harsh tone that intimidated the three. Sorry," the Kunoichi murmured fearfully while the blonde turned around to see the severely injured Kaheru. "I could have died," the future Uzumaki patriarch began to reflect while gritting his teeth. "I was close to dying. That it pierced his shoulder and thus prevented him from cutting my body in half was a mere coincidence because I desperately launched the attack blindly in the middle of that light." He closed his eyes to try to calm down. "Since that day I killed those second-rate ninja, I thought I wouldn't have problems until many years later." He began to breathe deeply through his mouth while he watched the old woman tremble slightly. "I got too confident and that could have cost me my life. Everything could have gone to waste." He clenched his fist. "Now I understand about deception." Reviewing Tsunade's memories in detail, I thought that this woman was an ordinary ninja, so she had lived so long by pure luck and knowing when to ally with people stronger than her. Finally, serenity seemed to return to him. "And those were 2 lessons that I plan to learn well." With an intense push, he began to send chakra to the mutilated part. He let out a scream as a new arm emerged violently from the stump, wrapped in a layer of blood. His power decreased considerably after replacing his member. "Fortunately, I have the Saninka to convert chakra into tissue, and with the Shikatsumaku I also regenerated the bone," he murmured, more to himself, relaxing partly from tiredness. Now he turned to his still intimidated slaves. "Come, I need you to give me some of your chakra." The 3 of them seemed relieved that their beloved lord I was no longer upset with them. "At your service, master." The 3 slaves placed their right hands on the blonde's chest and soon began to transfer their energy to him. Naruto immediately felt his strength slowly returning to his body. "What do we do now, son master?" Kushina asked expectantly. "Have you already brought the woman I told you about?" The ultimate weapon questioned with increasing calm. "Yes, a woman 5 years older than us, Uzumaki, is in the living room. She is completely asleep," Conan answered softly. "Very well, bring her." Little by little, Kaheru regained consciousness. She felt sore from the blow and slowly opened her eyes with suspicion. She immediately realized she was chained so that her arms were tied above her head, hanging from the ceiling, and she was suspended several meters above the ground. When she was freed, she would be responsible for causing the entire ninja force to launch itself against the Sanin. "Tsunade." The ninja shouted angrily. "Where are you, disgusting alcoholic?" She looked surprised. Her voice was no longer raspy, but melodious, just like she remembered from her youth. She looked down and found, to her surprise, her breasts, firm as before, poking out from under the breastplate of her outfit. She grew increasingly confused, noticing that she was wearing the same outfit as in her youth, and a lump formed in her throat at the signs that her body had visibly changed. "I see you're awake." Grandma Naruto landed in front of her. "What did you do to me, damn Kyuubi?" The woman faced a little blonde. "I simply returned your body to its biological age of 29. "What?" The woman looked visibly bewildered. Surprised. The ultimate weapon smiled darkly. "I think the change suited you well." The council member was truly beautiful. Her now brown hair had come loose from part of its hairstyle, leaving a side bang that covered part of her forehead. Something that stood out from her fine features were her full lips and her generous body proportions, in no way envied by Tsunade herself. "How did you do it, damn fox?" the Kunoichi roared angrily. "Let's get one thing straight." The Uzumaki erased the smile from his face. "The Kyuubi is here," though he placed his right hand on his chest. "It's no freer than you are now." "What do you mean?" Udatane murmured, bewildered. "I am Naruto Uzumaki and I have been this whole time." "Then how the hell did you do this to me?" "I don't think you know it, but I used a shikijutsu to exchange your biological age with that of a poor wretch whose name I don't even remember," the blonde replied mockingly. "That's why we exterminated your people." She faced the boy furiously. "Your horrendous shikijutsu play with the laws of nature." "Wow, I didn't expect that." Naruto looked thoughtful. "So it was because of the shikijutsu that exterminated the clan." "That's right." Kaheru tried to regain her calm. "The Uzumaki were a danger to the Ninkai ninja world since they could use shikijutsu and their fuinjutsu to break through the barriers of reality." She hardened her gaze. "And now I can understand several things." The woman closed her eyes with a Sharingan. "You surely brainwashed your mother, the foreigner and the alcoholic." "You're really clever, old lady." The boy smiled mockingly, "but you're only partly right." "What do you mean?" The woman fixed her gaze on the boy. "Why explain it to you if I can show it to you?" Kaheru realized her mistake when the blue eyes turned into the Uchiha's Dojutsu. Then no. She was immediately caught in the Uzumaki's Ryoku eye power and her vision clouded. unprepared, and with her chakra previously blocked by the power of the Byakugan when she was unconscious, she was easy prey for the blonde boy and his powerful eyes. He penetrated the woman's mind almost instantly and quickly gained access to her memories. "Who would have thought you had a heart?" A solitary tear ran down the right cheek of a completely defenseless Kaharu, whose privacy was being violated by the secret she had never revealed to anyone, and also one so fragile. "Thank you very much for the food." The deadline had finally come, and finally the talented and renowned medical Kunoichi Shizune, a beautiful woman with black hair below her ears, somewhat thin, but extremely sweet and friendly, had arrived in Konoha to meet her mentor. It was quite difficult for her to evade her teacher's creditors, but she managed to do so, and, now free, she set out to reach the village. At first, she headed to the house where Kushina and Conan lived, but like Tsunade, she soon realized that the place was uninhabited and took a while to search, but she ended up finding the Uzumaki's new house. She was already eating a delicious bowl of ramen with the whole family. She was happy because Tsunade was in turn happy to be near the blonde boy who was Minato's son, a boy she treated like her own ever since she remembered when they were visiting Konoha. It was clear she was fond of the little boy because she carried him on her lap and let him hug her possessively. She yawned. "I'm sorry," she smiled embarrassedly when she felt that all eyes were on her, "it's just that the trip has been long and the ramen has been delicious." Kushina-kun, she yawned again. "My ramen is special." The Redeed also made the gesture, "and it also makes me sleepy." "Maybe we haven't slept well, with the strange disappearances there have been lately," the blue-haired girl added, rubbing her eyes as well. Brahma, the innocent boy, turned to look at the voluptuous Sanin. "Are you going to sleep too?" "I think so, honey." Tsunade looked more asleep than awake. "If you don't mind, I'll rest for a moment without any shame." Shizune lay down on the table and fell deeply asleep. Me too. Conan leaned her head on the table and let herself fall asleep. "Good night." Kushina flopped face first onto her bowl of ramen. The Sanin fell asleep leaning back in her chair, and the blonde then watched as the plan to trap Shizune by poisoning her with a powerful sedative hidden in food and supervised by Tsunade to make it undetectable turned out to be a success. After the affair with Kaharu Utatane, he was never going to be too confident again under any circumstances or in any scenario, no matter how favorable. That was valuable learning. And the most sensitive people in the world felt an intense chill at that moment. Chapter 4. Divide and Conquer. "Who's our boyfriend?" Tsunade shouted excitedly. "The Hexy and hot Naruto." Shizune answered with a big smile. "And what are we?" Kaharu asked happily. "Naruto submissive boars." Conan answered happily. Altogether, girls. Kushina assumed the role of leader. "Naruto is our boyfriend," the five exclaimed in chorus, "and we are his submissive boars." The five women stood on the stage in the largest room in the underground complex. They wore fetishistic cheerleading outfits that were extremely tight, the white skirts barely covering half of the Redeed's and blue-haired girl's buttocks. In the case of the brunette and blonde, the garments ridiculously covered their rear ends, as if they were mere lace, and only adequately covered the brunette's rear end. The five women enthusiastically waved fluffy pom-poms, knowing they were the cheerleader slaves of their boyfriend and future husband. All five of their nipples stood out blatantly, revealing that they weren't wearing bras. Naruto-sama is the hexiest boyfriend. The five of them spread their arms to their sides and lifted their right legs in front of them to shamelessly show off their dripping, shaved clams. Naruto-sama is the hottest boyfriend. It had been almost a year since the incident with Kaharu, and Naruto's iron grip on his slaves was firmer than ever, periodically conditioning them to reinforce the devotion with which they served him using their partial free will. Sitting on a comfortable, spacious sofa, the boy watched with dark satisfaction as the sensual women put on a show just for him, fulfilling even the smallest details he demanded of them for the act. "What do we want?" Utatane began with a marked blush. "Let our boyfriend grow up." The Senju responded, visibly anxious. "And what do we want it for?" questioned a very blushing Katu. "So he can fill our pussies," the Uzumaki replied enthusiastically. "And how do we feel without our boyfriend inside?" The AIM girl looked noticeably restless. "We feel empty," the five of them cried out, almost moaning. The four women dropped to their knees on the floor, howling with pleasure as they reached the limits of their arousal, but were unable to reach orgasm despite their frantic masturbation. The pleasure grew and grew, but they simply couldn't reach the climax that would fully release him. They ended up fainting, but from painful exhaustion, as ecstasy was denied them no matter how much they longed for it. Neither knew that their brains were conditioned to only reach the desired orgasm when their master allowed it. They could masturbate all they wanted, but the key to ultimate ecstasy lay only in the ultimate weapon. And that was the maximum power that the 6-year-old blonde boy had over the five. The Redeed was happily chatting with her friend Makoto Uchiha at an outdoor cafe in the village. The Redeed had many friends in the village, but in the case of the beautiful brunette with long hair and hexy, enigmatic onyx eyes, the friendship was sincere and unbreakable. Or at least, that was the case with the original Kushina. For the current Uzumaki, in addition to that, Mikoto was a candidate to become part of her beloved master son's clan, and she frequented it mainly to look for an opportunity for her man to take over the wife of the Uchiha leader, just as he had done with her and her fellow slaves. I'm telling you, Kushina the black-haired woman had a serious expression. Itachi is quite strange lately. Don't worry, Mikoto the Uzumaki looked at the Uchiha understandingly, she only started as an Anbu for a short time, it must be the lack of habit or something like that. Maybe, the brunette murmured thoughtfully. Come on Mikoto, cheer up. Kushina took her friend's hands. Why don't you come home? We could have a drink to help you relax. Maybe you're right, I've had a lot of pressure lately. The brunette gave in. I trust you and everything. The redhead looked thoughtfully at her friend, but I'm curious to know about your problems. If you would allow me, I could help you. I know that if I can trust anyone, it's you, Kushina. Mikoto replied with a sad and melancholic smile, but for now I can't tell anyone anything, not even you. Don't worry, friend. The Uzumaki smiled kindly, I will still support you in whatever you need, and I will always be here. Thank you, friend. The black-haired woman thanked sincerely. Lemon skipped. Naruto walked hand in hand with his beloved slave mothers who came out onto the street in their loose passion-killing dresses, since only his adored son master had the right to enjoy the sight of their perfect sculpted bodies, which he kept in tip-top shape with his methodical exercise routines. The time had come for him to begin his journey at the Ninja Academy, and he was about to attend his first day of classes. He didn't have to worry too much about the paperwork, as Uchiha arranged everything in minutes as soon as she received the order to enroll her master. Undercover under her old woman's guise, the woman informed him of all the important events happening in the village. The three arrived at the Ninja Academy and met several of the Hexi mom's friends, who were also bringing their children to begin their paths as Shinobi and Kinwaichi respectively. Hello, Konan, Kushina, how are you? Hey, Chaoji, Kari, how are you? The Uzumaki greeted affably. Good morning. Konan bowed respectfully. Hello, the Shinobi's companion greeted sullenly. The couple consisted of an obese brown-haired man with long hair tied in a braid and a beautiful woman with long, unruly red hair, exotic amber eyes and a dark complexion, dressed in a long black dress that hugged her generous body with a wide white belt that resembled part of her ninja uniform, which had a sullen expression in contrast to the affable face of her husband. He was part of the Akamichi clan, one of the four noble clans of the village, and she was part of it as his wife. The brunette and the redhead were childhood friends. They were part of the same generation of ninja and even fought together during the war. However, they grew somewhat distant because the Akamichi liked her beyond friendship and the Uzumaki only had eyes for Minato. In the end, the emotional ties remained, although they didn't spend much time together anymore. Are you ready for the academy? Chaoji bowed to Naruto. Yes, the boy said with a shy expression, previously practiced to look convincing. And where is little Chaochu? Kushina asked curiously. In response, Kari pointed to one side, where a beautiful woman with shoulder-length pink hair, wearing a sleeveless red suit under which she wore white three-quarter-length pants, was taking care of a chubby brown-haired girl with waist-length hair with two pigtails on the sides and pointing upwards, dressed in a sleeveless pink shirt, white pants, dark-colored sandals and a wide bracelet of the same tone on her left hand, who was evidently the daughter of Kari and Chaoji. Who was chatting animatedly with a young girl with shoulder-length black hair who wore the upper part of her clothes in the same way as the pink head and white shorts, complemented by long black ninja boots above the knees. The redhead quickly approached the woman and the girls accompanied by Konan and her son. Hey, bubblegum hair, the Uzumaki shouted smiling. Stop calling me that. The woman with exotic green eyes replied with funny anger. It was Sakura Haruno, Tsunade's most advanced student when it came to medical ninjutsu. She was one of the most renowned Kinwaichi in the village and partner of Sasuke Uchiha, at one time one of the most powerful ninja in the world. She and Kushina had a friendly relationship and because she had an explosive temper, she was prone to those funny tantrums. Come on Sakura, don't get mad, you know it's a joke, Kushina said as she approached the pink-haired girl and those girls. And you know that I can't stand you calling me that. The pink-haired girl grumbled reluctantly. Wow, it's been a while since I saw your son. The woman looked curiously at the little blonde. Hi Naruto, I'm Sakura. She smiled amiably at the little one. Hello, Sakura-san, the little boy answered timidly. He continued in his role as the timid boy, but Saikyu was genuinely surprised by the combination of the pinkette's harmonious body and exotic features. She was truly beautiful, almost as beautiful as his grandmother, and for that reason he targeted her to become his slave, just like Kari, who, from her generous curves and striking red hair, could be deduced to be an Uzumaki, and the contrast between her eyes and her skin was exotic and extremely attractive. And who are you? The curious Chaochu approached Naruto while the adult started talking. My name is Naruto, nice to meet you. The boy smiled friendly. I'm Chaochu and this is Sarada. The chubby brunette introduced her friend. Hello, the black-haired woman greeted soberly. By the way, you look a lot like Boruto, said the brunette, pulling Yuki's hair intrigued. Whom? Me? The boy, who looked quite similar to Naruto, except that his hair looked fuller in the locks and the Uzumaki's whiskers were missing, appeared, his arms crossed and looking at the other blonde boy with childish contempt. The adult stared in confusion at the newcomer, who was wearing a black tracksuit with a jacket and pants. Who the hell are you? Boruto questioned. Hey, I'm Naruto, the boy replied, confused. Although inside, Naruto was annoyed by the intervention of that brat, as he was ready to start analyzing the friends to see if they would be good additions to the clan in the future, when that cockroach came to interrupt with his stupid arrogance, as if he were something more than just a conceited brat. Ah, you're probably a weakling, right? The blonde smiled mockingly. Rather a lively shout was heard behind. Gee, good morning. Kushina, Konan and Sakura turned to look at Haruno's back as a lively girl with blue hair came running towards the children, being watched by a beautiful woman with straight shoulder-length hair of the same color, with fine features, and wearing a discreet outfit consisting of beige sports shorts, black boots below the knees and a lilac hoodie. The three kunoichi immediately recognized the beautiful and buxom Hinata Hyuga, who in contrast to the exuberant physique she possessed and could barely half disguise with her baggy clothes, was quite introverted. She was one of the most beautiful kunoichi in all of Konoha, and even her friends saw her beauty with envy. Naruto glanced at the woman and knowing well how her slaves dressed to hide their prominent bodies, he realized what was under those baggy clothes. Hello Hinata, what's up? The Uzumaki greeted affably. Good morning, Sakura-san, Konan-san, Kushina-san, he bowed respectfully. Come on Hinata, we've known each other since we were kids, you don't have to be so formal, Sakura smiled nervously. I'm sorry, Sakura-san, the pink-haired girl sighed at the discreet smiles of Konan and Kushina. The adult women began to chat once Carrie joined them, while the girls and the blondes also continued with their own conversations. The short blue-haired girl introduced herself to Naruto because Chaochu and Sarada already knew her. Hello Naruto-kun, I'm Himawari Hyuga, the girl's innate joy was evident. Hello, Himawari-san, Yuki responded to the greeting. Tell me Hima-chan. The girl replied, puffing out her cheeks gracefully, all my friends do it. This loser is not your friend, the brother of the newly introduced girl made a face of disgust, besides, we haven't even seen him before. Well, Naruto looked calm, it's just that my moms take good care of me and I've hardly ever gone out before. And who has two moms? That's weird, they're weird, and you're weird, Hinata's son smiled triumphantly. The girls and the Hyuga lacked combat experience and were therefore unable to discern the bloodlust in their surroundings, that was why Boruto was unable to sense the ultimate weapon's terrible desire to finish him off. What remained of the 6-year-old boy he was supposed to be was the dark love he felt for those two women, and the fact that such an inferior being could speak ill of them was enough to make him want to slowly tear off their skin with a red-hot kunai, as if peeling a potato. But then she thought about it carefully and came to the conclusion that she wasn't just going to destroy him physically, or at least not before she destroyed him psychologically. She could take her time. She really wasn't in a hurry. They are not weird, replied the blonde Uzumaki, feigning funny anger. Whatever you say, loser, the Hyuga answered contemptuously. By the way, Naruto Chaochu approached with a bag of chips in hand, oblivious to the nascent fight between the blondes. Do you want some? Yes, thanks. The Uzumaki timidly took a potato and ate it. Hey Boruto. The children turned to see a brown-haired boy with long cheekbones enthusiastically greeting the Hyuga. The girls grimaced in disgust because this boy wanted to be one of their boyfriends and was blatantly shouting it from the rooftops. What's up, Kiba? Boruto, where did you get that bad copy? He looked at Naruto mockingly. You'll see who the bad copy is when I destroy your body and spirit, the aforementioned thought sinisterly, feeling immediate contempt for the newcomer. Meanwhile, the women had begun to talk about their children's future after Tsumen Yazuka, a wildly attractive kunoichi with messy brown hair and generous curves that her jounin uniform failed to conceal, joined the group of mothers once she saw her son hanging out with the girls and the blondes. What do you think if we go for some drinks now that the boys are going to enter the academy? Suggested the brunette. Don't you think it's too early? Sakura replied. Come on. It's been a while since we've had a drink together, Kushina urged, seeing the opportunity to search for potential slaves for her master's son among the group of women. Not a bad idea, Carrie approached with a mischievous smile. Chaoji is going to be at a clan meeting, and until Chaochu leaves, I have nothing to do. Come on, it will be fun. Konan added, smiling. Well, I don't think there'll be a problem if I just take a little, the blue-haired Hyuga timidly said. Then it's decided, exclaimed the Uzumaki. As the blonde man entered the classroom, he glanced sideways and conspiratorially at his slaves, who did the same and immediately went their separate ways to continue the clan's expansion. The day was exhausting for the ultimate weapon. After the introductions and classroom lectures, it was time for them to test their basic combat skills. Naruto had to hold back quite a bit to keep up with all those brats, because with the mastery he had thanks to the memories of all the skills collected during the Spiral project, he would have drawn quite a bit of attention if he had displayed even 1% of that ability. He had to swallow his desire to humiliate and put the pathetic Boruto in his place, as he boasted of his basic skills in elemental taijutsu and kunai and shuriken throwing. All the fools like Kiba, who were impressed by such nonsense, had no idea what the ninja world really meant. He let them rejoice in hitting a stationary target 10 times with their kunai, because when they finally fought, he would stick one of those projectiles right between their eyes. Classes were finally over, and Saikyu-Buki's torture was over, at least for a day. She was about to leave when she saw a group of kids, led by Boruto and Kiba, gathered around Chaochu, and suspiciously, neither Sarada nor Himawari were present. They slowly led her to an alley, so no one would see what they were about to do. "Hey, Chaochu," the blonde Hyuga took a step forward. "I don't think you're our style." "What do you mean, Boruto?" the chubby girl asked, surprised. "I don't want you to join us anymore," the boy ran a hand through his golden hair to ruffle it. "That's what I mean." What?" the brunette asked, surprised. "What did you hear, fatso?" The Inyazuka smiled maliciously. "With that pig's body you'll never be a ninja." "I don't care." Chaochu defended herself. "I like being chubby." "And forget about hanging out with Sarada and Himawari, you fat ball." The Hyuga bared his teeth mockingly. "What's important is what's inside," Akamichi shouted, already hurt. "It must be the bait inside." Kiba mocked cruelly. "Look, if you pinch it, it smells like bacon." And without further ado, he gave him a cruel pinch on the cheek. "Ah ha ha ha." The group of children started laughing out loud. "Leave me alone," the brunette shouted, throwing a punch at Boruto, which the blonde easily dodged. "What did you say?" the blonde Hyuga replied. "All I understood was oink, oink." "Ha ha ha." The mocking laughter of the other children increased. "Pig, so, piglet," they began to insult her in chorus. At first, Naruto watched from a distance and didn't intervene, completely indifferent to the chubby girl's fate. However, he began to grow irritated by the attitude of that entire group of inferior beings because they felt superior to the brunette girl just for being more powerful. He associated that with the way the ninja villages had united to destroy Uzushio and, seeing that Chaochu was already kneeling on the ground, crying in helplessness, he decided it was time to put those scumbags in their place and, regardless of that, begin paving the way for the chubby girl to be incorporated into the new Uzumaki clan. "That's enough." The group of bullies was quite surprised when the brunette suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke from which a log emerged and fell to the ground. The children were surprised because they were not yet being taught ninjutsu and only had basic jutsu from their clans, in the case of Boruto and Kiba, while the other children, not belonging to any clan, lacked abilities of that kind. "Where did you go, pig?" shouted the blonde Hyuga, fearing that Chaochu was going to accuse him to Sarada or his sister. Boo! The log burst into a puff of smoke, revealing a large wild boar, which intimidated all the bullies. The animal began to scratch the ground with its right paw and slightly lowered its head so that its thick tusks were facing the children. Surprised and frightened, they ran away as the ferocious animal charged at them fiercely. They quickly escaped, and then the boar was enveloped in a cloud of smoke from which Naruto emerged, which soon dissipated in another cloud of smoke. On the roof of a house near the alley, the real blonde Uzumaki stared indifferently at the place where Boruto, Kiba, and their henchmen had run. He was carrying Chaochu in his arms, who was surprised that the boy with marks on his cheeks could hold her so easily. She looked at him, visibly blushing as she realized that he had protected her from those bullies. "He must have fallen madly in love with me after I offered him some of my priceless barbecue chips. I am irresistible after all," thought the Akamichi, snuggling her head into Naruto's chest, hugging his neck and closing her eyes, "and he's quite handsome too. I can feel the beating of the Uzumaki chakra inside this girl." Saikyu felt the chubby girl's particular chakra, which confirms that her mother is in Uzumaki too, and therefore, the two of them are perfect candidates to become my slaves. He smiled softly. "Chaochu. What's going on?" The girl separated herself slightly from the Uzumaki's body. "He's going to propose to me," she thought anxiously with her heart beating rapidly when their eyes met. "Now you belong to me." The blonde's orbs quickly transformed into the Sharigan and caught the Akamichi's amber gaze in the power of the ultimate weapon. "Why yes," he could barely whisper after the powerful assault his mind suffered. "The coup is planned for tomorrow. Itachi has revealed to us everything his father, Fugaku Uchiha, plans to do." The Harem was giving the day's report on the Uchiha coup d'etat. Itachi Uchiha, son of the clan leader, Fugaku, was a double-dealing spy who ostensibly acted for his clan, but his true loyalty lay with Konoha. The Anbu had revealed all the crucial information to the village council, and Koharu, in turn, provided all of this information in great detail to her master. Naruto stood in the main underground chamber, looking down at his slaves sitting on the edge of the platform. While they were wearing their revealing workout uniforms, there was no time for hexi conditioning this time. They had to plan ahead to make the most of what was about to unfold with the Sharingan clan. It's time to act. The blonde boy had a serious expression. So, it is known that at this moment Makoto Uchiha is the only Uchiha woman who can use the Sharingan right. That's right, Master, the council member nodded. Just in case, Sarada Uchiha's safety must also be guaranteed. That's already covered, Master, the Uchitain replied. Due to the contribution of her father, Sasuke Uchiha, to the safety of the village, Sarada Uchiha has special protection from the council. What happened to Sasuke? Kushina asked curiously. It's a state secret, the brunette answered quickly, seeing that her beloved owner was also curious. A couple of years ago, Sasuke Uchiha and Makoto Senju faced a mysterious threat that responded to the name of Kagaya Otsutsuki. According to the reports, Sasuke and Makoto faced that being and managed to stop it, since it wanted to launch a supposed genjutsu worldwide, but it was supposed to use the 9 Bijuu for that purpose. Only Sasuke was able to survive. But he was left terribly and irreparably disabled. Bijuu? Kushina, Konan, Tsunade and Shizune murmured, bewildered. They are the powerful beasts formed from the chakra of the jockey, demonic tree, that was left in the world thousands of years ago by the sovereigns of the demon clan and the dragon clan to corrupt humans. Naruto marveled at his slaves for possessing such knowledge. That thing was supposedly sealed by the so-called Rikido Senin. How do you know about that, son master? The Redeed was extremely curious to know. When I was conceived in the Spiral Project, I received a lot of knowledge that was jealously guarded in the depths of the Uzumaki's secret libraries. All that knowledge, so ancient that it now seems like simple mythology, is within my reach at all times. The ultimate weapon responded arrogantly. So what shall we do, son master? Konan replied. That's why I asked you a while ago to get a DNA sample from Makoto Uchiha. Naruto turned to look at his biological mother. Now I understand. The Uzumaki reflected on that day. A day where he invited the Uchiha woman to his house to cook so they could spend quality time with friends. A day where he used his skill for subterfuge, cutting his friend with a knife to cause a small, quickly controlled hemorrhage that he made look like an accident in order to obtain some of her blood, which he collected in a small rag that he devotedly gave to his son master. Slave aunt, slave grandmother, it's time to show the others what you've been working on, come on. Yes, nephew, Master Shizune answered complacently. As you say, grandson, master, replied the helpful Tsunade. The two women stood up and headed to another room, followed by the master and the other slaves. It was a space that, unlike the others, had access restricted by a powerful fuinjutsu marked with a Uzumaki spiral symbol surrounded by several black frets, only so that the medical ninja could pass. Both placed their right hands on the spiral after pricking their palms to cause minor bleeding wounds. The stone doors opened in the center to reveal a complex medical center, financed with funds diverted by Kaharu, in which there was a glass container with an unknown greenish liquid inside, which floated a woman identical to Makoto Uchiha, with a breathing mask over her face and headphones that completely covered her ears, who seemed to be fast asleep. Just as you asked us, and thanks to the procedures you taught us, we managed to clone Makoto, the voluptuous blonde declared, looking expectantly at her owner. In addition, we were monitoring her accelerated growth progress based on the hormones we synthesize with the formulas you provided us, while we bombarded her mind with subliminal messages so that she believes she is the real Makoto. As soon as she wakes up, added the slender black-haired woman, waiting for her lord's approval. You did well, slaves. The smile on the blonde's face caused both women to feel a pleasant and intense stinging in their crotches. I'm pleased. Thank you, grandson, master, the blonde murmured, stifling a moan. We live to please you, the brunette whispered, biting her lower lip, enjoying the sensation. I see. Konan approached to observe the clone. You will use this clone to replace the real Makoto, right? Exactly, that's why we have to catch her tomorrow, no matter what it takes. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kushina, Tsunade-sensei. Don't worry, Makoto, you know you're always welcome. That's true. It's not every day I get to meet my first students. 2 of the 3 members of the original team Tsunade were meeting with their Jounin sensei. After dropping Naruto off at the Ninja Academy, Konan went shopping for the day, so in theory the Uzumaki house was left alone, and the blonde and Redeed decided to invite the Uchiha over for some old-fashioned fun. Mother to the talented Itachi Uchiha from a young age, the brunette left her career as a kunoichi early on, but never lost contact with either Kushina or Tsunade. Their friendship transcended the world of ninja, and they were great friends despite the distance. Naruto found his red-haired mother's friendship with the Uchiha interesting, and thinking that it could be useful in the future, he decided to continue it, even though the Uzumaki was only pretending to stop being romantically linked to Makoto. However, Akashio was partly interested in the raven-haired matriarch because the ultimate weapon was beginning a dark experiment in his mind. To relink some of the memories of his slaves' minds in order to give them a little more freedom aimed at pleasing him. I needed this. The Uchiha raised her glass of liquor to toast to friendship. For friendship. The blonde and the Redeed seconded. They weren't drunk, but with a couple of drinks under their belts, they were cheerful and happy from the alcohol. They chatted happily about trivial things and their old times, and that was something that eased the Uchiha's grief a little, since that very day, at night, she would become enemies with those two people so dear to her, or at least that's what she believed. Mikoto-san. The brunette was surprised to see Naruto running toward her and hopping onto her lap. Mikoto welcomed the blonde boy with open arms, since despite having the prodigious Itachi Uchiha, she still wished she had another child. However, her husband was an iceberg in bed, and that's why that wish remained unfulfilled. That's why she enjoyed dealing with children. And he didn't bother to think that the little blonde should be in the academy. He was living a rather complex moment, since for weeks he had mentally prepared himself that he would have to fight against Kushina and Tsunade when the Uchiha started the civil war in a few hours, but there were so many pleasant memories he had with his team that he simply couldn't refuse that last moment of coexistence. Look, Mikoto-san. Naruto took out from his clothes a beautiful platinum-plated crystal, polished and elongated with 8 faces that was held vertically with a thin plant chain, to show it to the Uchiha in front of her face. It's very pretty, Naruto-kun. The woman looked amused at the apparently smiling boy. Look at it carefully, Mikoto-san. Look at the sparkles it gives off with the light. There are so many, they seem infinite, they are beautiful. You could get lost in all those flashes, you could get caught up in their beauty, looking at them. In reality, all those subtle glows the brunette gazed at, entranced, weren't simply a reflection of light. It was Naruto's chakra through that crystal, which was actually Kinton metal so finely and methodically crafted that it appeared to be crystal. And those light effects produced by Saikubuki's chakra quickly caught the attention of his victim, who, without any concern, felt more and more relaxed, as well as drowsy. At the slightest movement of the necklace, the lights flicker, dance, go out and shine again. Look at their movement from left to right, from right to left, slow, amazing, captivating, almost imperceptibly. Naruto had been raising the necklace he was holding in his hand until the jewel was at a height higher than Mikoto's gaze. Gradually, the blonde boy had been modulating his voice until it took on a strange tone, as if inciting, persuasive, and then, little by little, authoritarian, demanding. But apparently, the Uchiha wasn't aware of any of that. Her gaze had been caught by the oscillating metallic glass, which the Uzumaki began to gently swing from side to side once he noticed his prey following him with his gaze completely. That's it, right to left and left to right. You can't take your eyes off the flashes, it's impossible to tear your gaze away. All your attention, all your mind is on the crystal, all your will is on the crystal. The joyful expression hadn't faded from Mikoto's face. However, her eyes had lost their sparkle and were glassy, dull, and seemed to tremble as if trying in vain to resist the irresistible force that was slowly closing her eyelids. As they watched a brunette sink under her master's power, Kushina and Tsunade had to make a huge effort to remain calm. Inside, their excitement at seeing their dear friend subdued grew more and more, imagining the new memories they would build together while serving the future patriarch of the Uzumaki clan with absolute devotion, dedication, and fanaticism. Naruto reflected once he realized Mikoto was in his clutches by closing her eyes and resting her chin on his chest that his plan had been a success. He methodically thought about the blow, since the brunette, being a Sharingan user, would be able to defend herself against his power unlike his other victims. And it could be catastrophic if, after revealing her nature as the scourge of the Uzumaki in the world, the woman managed to escape. That's why he thought of another method to subdue her and had hit the nail on the head with that Kinton jutsu through which she transmitted her chakra by means of those multicolored beams of light to dominate the target, just as she would have done with the Crimson Dijutsu. This way, she would be caught off guard and she wouldn't even be able to try to defend herself. Fine, with Mikoto now under my power, let them exterminate the Uchiha. As far as I'm concerned, the ultimate weapon smiled wickedly. Itachi Uchiha was tearing his heart out inside. He was a young Anbu with a promising future, as he was a prodigy who only lasted a year at the ninja academy and soon rose through the ranks as his astonishing abilities were tested time and time again. As a child, he experienced the horrors of war and for that reason, he was a fervent pacifist. He strove to make Konoha a better place to live every day. However, there was the precedent of an Uchiha controlling the Kyuubi that day when the Yondaime offered his life to seal the beast. And that led to the Uchiha being held responsible. A series of fortuitous and unfortunate events escalated into something terrible. The Uchiha held a special meeting about the continuity of their lineage, unaware that the Bijuu attack would occur that day, and they were marked as prime suspects because the village intelligence team thoroughly examined Minato's corpse's brain to learn every possible detail about the incident. Then the persecution of the Sharingan clan began. The first thing they did was relocate them to the outskirts of the village so they were far from the centers of power. They were then removed from key positions in the village's command system, leaving them without real political power. They were even paid less for missions than ninja from other clans, so that they would become dependent on the village's budget. All of this became a breeding ground for Uchiha resentment, where it found fertile ground to radicalize the clan members. It was then that Makoto's husband and clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, began plotting to regain the Sharingan clan's rightful place. He began holding secret meetings to prepare the ninja for the coup d'etat they decided to stage after several clandestine meetings. They had plans for each of the clans. For the Hyuga, it was essential to defeat them from a distance to avoid their powerful taijutsu, trying to control as many women as possible to incorporate the Byakugan into the Sharingan clan. As for the Inyazuka, the idea was to corner and intimidate them to test if they could join them, since the Dog clan also had complexes and ambitions to climb the village's command structure. For the Akamichi, they planned to propose an alliance to take advantage of their physical power, and if they didn't accept, they would burn them to ashes. As for the other clans, if they could get hold of their secrets, they would be put to good use, but the important thing was to neutralize them at any cost. And that scenario could weaken the village to the point where outside enemies would attempt to attack it, which, due to the collapse of alliances and pacts, could trigger a new great ninja war, something Itachi wouldn't allow for anything in the world. In one of the most difficult decision-making scenarios for anyone, the Uchiha was forced to choose between the clan he'd grown up in and the village he loved. And he chose the latter. An elite force made up of the best Anbu and himself waited for the final meeting where the coup d'etat would begin, taking advantage of the fact that all the Uchiha were going to be in the complex to kill them all. Itachi led this privileged group, assassinating the strongest ninja of the clan. His companions took care of the bulk of the ninja corps and the civilians after Makoto-san revealed the secret shelters of the Uchiha complex, just as had happened years ago in Yuzushio with the Uzumaki, the Uchiha, except for Sarada and her father Sasuke, perished with the obvious exception of the murderer who in the eyes of the world would remain as a madman who killed his entire blood family solely for his ambition for power, who staged a jailbreak to escape from Konoha under the subterfuge of becoming a rogue ninja. The Anbu had one last meeting with his family. His father, Fugaku, and the woman he believed to be his mother. He stood with his back to them, who remained calm, sitting on their laps with their knees on the ground. "Excuse me," Itachi, the brown-haired leader of the Uchiha, muttered, "I didn't think the village would go so far as to throw you against us." "Don't worry, son," Makoto's clone whispered sweetly, "no matter what happens, we will always love you." "I'm sorry," the Anbu fought to keep his voice from breaking. "I'm really sorry." 2 slashes to their spines, and the leading couple of the Uchiha clan perished as well. Itachi practically closed the curtains on his clan's history, thinking that after Sarada, the Uchiha blood would gradually dilute, taking with it the curse of hatred that had caused them so much pain and had driven his people to plot the coup d'etat out of their lust for power and desire for revenge. It's done, officially the Uchiha are extinct with the exception of Sasuke, Sarada and Makoto. The Kage Bunshin from Koharu had dutifully arrived at the Uzumaki household to report the matter. The original, using her old woman disguise as she did outside the 4 walls of the Uzumaki base of operations, was planning the post-massacre looting of the Uchiha compound with the secret goal of finding something useful for her master. "That makes me happy," Naruto replied, causing a marked blush in the replica of his chronologically oldest slave. "Good work, bitch. That's what I exist for, master," the brunette said, subtly excited, before dissipating herself. "Now Makoto-san, you are eternally mine." The family was in the kitchen, commemorating the addition of the beautiful brunette to the ultimate weapons entourage of slaves. Kushina and Konan clinked glasses of liquor, while Tsunade and Shizune discreetly groped each other to stimulate each other and have a good time. The Uzumaki was sitting on the lap of a motionless Makoto, who remained seated in the same chair where she had been subdued, her gaze lowered and her eyes half closed, dull. "And now what will we do, son master?" the blue-haired woman asked, looking with a hint of envy at her beloved man as he ran his index finger over the Uchiha's lips. "Since you mention it, the time has come to execute the jutsu that I have been planning for a long time," the boy replied as he stood up. "Let's go to the basement, it's time to teach them something." The 2 mothers, the aunt and the grandmother, followed the owner of their bodies, minds and souls to the aforementioned place, while the boy led the clan's newest addition by the hand, allowing herself to be guided completely docilely. They soon reached the main hall, and without having to say anything, the slaves undressed in front of their master to change into the revealing tracksuits they were already accustomed to wearing there. Makoto stood motionless in the middle of the room as she found herself in such a state of domination that she needed someone to direct her even in the smallest way. When the slaves were presentable for their lord, all his attention returned to the adored blonde, who had finished tracing a symbol consisting of a pair of spirals, joined by several frets quite similar to the one the ultimate weapon had already used to rejuvenate Tsunade and Koharu. "What is that stroke for, nephew master?" Shizune was curious, since she had not seen the 2 shikijutsu previously used. "It is to perform the shikijutsu called Benkatsu Tauchi, divide and conquer," the Uzumaki calmly responded. "That is why I have been saving my chakra all this time and using it as little as possible." Now I understand, the Sanin murmured, finally resolving the doubt she had regarding her owner's behavior. Well then, the boy stood in the middle of the frets. When I finish executing this shikijutsu, they will be happier than ever, I assure you. The women just watched expectantly as their master watched. Then, the blond man took a kunai from his clothes and, to the concern of his slaves, wielding the weapon in his right hand, he traced a symbol on the back of his left hand. Then, he switched the weapon to another limb and began to mark the back of his other hand. Blood trickled subtly from the cuts. The slaves wanted to help their beloved lord, but they were aware that they had to wait for orders, since the blond man's wisdom was enormous and he always knew what he was doing. I'll start then. The boy closed his eyes and breathed deeply. The ultimate weapon began to release its chakra in the form of a visible, flaming blue aura. To the women's bewilderment, the blond boy's body began to visibly increase in muscle mass. His clothes soon gave way to the unexpected increase in his body volume, leaving him completely naked, much to the marked delight of the slaves, who stared in awe at the Adonis who was their master. Slender, with his finely defined muscles and a flaccid 12-centimeter member, considerably larger than any boy his age and on par with an average adult. His eyes shone with an intense white glow. Now Saikyu exclaimed in an imposing tone, Benkatsu Tauchi. The women went from joy to horror when the blonde suddenly exploded into thousands of luminous sky blue particles that shot up throughout the room. The four remained completely stunned, as their lives were completely dependent on their masters. However, little by little, those small lights began to gather in equal proportions over the two spirals drawn on the ground. Little by little, the two luminous clusters began to take on the human form that those women could recognize anywhere. Two naked Narutos stood before them once the process was complete. "Two masters?" The Redeed murmured, extremely surprised, imagining the various ways those two children could subdue her, and ended up getting excited. "That's right, now we are two Naruto." The one on the right showed them the back of his left hand, which had a scar in the shape of the lowercase Greek letter alpha. "In my case, I am Naruto Alpha." I see, the AIM girl whispered with a trembling voice, since her thoughts were not far from Kushina's. "On the other hand," said the other Naruto, whose mark on his right hand had the shape of the capital letter Omega, "I am Naruto Omega." The boy looked at the slaves with a seductive smile, although it can be said that after all we are Naruto Uzumaki. What do you mean, master?" the black-haired girl asked, barely able to contain her lust. "We are physically divided," Alpha replied, "but our consciousnesses remain united. Like a soul with two bodies." Tsunade looked anxiously at her owners, hoping to be the one chosen to be used by them. "Exactly," Omega replied. "I thought of someone who could really help me in my goal apart from you, and no one better than myself." He approached Mikoto and possessively took her by the waist. "This way we can move more freely," the blonde said in chorus, while the women looked at the Uchiha with marked envy as Alpha began to shamelessly knead her generous rear. The ultimate weapon had taken another step in its goal of creating an ideal world for the Uzumaki, where the Spiral clan would rise to power, and without the Uchiha, there was one less obstacle to achieving the goal. Chapter 5. A sunny place. Mikoto sat rigidly on a simple chair in the middle of a room that only had a lamp hanging from the ceiling. She was naked, effortlessly displaying her generous physique, which was on par with the other slaves. However, the advantage that Kushina, Konan, Tsunade, Shizune and Koharu had over her was the firmness of their flesh, a result of the strict and constant exercise that the Uzumaki's faithful servants performed daily and complemented with a rigorous diet, not to mention the frequent baths in that herbal extract. Naruto Alpha stood behind the brunette, taking the Uchiha's body measurements with a tape measure. Then, from one of his pants pockets, he pulled out what appeared to be a small thick-bound notebook. He took a pencil hidden in the binder and quickly wrote Mikoto's name next to the results of his observations. After that, he stood in front of the attractive female. Meanwhile, Naruto Omega used Yamanaka's knowledge to explore all of the beautiful brunette's memories with complete impunity. Standing behind her and cupping her temples with his palms, he began to see everything. Her childhood, her friendship with Kushina, her forced engagement to Fugaku Uchiha, encouraged by her brother Sasuke, the birth of Itachi when she was only 15, and the subsequent growth of her son. Also, through the recounting of the life of the Uchiha woman, one could see that distrust and resentment were key factors that fueled the Sharingan clan's uprising. Almost all Uchiha shared these feelings and were willing to do anything to have their offense repaid. Cornered, outsourced, and isolated from real opportunities for growth, they had nothing to lose, except their lives. And that was why Mikoto was completely at his mercy, because the Uchiha's stupidity had led to their extinction. Itachi betrayed his clan, and that's why it almost completely disappeared from the earth, just as it seemed to be with the Uzumaki. The only 100% sure way to achieve absolute loyalty in a group, Naruto believed, was to condition that loyalty and fanaticize it to the highest possible degree. And what had happened to the Sharingan clan only strengthened his conviction. That's why he was going to reconstruct the memory of his redeeted mother's best friend in such a way that she would be reborn as an Uzumaki completely loyal to him, the very personification of the Spiral clan. "Who are you?" he asked in a stern voice while his other part left his mind completely moldable. "I am Mikoto Uchiha, wife of Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan," she replied in a monotonous tone. "No," she said, intensifying the harshness in her voice. "You are Mikoto Uchiha, a faithful and devoted slave of Naruto Uzumaki." "Am I Naruto Uzumaki's slave?" she questioned with that expressionless voice. The assault she was suffering from such a direct intrusion of Omega's intense chakra left her mind increasingly exhausted as her remaining mental defenses fell one after another. Her memories were finally separated from her feelings after a few minutes, and for the moment she was empty, so her washed-out brain was receptive to being refilled. And Alpha already had the perfect filling. "You are a faithful and devoted slave of Naruto Uzumaki, and you serve the Uzumaki clan," the blonde boy deepened his voice. "I am a faithful and devoted slave of Naruto Uzumaki, and I serve the Uzumaki clan." The woman finally gave in to the power of the ultimate weapon. "You are madly in love with Naruto Uzumaki." "I'm madly in love with Naruto Uzumaki." "Since you met Naruto for the first time, you realized that he was the perfect man for you," the blue-eyed man smiled wickedly. "Since I met Naruto for the first time, I realized that he was the perfect man for me," the woman replied without emotion, but her face outlined the same dark smile of Saikyu. "Your marriage was a farce, just a disguise to hide the fact that you've always been Naruto's faithful and devoted slave." "If marriage was a farce, just a disguise to hide that I have always been a faithful and devoted slave of Naruto. Naruto is your master. Naruto is my master. Naruto is Hexy." The woman slowly began to breathe heavily. "Naruto is Hexy," Mikoto said, already blushing but still with that Hexy expressionless tone. "You were born to faithfully serve Naruto." "I was born to faithfully serve Naruto." "From the bottom of your heart, you wished to have your master's children." "From the bottom of my heart, I wished to have your master's children." At the entrance to the room, Kushina watched her best friend's submission. In the last few days, the feelings she thought were mere information about Mikoto had resurfaced in her memory. She was one of the closest people she had, and she loved her very much, which is why she was immensely happy that her master had saved her from the Uchiha massacre to become another slave companion. She began to caress her crotch as she watched her friend fall deeper and deeper into Naruto's power. Then she began to fantasize about a scene worthy of a porn movie where the two kissed with unbridled passion while their masters took hold of them from behind, firmly holding their hips. And those thoughts only excited her more. News of the Uchiha clan's massacre spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. It was shocking that one of the most powerful clans was virtually wiped out in a single night, leaving only Sarada Uchiha as a seed for its future. The killer, Itachi Uchiha, became hated and repudiated by everyone in the village, when just a day before he had been a ninja admired for his skill and dedication to his duty. It was a complete shock to Konoha's public opinion, as without the Uchiha, the village lost a significant force. However, it was decided to remain calm because the other villages were worn down by their own internal conflicts, and any attack on the Fire Nation ninja village didn't seem possible at the moment. The other clans grew restless and began to soften their stances with their youngsters to prevent the emergence of boys like Itachi. They began to demand less of them so that the roots of resentment from excessive discipline or the ambition to obtain more power would not arise in their hearts. And without realizing it, they were sowing the seeds of their own destruction. At the academy, teaching methods were also relaxed to place more emphasis on student coexistence and to prevent massacres as ruthless as those of the last great Uchiha prodigy. The village's high command was aware of the dangers of such fear-mongering measures within the clans in the long run, as they led to a decline in the quality of the ninja, but it was a price to pay for the atrocity they had just committed. If the clans ever found out what had really happened that night, the village exterminating a clan to prevent an uprising, surely each one would consider preventing that from happening to them by becoming independent from Konoha. That could mean the gradual disintegration of the village. Specifically, the Council of Elders, consisting of the Sandaime Hokage, his advisors Koharu and Homura, as well as the sinister Danzu Shimura, a veteran black-haired ninja with a good portion of his body bandaged, were engaged in a heated debate over how to proceed in relation to the consequences of the massacre. On the one hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Uchitain believed it was best to keep the Uchiha betrayal a secret since the High Command's actions against the Sharingan wielders could generate unfavorable reactions. The other position, held by the Midokado and the Shimura, was to make it public to avoid potential future problems in the event of another clan attempting something similar as a display of power and intimidation by Konoha. "We must make it public," said old Homura, while adjusting his glasses with his right index finger so other clans won't try the same thing when they know what could happen to them. But if we make it public, we run the risk of clan separatism, whether they abandon Konoha or try something similar to what the Uchiha did, replied the woman under a special hinge to look like an old woman. That doesn't matter, the old man, who still had his hair of its natural color, answered somberly. In the end, what matters is loyalty to Konoha. If we have to exterminate more clans, so be it. The important thing is to maintain the will of fire, that way of life that consists of helping each other throughout life and giving everything for the next generations over time, the Sandaime Hokage recited solemnly. Kaharu, Hamura, and Danzu looked at Hiruzen as if he were an idiot. To them, that will of fire nonsense was pure dogmatic rhetoric and lacked any real validity. It was the point where the three of them had originally agreed against Sarutobi. However, the Uchiha enslaved by Naruto knew that the will of fire generated martyrs, and if she could send talented ninja to their deaths by justifying it with such nonsense, it was well worth defending those ideas to progressively and discreetly weaken the village. Hiruzen is absolutely right, the woman replied. The ideological basis of Konoha is the will of fire, and without that, the village will slowly and irremediably disintegrate. There is no point in intimidating the clans if they end up deserting the village, or we have to exterminate them like the Uchiha. In the end, Konoha would be left with nothing, and everything we are proposing now would be meaningless. Besides, we cannot give a sign of weakness of that level to the other villages. Ishimura and Midokado simply ran out of arguments in the face of such a proposition, while Hiruzen silently expressed his gratitude for the unexpected support from the one who had once been his best friend and his true love. However, feeling that this love was never reciprocated, he ended up joining Bawako Sarutobi, a woman assigned to him by his clan. That's true, Danzu had to admit reluctantly. Very well, for now we'll keep all this a state secret. But what about the soft stances the clans are taking internally? We must make it clear to them that there is no risk of a new Itachi emerging if their firm policies of training and discipline are maintained, Hamura replied, still unhappy. No, Kaharu answered immediately. That drop in the quality of their ninja will force the clans to gradually assimilate into the civilian population, and that will also allow, just as you and Danzu want, the clans to feel intimidated regarding their possibilities of opposing our decisions for the entire collective. The third member of the Nidaime Hokage's original team, Tobirama Senju, was somewhat satisfied with his companion's latest approach. For the moment, the four elders seemed reassured by the meeting's final decision. However, the bespectacled old man still hadn't fully accepted that his companion had suddenly aligned herself with Hiruzen again, after having supported him and Danzu for decades, solely for the pleasure of overcoming the Sandaime. And that no longer suited Hamura Midokado, even though the old woman had once been her best friend. If she was no longer aligned with him, she had to disappear from the scene. Sarada Uchiha had a strange mix of feelings. She was certainly an Uchiha, but she was never truly connected to the clan outside of her aunt Mikoto. Her father's sister, she was the only one who always came over simply to spend time with her and was her most beloved person after her mother and father. And I had lost her. The confusion in her feelings stemmed from the fact that she wasn't close to other Uchiha members of the clan, not even her cousin Itachi. When an Anbu arrived at her home to report what had happened at the Uchiha compound, she and her mother were visibly distraught by the news. They mourned mainly for their aunt and sister-in-law, respectively, but weren't devastated by the destruction of the clan. Then the young Uchiha thought of her father. For as long as she could remember, Sasuke Uchiha had been confined to a wheelchair, and it was impossible for her to know if he even knew who he was. According to her mother, when she was pregnant, an epic battle against an unknown entity had taken place, leaving her father like that, with his spine shattered and therefore paralyzed. He also lost his left arm that day. His left eye was sealed with an unknown Fuinjutsu, and his right eye, supposedly his only window to the world, was closed at all times because it seemed his chakra was continually being consumed, keeping him in a state of perpetual exhaustion. Their family days consisted of watching her mother feed her father and, at certain times, attend to his basic hygiene needs. For this reason, among many others, the little black-haired girl greatly admired her mother, since the almost fanatical love she felt for the man was evident. He would have liked to have a normal relationship with his father, but that was obviously impossible. "And how are you, Sarada-chan?" Chaochu interrupted her friend's thoughts. "I'm sad for Aunt Mikoto," he replied with obvious regret. "Do you want some hot chocolate?" The chubby girl offered with a smile. "You'll feel better." "Yes, thanks." The two young women were in class, though their minds were elsewhere. The Uchiha felt guilty for not being devastated by the clan's destruction. She believed she should be deeply saddened, but the reality was that she only grieved for the loss of her beloved aunt, while the Akimichi tried to comfort and support her friend as much as possible, although her attention was really focused on the blonde Uzumaki. Taochu's mind had a peculiar tendency to interpret certain things backwards, since ever since the day he had saved her from those bullies, she believed Naruto was hopelessly in love with her. The truth was that she was the one who had fallen in love with the boy, and the ultimate weapon had taken advantage of this to meet with her on certain occasions and instruct her a little differently than the rest of his slaves, so that she would follow the orders he had implanted in her subconscious when the ideal situations for such a purpose arose. Aside from that, he hadn't started his conditioning. It wasn't necessary at the moment. "Look at Naruto-kun," the brunette murmured. "He's so in love with me, he can't hide it." The two girls focused their gaze on the boy, who was looking with marked boredom at the class taught by Jounin Asuma Sarutobi. "Yes, maybe." Accustomed to her friend's demeanor, Sarada smiled gently in the midst of her grief. That was why she liked the brunette so much, since he could bring a smile to her face even in the darkest of moments, and his strange ideas were generally sympathetic. She turned indifferently toward the bearded Jounin, who was continuing his explanation of elemental ninjutsu, to return her attention to the class. A couple of tables up, Boruto was staring at the brunette Uchiha's sister and was annoyed that she kept hanging around with Xiaochu. Sarada was too cool to hang out with that fat girl. According to the blonde Hyuga, he also glanced sideways and annoyed at his sister, since for some reason, she liked to sit near that loser Uzumaki he disliked so much. The reason for this was that unlike Himawari, he knew of his bastard origins as the illegitimate son of the Yondaime Hokage. He didn't know the general story, but he found out one day when he was hiding in his house after running away from the academy and inadvertently overheard a conversation his mother had with the Sandaime. The two relived what happened in those times because the secret would possibly be discovered during his education at the Ninja Academy, because Naruto and Boruto were extremely similar, so it was best for Hinata to get used to the idea of having to live with Kushina, something that the beautiful Hyuga woman greatly feared because she knew of the Uzumaki's explosive temper and didn't know how she might react. The blue-haired woman's hope, somewhat naive, was that the resemblance of the blondes would be attributed to chance. While he didn't hate him, from that moment on the blonde Hyuga despised a blonde Uzumaki, considering himself better than him. Ultimately, however, the legitimate son of the famous Minato Namikaze was the blonde Uzumaki. However, in the end, he would prevail over that loser with the ridiculous marks on his cheeks. And Boruto felt he had to give him the message. "You're Naruto's hot slave," Naruto Omega shouted with authority. "I am Naruto's hot slave," the submissive sluts replied instantly. Naruto Omega was in the main underground chamber, reinforcing the conditioning of his faithful women. After having properly manipulated Mikoto's mind, he incorporated her with the others, and the six were already riding newly purchased stationary bikes to tone their legs and please their masters, although only one was present at the time. "You're a bitch who's madly in love with Naruto." The blonde boy smiled wickedly. "I'm a bitch madly in love with Naruto." The women smiled in turn in a perverted way. Saikyu stood naked, knowing what over a year of conditioning had done to the minds of his mothers, his grandmother, his aunt, and the no longer old councilwoman. It was very difficult for them to think about the child who was the object of their fanatical devotion, love, and desire right before their eyes, and how he had come into the world, so the very few defenses their brains still had gave way very easily. Through practice and observation, he was able to delve deeper and deeper into the minds of his women. It certainly wasn't necessary because he had them in the palm of his hand, but it never hurt to be 100% sure, and the Uchiha's almost immaculate mind, compared to the others, was fertile ground for research. "And good bitches listen, obey and get pleasure." The Uzumaki began to move his hips gently after putting his hands on his waist, so that his hennis began to swing from side to side. "And good bitches listen, obey and get pleasure." The women recited in perfect synchrony while they watched, completely enthralled, their master's member going back and forth. "Good bitches don't need to think." The little blonde smiled when he saw that his slave's desire was such that small, hexy threads of saliva emerged from the corners of their scandalously lipsticked lips. "Good bitches don't need to think." Their visibly flushed faces and the wetness that could be felt between their legs were the best sign that everything was going perfectly. "Good bitches need a master." The boy put his hands on the back of his neck to make his body fully visible to his females. "Good bitches need a master." The women increased the pace of their race on the bike to control even a little the unbridled desire that was exciting their hexes and devouring their brains. "You need Naruto." "I need Naruto." The boy left his slaves performing their exercise in silence for just over 20 minutes after seeing that they were already in a complete trance, his naked image completely etched in the retinas of those six sensual women. Those sculptures of flesh and blood continued their work with dedication, without exchanging a word, completely dominated and subjugated by desire. Ouch. The young students began to laugh at Naruto, who was crying hilariously, with a dot-shaped mark right in the center of his forehead. "Pay attention." The blonde boy brought his hand to the spot where he'd been hit with a piece of white chalk and rubbed it comically. He was visibly bored listening to Asuma Sarutobi's useless babble about basic chakra control, because he already had the knowledge in his head to master two legendary powers like Mokuton and Kinton, in addition to being able to use his Shikatsu Myaku and Seninka to rebuild his body when necessary. A slightly better than average jounin wasn't going to add anything new to his vast knowledge, so he simply ignored him and slowly began to fall asleep. He'd barely closed his eyes when the bearded ninja noticed and threw the chalk at him to wake him up, as it really annoyed him when brats fell asleep during the special ninjutsu classes he taught. "I'm sorry," the blonde Uzumaki replied graciously, embarrassed, bowing gracefully as an apology. "Apologize for being a loser," Boruto shouted mockingly. "Ha ha ha. The Inuzuka started laughing. "You're not even good enough to take classes. Idiot," exclaimed another boy. "Pay attention." The person next to him agreed. Soon most of the boys in the room and several girls were laughing at the blonde Uzumaki, who simply began to run his right hand through his hair, visibly blushing and embarrassed. However, the ultimate weapon was already beginning to plan how to get even with that pathetic ninja. He would find a way to get revenge for the humiliation he'd inflicted on him for such a foolish act as ignoring his repetitive and useless class. He would find a way to hit him right where it hurt the most, even if it took him years to find his Achilles' heel. "Let me be clear." A triumphant Boruto roared, "I will always be better than you." The same group that had cornered Chaochu Akimichi just days before outside school had done the same to Naruto. It was extremely easy for the ultimate weapon to realize the intentions of those stupid brats, but with the Uchiha massacre still unfolding, he couldn't kill the son of the Inuzuka clan leader without consequences that would destabilize the village or, worse, put the clans on alert. The Haru had already done enough getting measures passed to indirectly weaken them, so he couldn't simply ruin it by murdering an idiot and boastful kid. On the other hand, if he finished off Boruto there wouldn't be so much fuss, but that wasn't advisable either, because bastard or not, in the end he was a Hyuga. That could set off alarm bells in the village after the Uchiha clan massacre, and the last thing he needed was for a line of investigation to open that could potentially reach him and the Nasan clan. He allowed himself to be cornered and, somewhat resigned, knowing that with the regenerative power of the Mokuton, the beating he would receive would leave no lasting effects in a matter of minutes, he prepared to play the role of a child, unable to defend himself against a group of 5 boys, led by the Inuzuka and the Hyuga. "Leave me alone," shouted the blonde Uzumaki with feigned helplessness, trying to escape from the grip of 2 children who were holding him by the arms. "Shut up." Boruto turned his face with a right hook, causing a trickle of blood to emerge from the corner of his lips. Naruto gritted his teeth to feign indignation. "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because you're a loser." The Hyuga then kneed his half-brother in the stomach. Hiba and the other children were initially excited by the ambush on the blonde, since they didn't know him and disliked him quite a bit, and Boruto being the most talented of all, they followed him with a certain inertia. However, the blonde Hyuga began to hit him in the face with his fists, being vicious with each impact. The brunette with marks on his cheeks and the other kids gradually erased the smiles from their faces as Naruto's face swelled with the blows. It was several minutes where Boruto hit his half-brother without any consideration until he closed his left eye. Finally, the blonde Uzumaki pretended to lose consciousness so as not to end up losing control and finishing off all those inferior beings. Kiba interrupted his friend, who was holding the fainted boy by the lapels of his clothes. "What?" the Hyuga questioned with annoyance, taking flight with his right fist to give Naruto another blow. "I think that's enough, right? Let's not get into trouble," said the Inuzuka boy. The blonde with no marks on his cheeks looked at his half-brother for a moment. Several trickles of blood ran down the Uzumaki's face from his forehead, and his left eye was closed due to a swollen eyebrow. He was breathing with some difficulty. Then Boruto let go of him, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. "You're right, let's get out of here before they see us." The boy smiled maliciously. "We better go spy on the hot springs." "I like that voice," replied the Inuzuka with a nascent smile. "And what do we do with him?" "Leave it there, someone is going to see it sooner or later." Boruto turned around, ready to head off to his next mission of the day. "You heard." Kiba turned to see the other boys. "Let's go to the hot springs." The other kids turned around in confusion, but eventually shrugged when they saw the group leaders downplaying the fact that Naruto was unconscious and bleeding at their feet. They left, leaving the blonde Uzumaki standing there as if he meant nothing. Minutes after the bullies left, the ultimate weapon stopped pretending to be unconscious and partially recovered, leaning against a wall in the alley where he was. "You're going to cry blood, you filthy bastard," the blonde thought, trying to calm down to begin his recovery. Oh my god! Just as he was about to perform the hand seals that would release the healing power of his Mokuton, he heard that wail and stopped. The boy focused his hurt gaze towards the source of that voice. "Wow, what an interesting outcome," he smiled to himself when he realized who was in front of him. The beautiful Hinata Hyuga was walking back home. Knowing that her son had asked her permission to sleep that day at the Inuzuka compound and that her little girl would be staying with the Akimichi that night, she had a free day for the first time in a long time and planned to relax a little. She was walking towards the village's hot springs to take a relaxing bath when she passed by and saw the boy lying there out of the corner of her eye. She was horrified and immediately went to the blonde boy's aid. Naruto-kun. The woman quickly ran to the little boy to kneel beside him and rest his head between her breasts to comfort him. Hinata Hyuga was always a shy kunoichi, and in her generation she was one of the most introverted. She watched from afar as Minato Namikaze, an orphan boy who aspired to become Hokage. He was kind, cheerful, and extremely skilled in ninjutsu, so she fell in love with him practically the moment she met him. However, she never had the courage to approach him and watched from afar as Kushina Uzumaki, a girl she rather liked due to her uninhibited nature, won the prize of the blonde's love. "Come on, I'll take you home." The woman held the little boy in her arms and quickly took him away after placing his head on her right shoulder. In that position he couldn't see the sinister smile that appeared on Saikyu injured face. Naruto sat in the living room of Hinata's house, looking around curiously while discreetly using his chakra to slowly heal himself and get ready. In the kitchen, the woman was heating some water to make some compresses for the boy and heal him as much as possible before taking him home. The Hyuga family lost many things after her affair with Minato, as she was exiled from her clan after becoming pregnant to prevent her children from being sealed away and incorporated into the Hyuga Bunki, second family. In addition, she lived in considerable fear that people would eventually find out who Boruto and Himawari's father was. Only the Sandaime Hokage knew the secret and it was impossible for anyone to get it out of him, but one of her fears became more and more pronounced as Naruto grew older and began to resemble her children more. It was a stressful life, but she didn't regret it because she cherished the fruits of her love for the Yondaime. And little Uzumaki resembled his father more than Boruto himself. That's why he caught her attention from the first time she saw him. "I'm going to cure you." Naruto-kun, the beautiful housewife, arrived carrying a couple of steaming containers from which several towels were sticking out. The woman took the little boy and laid him out across the sofa where she was sitting, placing the warm towels on the bruised areas. Before doing so, she took one of the damp washcloths and carefully sat down next to him, placing his blonde head on one of her legs like a pillow. She then began to diligently clean the little boy's face with a beautiful smile. Meanwhile, Naruto looked at the woman with discreet but real surprise. He hadn't expected Boruto's idiot's mother to be so kind compared to that worm. That idyllic moment when she gave him that gentle caress with that sweet expression reminded him of those moments before his awakening as the ultimate weapon, when his mothers cared for him with all the selfless love in the world. And then he decided that this woman was perfect for being part of the Uzumaki clan. Getting revenge on the pathetic Boruto by using her became just an extra. "Thank you, Hinata-san," the little blonde boy murmured, crying with emotion. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun." The woman closed her eyes, happy that the child appreciated her gesture, since her own son disliked such displays of affection. The beautiful blue-haired girl continued caring for the little boy until she removed the last trace of blood from his face. Then she gently removed him from her leg to lay him down on the couch, then she removed his shirt to treat him on her body for a moment. Her mind betrayed her as she noticed that slender body with subtly defined muscles and saw young Minato instead of Naruto, blushing profusely. "Well, now we're going to put the compresses on you." The Hyuga was able to control herself and regain her reason. "Thank you, Hinata-san." The woman meticulously placed the warm compresses on the boy's skin, where she found the marks from the bruises she didn't know her son had inflicted. The blonde man led her, thinking with glee that soon she would be caring for him like this, in her home, with his body, mind, and soul completely surrendered to him. The procedure lasted several minutes, during which the boy's regenerative power accelerated the process considerably, and those marks disappeared from his body, to the Hyuga's initial surprise. She then regained her composure, attributing this impressive healing ability to being the Kyuubi's vessel. "Are you feeling better now, Naruto-kun?" The woman asked expectantly when she saw that the swelling on the boy's face had practically subsided. "Yes, thank you very much, Hinata-san." The boy faked a tender smile and lowered his gaze to give it a greater effect. "And what happened to you? Who did that to you?" she asked, showing concern, believing the person responsible had been her beloved son. I don't know." The little blonde boy adopted a sad expression. "I was walking home, and I woke up when he found me." He lied shamelessly to wait and save that fatal blow to his half-brother in the future. "I see inside." The Hyuga sighed in relief at the thought that Boruto had nothing to do with it. By the way, Hinata-san." The boy blushed in a way that endeared the blue-haired girl. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" the beautiful mother asked curiously. "Who wanted to give you something from a pocket?" The little boy took out that metal pendant and showed it to the woman. "Naruto-kun, it's very beautiful, but I can't accept it." The woman felt flattered, but she believed the pendant was quite valuable. "Please, Hinata-san, look at it." The boy placed the pendant a few centimeters from the beautiful blue-haired girl's eyes. "Keep your eyes on the gem, follow the gem with your eyes." The boy began to release his chakra through the metal jewel. "You feel relaxed with every breath you take." The ultimate weapon noticed that Hinata's gaze quickly became caught in the oscillating flashes released by the pendant. You feel like you are floating on a cloud so comfortable that it relaxes you completely, taking all your thoughts with it. He placed the pendant in front of the voluptuous Hyuga's face. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, because you don't think about anything anymore. He activated his Sharingan when he saw that the woman's already opaque eyes narrowed as a sign that they were totally in his hands. And since you don't think about anything, you have to let me think for you. He delicately caressed Hinata's face, knowing that he already had her in his hands. Unlike other cases, the Naruto duo delved into the memories of the Hyuga housewife in order to learn the story behind her affair with Minato. He ruthlessly assaulted the beautiful blue-haired woman's mind and soon had access to all those memories, where he saw the woman unable to approach the blonde during her youth due to her shyness and saw how the Hyuga could never overcome that trait of her personality in all aspects of her life, being looked down on in her clan. Born heir to the leadership of her clan, she lost her title due to the apparent weakness she displayed, and finally her father, the prestigious Hiashi Hyuga, decided to leave her aside and continue holding power, exiling her after she became pregnant without being married. But how was it possible that an insecure and weak-willed girl got involved with a married man, despite belonging to a clan as powerful and prestigious as the Hyuga? Alcohol. While he was being conceived inside Kushina, almost at the same time as Sakura, Kari and Tsume were also carrying their future children. Just months apart, the three women were in a bad mood, and at the gathering of their generation colleagues to celebrate the recent appointment of the Namikaze as Yondaime Hokage, finally fulfilling his dream, they simply could not stand the festive atmosphere due to their mood swings and discomfort, so they returned home. Hinata was the only woman who stayed in drinking discreetly. She saw her generation colleagues fall into a state of drunkenness little by little. As Minato had a great stamina due to drinking quite frequently when his teacher, the famous and powerful ninja Jiraiya, visited the village, he lasted much longer than the others. Soon the time came when the two of them were supposedly alone in that bar, as the others were completely unconscious. Hinata, while not drunk, was quite uninhibited due to the sake she'd consumed, while the blonde man was already considerably drunk. Then she tried a sip of the last bottle they'd brought them and could tell it was tainted. But when she wanted to tell Minato, she watched in horror as the shinobi drank from the bottle as if it were water, downing it until he easily finished more than half of it. She watched in horror as her crush began to wobble seconds later and thought it best to leave before he made a disgrace, since that could get him revoked from the position he had spent so many years earning, considering the fact that he hadn't even been officially inaugurated yet. With effort, the woman was able to get the famous ninja out of the place. He thought about taking him home immediately, but Kushina would surely receive him badly, since she had previously recommended that he not drink too much, and if normally his mood swings were very intense, when pregnant he really exploded, and he thought about taking him home, so that the next day he could return with the Uzumaki, that way at least he could defend himself from the Riteed's legendary tantrums. Once they arrived at the Hyuga's apartment, the woman laid her lover down on the sofa to finally rest, since the alcohol in his blood was beginning to affect him. When she saw that the Namikaze had fallen asleep and was starting to feel dizzy, she headed to her room to rest. She took off her clothes and put on a loose robe to be comfortable. She returned to give her crush one last check to make sure he wasn't having an accident. When she confirmed that he was okay, she finally prepared to sleep. However, Minato's firm hand stopped her. The plea for her not to leave him alone, the blonde stood up with difficulty to hug her from behind, pressing his body against hers, and the poor woman felt herself melt as her tenant began to run his firm hands over the body she had decided would be for no one else but that man. The alcohol in his blood and his immense love repressed for years simply clouded his head, and believing his dream fulfilled, he gave in to passion and lust, consummating the carnal act in his living room with the future Hokage, turning around and hugging him by the neck to kiss for a long time, and then simply doing it all over the room. When Minato woke up the next day, he remembered absolutely nothing. Hinata tested the waters cautiously, as although she had a severe hangover, she could remember almost everything from the previous night and guiltily looked at the blonde from her dreams while carrying his seed deep within her womb. Once a confused and grateful Namikaze left the place, the voluptuous woman burst into tears after learning that that intense night of lovemaking was only the result of liquor and that it really had meant nothing to her lover because he had no memory of that unforgettable night. The resulting pregnancy was obvious to Hinata, as she always received the seed of her Minato-kun inside her during the intense hex they had. It was her consolation, since although she would never have the blonde's love, at least she would have the fruit of her feelings for him in the form of a child, or at least that's what she thought at first, since, as was later confirmed, she was actually expecting twins. Naruto completely invaded the privacy and deepest memories of his new acquisition in the same room where he had previously begun the subjugation of Mikoto. Then he began to unlink and modify those treasured memories of the voluptuous Hyuga to turn her into another of his faithful slaves, with the added bonus that he was also going to transform her into the perfect scourge for his stupid half-brother. Digging deeper into Hinata's life, he realized Boruto was a rude and stupid brat. Self-conscious about not having a father, he needed to fill that emotional void by seeing himself as a man, despite being just an ignorant infant. All the affection and love his mother gave him, the blonde Hyuga took as a symbol of weakness, and so he painfully snubbed his mother, who had to wait until she was alone before bursting into tears. She wanted to shower her children with love, but Boruto was simply ungrateful. Himawari was a tender and kind daughter who, in the absence of her father, simply wanted to surround herself with affection, so she was kind and friendly with people, the complete opposite of her brother. The older blue-haired girl could heal her broken heart from her son's rudeness with the innocent and tender love of her beloved daughter. This irritated the Uzumaki even more. He had to shoulder the destiny of rebuilding the Uzumaki family, and he knew that in the future, having many concubines would leave him completely satisfied, but the true selfless love of his mothers had been lost forever, and he knew that. They certainly loved him, and with the changes in their minds, he would come close to Kushina and Konan having those feelings for him, but he would never be like the original. And that stupid Boruto, who had him within his grasp, despised him. He was going to pay dearly for that. With a new resolve, Alpha fixed his crimson gaze on the pearly eyes of the beautiful blue-haired girl, while Omega worked with his memories to adapt them to what he had thought for Hinata Hyuga, and the work had to be better, since unlike her mother's, her grandmother, her aunt, the old lady and Mikoto, Hinata would continue to live in her own home for the time being, at least until the right conditions were given for the two blue-haired Hyuga girls to fully integrate into the clan. Now, let's finalize the details of your punishment, Boruto Hyuga Naruto narrowed his eyes sinisterly as he began to mold the beautiful female to his mercy. Taochu, Sarada and Himawari were in the chubby girl's room. The meeting they had been planning for days had finally taken place, taking advantage of the fact that Chaoji had a meeting at the clan council, and Carrie was going to stay and look after them, although the deed really gave the girls complete confidence and retired to her room, making it clear that they could come to her whenever they needed anything. The girls with the potential to obtain the Dijutsu of their clans were sitting near the brunette's bed, dressed in loose pajamas. Wow. The brunette was excited. Now we can stay up all night together. It's true. The blue-haired girl added, this will be great, we'll play and tell each other secrets. We'll have a great time. The brunette approached with a tray with a wide variety of sandwiches for the three of them. It's true, there's a strange atmosphere in my house with my dad, the Uchiha pouted, and even though my mom always cooks us her delicious cookies, we're never comfortable. And what about Boruto? The Hyuga made a grimace similar to the black-haired girls in my house, he never lets us feel comfortable. That's not going to happen here, girls. Chaochu lowered the tray in front of her friends to sit between them. We'll be able to tell each other everything we want without anyone interrupting or bothering us, since my mom promised me that she would take care of that. The three chatted for a long time about trivial matters, such as the respective training in their clan arts that their mothers imparted to them in different ways. They also talked a lot about classes at the academy, but gradually their conversation turned to common things, such as clothing, their favorite hobbies, and so on. Finally, they arrived at a classic topic at these kinds of girl-on-girl get-togethers. Boys. Although the three of them were only 6 years old, because when they turned 13 and graduated as ninja, girls who wanted to be kunoichi had to grow up quickly, so that ninja life wouldn't overtake them in terms of their experiences. That's why there was such a premature interest in boys. Well, Sarada murmured thoughtfully, well, Boruto is handsome, but he has a hell of a temper. It's true, he makes mom sad a lot, Himawari added with a funny angry pout. I love him because he's my brother, but if he wasn't? And you, Hima-chan? The chubby girl asked curiously, don't you like anyone? Well, the blue-haired girl adopted a thoughtful expression. Naruto looks a lot like my brother, but he's not rude, I like that. That's true, the Uchiha smiled softly. I really like Naruto. So you like Naruto-kun too, Sarada? The Akamichi asked curiously. I didn't say that. The brunette looked away, slightly blushed and embarrassed. I'm sorry to tell you this, girls. Chaochu smiled proudly, but Naruto-kun is crazy about me. After saying those words, the brunette's pupils dilated and she remained silent for a few seconds, but she reacted to close her eyes with pride, believing that the Uzumaki was in love with her. Really? Himawari asked naively. At least that's what he says, Sarada replied with funny skepticism. Do you want proof? The girl removed a chain that hung around her neck. Look, Naruto gave this to me because he loves me, although I haven't confirmed anything to him. Chaochu showed her friends a beautiful pendant with a silver shining gem. Wow. A surprised Hyuga exclaimed, it's very pretty. It's true, added the Uchiha, as amazed as the blue-haired girl. Did Naruto really give you this pendant? That's right, Akamichi brought the object closer to her friend's eyes. Look at it, aren't the sparkles it produces beautiful? They are very beautiful, you can only see them, and you don't want to stop doing so. Little by little they get lost among the lights, the different colors filling their minds, erasing everything else. The brunette smiled softly, and soon, all their thoughts are replaced by the lights, their minds are in the crystal, their wills are in the crystal. The two girls soon began to fade into the multicolored lights, completely unable to realize the jutsu they were being subjected to. Their minds were quickly subdued because the assault was so unexpected, and the girls with the potential for taijutsu didn't even try to resist. Their gazes lost all their shine, and their eyes narrowed as their pupils dilated. Naruto-kun will be proud that I was able to use the jutsu he taught me. The chubby girl thought happily, seeing her friends totally defenseless in front of her, and now her smile turned evil. Let's see who will stop hanging around with Sarada and Himawari. Boruto. She reveled in the feeling that she had all night to influence her dear friends against the blonde Hyuga and in the process, in favor of her beloved blonde Uzumaki. I'm here, Boruto shouted as he entered his house. Come have breakfast, you're going to be late. Was heard from the kitchen of his house. The blonde boy, newly arrived from Kiba's house, headed to the kitchen for breakfast before heading off to the ninja academy. The night with the Inyazuka had been very entertaining, snooping through the belongings of his friend's older sister, Hana. The dog clan girl was 13 years old, and it was fun to rummage through her things, since she was still growing and sometimes left underwear unpacked. He thought about her stealing a pair of lace panties as he sat down in front of a plate of fresh vegetable salad, her favorite food. He grabbed his chopsticks and settled in to eat. That plate is not for you. His mother shouted energetically while throwing a spoon at his left hand so that he would release the chopstick. Ouch. That hurt. The boy rubbed his hand. What's wrong, Mom? He replied, visibly angry. Why don't you arrive early? The Hyuga replied with marked annoyance. That's right, that's for me. Without warning, her sister removed the plate from its place and placed it in front of her once she took a seat. Hey Himawari. The blonde replied, you know I like vegetables. And me too, besides I came back first. And after saying that, the little blue-haired girl began to enthusiastically devour the food. This is delicious, mommy. She declared after finishing the first bite. I prepared your salad just the way you like it, dear. The older blue-haired girl smiled at her daughter fondly. Hey mom, I want vegetables too. Replied the Hyuga. Shut up, Boruto. From one moment to the next the woman changed her affable expression for an almost terrifying coldness. I'm fed up with your snubs. I've taken care of you all my life, and you've always been ungrateful, but it's over. I'm fed up with your stupidity. Boruto Hyuga was an uninhibited boy who loved his mother very much. However, he harbored a certain resentment toward her because of his father. Because of this, he refused to give in to her affection and retorted against almost everything, simply because he clashed with her. However, conflicts never arose because Hinata's patience was enormous. But it seemed he'd reached his limit, and faced with that intimidating stare, he didn't have the courage to argue further, so he bowed his head. Realizing she'd won, the twins' mother smiled gently and walked over to the stove to serve her son his food, sullenly setting the plate down in front of him. Ramen. Boruto replied, since it was the food he disliked the most. You know I hate ramen. If you don't like it, you can leave without eating, the woman cruelly sentenced, and then sat down to eat as if nothing had happened with her daughter. H. The blonde Hyuga noticed that for the first time in his life, his mother seemed confident. She always gave in to his whims, and in such cases, she ended up cooking meals just for him again. But it was clear that wasn't going to happen that day. Resigned and grimacing with obvious disgust bite by bite, he began to eat the thing that disgusted him so much, while he watched annoyed as mother and daughter shared a pleasant moment as if he hadn't been scolded and everything was fine in the house. Hinata fed Himawari his vegetables and then savored his steaming ramen. When the two children finished eating, they went upstairs to brush their teeth and head to the academy. Boruto tried to talk to his sister about their mother's contrasting behavior toward them. Usually, the blue-haired girl took his side, but his sister simply seemed to ignore him as she finished cleaning up before finally leaving for the ninja academy. Listen to me, Himawari. The blonde seemed hurt by that attitude. Don't you care how mom is treating me? That's the least you deserve, the girl replied, already annoyed. You're always capricious and you've had enough. I'm only talking to you because you're my brother. You really are unbearable. The blonde man was stunned by his sister's blunt response, who simply headed for the exit of the house. He felt like crying because his mother's injured hand hurt, and more than anything, because his family's treatment had been quite harsh. Accustomed to being the king of his house, he couldn't help but feel sad and hurt by the blue-haired girl's attitude. He reacted when he heard the front door close, so he hurriedly ran to catch up with the women. Chapter 6. Just a little spiteful. Parents gathered at the school gates once again after walking their children to the academy entrance. They watched the village's future ninjas from a distance while chatting about the latest developments. Honestly, I'm still thinking about what happened with the Uchiha and poor Makoto. What must have happened? Taiji Akimichi reflected on the supposed death of his generational companion, as the brunette was one of the friendliest kunoichi of her contemporaries, and certainly, all her friends never agreed with the arranged marriage that defined the Uchiha's life. The worst part was that the arranged marriage produced the destroyer of his own clan, Itachi. That was an omen that the assumptions were correct and that agreement had backfired. While the housewives agreed with their clan's robust leader, Kushina and Konan knew better, since, as Naruto's slaves, they had knowledge of what had really happened during the destruction of the Sharigan clan. At least Maiko-chan isn't suffering anymore, the light-skinned Redeed murmured with acted regret. It must have been horrible because he was her son, and I know how much she loved that damn murderer. It's true, she was very dear to me, and my daughter Sarada is quite depressed about her death, even though she tries not to show it. The pink-haired girl also seemed hurt. You must be proud of her, Sakura-san. Hinata intervened, smiling softly at Haruno. Despite that, Himawari told me that yesterday she had a great time at Kari-san's house with her and Chaoju. She turned towards the Akimichi couple. By the way, thank you very much, Kari-san, Chaoji-kun. She finished with a discreet bow. You're welcome. The brunette woman smiled discreetly. My little girl had a great time too. Whenever you want, Hinata. The robust man smiled even though he was not involved in the girl's coexistence. That's true, Sarada is moving forward despite suffering more than me from the loss of Makoto. Sakura closed her eyes in a reflective attitude, and I must not give in to sadness. That's the attitude, Bubblegum. Kushina approached with a little enthusiasm. You shouldn't let yourself be overcome by pain. Don't call me that anymore. Haruno burst into a comical tantrum. On another matter, the Hyuga called the attention of her friends. What's up, Hinata-san? Konan, who stayed out of these kinds of conversations, asked curiously to continue the scene planned the night before. Well, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I'd like to ask you if you need me to help you with your housework. Kushina, Sakura, Chaoji and a silent Tsume turned to look at each other, since it was something that Hinata had not asked of them since adolescence, a time when, recently exiled from her clan, she had to fend for herself, and through that work, she obtained an extra income for the needs of her home, since in those times of precariousness, sometimes what she earned from her work as a ninja was not enough. Are you going through financial difficulties? Asked her former teammate, the brunette Inyazuka. And not really, the woman with pearly eyes replied, somewhat embarrassed. What happens is that Boruto has needs, and I want to pamper him as much as I can, without compromising the pension money I receive each month. Sometimes I think you spoil that child too much, the matriarch of the dog clan replied with discreet anger. While the blonde Hyuga and his son were best friends, Tsume didn't look kindly on the boy, as he was quite arrogant with his mother, and since Hinata was a lovely person, her son was quite capricious. He was always snubbing her and treating her badly, whether in public or private, but her friend's love for the ungrateful dwarf was such that she never complained about the treatment he received and, on the contrary, always wanted to keep him happy and content. I know, the Hyuga lowered her head slightly, but I want her to be happy while she's within my reach. Well, Naruto's blue-haired mother called everyone's attention. Kushina and I are somewhat busy with the courses that Hokage-sama requested of us, while Tsunade-sama and Shizune-san have some work at the village hospital, so the house is a little neglected, and honestly, we could use your help, Hinata-san. Really? The woman asked with growing joy. Yes, Kushina nodded. If you want, we can go to the house so you can see if you agree with what you would have to do, and more than anything, how much you want to win. Fortunately, we are doing well in that aspect. If you don't have a problem, I would like to see it right now. The women of the Uzumaki house turned to look at each other and nodded after a few moments when they saw that the Hyuga lowered her head slightly. Of course, there's no problem, said the woman from AIM. Then it would be better if we left at once, Konan added, smiling. We have a little less than 2 hours before we start our workday. Wow, man, you don't look well. Kiba watched his friend with concern. I've had a bad day, that's all, Boruto grumbled reluctantly. The brunette with marks on his cheeks looked curiously at his friend, who looked quite dejected. He rested his arms on his table, his head resting on them. After leaving his house, he saw the blue-haired girls rush forward unexpectedly, and he only managed to catch up with his mother, who simply said a curt goodbye to him without any affectionate gesture. When he tried to sit next to Himawari, he noticed that she had already taken a seat on the unfortunate Naruto's right, while Sarada had taken a seat on his left. But it seems you're better now. The Inyazuka noticed that his friend smiled almost imperceptibly. That's right, the Hyuga thought about beating his half-brother again. There's something that will cheer me up. The blonde Uzumaki was bandaged on the head, with his left eye covered by the bandages, and he thought that if he couldn't defend himself from the boys being 100% injured and convalescing, it would be even easier to give him what he deserved and take out his anger on him for how his sister and mother had treated him. When the latter got over her anger, he was also going to put her in her place. It says Injutsu is based on the use of Inten, yin element, and is based on focusing chakra on alternating the flow of chakra in the victim's brain, Himawari said with a smile on her face. Thank you, Hima-chan. Naruto smiled softly at the blue-haired girl, who blushed deeply, and her heart began to beat faster. With my eye like this, I can't see well. Why, you're welcome, Naruto-kun. The girl looked down, happy with the blonde's gratitude. By the way, Sarah-chan, thanks for lending me your pencil. The boy turned to the other side to look at the Uchiha. You're welcome. The brunette smiled deeply. Anytime, Naruto-kun. She was extremely excited to have the blonde's attention. Tauchiu was happy with the outcome of the first control session she'd had with her friends. She knew he was madly in love with her, so she had to reciprocate by finding more girlfriends for him. She wasn't selfish and wanted her boyfriend to be happy. Besides, Naruto wasn't there to be monopolized. It was her duty to share him with as many girls as possible. After the blonde had saved her, everything had become clear to her. Little by little, Naruto-kun, the chubby girl smiled softly. I'll give you the best girlfriends, the prettiest ones, and you'll have no choice but to be with me forever. The brunette twisted her smile wickedly. What's your problem? The problem? Boruto and Naruto met face to face during recess. The Uzumaki was calmly feigning injuries. Then the blonde Hyuga shoved the boy with marks on his cheeks with his shoulder, immediately becoming annoyed and blaming his half-brother for colliding with him, with the clear intention of hitting him. Saikyu looked confused as he immediately realized a pathetic ruse, avoiding seeming responsible at all times. Yes, you tried to push me, and you're just pretending to be hurt, the fair-cheeked boy bellowed angrily as he pushed Naruto in the middle of the courtyard to provoke him into responding. I didn't do anything, the Uzumaki answered, acting a grimace of fear. Don't deny what you did. The Hyuga replied with rising fury. Fight, fight. What began as a plan to have a valid justification for beating up his half-brother slowly began to fall apart because he was playing on the idea that Naruto would be outraged by the previous day's events and respond immediately to the attack despite his condition. A circle of boys had surrounded them to incite them to settle things with a fight. But it was an accident, Kushina and Konan-san murmured fearfully. Leave it, Boruto. The man in question heard that familiar voice, and the pain in his right leg immediately caused him to bend over, place the knee of his other leg on the ground, and begin to sob in pain. In front of him, his sister stared at him with a cold expression that intimidated him greatly. However, he quickly recovered from the shock to look up and stare indignantly at the blue-haired girl. She had kicked him in the shin quite hard. What the hell is wrong with you, Himawari? The blonde Hyuga replied furiously. I should say the same. The blue-eyed girl looked at her older brother with contempt for 5 minutes. You can't be like that with a hurt boy. As always, you're going to get mom in trouble. Don't get involved. Boruto replied, breathing heavily, trying to contain the tears that threatened to come out. What's going on here? The adult's voice caught the attention of all the children around the blondes, allowing the owner of that voice to enter. It was a beautiful jounin with long broken black hair that went past her shoulders, with exotic red eyes, with a ring between the pupil and the iris. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow, and wore a tight white outfit with a red sleeve, which was loose at the sleeves and tight at the body, to elegantly and enigmatically show off her well-lined and voluptuous body. It was Kurana Yuuhi, who was there because she had recently been appointed as the Genjutsu teacher for the class. Who is this hot Aikiba thought with a perverted smile as she walked towards the two blondes with a hexy swagger. Well. The woman looked sternly at the half-siblings for a moment, but the harshness of her expression shifted to Boruto when she saw Himawari helping the blonde Uzumaki to his feet. Sarada and Chaochu soon arrived to help Naruto, while the blonde Hyuga struggled to his feet. That loser pushed me as I was passing by. Hinata's son pointed at his half-brother with obvious contempt. You're crazy, Sarada replied indignantly. Naruto-kun can barely walk after the beating he got yesterday. Naruto-kun? The jounin wondered, visibly puzzled. Is this the boy who contains the Kyuubi? Now that I look at him closely, he looks quite similar to the other boy. You shut up, Sarada. Boruto was really furious seeing that the girls closest to him defended that idiot so fiercely. Listen, Kurenai addressed the Hyuga seriously after seeing the apparently quite injured Naruto. It is evident that this boy cannot defend himself, so come with me, we will discuss the matter at the address. What? The fair-faced blonde looked at the jounin with fear. Catch me if you can. Silly boy showing off her superior speed compared to the students, the kunoichi grabbed the boy by the lapels of his clothes before he could escape. Let me go, Boruto began to kick agitatedly. Let's see if you're that energetic when we call the person in charge of you, said the woman as she practically dragged him towards the office. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Himawari, Sarada and Chaochu helped Naruto stand up. Why yes, thank you. Hey, Himawari. Kiba approached cautiously as the other children began to move away from the place. What do you want? The blue-haired girl answered sullenly. Aren't you going with your brother? The brown-haired boy looked confused. He asked for it, I have no reason to help him. Ignoring her brother's fate, the Hyuga turned around to help her friends take the Uzumaki to the infirmary, punish him for being an idiot. He asked for it. Oh, wow, the Inyazuka was surprised by Himawari's coldness towards his brother. Wow, Hinata, you really clean very well. Why yes, Mikoto was very kind to help you. Kushina and Konan were in the kitchen of the Uzumaki house, with the Hyuga and the Uchiha kneeling in front of them. It was a position of devotion in which they had their hands resting on their knees and their heads held high. The two women possessing Dijutsu had their eyes closed and savored with delight the hairless genitals of their masters, Hinata for the Uzumaki woman and Mikoto for the woman from AIM. The two kneeling slaves were wearing extremely revealing outfits consisting of tight dental floss with small triangles of fabric in the front that barely covered their shaved pussies, and on top, they wore black spandex tops that deliciously outlined the blue-haired girl's lush 102 breasts, as well as the brunette's well-formed 90 breasts. The two were part of the second generation of slaves of the ultimate weapon, and their domination had been extremely fast because Naruto made many observations while using the methods of mind control and conditioning that were pre-programmed in their genetic code to progressively perfect them, and the results were there. Hinata Hyuga and Mikoto Uchiha were completely under Naruto's control in record time, being completely subservient to the Uzumaki clan. Their tongues gently licked their mistress's clitorises, alternating between the fleshy nub and their narrow vaginal lips. The Redeed's clitoris was tight because she had sex with her beloved Minato only once to conceive her beloved son master, while the amber-eyed woman was a virgin and, until her adopted son took over her mind, she was resigned to dying without tasting the delights of hex because her heart belonged to her deceased partner Yahiko. And both women gradually became accomplices. Both of them knew the privileged place they held in the heart of their beloved blonde, and because of this, they felt even more grateful to him for considering them worthy of such an honor. To reciprocate, they had to help him achieve his goal no matter what. They also found it a true delight to dominate and subdue their master's other slaves. Tsunade was their favorite and only victim, whom they dominated and shared between the two of them, but the others were also targets of their perversions. Conditioned to be bisexual, irresistibly attracted to their fellow slaves, they always assumed the dominant role when they were involved with them. And with the addition of the Dijutsu women, they had fresh meat to enjoy and train to become perfect concubines for their master's son. Hinata was a monument of a woman who when under the training and diet regime would become a masterpiece, while Mikoto was destined to be a great work of art since she had just started with her conditioning and her designed diet. Lemon skipped. A little away from the scene, Naruto Alpha watched with a wicked smile the behavior of his mothers and the women with Dijutsu. His observations had been meticulous and his initial plans were being fulfilled to the letter. Kushina and Konan's memories were being emotionally linked to their minds again, with the difference that now they would be interpreted by the enslaved and influenced versions of both of them, with the purpose of creating their perfect collaborators. Invisible to the eyes of the four beautiful females through a genjutsu previously implanted in their impressionable minds, he could make all his observations without worrying about influencing the results with his mere presence. Thus, when the time came to seize all of them, they would be the ideal females for him. Everything is going well, we just have to wait. Alpha and Omega decided to alternate between their daily routines at the Ninja Academy and their stay at the Uzumaki house to fine-tune all the details regarding the progress of the plan. When the blonde with the scarred right hand entered, the first thing he did was remove all the bandages he was wearing to be more comfortable. I'm here. Kushina and Konan quickly emerged from the kitchen to greet him with affectionate hugs and then suggestively rubbed their breasts against his neck and face. Naruto smiled discreetly at the welcome as the women stood up to flank him, blushing sharply when the Uzumaki possessively took them by the waist. How was your day? Alpha asked expectantly. Pretty good actually. Omega emerged from the same place, flanked by the beautiful women with Dijutsu, Hinata on the right and Mikoto on the left, both blushing and visibly happy because one of their beloved and adored masters was shamelessly groping their generous asses. Naruto Omega stopped in front of his complement, separated by a couple of meters, while the four women knelt in the pose of devotion that Hinata and Mikoto had adopted a moment ago to worship their mistresses, totally surrendered to the will of their masters and the deepest desire to serve and please them. As you can see, these foxes are doing very well. The Naruto who stayed at home placed his hands on the heads of his most recent acquisitions, who smiled blushing at the gesture. It seems so. The Uzumaki who went to the Ninja Academy smiled with satisfaction, and just when I need her the most he focused his gaze on the Hyuga. Stand up, Hinata. Yes, master. The woman obeyed instantly. For a moment, the blondes looked at each other and then the extrasensory bond shared by both halves of Naruto Uzumaki exchanged information about each other. Seconds later, they both smiled wickedly at each other. Right now you must leave for the academy because Boruto is detained at the office for trying to hit me." The woman listened with total attention. "I want you to reprimand him and hit him where it hurts the most." "As you command, master." The blue-haired Hyuga nodded instantly. "I hear and obey." Kurenai stood next to Iruka Yamino as they both waited for Boruto's manager to arrive. The three of them stood in the office managed by the Chunin with a scar across his nose, separated by a large desk. "What's wrong, Boruto?" asked the brown-haired ninja with a high ponytail. "You're not a troublemaker." "That idiot was the one who started it, Iruka-sensei." The blonde Hyuga had sold his image well as a model and well-behaved student, since when he did things like beating Naruto or trapping Chaochu, he tried not to be inside the school to avoid such problems. Everything had always worked out fine, and it had simply been the Uzumaki's damned passivity that prevented the perfect conclusion of his scheme. On the contrary, now he had big problems. "Boruto, I can't help you if you're not honest." Kurenai-sen was there and clearly saw that only you were the one being aggressive. Naruto never responded to you or gave any sign of having started anything. "But I'm telling you the truth, Iruka-sensei." The blonde Hyuga insisted, knowing that he had no other chance to defend himself. "I saw that he couldn't even stand, and you attacked him first." The illusion specialist intervened. Boruto was about to reply again when a soft knock on the door was heard, and Iruka quickly got up from his desk to answer it, meeting the sober Hinata Hyuga, who, dressed in a loose black dress and carrying a black bag in her right hand, took a seat next to her son. The Chunin resumed his place while the Jounin remained expectantly attentive to the matter. "Good afternoon," Iruka-san. Hinata bowed subtly. "What's wrong?" "Did you receive the notification?" asked the Chunin. "No, I came because Boruto didn't come home," the blue-haired girl responded expectantly. The blonde Hyuga glanced at his mother, who seemed calmer about the morning's events, having remained impassive when she received the complaint. Iruka detailed what Kurenai, as an eyewitness, had told him. Hinata remained calm, listening to the conflict between her son and Naruto, instigated by Boruto, which Himawari had to intervene to prevent it from escalating, of course, pointing out to his mother the aggression the little blue-haired girl had had against her brother. The beautiful woman sat to her son's right. I understand." The mother lowered her head, saddened. "I suggest you talk to Boruto to prevent this incident from happening again in the future, since the assault Naruto suffered is still being investigated, and the last thing we want is for this type of problem to cause misunderstandings." The Chunin recited professionally while closing his eyes. "The least important thing is to pass the report to the council, but we don't have to make this matter bigger." "Don't worry, Iruka-san." Hinata placed her hand on the blonde's shoulder as a sign that she was apparently on his side. "I will talk to him and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Thank you very much for your support and understanding." "If that's the case, you can go now." Mother and son arrived home after a long, silent walk. They entered their house, and the blonde smiled softly. He thought he'd gotten away with it once, and despite that nosy Jounin's intervention, nothing had happened in the end. He just had to collect that painful kick from his sister, and everything would return to normal. "Okay, Mom, now I want my plate of vegetables." The boy put his hands on the back of his neck. Boruto, the beautiful housewife, whispered softly. "What's up?" The boy fell heavily to the ground after receiving a violent slap on his right cheek. He gritted his teeth as he felt the blood in his mouth and immediately stood up to face his mother furiously. His lower lip was visibly swollen on the right side, and the area of his face where he had been hit was red and swollen. "What the hell is wrong with you?" the boy shouted, visibly offended, while thick tears began to run down his cheeks. "That's what I asked myself." The blonde was bewildered when he saw his mother looking at him with deep anger and also letting the salty liquid out of her eyes as she dropped to her knees. "I thought I had been harsh on you this morning, and that's why I asked Naruto's mothers for a job, so I could buy you the sneakers you asked me for." She threw the bag she was carrying to the side in fury, from which came out a box containing the expensive footwear. "Look." The boy was shocked to see what he had asked his mother for a couple of weeks ago, lying on the floor, and now with what face am I going to look them in the eyes? The woman, in an excellent performance, closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, trying to control herself to interpret a deep indignation. "Have I failed you in something? I've given you everything and I've always cared for you and loved you." The boy bit his lips, unable to respond. "And I know you never knew your father, but I don't deserve you to do these things to me." Hinata covered her face to make her role of hurt and indignant mother believable. "Mommy." The boy went from anger to embarrassment, timidly approaching his mother, who avoided contact. "Don't touch me," she exclaimed between her sobs. "Now the least I can do is go apologize." But the boy became visibly saddened at his mother's unexpected reaction. Look, the Hyuga breathed deeply to pretend she had regained control and stood up slowly. Leave it, as always I have to stand up for you. She finished getting up and headed to the door. I don't know how long it will take me. There's ramen on the stove and it's lukewarm. It was what was left over from the morning because I didn't have time to cook and I heated it up before leaving. You can have that for dinner and then go to sleep. I'm going to the Uzumaki's house. Yes, due to the guilt that had been embedded in his heart, Boruto didn't have the courage to reply anything and Himawari. She asked me for permission to stay at Chaochu's house again, and she didn't tell me anything about this, Hinata muttered with feigned indignation. I'm also going to put her in her place. But mom, the boy tried to intercede for his sister, thinking that in the end she had tried to stop him. I'm leaving now, enjoy your boots. The woman walked with disconcerting calmness and left her house in cold silence, before the tearful and disconsolate gaze of her son. Hinata Hyuga, once again dressed in the suggestive clothing she'd worn while performing oral sex on her wives, was lying on a large double bed with a soft smile on her face. To her right, Naruto Alpha lay on her arm, while Naruto Omega did the same on the beautiful woman's left arm. The three of them were under the covers, and the two blondes were shamelessly groping the woman's exuberant anatomy, who, extremely happy, simply let them do it, stifling her moans provoked by the caresses of her owners. We are truly happy with you. Hinata Omega closed his eyes to rejoice in the touch of Hyuga's breasts. Yes, you simply had a masterful performance. Alpha opened his eyes in surprise when he noticed the firmness of his new slave's buttocks, even though she hadn't started her exercise regime yet. Thank you, masters. The girl, visibly happy, restrained herself from starting to moan obedience. It's pleasure. And now that you'll be here more often, we can turn you into a slave worthy of serving us. The blonde on the left pinched her firm butt. I'm glad you like my body, the woman murmured weakly, overwhelmed by the sensations of those hands touching her shamelessly. And when we're done with you, you'll be simply delightful. Hinata recounted every detail of her spectacular performance in undermining Boruto. Emotional detachment from him meant little to no harm to her, and she didn't even feel uncomfortable when she smashed his mouth open with that blow. The best part was the boot incident, and almost without meaning to, she could now spend quite a bit of time in the Uzumaki household serving her masters and mistresses without any worries. He just wished he could serve the Uzumaki clan for as long as possible, because with that subterfuge, he no longer had to worry about the bastards he had conceived because of the incident with Minato for a good part of his daily life. Boruto looked noticeably sad. His beloved mother had only arrived at the academy entrance to inform him that due to his stupidity, she had agreed to pay for Naruto's medical treatment by working at the Uzumaki household for several weeks. Everything was expensive, and she had to spend a significant amount of time there every day to pay off the debt and earn a little for her household as well. From that day on, he would only see her to find out what she was going to have for breakfast and what she would leave for the siblings for lunch and dinner. On the other hand, Himawari spoke to him, albeit with some suspicion, and she preferred to be with Naruto than with him. For a moment, she considered giving the blonde what he deserved again, but after having to work during the day because of him, she preferred not to get into any more trouble, at least for the time being. When he was a genin, he could challenge him to a fight to crush him in an epic way. What happens now? Kiba asked expectantly, bringing him out of his thoughts. Well, it's a long explanation, the Hyuga responded sadly, but the important thing is that after what happened yesterday, my mom went to apologize to that idiot's moms. He looked at the bandaged boy with narrowed eyes, and from today on, he's going to work at home until that filthy guy's treatment is paid for. Wow, what bad luck. Kiba smiled after a few moments, but at least your house will be alone, and we can use it to have fun. It's true, the blonde smiled weakly. I hadn't thought about that. See? The Inyazuka laughed maliciously. Besides, we just have to wait for things to cool down for you to get even. You're right, thank you. Kiba. Boruto hardened his gaze without losing his smile, determined to pulverize Naruto when the time was right. Nah, that's what friends are for. The military training of the slaves was one of the most important tasks of the plan, and although it wasn't satisfactory as entertainment, it was truly necessary. Naruto wanted to put it off as long as possible, but the time had come when he had to do it so that his slaves, both present and future, would have high survival rates during the battles they would fight in the future. In front of Alpha and Omega were Kushina, Konan, Tsunade, Kaharu, Shizune, Mikoto, and Hinata, all rigidly erect, their gazes fixed on them, completely naked. But unlike the usual erotic conditioning, their military training had to be extremely precise, and there was no time for distractions. The red-haired mother was 1.68 meters tall, as was her blue-haired mother, making them the tallest of the 7 women gathered there. Tsunade and Kaharu also shared the same height, just 4 centimeters shorter than the clan matriarchs. Her slave aunt was 2 centimeters taller than the elders. The owner of the Sharigan was 1.63 meters tall and shared her height with the owner of the Byakugan. Once that reflection was over, the two blondes began with the initial guidelines for their behavior on the battlefield. "Naruto is the commander-in-chief, and his orders are priority," said the marked Uzumaki with the right hand firmly. "Master Naruto is the commander-in-chief, and his orders are priority," repeated the 7 slaves in a perfectly coordinated chorus. "That said, Kushina and Konan are second in command, and their orders have priority only surpassed by the directives dictated by Naruto," the other blonde declared coldly. "That said, Kushina and Konan are second in command, and their orders have priority only surpassed by the guidelines dictated by Master Naruto," the submissive women replied instantly. "In addition to that, the command conditions will be different in each mission and each battle, where the particularities of the same determine the strategies to follow." The Naruto spoke in coordination, and depending on the situation on the battlefield, the slave soldiers will be able to make the most appropriate decisions for their survival. In addition to that, the command conditions will be different in each mission and each battle, where the particularities of the same determine the strategies to follow, the women replied as soon as they finished hearing it, assimilating it instantly and repeating it, only to reinforce the idea in the minds of their companions, and depending on the situation on the battlefield, the slave soldiers will be able to make the most appropriate decisions for their survival. The only thing more important than the orders given by Naruto is the very survival of the slave soldiers, as long as the missions are impossible to carry out due to the existing conditions or the battles at the front are impossible to win due to the enemy's superiority in terms of number, strategy, logistics or the combination of all the previous factors, then the order will be the immediate retreat. Trying to avoid unnecessary casualties and making sure that the slave soldiers who cannot be rescued do not fall alive into the hands of the enemy. The only thing more important than the orders given by Naruto is the very survival of the slave soldiers, as long as the missions are impossible to carry out due to the existing conditions or the battles at the front are impossible to win due to the enemy's superiority in terms of number, strategy, logistics or the combination of all the previous factors, then the order will be the immediate retreat. Trying to avoid unnecessary casualties and making sure that the slave soldiers who cannot be rescued do not fall alive into the hands of the enemy. While the women repeated from the beginning the first military guidelines dictated by the Uzumaki, they thought that they would need the largest number of kunoichi possible, so that there would be no problems in replacing the losses if necessary, in addition to the fact that they should seal the minds of all of them to avoid that if any of them were to be captured alive, despite all the pertinent measures to avoid it, the enemy would not have access to any information about the clan. They began mentally designing a seal that would destroy the woman's brain and activate it when information about the clan was extracted from her. The goal was to completely disable it, so that even if the kunoichi in question were killed and the subject were to be studied, the organ would be rendered completely useless. It also had to be complemented with something that would disable Kekkei Genkai, in case the ninja in question also possessed one. Because in addition to a perfect chain of command that, while monolithic, would allow the initiative to the most basic units of the future Rasengan, Spiral Army, absolute secrecy was a fundamental basis for their victory in future conflicts. The mistakes of the past were not going to be made again. Time passed quickly. It took Hinata just over 3 months to pay the supposed amount for Naruto's treatment, but in reality, that was the time she had been conditioned and subdued to be part of the Uzumaki clan, in addition to having the same amount of time shaping her body to be worthy of being one of her master's concubines. During that time, he received money from a couple of secret accounts that Koharu had at her disposal to give the appearance that he did receive a salary and used that money to buy things for his daughter, fulfilling her requests as much as possible, while the blonde Hyuga was punished and scolded for almost anything in the short time they spent together. The Hyuga siblings slowly grew accustomed to their mother's absence, drifting apart as the days passed. Himawari continued to visit her friends more and more frequently, and in the little time she spent at home, she only spoke to her brother for the most essential things, such as heating up the food their mother left them before leaving for the Uzumaki house. The almost daily ramen was generally what they ate, and this irritated Boruto to no end, since there was no food he hated more, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never find a taste for it. On the other hand, the small plump-cheeked girl, on one of the rare occasions she exchanged more words with her brother than asking him how much ramen he would serve her, declared that she would spend more time with the chubby girl and the skinny girl, since the 3 of them wanted to be teammates when they became ninja. Every day she became more and more influenced by Chaochu and ended up considering her a role model, so she practically lived with her, whether at the Akamichi compound or at Sarada's house, returning home only to eat and sleep. Finally, Hinata returned home after the deadline was up, but the first thing she did was make it clear that she would continue to assist the Uzumaki family with their household chores, since the pay was quite good, and even if it didn't take up most of her time, she would continue with that good job. However, returning home did not really help improve the family situation. Mother and daughter treated each other with a rare and cordial coldness, but there were never any restrictions or limitations for the younger blue-haired girl, since she never made a fuss about the older blue-haired girl and always did whatever Hinata asked or ordered. Boruto tried one last time to raise his voice to his mother because he felt relegated to a secondary role within his home. The result was diametrically different from what he expected because on top of the fact that his complaints about the indirect abandonment he was part of did not make any echo, his mother calmed him with a spanking that even before she was subdued and controlled by the ultimate weapon that little boy needed and deserved. However, the punishment was excessive for any child since she sat him on her lap and using chakra in her right hand. She left his flesh almost raw from the amount of spanking she gave him. And although the pain in the boy's buttocks was so intense and long-lasting that he couldn't sit down without pain for 2 weeks, the greatest damage was emotional, because in addition to the excessive punishment, when he tried to get support from his sister, she responded with utter indifference. Little by little, the boy found himself plunged into sadness, believing that the attack on Naruto that day had fractured his family in such a way. But far from thinking about avoiding trouble, his determination to make his half-brother pay for what was clearly his own fault grew stronger, and he gradually became bitter due to the increasingly rare moments of happiness in his young life. Ichigo was essential at that stage of his life to prevent him from falling completely into depression, as he ended up becoming the only real support he had, and although he didn't lack material things, that affection that in the past he had considered something that would make him weak, he missed more and more every day. On the other hand, because the minds of Chaozu, Himawari and Sarada were still developing, Naruto thought that he had to be meticulous and careful with his little lambs so that they would be at their full physical and mental capacity in the future, since his plan involved wars and conflicts, so everything had to be taken care of in detail, so the gradual conditioning of those girls had to go step by step, even if it took years. Ultimately, he himself preferred to keep a low profile to avoid trouble and influencing village politics from the shadows, so he chose a low-profile disguise, being an average student, neither for better nor for worse. In the end, everything was under control and he wouldn't be taken by surprise because he had a very firm roof over his head. In terms of influence, Kaharu was the most valuable of her slaves. She gave her access to vast material resources as well as covering her back in case she made a mistake or missed a detail. Butane had a bit more independence compared to the others, perhaps second only to Kushina and Konan, as she had to have good judgment to make decisions on the fly or properly improvise a plan due to the environment in which she operated, so her conditioning wasn't as intense as the others once her mind had been fully subjugated and subsequently programmed. The veteran Kunoichi had access to classified information and many of the jutsu that were not clan secrets but were valuable due to their rarity. All of those jutsu ended up in the hands of the ultimate weapon and without any problem, since the experienced ninja's method of replicating written texts by using an information-stealing jutsu and then sending her master copies of the texts and scrolls was infallible, and since no documents disappeared during inventories. There was no way for the security department in that area to even suspect the terrible information leak she had. Days turned into days, days into weeks, weeks into months, and finally months into years. It didn't take Naruto long to realize that the Genjutsu teacher was the girlfriend of that ninja who had exposed him a while ago during a class and who was going to get revenge on him by hitting him where it hurt the most, metaphorically speaking, so he began to pay close attention to his class to slowly gain the woman's trust to see if she could be useful in his revenge. And yes, Kurenai-Yuhi's love for Asuma Sarutobi was only as great as his love for her, so he finally had a way to deeply hurt that guy. So he started planning what he would do with Kurenai-Yuhi for the future. On the other hand, he deliberately neglected ninjutsu class to appear as an incapable shinobi in Asuma's eyes and not pose any threat to him, since unlike Boruto and the idiot he had as a friend, whose name he never remembered, Sarutobi was a ninja with quite a bit of experience on the battlefield and it was not a good idea to draw his attention until the time of his rematch came. During his time keeping a low profile and making observations, he also expanded the hidden part of the Uzumaki house to the point of turning the complex into a bunker several meters deep underground in order to be ready when needed. As a being with two bodies, he could work uninterruptedly on that and go to the academy at the same time. He created many rooms as he expanded deeper into the ground to accommodate his future army, although for the time being, Mikoto was the only full-time occupant because, for obvious reasons, a woman who was dead to the entire village couldn't just walk around the streets. Eventually, she ended up practically becoming the housekeeper of the complex. Erotic conditioning was replaced by firm military training, as in addition to the most powerful clan in the world, the ultimate weapon also desired to have the best army that had ever set foot on the planet, so all of its slaves began to be trained in detail. Initiative, intelligence, mobilization, strategy, tactics, logistics, espionage. Subjugaking commissioned Shizune to obtain the most recent written material on all these topics in order to create a modern army in all fields that would never fight at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The slave ant diligently carried out her assigned task, infiltrating the other ninja villages to find the various recent military writings and, in the process, spy on the enemy's defenses, as well as see if there were any potential slaves to recruit in the future. The trips with her sensei had been very useful, as it gave the slender brunette experience in covering her tracks and being able to create believable disguises that wouldn't raise any suspicions wherever she went. She periodically sent a cage bunshin to Konoha to report all her progress to her nephew master and, in the process, reinforce her conditioning as well as receive new orders so that when she vanished, they would reach the original. Completely immersed in her work, the original Shizune was away from the village for years. Tsunade began sinister research, following her master's instructions to the letter. She was developing a host of drugs to enhance the slaves' performance on the battlefield, as well as various substances to speed recovery from injuries, and finally, she was developing something that went even further. Naruto, being the product of perhaps the most complex and secret military research in history, was in favor of that sort of thing, and knowing that his slave grandmother was completely under his control, he set no limits on her. Since the plan was to use Konoha as a springboard for the Uzumaki to expand to all nations, the time would come when the Fire Nation ninja village would have to disappear or at least fully submit to the Whirlpool clan before beginning the attack against the rest of the world, yet another reason to give freedom of action to the most voluptuous of his slaves. The ultimate weapon gave her carte blanche to define what method she would use to facilitate the conquest of Konoha. So Tsunade began developing something to achieve that goal, and the secrecy was such that not even Naruto knew what his grandmother's slave was creating, but he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and simply wait. Besides, she had to give her time, because the famous member of the Sanin had other duties to perform, besides maintaining her disguise as director of the village hospital, which provided her with the raw materials for her experiments. The ultimate weapon trusted her because he molded her mind so that the blonde's reasoning was so sinister and pragmatic that she would be on par with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, famous for his infamy in the field of human experimentation. Her fanatical loyalty and obedience guaranteed her the best researcher possible. On another note, Kushina and Konan simply helped their masters manage the plan in general terms with whatever was offered, such as collecting the materials sent by Shizune and the money they received from the funds diverted by Kaharu. They were also in charge of analyzing the various kunoichi in the village to choose those worthy of being rescued and turned into faithful slaves. The two mothers of the ultimate weapon fondly remembered their former loves, but their hearts, minds, and souls were now completely under the power of their beloved, virile and handsome blonde. Their memories slowly regained strength in their hearts, but under a distorted version derived from the powerful influence that the meticulous conditioning that Naruto had exerted on them. For Kushina, her vision of the relationship she had with Minato Namikaze became a learning experience so that when her beloved master's son came into her life, she could give herself completely to him. She was grateful for the moments they lived together and truly loved him, but he always came second, since the devotion and love she had for Naruto was simply overwhelming compared to all of that she loved him and was grateful to him for having given her the opportunity to conceive her powerful, hexy, precious master's son. For Konan, her perspective on the bond she shared with Yahiko of AIM focused on an idealization of love and how she would have to live it once she met her revered master's son. The blue-haired woman was originally hurt that the orange-haired man would never make her his, but now she was truly grateful because this way she could give her immaculate body to the Uzumaki. This way, she could make the greatest of offerings to her beloved, attractive, and hot master's son, giving him every last corner of her virginal body. For a long time, the ultimate weapon did not increase the number of maids under his power, since he himself felt overwhelmed by the emotions that aroused in him by having so many exquisite females at his disposal, and although they could be controlled, he had to wait a little longer for his efforts to be worthwhile when he finally began the long-awaited reconstruction of the Uzumaki. On the other hand, in Konoha, they had no idea what was brewing in their own hearts, right under their noses. Preoccupied with other things like the rogue ninja Orochimaru and the troubles on their borders, the high command, with the obvious exception of Kaharu, couldn't even imagine the threat growing in the depths of the village. And between all those chores, 6 years passed. Chapter 7. Preparations in the Shadows. Kushina and Konan, arms crossed, watched attentively the practice match their children masters were having. Both wore tight black spandex suits that practically covered their entire bodies from the neck down, leaving only their hands and feet free. The latter were covered by black ninja boots with 15 cm heels that reached just below their knees, and their necks were adorned with a metallic necklace that their beloved blonde had placed on them since the day he had taken possession of them. Their bodies, of the same height, 1.68 meters, plus their footwear, revealed defined stomachs and femininely defined muscles, as well as sculpted legs, with equal measurements of firm buttocks, 93 centimeters, narrow waists, 60 centimeters, and prominent breasts, 93 centimeters, lifted without the need for a bra, were extremely visible due to the tightness of the clothing. At 34, they were in the prime of their beauty, but despite their erotic appearance, the two remained impassive, watching intently as the practice between their masters unfolded in the newly completed battle arena. It was a building with a floor composed of finely polished perfectly square tiles, whose color-coded mosaics depicted the clan's spiral symbol in red, outlined in black, and set against a white background. The arena was surrounded by curved stands with several rows of ascending steps, the roof of which was at least 20 meters above the ground, the same dimensions as on each side. Naruto Alpha stared at his counterpart, his right hand held in front of his face, palm up, from which emerged a bone stake formed by the Shikatsu. Naruto Omega stared at his other half, showing his left arm transformed by the Saninka, which had a blackened coloration and scaly skin that had given it a stony texture like the skin of an alligator, and sharp claws had emerged from his fingers. The two wore only black pants with short boots of the same color because the upper part of their outfits lay in pieces on the ground due to the intensity of their practice. Already 12 years old, the blondes were 1.54 centimeters tall, and their skill easily surpassed some of the village's jounin. If we add to that the fact that the Narutos possessed 6 of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai and the physical abilities with which the original had been developed during the Spiral project, they had extraordinary potential. The fight between the blondes had been fierce, as both their bodies were marked with burns, light cuts spread throughout their anatomy, and they had bruises randomly distributed all over their bodies. This has been very entertaining. Alpha smiled softly. I know, this is a great training method. Omega reciprocated the gesture in the same way. Page Bunshin and Anbu Bunshin had the ability to transmit the knowledge they gained to their creators when they dissipated. But the two entities resulting from the ritual technique Binkatsu Tauchi went a step further. The exchange of information over short distances was in real time and instantaneous, which allowed in a combat of this type that the weak points or carelessness that one of the blondes detected to attack his opponent was known by the other Naruto, who assimilated the knowledge so as not to be careless again or take the pertinent measures. Thanks to this, their taijutsu and kinjutsu had improved greatly in a relatively short time, finishing the polishing, stylization, and perfection of the Uzumaki styles programmed into their genes. The same was true of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, so they quickly advanced in their training, and jutsu that would normally take them years to master were learned in a matter of months. As for their physical performance, the Narutos prepared themselves for years alongside their slaves, toning their bodies and achieving capacities that allowed them to use the jutsu and skills that they learned and developed over time, obtaining well-worked but not excessively robust bodies that awakened the darkest temptations and desires of their faithful females. Their mothers were attentive to the battle, as they had been commissioned by their owners for such a task. They observed in detail the progress the two Uzumaki had made over all those years of training, during which they became more and more familiar with controlling their 6 powers. When the training was over, they would give them the relevant feedback. Kushina had instructed them in the use of the powerful Kinten. Mikoto obviously took it upon herself to teach them what little they still needed to know about their Sharingan. Tsunade reactivated the Mokuton in her blood to master it and instruct her masters to further their control, and Hinata took it upon herself to show them a few things they still needed to master about the Byakugan. However, they lacked someone to instruct him in the knowledge of Shikatsu, since its origin, the Kagaya clan, had been exterminated long ago, and as for the owners of the Saninka, even the clan from which it came was unknown, so outside of reconstructing its tissues and turning parts of its body into weapons, they had no further knowledge of how both abilities could be used. Therefore, they had to learn empirically. Tsukatsu, bone spear, Alpha exclaimed, waving his right arm to release the bone weapon from his hand as a projectile. Nikkuden, meat bullet, Omega replied, pointing the palm of his left hand at his opponent, firing a sphere formed from that strange fabric. The two watched expectantly as their attacks clashed. Surely the bone would pierce that strange flesh, and Omega would have to dodge the projectile, giving Alpha a moment's advantage to launch a second attack, possibly securing victory in that practice. However, what happened seconds later surprised everyone present. As bone and flesh made contact in the air, they began to slowly assimilate, the bone tissue being devoured by the dark tissue, which ended up completely blackening, while acquiring a liquid and highly viscous consistency similar to tar, falling to the ground, an equivalent distance between the Uzumaki patriarchs a few seconds later. Bewildered, the two blondes interrupted their practice to approach the strange dark matter, resulting from the collision of their attacks. The Red and the Blue had also approached, curious to see what had happened. All four of them stifled expressions of surprise when they noticed that the strange substance was moving subtly, like semi-melted plastic that didn't quite spread in all directions. "What the hell is that?" The marked blonde on his left hand muttered, bewildered. "That's a good question," replied the blue-eyed man with a scar on his right hand, surprised. "We should send that thing to Tsunade to study it," Kushina suggested, looking closely at that thing. "You're right." Conan squatted down to look at the strange substance better. "It seems that this material is not ordinary, moreover, it seems to have life." "Life?" The Narutos replied in chorus while the blue-haired girl gently touched that strange and disconcerting thing. "Tsunade will be able to tell us better, but at first," the amber-eyed woman looked expectantly at her masters, "this substance is imbued with your chakra." "I see." The Redeed also approached to examine the substance. "Certainly, there is something familiar about this thing. It would be best to take him to the slave grandmother to understand him better," Omega concluded. The village of Kumo was located in a mountainous and steep area where people had literally been able to carve their homes into the rock to take advantage of the space. Since flat areas for conventional construction were scarce, it was a fairly well-located place in the military sense, and in 3 ninja wars, it had never been invaded due to how difficult it was to enter it without knowing the area. A spherical building with a glass facade dominated the landscape. It was the headquarters from where the village leader, the Raikage, ruled Kumo with an iron fist. He was a dark-skinned, muscular man, almost 2 meters tall, with ash blonde hair bordering on white and a pointed beard, as well as a peculiar sparse mustache, only present above the corners of his mouth. He wore black pants with matching ninja boots with white protection, held up by a fairly wide golden belt, and his cage cloak was open to show off his enormous muscles. He stood looking towards the cloudy horizon. "We will soon have the meeting in Konoha to negotiate a possible alliance." The brunette narrowed his eyes. "I know the Yondaime Raikage was possessively hugging the neck of a beautiful woman with brown skin slightly darker than the leader of Kumo. With long purple hair tied in a high ponytail that reached almost to her waist and exotic amber eyes, the woman wore a black suit that fit her body, which she complemented with a tight orange short-sleeved yukata, and wore white ninja boots almost to her knees, as well as arm guards. The contrast between heights was extremely marked, since the beautiful Kunoichi was barely 1.56 meters tall. The female wore a tight black ninja suit that covered almost her entire body, except for her hands and from the neck up, white ninja boots a little below her knees, and an orange yukata with narrow sleeves to the elbows. "And I want you to be the ambassador of that entourage." Kitten, the imposing man, pressed that beautiful woman against his body. "I see you're eager," the woman murmured, smiling suggestively. "But no, if you want me to go to Konoha, I must start the preparations now and be ready when the time is right," the woman replied, subtly letting go. "Very well." The leader of Kumo smiled softly, letting go of his female, who turned around. Uchiha adopted a serious expression, while the beautiful brunette stood face to face with him. "Remember that the true objective is for you to take advantage of the opportunity that we will have access to Konoha to infiltrate and kidnap the daughter of old Hiashi Hyuga." "I know, the girl is supposed to be about 7 years old." Now the brunette with exotic features hardened her gaze, "and it is vital that Kumo get the Byakugan to increase our military power, and there is no better candidate than that girl, who according to our informant from Banki, was born with the purest Byakugan that has been seen in decades." "That's right," and nodded firmly, "we have to take that girl to get the Byakugan. Trust me." Uchiha softened her gaze. "By the honor of the Shihoin clan, I swear that girl is already ours." "Excuse me, Raikage-sama." The two brunettes turned to the entrance of the office with a serious expression to see a timid woman with straight black hair to her shoulders and contrasting light skin in relation to them, dressed in the white vest with a strap, typical of the official ninja uniform of the village, over a long black dress that covered her arms to her hands and reached her ankles. They immediately recognized the new secretary who worked with them since Mabui, the previous one, had retired just over a week ago to have a life as a civilian. "What's wrong, Shizuka?" the blonde asked seriously. A response from Konoha has just arrived regarding the meeting that had been previously agreed upon. The woman handed a document to her leader, who immediately took it and began to read it carefully before the expectant gaze of the two women. "I understand." He turned to look at his lover Uchiha. "The time is approaching." The purple-haired woman nodded seriously. "Shizuka." The woman turned seriously towards her leader. "What's wrong, Raikage-sama?" the woman asked expectantly. "It's time to start planning for Hanabi Hyuga's kidnapping. Help Uchiha with everything she asks of you," the ruler of Kumo declared firmly. "As you say." The secretary nodded and after bowing, left the office. "Well, then it's time to start getting ready." The beautiful brunette smiled softly. "And we can't say goodbye?" questioned insinuatingly. "I'm sorry, dear." The woman approached her man and stretched out to gently cup his left cheek with her right hand. "But my man wants a Byakugan, and I have to prepare in detail to fulfill his whim and for him to reward me when I bring it to him," she whispered suggestively. "I'll wait anxiously," the dark-haired man replied quietly, staring at his beautiful lover in a daze. Uruchi left the room with a hexy hip sway, knowing A was ogling her. They were a very close couple, even though he, at 43, and she, at 26, had a difference of more than a decade in age. Behind Uruchi's back, rumors swirled that the Shihuin Kunoichi had only seduced Arakage to gain political and economic privileges for her clan. He knew that wasn't true, as the girl had long refused all the gifts he insisted on giving her. They were simply united by their compatibility and their desire to make their village great, which is why she was the person he trusted the most, as his passion for Kumo's expansion was only surpassed by hers. He couldn't entrust such a delicate and important mission to anyone else, since if anything went wrong, only that wonderful woman would have the guts to avoid being captured alive for the sake of Kumo, even if she had to commit suicide. He loved her madly, like he'd never loved any other woman. That's why he couldn't help but feel distressed when he realized she was the only one fit, given her abilities, to carry out such a potentially risky mission. However, she believed that being one of the best kunoichi in her village, she would succeed and achieve the goal without problems. Well. A couple of days had passed, and the Narutos, accompanied by their mothers, watched expectantly as the blonde slave girl, dressed in the same outfit as the slave mothers, performed various tests. What she did was examine a sample of the dark matter under a highly modern microscope she had secretly stolen from the village hospital. Tsunade looked through the lens and couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the dark molecules that made up that thing change shape with ease, staying together. Then, to the other observers' excitement, the Sanin molded a bit of chakra onto her right index finger and then held it up to the large chunk of the puzzling dark matter inside a wide glass vessel. They all watched in surprise as the thing seemed to assimilate the blonde's chakra and began to take the same shape as the Sanin's appendage, as if it were a latex covering. Well, Tsunade turned to see her masters and mistresses. This substance is a somewhat strange mixture of organic and inorganic matter and is made up of fundamental units that practically act like cells with an extremely rudimentary mind, to put it in some way. So that thing has a life? Omega asked seriously. You could say, although in reality it is on the border between living and non-living, because these cells react to chakra as you just saw, although I am being flexible as to the use of the term cell. After finishing speaking, the substance concluded its transformation, emulating the finger of a surgical glove, only in black you see. You could say that it is a dark matter that lives off the chakra of its host, like a kind of symbiote after adhering to the skin. In addition, it has the ability to change its coloration and texture according to the needs of the host based on their thoughts, as if they had an integrated receptor that interprets the host's thoughts with that primitive mind. And what can you offer in that relationship of interdependence? Alpha questioned with growing interest. Although it has organic properties, it would basically be a kind of inorganic zombie with the ability to take on various forms, and its range is limited by the quantity of the substance itself, the voluptuous woman answered seriously, and from the previous tests I have carried out, this dark matter is capable of hiding the flow of the host's chakra while devouring the natural excess that no one by themselves is able to avoid emitting, thus. The host would become undetectable to the sensor ninja who base their abilities on detecting that residual chakra, not to mention the fact that it has insulating properties that hide body temperature. Wow, that could be useful, the Retid muttered. That would exponentially increase the chances of a successful ambush, the blue-haired girl added thoughtfully. Used as a material for clothing, we would have a great military advantage since in addition to what I mentioned before, it has more resistance than the ninja fabric used to make official uniforms, and due to its ability to change shape, it can become practically any garment. But there is something interesting, added the spectacular member of the Senju clan. What's wrong? Asked the marked Naruto on his right hand. Well, due to its origin, this strange substance has a chakra signature identical to yours, my masters, the statuesque blonde answered seriously, so you have influence over it, regardless of whether it is attached to a host or not. It is as if it were your own skin, which you can control with your brainwaves, since these cells will receive and obey your orders, even if you are not the host of the target. Both Uzumakis were showing noticeable erections in their pants. Over time, the blondes took quite a liking to controlling their beautiful slaves and had really reached the point where they only had to mold the females' minds in detail, since they were already totally subjected to their desires and they were looking for new ways to deepen and detail that control. That unexpected accident, it seemed, had offered them a new option for it. Very well, grandmother slave, take off your clothes, the Narutos said in chorus after joining their thoughts with that strange bond they had. Say it, my masters. The woman stood up and instantly stripped off her clothes, lowering the front zipper of her fetish outfit with sexuality and a gentle movement of her body, wanting to delight her masters and mistresses with the sight. The Uzumaki watched the spectacle with pleasure, even more so when the sensual grandmother squatted down to slowly remove her boots once her clothing had fallen to her feet, revealing her temptingly shapely legs. She stood up when she finished fulfilling the order, placing her hands on her sculpted waist. "Ready, my masters?" The woman smiled anxiously, feeling the gazes of her owners and mistresses on her body. "How else can I serve you?" You'll see. The clan patriarchs turned to look at each other with wicked smiles. "It's been almost a week since we dominated my bore of a mother-in-law," the Riti thought pervertedly. "When our masters are done with this, we're going to teach this old bitch some new tricks." The blue-haired girl licked her lips. While the beautiful Sanin stood expectantly, Naruto's two mothers turned to look at each other, as if guessing each other's thoughts, smiling knowingly. They understood each other perfectly, because ever since Konan came to live in Konoha, Kushina was practically her only friend, and Akashio felt that unique connection with Aoishio from the beginning. Furthermore, ever since his beloved Sun Master had taken over them, that bond had only strengthened to the point where they could understand each other without needing words. On the other hand, the Uzumaki patriarchs looked on with glee at their faithful grandmother's slave while, with their unified minds, they analyzed her thoroughly. She had the body of a complete boar, and the best part was that she was completely subservient to their designs. They could literally do whatever they wanted to her, and she would always accept it, only concerned with leaving them satisfied with her submission and docility. During the time Tsunade was studying, they had been thinking about new ways to satisfy their future Highschool lives, because certainly having all those women would be a dream for anyone. But it wasn't about having little more than precious flesh and blood dolls at their service all the time, so little by little, their original personalities would be returned to them corrupted by their influence, so that they would always be under their power and largely retain their individuality, just as they had been doing with their beloved mothers, which was a long and exhaustive process, but well worth carrying out. "Good, slave grandmother," the blondes began to perform a sequence of hand seals. "We are going to reward you for being so good and obedient." "Thank you, grandchildren masters," the medical ninja nodded, visibly excited by the chorus of her loving owners. When they finished, the two placed their hands in front of their faces and then began to walk slowly towards the woman. Tsunade simply closed her eyes and let the sensations carry her away as they slowly began to travel over her body. They caressed her lasciviously, running over her smooth rejuvenated skin from the continuous herbal baths. The woman began to moan as both blondes, Alpha in front and Omega in back, increased the intensity of their groping, focusing on her generous tits and that fur mass, while the poor woman grew more and more aroused by the feel of her grandson's members through their clothing. As her enthusiastic hands ran over the lush senju anatomy, they slowly covered it with the dark matter that flowed from her palms like water in a stream and gradually took the form of a fetishistic latex suit, identical to the clothes she had removed moments before. "Ah!" She let out a scream to the sky when the Uzumaki in front of her pinched her nipples with a malicious smile. More, my masters." Motionless, she bit her lips to feel how her buttocks were squeezed intensely. "Please, use me however you want." The Narutos squatted down, much to their grandmother's disappointment, and slowly began to run their hands over her inch by inch, not leaving a single part untouched. Poor Tsunade's face was flushed, and hexy beads of sweat began to run down her forehead, making a path all over her skin as her new outfit was slowly coming to an end. Finally, the blonde stopped at her chin when the entire blonde was covered in the dark matter from the neck down, and they moved away from her a little. Kushina and Konan turned to look at each other and smiled knowingly before simply starting to undress as well. The powerful Sanin couldn't stand for long, as the dark matter, as it molded itself according to her master's wishes, made her feel as if those hands were still on her skin. Even when the matter concentrated more on her feet, gradually taking the form of boots with exaggerated heels and platforms that added 15 centimeters to her height, which ended just short of her legs, she ended up kneeling, subjected to those sensations that shook her from her toes to the tips of her hair. Before closing her eyes and completely abandoning herself to that incomparable pleasure, she could hear her mistresses beginning to moan as they were also dressed in that special clothing. The Ashi Hyuga was the veteran and admittedly annoyed leader of the Hyuga clan. Originally, he was no longer supposed to be the head of his clan because he was over 62 years old and, while physically fit, was now a shadow of the great shinobi he had once been. But why was he still the leader of his clan? The answer was simple. Succession. Quite a while back, he had his daughter Hinata. And he loved that girl. While he was emotionally distant from her, he trained her as best he could so that she would become the next head of the Hyuga, but what had to happen, happened, and much to his regret, the laws in the clan were clear regarding having offspring out of wedlock and what that entailed in terms of losing the exclusivity of their precious taijutsu. So he was forced to banish her in order to prevent her and her children from receiving the Hyuga Sauk no Juinjutsu, cursed seal technique of the main Hyuga family, while also falsifying his grandchildren's medical reports to make it seem that the precious Byakugan gene was so weak in both of them that they would never awaken it even remotely. He certainly watched his daughter from a distance, even though by law he was bound never to speak to her and was strictly forbidden from helping her. He never knew who the father of his grandchildren was, but he assumed that if his offspring bravely faced the difficult life of a single mother, she surely loved the father of her children. Who possibly died during the Kyuubi's attack on the village because there was a certain relationship between the dates between that tragic event and the subsequent birth of his grandchildren. Because of all this, he had to remain in power so that the original line of succession would be maintained. His wife, Hitomi Hyuga, always disagreed with the laws of the clan, and her distancing from him, a result of leaving his beloved Hinata to her fate, became very marked. Hiashi truly felt his hands tied and felt powerless, having to feign contempt for the fruit of his love with the woman of his life. They were estranged for years, to the point of seeming like strangers in the same house, and they were close to breaking up. However, they had been in love for so many years that they simply couldn't help but seek each other out when loneliness finally overtook them, so they decided to stay together and face whatever happened, no matter how complicated it was. And what happened was truly extraordinary. Despite their advanced age, the two were still sexually active because they maintained excellent physical condition, and a truly extraordinary miracle happened. Hitomi Hyuga, at over 52 years old, had become pregnant. And it seemed that a seed of hope had been born for the Hyuga. Hinata's mother was extremely well liked within the clan because, unlike their granite-like leaders, she was a truly kind woman who ignored the separation between families and treated everyone equally. Sauk, main family, and Bonki, secondary family, joined forces sincerely, as hadn't been seen in a long time, to ensure that the baby would come into the world in the best possible condition, devotedly caring for the woman with the clear objective of ensuring that her high-risk pregnancy would reach a successful conclusion. The objective was fully achieved, and little Hanabi Hyuga was born healthy and without problems, to the complete satisfaction of the Byakugan clan. She was an extremely beautiful baby with brown hair, who bore a certain resemblance to her father, and grew up surrounded by luxury and the esteem of her entire clan. Moreover, according to the elders, she was destined for greatness due to her almost messianic birth. Her talent for using the Byakugan was demonstrated when she began training at just 4 years old, and a couple of years later she was already able to defeat boys easily twice her age. This ability was attributed to her being a true gift from heaven, and her talent was only matched by her beauty, being as beautiful as her older sister at her age. Although they both knew they had a sister, Hanabi and Hinata hadn't even been able to meet in person due to the Hyuga laws, which were severe regarding exile, especially when it came to an heiress of the main line, who had broken one of the most sacred rules regarding maintaining the purity of her Kekkei Genkai. And without knowing it, the two sisters loved each other quite a bit, as curiosity gave way to affection. The little girl could spend many hours on her mother's lap, who seemed to have rejuvenated at least 10 years since her birth, listening to the stories she told her about the life of her older sister, whom she admired more and more, day by day, as she learned about her history. On the other hand, Hinata adored her little girl, since despite the restrictive Hyuga laws, Hitomi had violated them by maintaining a weak bond with her daughter through a letter the two exchanged monthly to maintain contact. Because of this, the older sister knew the younger one and was aware of her existence at all times. And when the ultimate weapon found out about everything by invading the older sister's mind, it didn't stop her from maintaining that connection, especially because if that bond were to be cut, Hitomi Hyuga might suspect the profound change her eldest daughter had undergone after being dominated and subdued by the Uzumaki, so at least in the eyes of the Hyuga matriarch, everything remained normal as Hinata herself told her through those letters. And it was Hanabi Hyuga, that girl almost gifted by heaven to her clan, who was in Yoruichi Shihuin sights. The boys at the academy continued their ninja training. Naruto's generation soon had 9 outstanding boys who seemed to be prime candidates to graduate and join the genin teams when that happened. As for the high-achieving students, in first place was Ino Yamanaka, a young blonde who, being skilled in all branches of ninja, had stood out quite a bit and her average was the best of all. Next was Sarada, in second place, since although she was skilled in most of the shinobi arts, the Yamanaka girl showed greater potential in the hijutsu, secret techniques, of her clan. Third place went to Boruto, who due to his murky family environment, had lowered his performance compared to previous years. Among the average performers, Shino Aburam was in fourth place overall. He was a young man skilled in his clan's abilities, though lacking in other areas such as Taijutsu. Next came the enthusiastic Chaochu, who was proficient in Akamichi Hijutsu, but while acceptable in other areas, was terrible at Genjutsu. In sixth place was Himawari, who was good at Taijutsu, and having awakened the Kekkei Genkai in her blood, the Byakugan, she had significant potential that she had yet to demonstrate, because she had to keep it hidden until she graduated to avoid reprisals from the Hyuga clan. On the other hand, among the underachieving students among the potential candidates to graduate the following year, the blonde Uzumaki was ranked 7th overall. In the eyes of the public, he had great ability in Genjutsu and was quite good at it, but he barely exceeded the minimum required in other areas to pass. Next in line was Kiba, who was skilled in the Inuzuka arts, but had to polish and perfect his style considerably. Finally, there was Shikamaru Nara, who was known for being lazy and barely doing enough to pass the various academic tests. Okay guys, today we're going to review the previous lessons on how to dispel a genjutsu. Most of the students, especially the boys, listened attentively to the beautiful Kurenai sensei, who began with a very important topic for basic ninja training, with slight discomfort, as she could feel the lascivious glances of her students focused on her anatomy. It was something that bothered her about teaching classes, since she wanted to stand out for the boys through her teaching, and not simply by being the teacher her students, practically hormones on legs at that age, fantasized about Hexuli. However, the girls did listen carefully to the knowledge she enthusiastically provided, as did the Uzumaki boy. Naruto was a dedicated and seemingly well-behaved student, having had no problems since the incident years earlier, evidently caused by Boruto Hyuga. While his beloved Asuma repeatedly told him he had no future in ninjutsu because he had trouble focusing his chakra correctly when preparing to use basic ninjutsu, he had shown considerable potential in genjutsu and had grown to appreciate the unperverted attention he paid to his lessons during classes. Furthermore, he frequently approached him to ask him questions and help him improve as much as possible. He was simply a sweetheart as a student and I grew fond of him for his dedication. On the other hand, Boruto wasn't at all enthusiastic and was quite problematic, as he tended to pick on other classmates who, intimidated, didn't dare accuse him or talk about what the blonde Hyuga did to them when they were in front of Iruka. She didn't have a good opinion of him and believed he needed therapy because for a few years now he's been irritable and easily upset, but her boyfriend spoke highly of him because he was skilled with ninjutsu. Besides, aside from the blatant perverted glances he gave her, he didn't pay any attention to her, but he wasn't bad with ninjutsu and therefore, she couldn't call him out on it. If it had been her decision, she would never have made it as a student. And so the classes passed, with the future Kunoichi listening and learning, plus the pointed and generally correct observations from the blonde with marks on his cheeks, which made her feel quite appreciated because they were things she herself wanted her students to question in order to delve deeper into the topics and demonstrate that they truly understood what she was teaching them. Although it was tiring having to endure Boruto asking very basic questions without bothering to hide that strange look that mixed resentment for what had happened years ago with obvious perversion. Really? But the kid is a sponge for ninjutsu. I know, but it really bothers me that he doesn't take ninjutsu class seriously, almost as if he wants to make me understand that it's not important. Uchi and Sarutobi were on one of their many dates in the village's civilian environment, enjoying steaming coffee and a slice of cake. During their encounters in that cafe rarely frequented by ninja, they began by flirting with each other and praising each other's charms. The Kunoichi loved it when her boyfriend complimented her kindness toward people and her emotional virtues, while she went out of her way to compliment him on his gallant and carefree personality. Classmates since they were students at the ninja academy, they knew each other like the back of their hands, and therefore, Asuma knew perfectly well that his girlfriend, while she took great care of her appearance, valued her feelings more, and that's why he focused on that. Furthermore, while they weren't married, physical encounters between the two were limited to chaste kisses, partly because sexual relations before marriage were frowned upon in all Konoha clans, and with the occasional extraordinary exception, they were generally punished due to the risk such actions represented for information security within the clans. And the Sarutobi clan held a high status within Konoha. As the clan from which the current Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hailed, it was one of the founders of the village alongside the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Shimura. It was highly respected because after the gradual extinction of the Senju, it took over as the leading clan in the village, a position reinforced with the fall of the Sharigan clan until it became the most prestigious of the clans, second only to the Hyuga. So it was clear that Asuma had to remain chaste until he could marry his beloved Kurenai. Well, when I had the courage to propose it. For the genjutsu-savvy Kunoichi, her boyfriend's traits were too convenient to her vision of love, as she was a woman hopelessly in love with romance. Her heart was filled with joy when her partner courted her with roses, sweets chosen to her liking, and other romantic details. That's why she loved her thoughtful partner, in addition to the added bonus that Asuma's lack of perversion regarding his body represented for her. Self-conscious since she was little because her natural beauty manifested itself as a premature growth in her anatomy, she was envied by her classmates, and also because she was talented and dedicated, she rose quickly after her graduation, which caused gossip from the frustrated girls of her generation, calling her offer, slippery, and even labeled her a climber, who simply rose by seducing whoever was necessary to advance in position. All those taunts traumatized her to the point of wanting to prove that she was worthy of being a great kunoichi expert in genjutsu and valuable for her qualities on and off the battlefield, rather than simply being a piece of meat placed on an altar by a bunch of depraved people. Her knowledge of the illusionary arts was quite advanced not only for Konoha, but for the Fire Nation as well. Needless to say, she hated the perverts who looked at her like what she was trying to prove she wasn't. Once the couple's conversations had settled on their private topics, it was time to touch on their professional side. Since they were both prestigious jounin, they were selected to teach classes at the academy in order to best prepare future shinobi and kinwaichi for the future. Well, maybe Boruto thinks that ninjutsu isn't that important on the battlefield since he likes to do spectacular things to get the attention of others, especially girls, replied the bearded ninja. I still don't like his attitude, he should be like Naruto, he is a good model of a student, replied the black-haired girl, hilariously angry. Although well, what he has in excess of dedication, he lacks in talent. Asuma smiled nervously. It may be, but talent is sometimes surpassed by dedication, Yuuhi replied with discreet anger as she remembered the problematic Hyuga. By the way, taking advantage of the fact that you are going to be at your clan meeting, Naruto asked me to help him with something he didn't understand in class. Wow, at least the boy dares to learn. The Sarutobi softened his expression. In fact, he shouldn't be long. I told him to meet me here at 4:30. The couple looked at the clock hanging over the bar of the establishment, which read 4:29 with the second hand almost at 12. And look, there it comes. The boy was entering the establishment, looking around for his sensei in Genjutsu. He quickly spotted the couple and headed toward them, putting on a self-conscious, embarrassed childlike act that seemed perfectly natural. Good afternoon, Yuuhi-sensei, Sarutobi-sensei. The boy bowed respectfully. Come on boy, don't be so formal, we just saw each other a little while ago, the jounin smiled tiredly. Hello, Naruto-kun, the kinwaichi greeted, smiling. Well Asuma, I'm leaving now, don't be late for your meeting. Don't worry, he said, smiling as he watched his girlfriend stand up. I'll finish my coffee and head out. See you. The couple said goodbye with a quick kiss on the lips, and then the woman headed for the exit of the place. See you tomorrow, Sarutobi-sensei. He withdrew after making the same bow with which he had greeted to reach the kinwaichi and flank her on the right. Goodbye. The bearded man said goodbye to the Uzumaki. He's a good boy, but with that timid and fragile character, he won't get far, he thought, bored as he watched that boy leave along with his beloved girlfriend. Remember that well, idiot. Naruto Alpha smiled grimly as soon as he turned his back on the bearded man, because it will be the last sincere kiss you'll receive from this bitch. His smile sharpened when he saw the subtle wiggle of his favorite sensei's butt as the two left the place. From the special box in the stand surrounding the combat arena, Naruto Omega watched a practice match between Kushina and Konan. Tsunade and Kaharu, expressionless, flanked the wide seat on which their master was perched, the Senju on the right and the Utatane on the left. Beside them, in turn, the Hyuga was perched in a rigid military stance next to the exuberant blonde, and the Uchiha stood at attention next to the voluptuous brunette. They all wore their new black outfits formed by dark matter and remained attentive, since they were in a training session, so they had to concentrate fully on the battle before their eyes, no matter how pleasant it was to feel on their skin, that nameless thing that emerged from the chakra of their masters and made them feel even more under the power and influence of the ultimate weapon. The marked blonde on the right hand watched his red-haired mother use her kinten. Kongausa, metal release. Adamantine chains, in the form of a dome around her to cover herself from the powerful gale of origami-made projectiles that emerged from the body of his blue-haired mother as a product of her flexible Kamigami, no Mai Jutsu, dance of the paper god. It was a combat where both were fighting to test the resistance of dark matter, so they fought without restrictions. When the bombardment of paper kunai and shuriken ended, Kushina dissipated her chains to stare at her enemy, who remained levitating in the air with that curious shape that was apparently made of paper, simply counting with half of her body from the waist up, while the lower part looked more like the remnant of a dress, and those wings at her sides gave her a simply imposing air, as if she were an angel. Konan, on the other hand, was carefully analyzing her opponent. From her height, she could survey the battlefield and see what options she had to gain an advantage. The Redeed had experience fighting in war, so she had to avoid giving her an inch of ground. Besides, she had known her for years and was perfectly aware of what she was capable of. Fuetin. Shinkuden, wind release. Vacuum bullet, they both shouted at the same time, performing the same hand seals. They both inhaled air, puffing out their chests, and then releasing powerful spheres of wind that headed forward firmly and collided violently, generating a considerable wind current in all directions before the eyes of the Uzumaki and his other slaves. As Aoishio transformed back into his human form and gracefully fell to the ground to engage in close combat with Akashio, the other slaves scrutinized every step the matriarchs took. Makoto observed their chakra flows mixed with those of the dark matter suits, thanks to the fact that her own clothing allowed her to interpret that information through the copying eye. She copied their perfect movements in detail to assimilate them and use them herself when necessary. She certainly couldn't copy the Kamigami no Jutsu or the Kinten, but other than that, anything she could take for herself was welcome. Hinata channeled the data her own uniform provided to bypass the obfuscation of dark matter to see her master's Tenketsu. Also, while following all those swift and precise movements, she trained her wide eye to more quickly interpret the information she received and act accordingly. She also learned to quickly find her target's weak spots to take advantage of them. Tsunade analyzed all the valuable data from that practice in order to obtain more information about the nameless material created by her master, and while their owners fought fiercely wielding kunai with mastery in an extremely even duel, alternating the use of force to impose themselves with skillful slashes that blocked each other, showing the skill that the two tides possessed. Kaheru, meanwhile, carefully observed her owner's movements, looking for errors where possible, in order to make pertinent observations in order to further polish their skills, perfecting them as much as possible, and turning them into the perfect kunoichi on the battlefield, just as she had to do with the other slaves of her beloved and adored masters. As the one with the most experience on the battlefield, she was an authoritative voice to make such observations. Naruto remained expectantly waiting for the fight. He wanted to see how much his military training had permeated his slave mothers, since, as they had been under his tyrannical influence the longest, he based his teachings on them and then applied them to his other submissive servants. This was how he had worked since he began to grow his clan with the addition of Tsunade and then with the addition of his other victims. He had gone through various stages and had studied each of them in general terms, which he remembered as his mothers moved on to a taijutsu combat after disarming each other, after a duel of strength that ended with a similar twist of the wrists that sent their kunai flying far away. Mastering the mind. It was the first step he took when he ambushed his mothers 7 years ago, capturing them by binding them with the Kinten chains so that they could not defend themselves against the assault on their minds, whether with the Sharigan or with a crystallized metal pendulum made of Kinten chakra. He imposed his will on their consciousnesses in such a way that, by emotionally disconnecting them from their memories except for those they had in relation to himself, he made them extremely malleable and vulnerable. Certainly, there were variations in relation to how he later carried out this with Tsunade and the others, but the goal was basically the same. To subdue the victim's mind and overcome all their resistance in order to reconstruct it to his whim. Then came the forgetful mind. Once the minds of his slaves were ready, he began the ruthless reconstruction of them, rearranging the women's memories and recollections according to his interests to make the domination and mind control they were subjected to coherent in their minds, so that everything would seem normal and not conflict with their original essences. The best example of this step was undoubtedly Hinata, whose memories and emotions were molded and manipulated in such a way that she could be cruel and display a total lack of empathy toward her own children and reorient her experiences and memories in order to be completely loyal and subservient to him. Then there was the conditioning. Long sessions of mind control and messages were burned into the deepest subconscious of their victims so that the slaves would interpret them as their own thoughts and convictions. Thus, their obedience and loyalty would be absolute and sincere, with the goal of becoming the perfect tools for the Uzumaki clan's ultimate goal of conquering the Ninkai. It was basically to establish what their roles would be for the rest of their lives and to ensure that they would not only obey faithfully, but do so with the full conviction that these were their own thoughts and ideals. This was followed by rationalization, the current process. After having conditioned his slaves according to his tastes, he would gradually begin to reconnect the existing feelings and the memories to the minds of his slaves, with the aim of recovering their original personalities, albeit corrupted by the new directives implanted in their minds during the conditioning process. Kushina and Konan were good examples of how well this part of the long procedure was being carried out, since, although they had assumed their role as the Uzumaki matriarchs, both focused on certain slaves for specific reasons. Irideed had a predilection for Mikoto and Hinata, since one was her best friend and the other had been her husband's lover, so she abused the Uchiha because she considered her a prude who was not fit to serve her master and the clan, therefore, she had to be re-educated as a nymphomaniac slave faithful to her master and the Uzumaki. As for the Hyuga, if she was so slutty as to mess with a married man, she was slutty enough to be a baby factory for her master's son and also a concubine to satiate the lesbian and bisexual instincts of the other slaves. When she had the opportunity to dominate them both, she took advantage of it and did not hesitate to share them with her beloved Konan when the occasion arose. Konan had a special predilection for Kaheru, since the xenophobia that the old woman showed before being subdued greatly displeased her, and she found it great fun to have her at her feet, devouring her clam imported from AIM while paying homage to her and at the same time accepting herself as an inferior female to the blue-haired woman and agreeing to obey her adored master and the Uzumaki clan. Sincerely regretting having been one of the most influential people in the decision to carry out Operation Vertical. Determined to correct her mistake, the Utatane was determined to be the most faithful and the most devoted of all the slaves. He could make her eat his hussy and that of his beloved Irideed for hours, just for the pleasure of doing so. But both of them had a special appreciation for the Sanin. Empathetic to the pain the exuberant blonde reflected for having abandoned Minato when he was a baby, they were determined to turn her into the most faithful and bore of the Uzumaki slaves so that after themselves, she would be the most perfect concubine to their master's son. That's why whenever they had the opportunity and the famous medical ninja wasn't working on some research for the good of the clan, they took advantage of it to dominate and subdue her, also satiating her marked lesbian streak, a product of her conditioning, since the sensual Sanin was the most voluptuous of all the slaves who had the ultimate weapon at their disposal, they could spend hours humiliating her consensually and reminding her while they groped and kissed her that she belonged body, mind, and soul to her master-grandson, as well as to them. And Naruto knew all of this, which made him quite satisfied with the development of his plan, which had been in the making for years as he had told the Kyuubi during their meeting, although they were both prisoners of their destinies, at least he could choose how comfortable his prison would be. Because he wanted the best prison any criminal had ever had in history, and he wouldn't stop until he got it. Uchiha's apartment was certainly small, but it was also comfortable, with a couple of soft furnishings in her comfortable living room with a glass table in the center, the workplace of the student and the experienced ninja. The blonde student was studying with his beautiful Genjutsu specialist sensei with marked enthusiasm, and the beautiful brunette couldn't be more satisfied. They had made significant progress in the application of Genjutsu in various aspects, since illusory arts, unlike hand-to-hand combat or ninja techniques, could be used to affect any of a person's five senses. Kurenai was seriously considering applying to be the Jounin sensei of her beloved blonde student's team, as she felt very comfortable with him and truly adored the boy's passion for learning. She didn't mind in the least that he had the Kyuubi inside him. He had seen her as a skilled woman and extremely knowledgeable in her specialty. And that admiration he claimed to have shown her with the effort he put into his learning with her was worth a lot. They were finishing the lesson on sound-based Genjutsu, and the session had been quite productive from the Jounin's perspective because the boy had understood the basics of it, as well as the ways to counter it, although he didn't know that the ultimate weapon had that knowledge practically since his duty had been revealed to him. Once the boy laid his notebook on the table, he reached into his backpack for a box wrapped in red paper with a white bow on top. He offered it to the woman, who accepted with a discreet smile, genuinely flattered by the thoughtful gesture from her seemingly shy student. "Thank you for taking the time to teach me, Yuhi-sensei," the boy smiled, blushing, lowering his head. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun," the beautiful woman smiled softly, "but call me Kurenai, we're friends after all, right?" "Why yes, Kurenai-sensei," the brunette closed her eyes, somewhat resigned to the boy's formality that revealed the good and perhaps somewhat excessive education that the boy seemed to have received. "These are sweets my mom's helped me buy, I hope you like them." "Thank you very much, Naruto-kun." The black-haired girl was sincerely grateful. "You're welcome, Kurenai-sensei," the blonde smiled happily that his gift was to the beautiful woman's liking. Perhaps the Jounin's only weakness was precisely sweets, and Naruto spied on her patiently for years to realize it. With concealed anxiety, the beautiful woman carefully opened the box to reveal about 16 chocolates and candied sweets of renowned quality from the Akimichi confectionery, the most prestigious in the village. Unable to help herself, she took one and brought it to her mouth. But he stopped at the last moment. "Would you like one?" He offered the box to the boy. "Yes, thanks." For some strange reason, the woman's instinct told her to eat the candy, but that strange feeling disappeared when she saw that her student took one after taking a few seconds to choose a round chocolate decorated with a cherry and eat it in one bite with childish delight. She thought that it was surely some kind of paranoia, and then she took a white candied chocolate in the shape of a funny shuriken and put it in her mouth. She let out a small moan when she felt the exquisite semi-bitter flavor of that candy in her mouth, and she delighted in it, savoring the chocolate slowly. "This is delicious, Naruto-kun," the woman murmured in the midst of her joy. "Really, Kurenai-sensei," the boy smiled softly. The Jounin yawned once she finished her delicious chocolate. "I think I'm sleepy." She rubbed her eyes, sleepy. "Do you mind if we leave it here?" The woman lay back on the sofa she was occupying and settled down to fall asleep. "Actually, I'm tired." "Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei." "And please," the beautiful Kunoichi settled down and prepared to go to sleep. "Close the door before leaving," the brunette murmured before falling deeply asleep. When he noticed his beautiful Genjutsu sensei fall fast asleep, Naruto Alpha adopted an extremely sinister expression and smiled gently. The first time he used Tsunade's special sleep drug was on Shizune. The effect was immediate and exaggerated, though it served its purpose. With that prior experience, he figured a slightly more subtle version would do the trick on Kurenai. He was going to work differently with a Genjutsu expert, and it would be a long process compared to how he'd taken over the other slaves. It would be a subtle process, but in the end, it would be worth it, and until the day he died, that fool would remember that piece of chalk he'd thrown at her forehead that day. Heaven help Asuma Sarutobi, because he wasn't going to do it. Chapter 8. Uncontrolled Tide. Tsunade's laboratory had changed considerably since the day Mikoto had been cloned to fake her death. It had at least quadrupled in size, and with more containers and the latest research instruments available, her facilities were among the best equipped in the world. She had several projects in development to satisfy her beloved grandson master. And within her work as a faithful slave, she also had her own agenda. She was in charge of developing research that many would consider aberrant, but for the Uzumaki clan it was seen as necessary. Aphrodisiacs capable of turning any devotee into a complete nymphomaniac almost instantly, sleeping pills capable of leaving the target totally defenseless without them noticing anything, rapid growth hormones to prematurely develop infants, nerve stimulants to force the body to work uninterruptedly for inhuman hours. Among other things. However, one thing the beautiful blonde was extremely proud of was her progress in the field of human cloning. Thanks to the invaluable knowledge the ultimate weapon had given her over the years, she had achieved one of the darkest dreams she had had in her long and successful career as a medical ninja. It was truly the most advanced step she had reached in human cloning, beyond temporary clones like Mikoto's, that was used to fake the death of the original during the Uchiha massacre, or at the time that clone of Kushina that served as a subterfuge for the Spiral project, since with the special treatment her mind had received, she saw herself as a direct successor of the scientists who gave rise to the seed from which her grandson master was born. She had been planning for years the rebirth of her grandmother, the famous Mito Uzumaki, creating the definitive clone in her prime age, so that the original soul could occupy it. That was her most important research, since the clone had to be submissive and devoid of personality, so that it would not resist during that blasphemous procedure, because the order was that she would be completely whole when that woman returned from the dead to be judged by the clan. The Haru was in charge of personally supplying him with samples of Mito's genetic material, which consisted of a long lock of hair and what had remained of her skull over the years, extracted with impunity from the Uzumaki's secret tomb, which was located in the secret catacombs of Konoha, located in a large complex of underground caves located below the Hokage Tower. And as third in command, the Sanin entrusted something else to the old woman with a stunning body, almost the same proportions as her own. Her son's brain. Tsunade never considered the possibility of resurrecting Minato. In love with Naruto and subservient from her toenails to the tips of her hair, she had no interest in any man other than her grandson master, but the guilty feeling of not being able to raise her son from a young age, in her twisted point of view, justified an extremely insane decision. To create a replica with her son's genetic code, with a single variation in the 23rd pair of his chromosomes. She planned to create a hypothetical twin sister of Minato, who would provide the legendary abilities of the Yondaime to the Uzumaki clan, from that brain preserved in a jar, after it was analyzed and reviewed after the incident with the Kyuubi. Certainly, it was a variation as significant as it was insignificant in the genetic code of the famous Yondaime Hokage, but it would give that female access to all the jutsu that Minato had designed with years of effort for her exclusive use, such as the famous Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Lightning God technique, since their DNA would be practically the same, although their external appearance would be considerably different. The blonde knew that the popular belief was mistakenly that this jutsu was basically the same as the one of the same name developed by her great-uncle, Tobirama Senju, but the reality was that its base had a variation in the formula that served as a mark, so that it was even faster than the original, and only he could mark the places where the formula would guide the teleportation. She knew all this because she helped him develop that jutsu with the knowledge of Fuinjutsu that her grandmother Mito had passed on to her. From her deranged vision induced by the brainwashing she suffered at the hands of Naruto, it was legitimate for her to steal all the legacy that her son had managed to build, with years of effort to give it to that artificial life, with the ultimate goal of having all those abilities at the service of Saikyu and the Uzumaki clan. That nascent life would handle the Rasengan, the Hiraishin no Jutsu and other abilities of Minato, with the mastery of the famous Yellow Lightning, since that existence would have a similar seal in its genetic code to Naruto's, to have all that knowledge instinctively, while methodically brainwashing and conditioned it arduously, just as her grandson master had done with her and with the other women of the clan. It could be said that this new existence would be the perfect weapon for the ultimate weapon, since it would be created solely to worship and serve him blindly, as an assassin who would match the skills of the most feared ninja in the last war, as well as a woman of stunning beauty completely in love and devoted to him as a slave mother, possibly matching the devotion to serve him of his mistresses Kushina and Konan. "Look at me, Grandma." The woman placed her hand on the container where Mito Uzumaki's future body slept peacefully amidst a special fluid she had created to help her develop fully. "Soon I will achieve more than you in all your years of life, and your resurrection in the prime of your life will be one of my greatest successes, and as for you, my dear daughter," she narrowed her eyes with twisted satisfaction. "Very soon you will be by my side, and together we will give everything of ourselves to our master." Her gaze revealed a lust that was not only carnal, but pure evil when she turned her gaze to the adjacent container. It was a statuesque woman with a fair complexion like hers, with shoulder-length blonde hair, with straight bangs and a symmetrical cut, whose body proportions were not envious of hers, who appeared to be the same age as her beloved mistresses Kushina-sama and Konan-sama, wearing headband headphones and a breathing mask, just like the Uzumaki the medical ninja, beneath her infinite love and devotion for her grandson master. Had developed a similar feeling for her beautiful and powerful owners, and also wanted to ingratiate herself with them, knowing firsthand how her mistresses liked the feminine bodies of the other slaves. Therefore, she had fostered the development of the daughter who would fill an existential void she had for having abandoned her son in the past, so that she would have the most generous and delicious body of all. There's not much left, the woman thought as she bit her lips, reveling in the pleasurable sensation that the suit made of that dark material gave her on her skin. The new day began at the Uzumaki house. And little by little, the clan matriarch slowly woke up, Kushina stretching exaggeratedly, groaning as she held back a yawn, and sat on the edge of the bed she shared with her partner. On the other hand, Konan yawned markedly as she leaned against the headboard of the wide double bed and then landed on the other edge of the mattress while rubbing her eyes. "Good morning," the blue-haired girl murmured softly, still sleepy. "What's so good about them?" the redhead grumbled reluctantly. "Well," the girl from AIM smiled softly, "that we can enjoy one more day with our dear son master." "You should have started there," the girl from Yasushio nodded in a better mood. "Thinking about that always puts me in a good mood." Both were wearing revealing outfits consisting of fetishistic black bras with blatantly thin straps that covered their nipples with small triangles of fabric, which became erect at the mere mention of the blonde. Their clothing was equally skimpy between their legs, consisting of a pair of dental thongs that tucked scandalously between their firm buttocks and covered their hairless genitals only with another small triangle that slowly moistened. Lemon skipped. The deepest chamber of the Uzumaki underground complex was a replica of the chamber at the top of the Hokage Tower, designed to reflect the reborn Uzumaki clan's opposition to the supposed peace that reigned as the Fire Nation Ninja Village's philosophy. Once Konoha was subdued, it would be the spearhead from which the Whirlpool clan would launch its conquest of the rest of the world. There was still time for that, but the moment was no longer so far away. And sitting on that desk, Alpha and Omega waited anxiously, looking expectantly towards the entrance door to that place. After a few moments, subtle knocks began to be heard, and they immediately indicated to the person behind the door to enter. "My heart is filled with happiness to find myself before you again, my dear nephews masters," declared the newcomer, while bowing respectfully before the blondes. The Narutos watched their slave aunt closely. Several months had passed since Shizune's last report, and the last thing they knew about her was that she was scheming to get an important position in Kumo after building a false identity that with dedication and effort she had managed to introduce into the ninja archives of the Lightning Nation village to make everyone believe that she had been living in that place all her life. "How are things going in Kumo?" asked a scarred Naruto on his right hand, causing a shudder in Katu's body. "Everything is perfect, my masters," the woman smiled lasciviously. "I managed to reach the top, taking the place as the Raikage's personal secretary under my disguise as Shizuka, and I bring news that may interest you." "Speak," the blonde said in chorus. "In the coming months a secret meeting will be held between Kumo and Konoha in order to agree on an alliance." The brunette adopted a serious expression. "I already know that Kaharu informed me the day Kumo's messengers came to deliver the message with the proposal," Alpha replied with a bored expression. "What happens is that this negotiation is really just a subterfuge," Shizune continued speaking. "The reality is that the Raikage only wants access to Konoha to kidnap Hanabi Hyuga." "Wow, that's interesting," Omega replied, with growing interest. "The plan is that basically the Kumo ambassador, Yoruichi Shihoin, will take advantage of the moment to kidnap Hanabi, using me as an alibi by taking Yoruichi's form so that no one notices the absence of the real one. Officially, the delegation sent by Kumo will consist only of Yoruichi Shihoin and another person who at the time the original sent me had not been decided," the black-haired woman concluded. Causing a thoughtful gesture in her masters that soon turned into a sinister smile. "When that information is known to me, I will let you know. Are you thinking the same thing as me?" The marked blonde with the left hand turned to see his other self. "Always," the other Uzumaki nodded. "We're going to take advantage of this just like we did with the Uchiha massacre." "Another thing, nephews masters," the two returned their attention to the cage bunchen that their faithful slave aunt had sent as ordered. "Since I have access to the Kumo archives, I have compiled all possible information regarding the military capabilities of that village and also of its most prominent members. Likewise, I have gathered all the information within my reach regarding Kumo's involvement in Operation Vertical." "Perfect," Shizune Omega took the 5 scrolls that the brunette offered him. Besides that, I know her birthday is coming up, so I wanted to bring you all a very special gift." Alpha took another scroll, which was larger than the ones previously handed out. "It's about Shizuka's predecessor in the Raikage's office. With a little persuasion I made her resign, and once she adopted a low profile as a civilian, I kidnapped her, and now I hand her over to you. She has even more information in her head than all those scrolls, but I wanted you to interview her personally." "Well, thank you, dear slave aunt." The blonde smiled, visibly satisfied with Katu's infiltration work. "Happy birthday, I hope you like my gift," and the cage bunchen dissipated in a cloud of smoke. "So that's your plan, eh? What a stupid idea you came up with." The Raikage was in his office, debating with a woman with prominent breasts, a dark complexion, and a rather peculiar feminine figure. While her body was defined, her waist wasn't as narrow due to her somewhat broad back, and her stomach was visibly defined, as was her overall musculature. Even so, she also had a perky rear end that was prominent, as were her legs, visible thanks to the mid-thigh skirt she wore. Her breasts were contained by a white strapless top that left half of them visible. She had mid-back shaggy brown hair that contrasted with her intense green eyes, crowned by a sort of white crown divided into 3 parts. Around her neck, she wore a white collar sectioned into 2 joined parts. Her footwear consisted of black boots below her knees. At 5'11", 1.77 meters, she looked like a true dominant Amazon. "Don't question me," Francesca said, the Kumo leader seriously. "I know it's risky and all, but it's our best chance to get Konoha's Byakugan." Risky? The 34-year-old woman replied irritably. "You have to be kidding me. We're going into the heart of enemy territory." She threw a chair at her leader, who dodged it by tilting his body. "Come on, Francesca." The Raikage answered furiously, destroying his office desk with a violent punch. "If I'm going to send you with Yuruchi, it's because I want both of you to return alive." "Send that lazy dairy," replied the muscular woman, visibly angry. "Don't involve me in your nonsense." Shizune watched with apparent indifference the discussion between the leader of Kumo and his younger sister, Francesca Mila Rose. Since she had infiltrated the ninja village of the Lightning Nation, she had carefully studied its inhabitants to look for exploitable advantages in the future war of the Uzumaki clan against the rest of the world. One of the first things she discovered was that Kumo had a plan for military expansion for her village's ninja forces, making infiltration easier. Although the story of her false identity wasn't entirely consistent, showing a bit of her ability in medical ninjutsu and administration, Shizuka, for Kumo's convenience, became the classic withdrawn and shy girl who spoke to almost no one during her time at the ninja academy, and as she wanted to help her village. From a young age she went off to travel the world seeking to improve her skills, which meant that no one would suspect her. Because they were interested in ninja skills, Kumo authorities omitted details that in other villages would be obvious signs of espionage in order to add trained ninja to their ranks. The next advantage he found was that at a general level, the High Command had a secret program to implement drugs in food in order to increase the muscle mass of their ninja, as well as their physical abilities and chakra reserves. However, after a period of observation of about a year, Shizune realized that the compounds chosen for that purpose, although they were quick-acting, only worked very superficially. The muscles and average height of the Kumo ninja were on average higher than the rest of the ninja villages, but at the price that women tended to have a low libido for the world average and high fertility. Which was compensated by the decrease in the size of the men's genitals, along with low fertility and increased sexual desire, both hexes sharing a latent irritability as the brothers were demonstrating at that time. In addition, the supposed physical improvements and increased chakra reserves were more a result of the strict training that the ninja were subjected to as part of the village's military doctrine adopted decades ago. In short, Kumo was unknowingly sabotaging herself, since unlike Konoha with the school of the famous and renowned Tsunader Suna and the extensive works of the respected Chiyo, in the ninja village of the Lightning Nation, there was no one who deeply studied those substances used, and after several years of exposure, although there were no real consequences to her health from the consumption of those substances, the effects were irreversible. Although not all was lost for Kumo, as some families, like the Shihuan clan, supplied themselves with food from their fiefdoms, so their members kept their bodies free of these substances. And while they appeared shorter and less imposing than the other inhabitants of the village, they actually had fewer problems. "You'll go with Yuruchi and that's it, Francesca." The Raikage exclaimed furiously, interrupting the black-haired girl's reflection. "That's my last word." "Ah. Go to hell." The brunette left the place, slamming the door with such force that it shook the entire office. Shizuka, the leader of Kumo, seemed calm once his sister left the place. "I'll order a new desk and another chair like the one Francesca threw, as well as the facade and whatever else is required." He showed a sign of his somewhat unstable mood, a result of consuming those substances. "As you say, Raikage-sama," the black-haired girl replied instantly. Shizune left the Kumo leader's office, suppressing a smile as she saw how barbaric and somewhat stupid the behavior of the village's ninja was after years of exposure to these substances. Their unstable personalities were prone to easily falling into genjutsu, and in a ninja war, that was a terrible disadvantage. A disadvantage that the Uzumaki clan was going to take advantage of in the future. Where am I? Little by little, her vision cleared and she realized she was hanging by her arms. She looked up to see herself held by her wrists by a strong chain fixed to the ceiling, and her legs at the ankles were apparently held by a thick shackle fixed to the floor by another chain that prevented her from moving. Soon after, she could feel that strange material clinging to her body in the form of a blatantly fetishistic latex suit. The last thing she remembered was resigning from her position as the Raikage's personal assistant, deciding to live a normal civilian life, and buying a new house to look for a job as an administrator for some important business. As a former assistant to the Raikage, she probably wouldn't have any trouble finding her dream job. So, as she was preparing for her first interview, her successor arrived at the Raikage's office to congratulate her and wish her good luck in her new life. Then they poured themselves a drink of sake and toasted to celebrate that both of their dreams were coming true, and then everything went dark. It was her. His gaze hardened as he realized it was Shizuka who had slipped a sedative into his drink or something, but to what end? She was already out of the ninja life and no longer represented any competition for his successor. He thought about it carefully and began to doubt his sudden conviction to leave the position he loved so much and had worked so hard to achieve. You're in Senpyu, Whirlwind, and you should feel lucky you're the first to hear the name of my fortress. The woman stared at two blonde children standing in front of her with gentle smiles on their faces. They appeared to be about 14 years old, judging by their height, and she was soon confused, thinking that these brats had been responsible for her kidnapping. Who are you? The woman tried to show confidence, speaking firmly. Well, the marked boy on the left hand smiled softly. For the moment we are your hosts. We hope you are comfortable, added the other young man with blue eyes. Idiot, the beautiful woman with grey hair muttered, which she wore loose and reached the middle of her back, contrasting markedly with her brown skin and green eyes. If you want, we can make your stay more comfortable, Alpha muttered, darkening his smile. Ah. Naruto Omega snapped his fingers, and soon the lush black woman felt a burning sensation in her crotch that scared her at first. Later she began to feel good, as if she were gently running her hex with the tips of her fingers, although she tried to show displeasure at that sensation. What do you want to do to me? The beautiful grey-haired girl questioned with evident annoyance and a subtle blush on her face. Damn, this feels good, she reflected, trying not to think about that growing pleasure. According to this, Omega began to review the information in the scroll that Shizune had left. Your administrative qualities are quite good. You also have a special jutsu called Tensu no Jutsu, celestial transfer technique, that is very useful for transporting objects from one place to another. It was Shizuka, right? Mabui replied calmly, showing great willpower to not give in to the pleasant sensation. And who is that? The marked Uzumaki on the left hand replied strangely, looking at his other part. No idea, the other boy replied indifferently, but don't forget the name, it could be useful when we infiltrate Kumo. The exotically beautiful woman appeared puzzled, believing her approach to be incorrect. Whatever, Alpha returned his attention to the well-proportioned grey-haired girl. What matters here is that we want your jutsu, and we're going to get it. Oh. That sensation became more intense, and then Mabui realized with growing fear that the thing she was wearing was the one moving as if it were alive to stimulate her increasingly hot little clam virgin, and really without having had any experience in the matters of hex before, the poor woman felt overwhelmed by those sensations, which increased more and more after the dark matter began to modify its shape to stimulate her already erect nipples as well. In vain, the poor black woman tried to contain herself by biting her lips, but it was difficult for her not to enjoy that pleasure. Don't resist, dear. Omega took the vulnerable Mabui's chin with his right hand, who only moaned muffledly and looked at him with an obvious blush. The beautiful brunette's emerald gaze was quickly caught in the Uzumaki's sapphire orbs, which quickly acquired a crimson hue which quickly passed to those intense green eyes as well. And now, you will associate my face with that growing pleasure that invades your body, the blonde smiled sinisterly. Little by little, the woman abandoned herself to these sensations, moaning more and more intensely as a mental image formed in her mind of a completely naked Naruto, standing in front of her, showing off his toned body, from which his member, over 20 centimeters long, stood out. This vision gradually became fixed in the beautiful brunette's subconscious, as the pleasure shook her to the depths of her being, again and again. Happy birthday, son master. The blonde slowly woke up, sitting on the edge of their beds and being confronted by the sight of their spectacular mothers, clad in those passion-killing dresses they wore in the so-called brilliant times, that is, before the original Naruto awakened as the ultimate weapon. Dressed only in their underwear, they stared curiously at their most beloved slaves. What's wrong? A sleepy Alpha asked, rubbing his eyes. Well, today marks 8 years since you took over us, the Redeed answered with a marked smile. So that's it, Omega replied as he stretched his arms. And we really wanted to celebrate it in a special way, just the three of us, added a smiling Conan. And the others? The marked blonde on the left hand questioned curiously. Don't worry about those enslaved boars, Kushina answered instantly, they are at the herbal fountain, making themselves beautiful for you, it's just us and you. That's right, the blue-haired girl nodded expectantly, today is a special day, and with your 13 years just turned, we want this day to be special. Very well, the boy with the last letter of the Greek alphabet engraved in his flesh stood up. What are you planning? We love you, children masters. The Uzumaki looked anxiously at her owners, but couldn't you be one again? At least for today. Wow, the boy with the scarred right hand looked curiously at his mothers, what for? So that it's like old times, Conan responded instantly. The Uzumaki briefly remembered the happy days of yesteryear very well. Naruto watched with growing curiosity as the result of that long and methodical experiment carried out on his mother's minds unfolded. Then the two incarnations of Naruto Uzumaki stood up and faced each other, their celestial chakra manifested around their bodies, and they began to walk forward slowly. Before the expectation of the slave mothers, the two blondes became manifestations of light during their walk, until they collided in the form of an intense flash that dazzled the two tides for an instant. When both were able to regain their vision, in front of them a single Naruto stared at them. Ready? The blonde smiled softly. Now I want you to surprise me, mommies. Of course, son, they both whispered in chorus. Both mothers were blushing profusely, as their only and original master son radiated an aura of manliness more intense than when he was split in two. They both placed their hands behind their heads, while their dresses took on that latex consistency so characteristic of dark matter, transforming those old-fashioned clothes they wore into scandalous strapless black dresses that clung extremely tightly to their bodies, giving them an extremely hexy air since they barely reached less than halfway down their shapely thighs, had scandalous necklines that revealed almost the entire cleavage between their generous breasts, and finally, on their feet were shoes with exaggerated heels at least 6 inches high. Come on, honey, a blushing Kushina took her son's right hand. It's time to give you all of us. The time has come. The visibly blushing Conan took the free hand of her little and beloved master. The boy allowed himself to be guided by those beauties who, due to their attire and attitude, could be classified as man-eaters, as they wiggled their asses, perversely highlighted by the tightness of their clothing, with each step they took, and their tits bounced shamelessly in the absence of a bra. They left Saikubuki's room to head to theirs, the one with the largest bed in the whole place, and during their walk, they placed their son's hands on their toned buttocks. Remember, dear, that your hands should always go on your mare's asses, Kushina scolded her child. That's right, Conan added sternly. During the ride you are the stud of the clan, and you must always make it clear. The boy smiled amusedly as he began to pinch those firm flesh, eliciting muffled moans from the two imposing females. The three continued on their way to the Hexy mom's room, amidst some far from innocent groping. While the blonde delighted in those firm rear ends and alternated pinching and groping with gentle spanking, the women directed their soft hands inside the boy's boxers, holding their master's flaccid cock and fondling it little by little, delighting in its gradual growth and hardness as their expert hands coordinated to massage it with perfect synchronization. When they reached the door to his chambers, the boy's erection was noticeable in his underwear, as was the up and down movement of his hands. The boy moaned muffledly, reveling in the sensation, giving his slave mothers a loud spanking. Hey, that's right, dear, remember that you must always be firm with your bitches. Kushina bit her lips and closed her eyes to delight in both her son's erect cock and the firm spanking she was receiving. Why, you must train your boars and no mercy. Conan let out a scream, enjoying the tingling in her ass after the spanking. Well then, let's get to the fun part, bitches. The boy had his eyes half closed, barely containing the urge to come under his women's caresses. Finally, the Uzumaki left his mothers alone to open the door, still receiving that long, delicious handjob from both of them. When they entered the room, they found a perfectly made bed with a blanket that displayed the clan symbol in detail. Time to get pretty, my boy, the Redeed murmured, discreetly removing her hand from her offspring's underwear. Remember that your slut should always look good, the blue-haired girl whispered, also letting go of her owner's cock with subtle anger. Very well, the boy watched his mother's head to her vanity. Then Naruto stripped off his underwear to reveal his 20-centimeter cock raised like a mast, while he curiously watched his beautiful vixens paint their fleshy and beautiful lips with exaggerated carmine lipstick, while the dresses on their bodies resumed their original consistency and went to the feet of the two females, incorporating themselves into their footwear to become stiletto heels with thick platforms that added 20 centimeters to their height. Only wearing those fetishistic footwear and with their thin metal necklaces on their necks, they looked like luxury prostitutes with their perfect bodies totally at the disposal of the ultimate weapon. We're ready, sorry for making you wait, said the anxious Redeed as she turned back to her owner. It's time to teach you how to buck, sorry for the delay, added the smiling Conan, looking with marked perversion at her son master. Wow, I hadn't noticed that. Naruto looked curiously at his dear mommies. He soon noticed their mother's perfect bellies, as both women had a small tattoo on their shaved slits, with the kanji words Naruto Dore, Naruto slave, as well as the Uzumaki symbol above those words likewise. The Redeed had a hexy quadruple piercing in her navel, as the brunette had had for as long as the boy could remember. It was such an erotic sight that Yuki became even more aroused at the prospect of possessing such imposing females. Well, that's what we are. The red tide narrowed his eyes, delighting in the wonderful sight of his son's erect penis. Two baby factories for you, who are the embodiment of the clan the Blue Tide, ran his tongue over his lips. Well, shall we start? The blonde asked anxiously. The two women approached the boy with an insinuating sway and surrounded him, Conan from behind and Kushina from the front. They then hugged the boy, the biological mother placing her son's face between her generous breasts, while the adoptive mother began to gently massage his dreams back with her tits. The boy looked up from between his redeeded mother's melons, while he felt his libido skyrocketing as he felt the female's swollen abdomen work with his cock. The first thing Kushina took her master's cheeks in her hands is knowing how to kiss. The woman and her son merged in a passionate and intense kiss, with the woman completely surrendered, her tongue entering her son's mouth like a snake. His eyes narrowed as he looked at his mother, trying to dominate the voracious Uzumaki boneless man with his own. Soon, Kushina sighed as she felt herself subdued by her son's skillful tongue, stifling her moans of arousal, while Conan clung to her man, rubbing her delicious anatomy against his back. Delicious, Naruto murmured after separating from his mother due to lack of air, with their mouths joined by a morbid thread of saliva that soon split in half. And wait until you taste me. The blue-haired girl took the boy's face to bring his mouth closer to hers and joined them in another deep kiss. Due to their position, the second kiss between the ultimate weapon was even more obscene, as the kiss between them displayed their tongues equally, with the adoptive mother completely overcome with desire, while the boy watched his submissive slave with his half-open eyes. Kushina clung to her son's body, leaning forward to lower her face to her man's pecs and begin to enthusiastically tongue the Uzumaki's nipples. The moans of the three were loud throughout the room, and the whole jumble of bodies only stopped when the Blue Tide needed to breathe, and the three separated, much to the chagrin of the Red Tide, who was completely focused on her task. Very well, the boy wiped the saliva from the corner of his lips with his thumb, looking at the two imposing females in front of him. Now I lead. A wicked smile formed on his face. Alright, you two, I want you on all fours on the bed, so you can show me your tails. Yes, darling. The two women looked at him with marked perverted smiles. Kushina and Conan obeyed instantly, climbing onto the matrimonial bed and getting into the position indicated by their master. Both of them excitedly raised their asses, eagerly awaiting what their male was going to do to them. Then the blonde man also climbed onto the bed and stood before those imposing rear-ends, whose pussies were visibly wet, dripping their perverted juices down the inner thighs of those beautiful females. With Ames clamped to his left and Yuzashio's to his right, he reveled in the sight for a moment, then resumed his work. "You're such bad moms." Both women closed their eyes and bit their lips with suppressed delight as they felt the loud spanks the blonde gave them, leaving his hands marked on their firm buttocks. "And I'm going to punish you for being dirty bitches." The stinging in their buttocks caused the two females to moan outrageously. "Pigs." The spanking could be heard throughout the room. "Bitches." Kushina and Conan raised their faces, visibly blushing and with their eyes closed. "Boars." The women finally couldn't contain themselves against the sensations that invaded them. "Punish us more," the Redeed screamed, abandoned to the painful pleasure. "Do whatever you want to us," the blue-haired girl exclaimed, beginning to cry from the intense sensations in her body. "But of course I will, bitches." Naruto narrowed his eyes, outlining a sinister grimace. "Ah," the imposing females moaned scandalously at the same time. The intrusion of the future Uzumaki patriarch's fingers into the shaved pussies of his slaves was so unexpected that the Hexy moms could only let out loud moans and closed their eyes, sighed and, unable or unwilling to stop themselves, began to move their hips to the rhythm set by their master's fingers. Akashio sobbed, shedding tears at the wonderful sensations that invaded every corner of his body. Conan moaned, more intense than she had ever been in her life. "Do you like it, piggies?" The blonde questioned, arching his digits inside those soaked pussies, brushing against the two females' G-spots. "Ah." The women squealed, panting in total submission to their lord's skill as hexy threads of saliva came out of the corner of their lips. And now, to the two's chagrin, their male withdrew his fingers from their privacy. "I want you to turn around." They both obeyed instantly because their minds were completely clouded by pleasure and they only wanted to continue obeying their man. "Layman, my submissive little pigs," the boy declared, while crossing his hands so that the fingers that had been inside Conan were in front of Kushina's mouth and vice versa. "Bad boy." Both women nodded happily. Their tongues protruded vulgarly, searching for their man's digits, beginning to taste gently, each enjoying the familiar taste of their partner, overwhelmed by that excitement of knowing themselves dominated by the man of their lives, moaning scandalously as they felt an unknown fire in their clams inflamed with desire that grew more and more. "You've done well, little boars." The boy removed his fingers from his mother's mouths, who turned to look at him with disappointment, being deprived of that delight however. Then he placed his hands on the heads of his slaves. Once he separated them, "I also have the right to taste something good." Carefully, he took the hair within his reach to guide the meek mothers with a bit of sadism towards his face, and the imposing females let him do it, a soft gesture of pain forming on their beautiful faces. The moment came when the three were face to face and without more, the blonde showed his boneless, which moved voraciously like a snake, and both women replied instantly. Merging in an obscene triple kiss, shamelessly exhibiting their tongues with total control of the Uzumaki over those majestic females. Only when they needed to breathe did they separate. Naruto then decided it was time to take one of the final steps. Both mothers waited, hoping their master would continue to dominate and subdue them. Kushina and Konan panted, completely overwhelmed by excitement, wanting more. "You have earned a prize for being such good slaves." The blue-eyed man smiled at the docility of his slaves, who looked at him with infinite devotion. Then, taking them both by their collars, he guided them to kneel with their hands resting on the wall behind the headboard of the bed, while he once again faced those succulent pussies, which, visibly moist, seemed to scream to be bucked. "What are you going to offer me, mommies?" The two women immediately turned to look at Naruto on their shoulders. "My virgin hussy is waiting for your huge cock, baby." The blue-haired girl answered instantly, keeping the desire to get pregnant with her child at bay. "My immaculate little ass wants your big cock, darling." The redhead could barely contain the urge to impale herself with her boy's member. "Very well, bitches." A huge wicked smile formed on the face of the ultimate weapon. Oh. Once again, the hexy mom-soaked pussies were invaded by their master's digits, who, unlike the previous time, began an intense thrusting, causing the two women to writhe in pleasure, spilling seas of liquid from their clams and completely wetting their owner's skillful hands as they struggled to maintain the position in which they had been placed. So, the two women had a brief respite when the blonde's firm fingers stopped invading their intimacies, but that respite didn't last long, as both stifled an expression of surprise when they felt their master's middle fingers again, slowly invading their anuses, entering with lavish ease, thanks to their own fluids. Soon an unknown pleasure began to run through their entire bodies as they felt their master slowly enter their perfectly washed asses, beginning to pant with their tongues out, completely overwhelmed by those unknown sensations, closing their eyes and abandoning themselves, feeling how their manly and wonderful son master was simply taking over every corner of their body. What a pair of boars they are. Naruto looked with dark satisfaction as their poor mothers were already howling like real bitches in heat, but well, the two females squealed in discontent when their son's digits left their warm cavities. I think that the boy began to gently run the tips of his index and middle fingers along the edge of his slave's narrow pussies. The time has come to begin the rebirth of the clan. Darling, I can't take it anymore," Konan murmured, with a dark and wicked smile. Please do it to me now," Kushina whispered, reflecting insane desire in her expression. "Your wish is my command." Iridide gasped as she felt Naruto's cock invade her depths after the boy placed his hands on her hips. Inevitably, she compared the sensation with what Minato had made her feel in the past, but there was no comparison between Minato's normal cock and that thick long cock that was going deeper and deeper inside her. Master," he murmured weakly, his eyes widening with a rising, uncontrollable pleasure. "Now, bitch." The blonde smiled sadistically and violently rammed his retarded mother all the way. Oh. The poor woman gesticulated noticeably, to the envy of Konan, who watched with growing desire as her son moved his hips intensely, and the hexy Uzumaki mother simply writhed from the infinite pleasure that dominated her body, mind, and soul, moaning outrageously, uttering unintelligible and disjointed words, her reasoning overcome by that magnificent sexual pleasure. For several pleasurable and delicious minutes, the ultimate weapon drilled his tool deep into his beautiful slave mother, who only allowed herself to be completely submissive to her son. "Which feels better?" The ultimate weapon bellowed, mounting his biological mother and clutching her firm breasts. "My cock or daddy's?" "Yours." The woman replied instantly with a loud scream. "Oh, your huge cock." "That's it," exclaimed the excited and panting blonde, placing his mouth near Kushina's left ear. "You're mine now, boar." "Yes, I'm your boar." The woman arched her body backward, forgetting that she was carrying the weight of her child due to the delicious thrusts that reached the walls of her uterus. "I'm coming, bitch," Naruto shouted as he gave one last push and finally emptied himself inside the slave. "I'm coming," the poor retard moaned, her face contorted and her eyes rolling behind their eyelids from the delicious orgasm that ran through every inch of her body. The biological mother finally reached her limit and collapsed face down onto the soft bed, trembling from that intense climax she waited for through so many years of conditioning, mind control and brainwashing, which was so intense that it left her visibly exhausted and breathing through her mouth softly, while her body spasmed involuntarily as the powerful manhood of her son left her inside. This little bitch is already served. Naruto sat up and looked at an anxious Conan, who had watched her son bucking her partner, as if hypnotized. You next, bitch. Whatever you say, son. Master. The blue-haired girl began to shake her ass, as if she really were a bitch trying to seduce her man. She reveled in the sensation of her master's firm hands on her hips. Alright, bitch. Oh, God. Poor Conan felt how her insides were slowly invaded by her man's virility. Little by little, that strange sensation grew inside her, and she began to feel good. An unknown warmth, more pleasurable than that anal experience with Nagato, began to spread throughout her being, invading her in a way different from her previous lesbian experiences. She felt how little by little, just like with her partner, her hips began to respond to the slow thrusts of her master son, matching the movement of both hips to the deepest part of her insides. Like that, son. Im's wife bellowed, writhing in real pleasure as she brought her hands to her cheeks. Hard and deep her legs began to weaken when she felt her man mount her and begin to grope her voluminous breasts. You're a real slut. She heard the soft murmur of her owner in her right ear and then felt the Uzumaki tongue wet her skin at the base of her neck. You squeeze so nicely. The increasingly intense thrusts of her stallion were taking away the little reason she still had. More, give me more. Naruto increased the force of his thrusts with those words, watching with delight how his adoptive mother had completely surrendered to lust. Then take more, slut. The ultimate weapon's thrusts caused the woman to let out real howls of pleasure. I'm going to impregnate you. Then impregnate me, master. The poor woman of AIM closed her eyes. I would be proud of all the children you make me. I'm coming. The blonde finally roared after several minutes. Fill me up. The climax reached by the lovers was simply sublime, and while the boy clenched his teeth and panted softly as he felt his seed invade the interior of his female, the poor mother simply let out a scream and unintelligible curses, finally exploding the orgasm that she had been repressing for years. Minutes later, the boy got out of bed, still with his cock ready for war, and turned to see his mothers, who remained in that state with their eyes rolled back, their tongues out, and a hexy little trickle of a mixture of his semen, and both of their juices running freely down each of their shaved pussies. Very well, mommy sluts. He gently slapped their firm buttocks to try to get them to react. I deserve a reward for being such a good learner, he concluded with a huge smile. The two women turned around as best they could, their lush bodies still trembling, and got up on all fours. Then the blonde man grabbed her perfect locks, and the two women, still dazzled by the wonderful climax that had shaken their bodies and souls, allowed themselves to be gently guided, placing them on the edge of the bed, facing each other, with their son's enormous cock pointing toward the ceiling, while they felt the Uzumaki's skillful fingers begin to work their little asses very slowly. The two women, through a mixture of instinct and desire, began to move. Every time Kushina moved her head upward, Conan lowered herself at the same speed. It was like a perverted pulley system as their tongues slid over the young stallion's member. The ultimate weapon's fingers, gently tangled in the hair of his slave mothers, gently guided that back and forth movement on his manhood, causing him to express a look of dark pleasure and joy at the feel of those soft tongues on his cock. The two women, completely abandoned to savoring that essence they had been conditioned to perceive as an absolute delicacy, moaned in a low and hexy way, both already lost in desire at the intrusion of their master son's digits into their well-washed anuses. Little by little, the blonde was matching the two so that their movement was the same. My master's cock, they thought in coordination without knowing it. Wow, mommies, they're real cocksuckers. The blonde spoke haltingly in front of his mother's work, and they've won a prize. Naruto bit his lips as when he stopped both women right in front of his bud, they both began to massage it deliciously with their tongues, sometimes kissing each other during their intense blowjob, and having desecrated the virgin hussy of his adoptive mother, as well as the clam that had brought him into the world, had left his erect cock sensitive, so he was about to cum due to that fantastic suck, and they didn't want to waste the opportunity. Hey, Kushina and Conan, both women turned their gaze towards their beloved son, without ceasing in their succulent work. Today, with the power that I grant myself, I declare you officially. He had to contain himself to avoid cooming Kushina Uzumaki and Conan Uzumaki. He finally reached his limit, the matriarchs of the clan, he shouted. Well, finally he came intensely and abundantly on his mother's faces. The two women felt their studs hot cum on their faces, completely flushed and ecstatic. Instinctively, they turned to look at each other, and the Redeed was the first to gently lick her son's seed off her friend's face, who replied as soon as she had the chance, licking each other's faces clean of semen. Naruto then directed the beautiful little mouths of his mothers towards each other, making them give each other a soft kiss, which little by little began to lead to an intense make-out session with muffled moans, while the hot mothers enthusiastically shared their owner's milk. This is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. The blonde man smiled a smile as sinister as it was dark, while his two lovers devoured each other at will. Chapter 9. Fine-tuning the details. The Kurama Yuuhi with her broken hair disheveled was leaning against the headboard of her bed. Covered only by a thin sheet that revealed her perfect anatomy, she wore a noticeably disenchanted expression. Beside her, Asuma Sarutobi slept soundly, his face betraying visibly content. The Kunoichi had certainly played dirty, as, tired of her partner's refusal to consolidate their relationship with the carnal act she had requested of him in recent days, she invited him to dinner the night before and slipped a powerful aphrodisiac into the food to overcome his resistance. While it had worked, it simply wasn't what she imagined. She sighed sadly, not feeling the magic she had longed to experience as a sign of true love, and from there, she slowly began to think about a relationship with the brunette Sarutobi. They had known each other since childhood and had survived a ninja war. Their love had begun as a very natural friendship and gradually built upon their experiences together, as well as what they had in common and the differences between them that complemented them. But all of that, which in the past was the firmest foundation of their relationship, simply ceased to be important in the face of that terrible disappointment. Why? Dejected, the Kunoichi stood up and headed to the bathroom to take a shower and reflect on what had happened. She wrapped herself from her breasts to mid-thighs in a white towel and mechanically prepared the particular white dress with a long right sleeve and no left sleeve that she wore instead of her jounin uniform. Then she regulated the temperature of the shower and finally uncovered herself to get into the water. The warm drops trickled down her body and Kurenai simply enjoyed the relaxing heat. Thinking about why the carnal act had been so unsatisfactory if she was sure that the bearded brunette sleeping in her bed was the love of her life. The tears on her face mingled with the water that made countless paths across her skin as she lathered her dark hair in luscious curves. After partially forgetting the disappointing night, she stepped out of the shower, dressed, put on her makeup, and was soon ready to attend the ninja academy. When she was ready to leave, she returned to her room to look again at the man who had made her his. She couldn't help but be annoyed with him when she saw him fast asleep in his bed, as if it had truly been an unforgettable experience. Of course, like any good man, he doesn't care about feelings. A solitary tear of helplessness escaped from her right eye. No. Asuma is different, it was just a bad night. The Kunoichi sighed, contemplating the love of her life, who was totally oblivious to her concerns. It was just a bad night, and letting the shinobi sleep, she left her house to go to the ninja academy, trying to get used to the idea that the next time she became one with her beloved Asuma, everything would be better. There are 3 days left until graduation, Mom. Don't worry, honey, I'll be there. Hinata Hyuga and her adorable daughter Himawari were having a peaceful breakfast at home. Some time had passed, but the relationship between them had recovered. The two were once again looking for each other with joy, although the background was unknown to both. The corrupted mother looked at her little girl with hidden desire, since she wanted to incorporate her into the Uzumaki clan so that she would be a faithful and devoted slave to her adored master just like her. On the other hand, the little blue-haired girl intended for her precious mother to accept her future relationship with Sarada-chan, her precious Chaochu-san and the precious Naruto-sama. And tell me, dear Hinata probed her little girl, smiling mischievously, isn't there anyone you like? The younger Hyuga blushed violently. Well, there's Naruto-kun. What? How can you like that loser? The two women turned around at the kitchen entrance to find an annoyed Boruto with his arms crossed, his expression clearly revealing his anger. He was wearing his usual black outfit and was waiting for a reply from both women before starting an argument, trying to show them that the idiot Naruto was just a loser. However, the two Hyuga resumed their conversation, stopping paying attention to the blonde Hyuga. I like Naruto-kun, Hima-chan. The beautiful mother nodded approvingly. If you two ever get into a relationship, I'd like to talk to him. A subtly dark smile formed on her face. You know, I must know my little girl's boyfriend inside out. Why yes, Mom. The young girl blushed visibly, while the Hyuga looked even more irritated than he was. Ah. I don't know why I bother. The blonde went to the fridge and after taking several containers with his pre-prepared salads, he left the place. What's wrong with him? The youngest of the blue-haired girls asked with annoyance. I don't know, honey. Hinata sighed tiredly. Every day I wonder why I got such a troublesome and annoying son like your brother. Me too. Himawari added with a funny pout. Your son becomes so unbearable that every day it becomes harder for me to see him as a brother. I wish Naruto-kun had been my son. The housewife sighed, with a thoughtful expression. And I would like Naruto-kun to be my brother. The young girl added with the same regret. The two women, resigned to their kinship with Boruto, redirected their conversation to trivial matters they hadn't discussed in a while. But around the corner from the kitchen to the living room, the aforementioned man had heard his sister and mother's opinion of him and was shocked. Years ago, he had been the king of that house, and those two women had adored him simply for being him, but now it was the exact opposite, and it seemed that the fact that he was Boruto Hyuga provoked his pleasure in his two special women. Why, he thought, visibly dejected. Why did everything change? He closed his eyes with obvious regret. Nothing had been the same since the incident with Naruto and that painful night when his mother left him with his sneakers on the floor while she went to the Uzumaki's house to apologize to that family. The blonde Hyuga had developed a tendency toward depression over the years due to the fact that things hadn't gone well for him since that day. His sister became noticeably distant from him and his mother became extremely strict in addition to simply taking away the pampering that had previously embarrassed him and that, ironically, he now longed to receive. However, he wasn't completely bitter and frustrated with life as he had one last glimmer of hope in his gloomy path to which he clung tightly. Ino Yamanaka was that light and he didn't know if he could bear to lose her. After bucking us so well, you must be hungry, my love. That's right, after such a good buck you deserve a hexy breakfast. In the dining room on the upper level of his house, the blonde enjoyed the attentions of his slave mothers since after that intense but brief hex session, he had to go to the ninja academy to continue with his plans and finally see how the genin teams were going to end up since, although he could intervene in that with Kaharu's help, he preferred that it be decided by luck so that not everything was predictable. As he thought about this, he reveled in the spectacular sight of his beautiful wives, preparing his breakfast with visible happiness and a new level of submission. Both wore only white aprons with lace trim, pulled tight, so that the nipples of their perky breasts stood out scandalously against the fabric. They also wore stiletto heels with exaggerated platforms, 8 inches high, which stylized their legs deliciously, and their firm buttocks stood out quite a bit, which they took advantage of to shamelessly wiggle around, both wearing perverted smiles on their angelic faces, proud that their sinful bodies had finally been possessed by their beloved son. We're going to pamper you as you deserve, my stallion. Kushina sat on the blue-eyed man's right leg, with a plate of ramen in her left hand and chopsticks in her right. That's right, after bucking these mares, you deserve a treat. Konan sat at the other end of the blonde, holding the steaming plate with her right hand to compliment her partner and holding chopsticks in her other hand. Then indulge me, my bitches. Taking turns, the two fed their meal and then lovingly cleaned his mouth. The blonde, who simply enjoyed the attention, kept thinking about what the future held. His immediate graduation from the ninja academy and, after that, his team assignment, as well as the day the Kumo plot would unfold and the subsequent consequences. What are you thinking about, honey? The red-deeded Uzumaki kissed her son on the cheek, licking him afterwards like the delicacy he was to her, while her partner fed him. Tell us, are you going to take over more bitches? The blue-haired Uzumaki was now nibbling on her earlobe while the other slave mom fed her. It's not easy to think with these hot boars turning me on, the blonde thought, trying to concentrate to answer his slave's questions. You could say yes, they'll have more bitches to prepare me. Both women smiled markedly at their master's words. The erotic breakfast continued until the young man was satiated and his libido sky high. However, to the clan matriarch's dismay, the boy was about to leave for the academy, and much to their chagrin, they had to transform the dark matter on their bodies into a revealing outfit consisting of tight denim jeans that showed off their large butts, as well as white halter tops that allowed their firm tits to be seen. In addition to the already characteristic high-heeled sandals to further stylize their delicious legs. While their beloved blonde went to brush his teeth, the mothers did the same, after which they applied intense carmine lipstick, looking like two true beauties. In addition, both wore a chain that disappeared into the cleavage of their perky breasts. The slave mothers and the master's son met again at the entrance of the house, ready to leave for the ninja academy, where a silent Makoto, dressed only in a maid's cap on her head and a lace-edged apron halfway down her thighs and high-heeled shoes, looked at her master and her owners with a visible blush, waiting for their orders to obey them with fanatical promptness. Hey, son, Master Kushina probed the boy. What's wrong? The blonde asked as his women weakened him and he possessively hugged them by the waist. We want to go hunting, Konan asked expectantly. Can we? Of course, bitches. The Uzumaki nodded as he pinched those tremendous asses, causing the females to bend slightly, while moaning muffledly. Thank you, dear. The red-deed smiled, visibly happy with a soft moan. We're going to bring you a little dog that you're going to love. The blue-haired girl was enthusiastic, rubbing her hexy ass in her son's hand. Don't wait for us, Maiko-chan. Kushina turned to look at her best friend. We'll arrive in the afternoon. As you say, Kushina-sama. The Uchiha nodded devoutly. Hinata isn't coming today, so I want you working, slave, Konan ordered with authority, shaking the hexy brunette's body with that authoritative voice. So be it, Konan-sama. The hexy black-haired woman responded with growing excitement, bowing her head. And if you finish soon, you can go with Tsunade so she can use you, the red tide added, since she liked to pamper her best friend. Thank you, Kushina-sama. The Uchiha's body began to tremble from the lust that increased more and more in her. "And don't forget to clean and feed our guest," added the other matriarch of the clan, staring at the fetish slave. "We trust you." "I will not fail the glorious and powerful Uzumaki clan," the maid declared solemnly, visibly happy at the possibility of being useful to the clan. "Let's go then, mommies." The two imposing females nodded as they hugged their son, so that the three of them left the house before Makoto's stunned gaze. It wasn't long before students with adequate academic performance would become genin. That was the topic of conversation among the parents gathered at the entrance to the school grounds, since when they graduated, their children would become ninjas and adults, according to the village's laws. Kari, Tsume, Sakura and Hinata chatted together in their group while their children did the same. Boruto and Kiba remained slightly apart from the girls, accompanied by Ino. The blonde Yamanaka, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, had been attracted to the rebellious air of the blonde Hyuga, and after some time of knowing each other, they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Aside from that, Ino disliked the idea of having to work with the fat Chiaochu and the pathetic lazy Shikamaru, despite the fact that it was most likely that this would happen due to the history of the three families, since the group called Ino Shikachao had been very effective practically since the founding of the village. "Hello, girls." The four mothers turned to look at the newly arrived Uzumaki family. Kari and Sakura gasped at the sight of the stunning mothers dressed in such youthful clothes, while Tsume and Hinata simply stared at the newcomers cuddling their little one. Naruto soon broke away from his mothers to go with Chiaochu, Himawari, and Sarada, leaving the women to chat. "Kushina, Konan-san," exclaimed the scandalized red-haired brunette. "Why are you dressed like that? What's wrong with that?" the red-headed Uzumaki asked, confused. "We don't kill ourselves every day at the gym so we don't show off our great bodies." Bastards they are, as they want. The Hyuga looked visibly enthralled at her owners. "Maybe you're too old to be dressing like that, tomato," added the also embarrassed pink-haired girl. But Sakura-san intervened, the blue-haired Uzumaki. "We are still young. Whatever." The brunette Inyazuka seemed a bit nervous. "How we dress is up to each of us." "Exactly," Tsume Kushina smiled happily, and moving on to other topics. "What do you say if we go out for breakfast somewhere? With the kids graduating in a few days we have to celebrate." "That's right," Konan added happily, "our children have worked hard and will finally begin their career as ninja." "Maybe," Kari rambled, "although I have other things to do, today I can't." "Me too, I have to take care of Sasu-kun," Haruno said seriously. "I don't like leaving him alone for too long, and my mother can't help me today." "Another day then." "Well, it's the four of us." The red tide focused on Konan, Tsume and Hinata. "Yes," exclaimed an enthusiastic blue tide, "and I know just the place." Meanwhile, the girls and Naruto were having a chat. Chiaochu, Sarada and Himawari had certainly grown. The brunette Uzumaki Akimichi continued to be chubby, but her body subtly maintained the Hercules shape, with prominent breasts and rear. Her measurements were around 84 chest, 72 waist and 84 rear. The brunette Uchiha Haruno was slender, and although her body was harmonious, she had a certain problem, since her 72 chest and 72 buttocks were among the least developed among girls her age, although her narrow 56 waist helped give a very feminine vision of her figure. Finally, the smiling Himawari enjoyed an aesthetic anatomy of a narrow 58 waist, a considerable 78 rear and a 78 chest as well. The brunette wore a sleeveless white kimono tight to her body with a yellow sash and a short-sleeved fishnet shirt underneath, a pair of black arm warmers, and a pair of long black boots mid-thigh. The brunette with thick red framed glasses, meanwhile, wore a sleeveless red dress printed on the back with her clan symbol, very similar to her mother's outfit, although barely covering her crotch. Underneath she had shorts mid-thigh and above her knees, dark purple stockings, wearing black boots and wearing dark purple arm warmers. The blue-haired girl wore a sleeveless lavender kimono with vertical lines, with a dark purple sash around her waist, and wore a pair of navy blue shorts, with thigh-high stockings and high-heeled black boots below her knees. Finally, the blonde man wore black pants, short boots of the same color, and an orange sweatshirt with black trim, and the Uzumaki symbol printed on the back, under which he wore a tight-fitting black fishnet shirt. The two Dijutsu girls listened attentively to the Uzumaki, staring at him dazzled, with the Uchiha on the right and the Hyuga on the left. Sakura looked sideways, as her beloved daughter couldn't take her eyes off the boy, as if she were infatuated with him. Hinata was delighted, as it seemed her adored daughter would also be enslaved by her adored master, and thus they could be together to serve the clan. Kari remained expectant, as soon the boy hugged his beloved daughter by the waist, who accepted the gesture from the blonde. Kari then felt happy that apparently her little girl had found love. "Well, girls, ready to find out which teams we'll be on?" the Uzumaki asked, smiling. "I don't care which one it is, as long as it's with you." Naruto-san. The Hyuga smiled happily and settled herself on the Uzumaki's firm shoulder. "That's right, being with you is what matters." Naruto-san. The Uchiha whispered suggestively and rubbed her breasts on the limb she was hugging. I know you're dying to be with me, Naruto-kun. The Akimichi smiled suggestively, but your dream may not come true, so I instructed these two to take care of you if that happens, the chubby girl murmured, feeling with joy the firm body of the blonde on her back. Taochu-san taught us well and was very strict in making us learn, Himawari murmured, visibly happy to have been conditioned by her friend. That's right, Chaochu-san is our best friend, and we'll do whatever she says, Sarada added, with a mixture of respect and admiration for the Akimichi. See? The robust brunette smiled maliciously, and another surprise awaits you when we graduate. Wow, I can't wait. The ultimate weapon smiled the same way at the brunette. Naruto was visibly pleased with the outcome of Chaochu's subtle conditioning. While he planned to take her over completely, he would wait until they graduated so that, once she was officially an adult, her parents wouldn't be able to object to their relationship. Besides, with the upcoming formalities, he could open doors toward a more important goal in his quest to rebuild the Uzumaki clan. But well, that will be soon, so we better go into the academy. The chubby girl and the blonde began to walk without stopping, hugging each other, being faithfully followed by the other two girls. The students at the ninja academy were more excited than usual, as they were almost ready to graduate and finally begin their lives as ninjas. The students already knew who the graduating class would be, and they just needed to find out which teams they would be on. These were usually assigned after graduation, but this year would be different because there would be a welcoming parade for the upcoming visit of the Kumo Ninja Village delegation, so that process would be done promptly, so the genin teams would be ready to participate as well. Iruka Yamino led the delegation of the various professors the students had throughout their academic training, ready to begin giving the final instructions on the subject. Very well. Declared the Chunin instructor, I am very happy to announce the list of graduates for this year. First of all, I thank you all for the opportunity to allow me to be your teacher, as it was an unforgettable experience for me. Naruto watched with obvious annoyance at this ridiculous setup and listened with boredom to all the insipid chatter from the instructor, whom he considered an extremely weak vermin. What interested him was how Kurenai seemed discreetly grumpy, and to his right, Asuma Saratobi also looked annoyed, but he didn't bother to hide it. It was obvious that his plan was going perfectly. That day he took his sensei by surprise in Genjutsu, and with his trick of the candies, he had her at his mercy to manipulate her subconscious, to lay the groundwork for the future downfall of that idiot who had dared to hit him, and he just had to wait for everything to go as planned. And when that moment came, the blow would be brutal and would take away from that ridiculous bearded man everything that mattered to him, even what he didn't have yet. Very well, the ultimate weapon turned his attention towards the Chunin when he noticed that he had stopped talking all the garbage that did not interest him, having said the essentials about ninja life. I can only wish you the best, and then proceed to name the teams for the 9 graduates of this cycle. The head teacher of the academy took the list that had been meticulously prepared days ago. Time to see what luck has in store for us, the blonde thought with a discreet smile. Genin teams 1 to 6 are still in circulation, so the numbering will start from number 7. He made the clarification before continuing with the designation. So the first team, Team 7, will be made up of Sarada Uchiha, high performance, Himawari Hyuga, medium performance, and finally, Naruto Uzumaki, low performance, designed for boxing. Their sensei Jounin will be Kurenai. Reactions were mixed. Chaochu pouted in visible annoyance, while her friends broke away from the Uzumaki for a moment to clap hands in triumph. The beautiful raven-haired Jounin was overjoyed to learn that she would be instructing 3 of her favorite students. Naruto smiled discreetly, seeing that luck had smiled on him again. Now he could freely enslave his half-sister and the Uchiha, in addition to continuing his revenge against the Hokage's son. Naruto, on the other hand, was visibly upset. Ino turned to look at her boyfriend, who was sitting to her left, feeling the hand she was lovingly holding tremble. For the Hyuga, it was extremely unpleasant that his sister was on the same team as the bastard, since she liked him, surely because of some incestuous complex related to himself or something like that, and his mother approved of this possible relationship, surely so she wouldn't have to tell Himawari the truth about the bastard and her being half-siblings. Is something wrong, Boruto? Asked the worried Yamanaka. I don't like that idiot being near my sister Hinata, and Minato's illegitimate son answered instantly. He's a weakling who won't be able to protect her, he declared to hide the true reasons for his annoyance. Calm down, Ino tried to relax her boyfriend. Maybe she's with that loser and that idiot Sarada, but Kurenai-sensei is a great Kunoichi. Himawari will be fine. I hope so, the Hyuga replied more calmly. As for Team 8, it will be made up of the low-performing student Shikamaru Nara, the average-performing student Chaochu Akimichi, and finally, the best-performing student Ino Yamanaka, designed to be multitaskers, and their sensei Jounin. It will be Anko Mitarashi. In a matter of seconds, the beautiful blonde went through a range of emotions. First she sighed at seeing that her fate would be formalized soon, then she became annoyed in the form of a twitch in her right eye when she saw that the fat woman and Nara would be on the same team, which ended up confirming the suspicion she had had for quite some time. When she heard her name she smiled forcedly as a way of showing her annoyance, and upon hearing the name of the jounin who would be in charge of them, known by all as the strictest of the sensei, she simply hit her forehead against her desk as a way of taking out her frustration. Shikamaru Nara sighed when the obvious Ino Shikachou formation of the generation was made official, and the chubby brunette snorted in annoyance since while she didn't mind being with the slacker at all, she didn't at all like knowing she was on the same team as the skinny, stuck-up conceited girl. On the other hand, I would also have the opportunity to put her in her rightful place. Calm down, Ino, her boyfriend murmured, smiling nervously. Apart from the fat one, your team isn't that bad, I think. And finally, I only have to name the members of Team 9. Iruka quickly concluded. Boruto Uzumaki of high performance, Shino Aburam of medium performance and Kiba Inuzuka of low performance, which is designed for attack, and the three will be under the tutelage of the sensei jounin, Asuma Sarutobi. The bearded jounin maintained that hard expression, a product of his anger with his girlfriend. When he woke up in Kurenai's house, he realized it was already late for the ceremony and had to clean up quickly, so he didn't even have time for breakfast, and the day would be long. His anger increased when he saw that his beloved girlfriend was already at the academy, but before he could complain about her leaving him like that after that dreamy night where he had given her everything, Iruka arrived to inform him of the day's itinerary. For this reason, he paid no attention at all to the genin who would be part of his team, despite liking Boruto for his talent, Kiba for his daring, and Shino for her objectivity. Very well, I thank you very much in advance for all this time we spent together, and I can only wish you the best during your real graduation exam, but that is already in the hands of your sensei jounin. I am leaving so you can meet with your new companions. The chunin bowed to all his students and then turned to leave with the other teachers who hadn't been designated as sensei jounin. Sarutobi immediately went to his girlfriend to ask for answers. Why did you leave without me? The brown-haired boy looked hurt. I wanted to let you sleep, I didn't think it would bother you, the brunette replied with apparent indifference. I was counting on you to wake me up. Asuma remained annoyed. After last night, you needed to sleep, Kurenai answered calmly. Besides, it's not the time or the place to discuss these things, she added, with a stern tone. Okay, we'll talk later. The jounin turned around to address his students. Naruto, Sarada and Himawari had no problem staying together to wait for their sensei jounin, while an irritated Chaochu had to get up and head over to the slacker of the generation, sitting on his right. It was equally annoying for Ino, who stood up to head to the Nara and take a seat on his left. Likewise, Kiba and Boruto waited for the Aburam boy to finally meet the genin teams and await instructions about their graduation. The Ino Shikachou trio was approached by an attractive evil-looking woman with grey eyes, violet hair styled in a high ponytail, and fair skin. She was wearing a brown trench coat with purple stitching, under which she wore a tight mesh suit that fit her toned body, extending from neck to thighs. She was wearing a dark orange miniskirt, as well as a dark blue belt around her waist that connected to the skirt. Very well, dwarves, you already know who I am, but you're forcing me to introduce myself for all this nonsense. My name is Anko Mitarashi, the jounin said in an intimidating tone. Great, I got the craziest sensei, Shikamaru thought, annoyed, with a bored expression. I had to touch this crazy woman. Ino looked at the kunoichi with a twitch in her eye. Wow, it's good, enough to give to Naruto-kun. Chaochu smiled softly. Very well, dwarves, the woman continued with her strict face, we will talk outside, this place is depressing. The jounin turned around to walk away, and reluctantly, the Nara and Yamanaka followed her. Akimichi stared at her sensei's rear end, which still stood out despite his trench coat, and swayed shamelessly. She finally came to her sensei's sensei and followed her team outside. Meanwhile, the jounin in charge of the Hyuga, Inuzuka and Aburam, remained annoyed by what had happened a couple of hours earlier, especially because he hadn't had a bite to eat. He approached his team and looked at the three genin who would be in charge of him. Okay guys, I'll be your jounin sensei, I hope we grow together and become good shinobi for the village. Sarutobi was finally able to control himself to show himself friendly with his pupils. I hope to become powerful, Sensei Boruto responded immediately. And don't forget the part where we kick ass, Kiba smiled defiantly. And what do you think, Shino? The bearded man asked when he noticed that the third genin of the team hadn't said anything. Well, it's fine by me, I have duties to fulfill as a Konoha ninja, and as part of the Aburam, he said in a serious and indifferent tone, quite contrasting to the other two. Entity, thought the blonde Hyuga contemptuously. I had to touch us with this weirdo, the brown-haired boy reflected. Okay, then let's go outside, the jounin smiled, there's still a lot to explain to you. Team 9 also left the classroom to head outside, leaving only the students of Team 7 behind. Kurenai approached her students to begin building a good team, since not only had she been assigned 3 of the students who paid the most attention to her classes, but they were also some of the ones she liked the most. She immediately became cheerful at the thought that those girls, the friendly blonde and herself, would make a good team. Well guys, we already know each other and everything, but for formality I introduce myself again. My name is Kurama Yuhi, now let's go outside to get to know each other better. The smiling black-haired girl headed for the exit. The three students immediately followed her as the blonde suggestively hugged Chaochu's two friends around the waist, Sarada with his right arm and Himawari with his left. The two girls let him do it, looking visibly happy, and rested their heads on the Uzumaki's firm shoulders, completely captivated by the blonde. The newly formed Team 7 found themselves in a beautiful area of the Ninja Academy's recreation ground, covered in manicured grass that looked more like a green carpet than grass. Under the shade of a leafy thick-topped tree, the genin sat, looking expectantly at their sensei Jounin, who was leaning against the tree trunk with a warm smile on her face. Very well, the beautiful older brunette began to converse with her future genin, since she trusted the three's ability. Let's get to know each other a little, starting by formally introducing ourselves and describing ourselves a little. Can you give us a demonstration, sensei? The young Uchiha asked expectantly. I was going to start anyway, Sarada the Jounin smiled softly. As you know, my name is Kurama Yuhi, I love candied sweets, and my dream is to become the best Jinjutsu expert in the world to teach everything to my students. Kurama nodded gently when she noticed she had her students' attention. Now it's your turn, Sarada. Very well, the girl with glasses smiled happily. My name is Sarada Uchiha. I really like spending time with Hima-chan while we watch Chaochu-san train and also being close to Naruto-san. She closed her eyes, letting her joy be seen. And when I grow up, I want to become a Sharingan master. I'm glad to hear that, Sarada. The older brunette looked happily at the younger one. Since Jinjutsu is an essential part of your clan's I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Sakura's daughter thanked her by gently bowing her head. Now it's your turn, Himawari. Okay. The Hyuga felt determined. My name is Himawari Hyuga and I love the food my mom prepares, so when I can, I bring some for Sarada-chan, Chaochu-san and Naruto-san. As for my dream, I want to be a beautiful and strong kunoichi like my mom. The blue-haired girl looked happy and content. Hinata-san was one of the best ninja while she was in active service, and if you try hard, I'm sure you'll be as strong as her. Yuhi encouraged her student, who was visibly happy. Well, tell us about yourself, Naruto-kun. Kurenai, Sarada and Himawari immediately turned their attention to the blonde. Naruto immediately noticed that his sensei and his companions were staring at him, a product of their respective conditioning. When he began his scheme with the Jounin, the ultimate weapon implanted very specific commands in his head in order to ensure the undivided attention of the Hexy brunette, gradually making her fall in love with him as she became increasingly disappointed in Asuma. Similarly, he guided Chaochu in conditioning girls who possessed Jujutsu so that they would gradually become obsessed with him the more time they spent together. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Saikyu began, and I really like the ramen prepared by my moms. It is the most delicious in the world, and no one serves it like they do. The boy happily watched as he had the full attention of the three women. And finally, as for my dream, what I wish is to rebuild my clan, filling the world with all the Uzumaki I can. The three females shuddered at the grim smile with which the blonde ended his sentence. Sarada, Himawari and Kurenai, unknowingly, were already in the clutches of the ultimate weapon, and their mental programming, which lay dormant in their subconscious, only needed the activation signal implanted in them to put them fully under its control. Although, really, there wasn't much difference from their current state, in which they were practically sheep following their sinister shepherd without even knowing it. Well, Yuhi was the first to react. I don't know how I could help you make your dream come true, Naruto-kun. She smiled unconsciously, suggestively, but if I can help you with something, don't hesitate to ask me. In the future I will take you at your word, Kurenai-sensei. Us too, Naruto-san, the Uchiha added enthusiastically, while adjusting her glasses. We should help each other when we can, she added, visibly blushing. Yes. The lively Hyuga added, we are a team and we always have to support each other. The blue-haired girl smiled, noticeably blushed. Okay, guys, the Hexy older brunette took the floor again. Now that we've formally introduced ourselves, it's time to explain everything related to your graduation. The Jounin adopted a serious expression. I'm going to give you a test tomorrow to see if you're really ready to be genin. I suggest you review everything you've learned throughout the Ninja Academy so you have a better chance of passing. Since I don't plan on being lenient with you, Kurenai smiled softly after her words, and really, I want you to pass so we can work together, so give your best. Yes. The three rookies replied excitedly. Kushina, Konan, Hinata and Tsume arrived at a luxurious restaurant called Yuri, located in one of the most exclusive areas of Konoha. The Inyazuka immediately felt somewhat out of place, since the place seemed expensive and seriously considered leaving, since although she could afford an expensive lunch, it would be with clan resources, and that would not be ethical. These were her internal reflections, while an attractive waitress with short messy brown hair Fair complexion and dressed in a revealing uniform consisting of extremely short blue denim pants and a white top, wearing high-heeled sandals, approached the quartet to greet them. "Good morning, Kushina-san," Konan-san the waitress greeted friendly. "Do you want your usual place?" "Yes," the red tide nodded smiling. "Okay, please follow me." The waitress turned around and began to guide the foursome of friends. The brunette with the tousled hair looked surprised at the place, which seemed to emulate a tropical resort. All the waitresses wore that suggestive uniform and swayed shamelessly as they served the customers. For Tsume, who had a very strong and repressed Highschool streak, this was something striking, and she often stopped discreetly to look at the attractive waitresses. At one point, the red-haired Uzumaki had to take her hand, causing her to blush sharply as she continued on their way to the exclusive area. They went up a floor via a luxurious staircase, during which the Inyazuka realized that the majority of the clientele of the luxurious establishment consisted of women. She snapped out of her reverie when she realized her friends had stopped in front of an entrance consisting of an arch formed by two fake palm trees. A couple of seconds later, the four women continued on their way, finally reaching a glass table surrounded by a luxurious comfortable-looking leather sofa, which they immediately sat down on. First Kushina, then Tsume, then Hinata, and finally Konan. "They will come to serve you in a moment," the kind waitress bowed and simply left. "Wow, this place is pretty luxurious." The woman dressed in her Jounin uniform turned to look at her surroundings, noticing that the place was lit only by long torches stuck in the ground, and above all, she noticed that the majority of customers in the area were women, who were mostly in couples or alone, being served by attractive waitresses like the one who guided them to that place. "Do you want me to tell you something interesting?" Akashio approached the Inyazuka's ear suggestively. What?" the leader of the dog clan murmured, blushing at having her friend so close. "This place is something peculiar," Kushina murmured seductively. "Here we come to be ourselves." "What are you?" Tsume couldn't finish her questioning, as the Uzumaki pointed to the two blue-haired women, who were already kissing with marked passion. The Inyazuka watched as her lifelong friend meekly allowed herself to be done by Aim's wife, who shamelessly explored her slave's hexy full-lipped mouth with her tongue, shamelessly groping her lush curves. She was startled to feel the Redeed's left arm around her neck and turned to look at her, confused. "You know what I mean." Tsume-chan the redeeded matriarch smiled lasciviously, bringing her face closer to the brunette's. "I always noticed how you stared at me when my back was turned." The leader of the dog clan looked away, obviously embarrassed. "Did you like it that much?" Tsume Inyazuka felt terribly ashamed. Raised since childhood to be a worthy representative of her clan, she had to bear children for her family line, as her immediate relatives had been in power for decades, and it was her duty to keep her family at the top of the Inyazuka family. However, she felt attracted to Kushina since she had met her. Although she was attracted to boys, that fixation on the Redeed was stronger, but she soon realized that the Uzumaki only had eyes for Minato, so she ended up setting her sights on a boy to maintain the line of succession, and in her eagerness to keep the Redeed away from her mind, she reached nymphomania with the father of her children, who, unable to keep up with her, ended up fleeing without a trace. But now, fully exposed to her true desires and with growing longing at feeling the lust of her friend and Konan, she ended up surrendering to her deepest instincts. "I loved you," the brunette began to sob, in total contrast to her characteristic firm character, but there was Minato and. Live in the present, Tsume whispered the red tide, with his lips brushing those of the woman dressed in Jounin costume. Kushina instantly stole a kiss from her, causing Tsume to blush visibly, accompanied by even more noticeable bewilderment. But with that action, the leader of the dog clan lost what little sanity she had left and, subtly illuminated by the flames of those torches, returned the kiss to the Uzumaki while clinging to her neck. Victorious, Akashio took the Inyazuka by her generous hips and took control of the hexy game between the boneless, dominating his already devoted friend, who reciprocated submissively, letting the delicious tongue of her beloved tomato explore every corner of her mouth. She waited years for that moment and wasn't willing to let the woman she loved leave her side so easily. Finally, they had to separate after a few minutes to catch their breath. They gently moved their faces away, their mouths joined by a hexy trickle of saliva that broke after a few moments. It was at that moment that Kushina took Tsume's face in her hands and gently brought her closer to her body, placing her face between her firm tits, forcing the Inyazuka to look up to once again find those amethyst orbs that had captivated her since she was a child. The soft touch of the Uzumaki udders had the brunette completely captivated. "Tomato," the brunette whispered, visibly in love, looking dazzled at her beloved Redeed. Tsume-chan the red tide gently caressed the face of its prey. Inevitably, Akashio imagined a poor, helpless newborn puppy facing a ferocious, sinister snake upon noticing the naivety of that dog. And he sharpened his smile. He had her completely in his hands, taking advantage of all the information he'd gleaned from a faithful Hinata, who by now was kneeling under the table, reveling in the irresistible taste of her blue-haired mistress's shaved clam. He busily licked the little nub of Aim's wife's flesh, focusing on the hexy piercing that crowned it, before returning to the snatch and shamelessly inserting the voracious boneless. "Are you comfortable, Tsum-chan?" The wicked Redeet asked lovingly, with a sweet expression that perfectly hid her true intentions. "No," the now docile brunette whispered, "your words hurt me a little." "Don't worry, I'll fix it." Kushina pulled the chain around her neck to reveal that pendant made of metal that resembled a jewel. "It's pretty, right?" The Uzumaki showed the object to her new lover. "Not as much as you," the Inyazuka whispered flirtatiously, looking at that fake jewel, without realizing that her gaze was already caught. "You're a flirt, Tsum-chan." The Uzumaki matriarch's happy expression darkened because this jewel has beautiful sparkles that shine, and little by little, they occupy all the space in your mind. Conan watched with a twisted smile as her companion began the procedure to add a new slave to the clan there, leaving your mind blank so that only the crystal is in your thoughts. "Only the crystal is in my thoughts," Tsum repeated softly, while her eyes dilated as a sign that she had fallen under the Uzumaki power. In reality, Yuri was a restaurant that concealed a gathering area for kunoichi with lesbian tendencies within its most exclusive area. Due to the short-lived nature of the ninja and the need to pass on that lifestyle to the next generation, relationships of that nature were frowned upon. The luxurious establishment approved of these practices of casual and brazen sexual encounters by its clients in exchange for a generous commission. Several minutes later, an attractive waitress arrived to take the Uzumaki matriarch's order, having noticed that they were both having a chance encounter with what the waitress thought were their respective partners. "Good morning, sorry for the wait." The woman in a revealing uniform stood in front of the table where Kushina and Conan were smiling and blushing. "May I take your order?" I'm going to want a special pork ramen," the blushing Redeet indicated. "And me." Conan stifled a slight moan. "Bring me the same." "Very well." The waitress paused before continuing. "And your companions?" "Don't worry about them." Kushina smiled wickedly. "They are already eating," Conan added with the same malicious gesture as her partner. Under the table, the submissive Hinata continued to delight in the intense taste of her blue-haired mistress, hungrily licking her mistress's pierced clitoris, while an expressionless Tsum did the same with her beloved Kushina's little flesh button crowned with a piercing, using her enthusiastic tongue to play with that exquisite delicacy, oblivious to everything around her. In one of Kumo's many gyms, the rebel Francesca Mila Rose, famous for being the Raikage's blood sister, was preparing for her departure to Konoha. She dressed in extremely short blue jeans that looked more like underwear. She wore black ninja boots at her ankles, and on top, to proudly display her figure, a white top that showed off her toned stomach and firm breasts. She wore a confident smile in front of a group of kunoichi, dressed just as revealingly as she was, although much less voluptuous in their bodies. "Is that all you have?" the brunette declared defiantly, looking at the battered ninja who were struggling to get up. "Not all of us are as strong as you, gorilla," one of her opponents replied in frustration. And Yoruichi watched their sister and sister-in-law practice, respectively. Mila Rose was a bit peculiar, almost a copy of the Raikage in terms of temperament, and therefore, she tended to flare up easily. Despite appearing otherwise, she considered herself feminine, and any offense related to that topic would upset her with worrying ease. The couple sighed when a vein on the brunette's temple popped out and her body began to tremble subtly. "So a female gorilla, strangely calm," Mila murmured softly, drawing the kunoichi's attention while snapping her fingers. "Why yes," the same ninja replied, intimidated. "I'll show you a gorilla." The Raikage's sister burst out furiously. They closed her eyes while her partner covered her face in embarrassment as the poor kunoichi began to fly out of the room, becoming embedded either in the ceiling, the floor or the walls, due to the enormous force that the powerful ninja, evidently a taijutsu practitioner, used in each of her punches, kicks, locks and blows. The poor girls were completely unconscious before a furious Mila, who was breathing heavily with her arms tensed, her fists firm and her teeth fiercely bared. "I've already told you that you must control yourself." The Raikage shook his head. "If I didn't really need her to go, there's no way I'd send her. I don't know who's crazier, my boyfriend or my sister-in-law." The short brunette smiled, visibly nervous. "Ah." The brunette crossed her arms in indignation while one of the kunichis fell to the ground from the ceiling. "It's their fault they're so fragile." Walking along the sidewalk, "I felt your presence." The female without reminiscence person began to speak with a melodic tone. "Nothing escapes my sight, that's why when I pass by even the most foolish gets ready." "Oh no." Yoruichi discreetly began to walk away. "Hey, B." Approached the newcomer, a muscular man with a dark complexion, ash blonde hair, and dark glasses. He was almost the same height as the Raikage and dressed quite similarly to the Kumo leader. This particular individual walked as if emulating a rap singer, waving his hands near his face. "Now is not a good time." Mila is not in a good mood, wanted to reprimand the newcomer from doing something stupid. "Even though you are a woman with a horrible personality, you will become my beloved wife." That peculiar character approached the almost calm brunette with broken hair. My personality isn't horrible, Mila replied, tilting her face and crossing her arms with a pout on her face. Fool, idiot, you'll make a lovely wife, even if you look like a fighter. That man was rapping near the Raikage's sister. What did you say? The brunette looked sideways at Killer Bee. Hey, Yuruchi. The Kumo leader looked around for his lover. And he found her just as he was opening the door to leave. He felt terribly disappointed that the woman he trusted most would abandon him in such a moment of crisis, but then he noticed that prominent vein on his blood sister's temple, fiercely baring its fangs. So, with the same discretion, he followed the mistress of his thoughts with absolute discretion. What's up, woman man? A's adoptive brother continued rhyming. Tell me you love me, and our passion will burn like flames. Here's your love. Mila closed her eyes and brought her right fist to her face, which was visibly trembling. The Shihuin and the Raikage met outside the gym, glancing sideways at the building to wait for any sign that the danger was clear. I only dedicated an ode to you. A part of the roof of the place flew into hundreds of pieces, revealing the brunette who was flying towards the sky, and you will like it on our wedding day, he exclaimed as he disappeared into the sky. Wow, Ace sighed resignedly. This time he just blew him away literally. Poor Killer Bee. Yuruchi adopted a tired expression, but at least he's resilient, otherwise Mila would have killed him a long time ago. Amura Midokado stood in a spacious garden nestled between his expansive courtyard and the walls that separated his mansion from the outside. He could hear the songs of exotic birds and the splashing of fish in an elaborate koi pond near his feet. He closed his eyes and meditated in that natural setting, reflecting on the steps he had taken in recent years. The old man had used luck and the most opportunistic alliances to gain a privileged position in the village, and truly, his companion Kaheru had been a fundamental support in these endeavors, sharing his same perspective at all times, and therefore agreeing on all the decisions made within the Konoha Council. However, for over 7 years, her ally had taken an unexpected turn of events, aligning herself with her other companion, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Certainly, when they were little, their friendship was pure and sincere, making alliances and betrayals to choose the place where they would eat after their arduous training with the Niodame Hokage, Tobirama Senju. But now, in a world of darkness and secrets, having friends was dangerous. Amura needed Kaheru dead, since little by little, he was losing privileges within the village's command structure due to the decisions made since Udatane had aligned herself again with her childhood love, and while he and Danzu Shimura could act as a counterbalance and force ties in the votes, in the end, Sarutobi ended up exercising his power as Hokage to break that balance and tip the decisions in his direction. If Kaheru died, then he and Danzu would regain the voting advantage in the decision-making process. I see you're thoughtful. Hamura, the old man with thick glasses, opened his eyes and turned them to his right, looking at the newcomer over his shoulder, and I think you've come to the same conclusion as me, that useless Kaheru must die. The bandaged old man, Danzu Shimura, who unlike Midokado still retained his hair in its natural black tone, approached slowly while observing the surroundings with a cold expression. I know, replied the student of the late Tobirama seriously, and that is why I was for years on a very particular search for that purpose. Search? Questioned the man whose right eye was bandaged as well as a good part of his body. That's right, Hamura adjusted his glasses before continuing. It's been a little over 7 years, but I finally found 3 survivors of the mercenary clans from those villages we raised during the previous ninja war. They're the best option to get rid of Kaheru. Wow, the gloomy, black-haired old man smiled almost imperceptibly. If you succeed, it will be perfect, and if you fail, no one would believe that we will pay for the work. Exactly, the Midokado nodded firmly. We have worked for many years so that now Kaheru and her change of alignment due to the insipid love that she cannot forget for Sarutobi collapses everything we have built. Still, I'm still surprised that you've resumed those stupid feelings after all this time. Danzu put his hand to his chin, thoughtful. When I die, it won't matter anymore, but to be honest, I'm also confused by it. Hamura looked thoughtful. Let's not beat around the bush, after all, it's not going to matter anymore. Shimura hit the ground with the cane he was holding. Is everything settled now? The murder will occur during the meeting with Kumo. The old man took off his glasses to clean them with his baggy yukata because according to my sources of information, they plan to use all that ridiculousness to kidnap Hanabi Hyuga in order to obtain the Byakugan that will be the perfect distraction. We can't allow it. The gloomy bandaged old man hardened his gaze. The Byakugan belongs to Konoha. I've got it covered. Hamura adopted a grim expression. A special patrol will watch the Hyuga girl at all times, and when her kidnappers have left the village, we kill them before they leave the Fire Nation, and I think that girl is the perfect age to join Naruto, along with her captors. A sharp and evil smile formed on Danzu's face after those words. She's still very young, so it won't be difficult to indoctrinate her and turn her into a perfect tool for the village. The bandaged old man closed his eyes, with discreet agreement. Very well, Hamura, I honestly didn't think you would succeed, but you've convinced me. Danzu offered his hand to the other member of the council. We have a deal. I'm glad to hear that. Hamura firmly gripped his partner's limb. You turned out to be not so incompetent and useless in the end, Hamura. Keep thinking you're in control, Danzu, because eventually, I'll eliminate you too. Chapter 10. The Snake That Bites Its Tail. Naruto was in his living room, accompanied by his teammates. The three rookies were preparing for their evaluation the next day, reviewing the various lessons they had received during their time at the academy, in order not to be surprised in any way by their sensei. The blonde, located between both friends, hugged them possessively by their waists and ran his hands over their bodies without Sarada or Himawari replying in any way, both smiling at feeling worthy of the boys' attentions. I imagine that in the end, the test will be about beating Kurenai-sensei, so that she approves us as genin. The Uchiha was blushing and self-conscious with a funny pout, while the Uzumaki's left hand shamelessly groped her stylized rear. Then we should organize ourselves very well to take Kurenai-sensei by surprise and prevent her from reacting. Himawari was happily blushing and with her eyes closed, emulating the gesture of a cat because Naruto was enthusiastically kneading her generous breasts. The blonde man was testing the subtle, gradual conditioning that both girls had been subjected to for years by the chubby Chaochu. He had given the Akamichi the guidelines for both of them, and one of them was that both Sarada and the Hyuga would feel irresistibly attracted to him and always be receptive to whatever he wanted to do with them. And the brunette deserved a good reward for doing her job so well, since both girls let it happen, as if nothing was happening, and assumed it was something natural. He would think about that later, because now that they were a ninja team, the time had come to completely take over the minds of the beautiful girls who owned Dijutsu and continue with his plans for future events. Okay, Sarah-chan, Hima-chan. The blonde stood up and encouraged both of them to do the same with gentle spanks. We have to work on our coordination as a team. You're right, if we coordinate properly, we'll catch Kurenai-sensei. The brunette adjusted her glasses. It's true, when we've practiced enough, Kurenai-sensei won't even know what hit her. The smiling blue-haired girl added determinedly. Very well. The blonde took a couple of steps forward and then turned around to face the two girls. Are you willing to receive special training? Naruto smiled softly. Both girls turned to look at each other and then smiled enthusiastically. Another of the instructions that Chaochu had received to condition her friends was that the two of them should always be receptive to anything the boys told them and therefore accept everything Naruto proposed to them because all the conditioning time had served to insert deep into their subconscious the idea that everything Uzumaki proposed to them would be the best for them. Okay, Sarada nodded gently. What do we have to do? Tell us, Naruto-kun. Himawari added, smiling. No matter what it is, we will give our best. Don't worry, you just have to look me in the eyes. The two girls obeyed the instruction instantly and looked with fascination at those sapphire orbs, as deep as the sea, and without them being able or trying to stop it, that blue soon changed to an intense crimson like blood, capturing their gaze and immediately replicating it in their eyes. And now the ultimate weapon. Noticed how the bodies of both young women became rigid and firm, emulating a military posture. They belong to me completely and forever. They are under my total control, and they will do what I say. Naruto's words quickly penetrated the vulnerable minds of both of them. Any mental defenses Sarada or Himawari might have put up had been broken down by the Akamichi for years, and as such, they were easy prey for the Uzumaki's power. We are under your total control and we will do what you say, both girls recited with perfect coordination. You are slaves of body, mind and soul at the service of the Uzumaki clan. The blonde began with the last brainwashing of his teammates. We are slaves of body, mind and soul at the service of the Uzumaki clan, the two girls repeated with that emotionless tone that so satisfied Saikyu when he brainwashed his slaves. Naruto is their lord and master. They love Naruto, they desire Naruto, and they live to please Naruto. The blonde began to make hand seals, while the tomo of his Sharigan rotated harmoniously, deepening his dominion over his new acquisitions. Naruto is our lord and master. We love Naruto, we desire Naruto, and we live to please Naruto. The two girls replicated in their eyes the Dijutsu of their owner, an unequivocal sign of the power that took over them completely and irremediably. Naruto is perfect. His muscular body, his beautiful face and his huge cock are simply irresistible to you. Naruto is perfect. His muscular body, his beautiful face and his huge cock are simply irresistible to us. You love Naruto above all things, your family, your friends and your dreams. Nothing matters more to you than to please and blindly obey your beloved master. A sinister smile formed on the Uzumaki's face. We love Naruto above all things, our families, our friends and our dreams. Nothing matters more to us than to please and blindly obey our beloved master, they recited as soon as their brains interpreted the words. Now, take off those uncomfortable clothes, because you will never wear anything again. The two girls obeyed instantly, their hearts beating at full speed despite their completely expressionless expressions, a sign that the orders implanted in their subconscious had been perfectly fixed and were under repressed excitement due to the deep mental control exerted over them. As soon as the two girls removed their clothes, they both resumed those firm postures, fascinated by their love and master. For the ultimate weapon, these displays of power over these little girls, and really, over any woman, were a total delight. A prisoner of his destiny, he promised himself at the beginning of his evil journey that his prison would be the most comfortable in the world. However, he never realized how good it felt to be in control of his destiny and, more than anything, to have absolute power over each and every one of his victims. Their mothers were utterly corrupted by their twisted worldview and were their greatest allies, henchmen, and slaves. Their grandmother's corruption was even greater, as she now repeatedly violated medical codes she would never have dared to break in the past during her research, simply because she could. The Kaheru who, at the end of the day, only had sincere love for Konoha, had become a ruthless woman who slowly but surely killed her home village just to keep it happy, while Shizune enjoyed the freedom she had given her to work tirelessly for the benefit of the clan. Finally, Chaochu, although he hadn't had the opportunity to grow up, it was true that from the beginning he could notice a certain dominant streak in his mind, which was why he always directed his friends, and he simply distorted that thinking to be in line with his interests. As for Hinata and Makoto, they certainly didn't have as much freedom as the original 6 slaves, but he had given them a better life than the dire fate that awaited them. The Hyuga had a new chance at a happy life, of course from the twisted point of view that he had imposed on her, and as for the Uchiha, she was simply alive, compared to almost the entire rest of her clan, which had been dead and buried for years, literally. So it seemed to Naruto that a life of submission and obedience from those beautiful females with a powerful Dojutsu was a fair price to pay for the chance he was giving them both at a new life. And their new prey were about to suffer the same fate. Then he realized that what truly excited him and kept him alive and eager to continue was the power he had and, more than anything, what he aspired to achieve. A world under his total dominion, which he would rule with an iron fist for as long as he lived. Kneel with your hands between your knees, he came out of his reflection to continue taking over the lives of his new slaves, who instantly obeyed the order with an involuntary blush on their faces. Yes, the two girls raised their faces to look at their new owner with a mixture of deep love and fascination. Soon they will be totally and irremediably in my hands. The boy made some hand seals in front of the new slaves. This order will be the final one and will remain engraved in the deepest part of their minds forever. From the palms of the hand of the ultimate weapon, dark matter began to emerge before the lost looks, eager to obey. Obedience is pleasure, and pleasure is obedience. Obedience is pleasure, and pleasure is obedience, the girls repeated together as that substance rushed over their immaculate bodies. Their minds subdued, the Uchiha and Hyuga bodies instantly yielded to those peaceful sensations. As the material ran over their foreheads and necks, then covered their bodies, the two girls soon began to moan, first muffled, then gradually, their voices increasing in intensity as the sensations provoked by the black substance stimulated them. Obedience is pleasure, that mantra dictated by their master, began to repeat itself over and over again in their weakened minds, strengthening themselves as the pleasure spread to every corner of their bodies. Soon their quiet moans turned into loud howls as they writhed restrainedly, maintaining as much of the position as possible ordered by their master. Naruto then placed his hands on the girls' foreheads, beginning the procedure to manipulate their memories with the Yamanaka power, while they continued to be bombarded in every corner of their skin by all those delicious sensations that fixed more and more in their defenseless brains. Those phrases that they would follow faithfully and devotedly for the rest of their lives. He was concentrating on reconstructing the memories, recollections, and ideals of Sarada and Himawari so that, in addition to being faithful and devoted slaves, they would also be his perfect teammates, rejoicing in the authentic sobs of ecstasy of the two girls, so he didn't notice the main door of the Uzumaki house opening. The slyly grinning Konan entered the house, possessively hugging a visibly happy Hinata by the waist, who in turn rested her head on her mistress's shoulder like a lovesick teenager. The AIM girl shamelessly groped the Hyuga woman's generous rear end, who covered her mouth in surprise when she saw her daughter kneeling before her master. Then she felt intense jealousy, wishing she were in Himawari's place, being subdued by her beloved master, and she felt the stinging in her hex, temporarily controlled after being devoured at will by her blue-haired mistress, intensify again. Kushina then entered with a look of dark satisfaction. She was carrying a leather leash in her right hand, and seconds later, the leader of the Inyazuka clan entered on all fours, her mind still clouded by the Uzumaki's assault and, above all, by having fulfilled her repressed desire to surrender to the beautiful Redeed without any hesitation. She allowed herself to be guided docilely by that leash, which was connected to a collar around her neck made of the same material, accepting herself as an obedient dog. She was wearing a brown trench coat that covered her entire body from the neck down. Almost instantly, the leader of the Inuzuka stripped off that single garment, letting it fall to the ground by pulling the strap attached to her anatomy, revealing her naked body, which consisted of a narrow waist 62, a somewhat marked abdomen and toned muscles, complemented by generous and firm breasts 90, as well as heart-shaped hips with her firm and desirable rear 92. I see with joy that you tamed some promising foxes, Sunmaster. The red tide approached, while Tsume landed on all fours next to it and lovingly rubbed her head on her owner's leg. Have you seen anything, slave? Your little daughter will soon be a dirty boar. The blue tide viciously pinched the buttocks of her succulent and submissive slave, just like you. I promise you that I will train Himawari day and night so that she is worthy of being one of your brainless luts and slaves, Naruto-sama. The long-haired blue-haired woman murmured, closing her eyes to imagine herself moaning at the feet of her lord and master next to her beloved daughter. Oh, obedience. The kneeling brunette moaned scandalously, overwhelmed by the pleasure that ran uncontrollably through her virginal body. The pleasure, the blue-eyed girl whispered, writhing in the midst of the ecstasy that the dark matter induced through her precociously developed anatomy. Is that going to be my pet? The blonde turned to look at the brunette with messy hair. Yes. Kushina knelt down to take her prey's face in her hands. The leader of the dog clan must simply be the best of the bitches, she sentenced while staring into the Inuzuka's eyes. I'm your dog, Kushina-sama. Tsume smiled, visibly happy, and then panted with her tongue out. Woof. She barked, recognizing her role as a submissive and obedient pet. I see you trained her very quickly. The boy stared at the brunette, who with a hint of curiosity and fear, looked at her mistress's son. I really trained her and her clan, dear son master. The Redeed approached her precious owner and hugged him by the neck, but whatever it was, I hope you like your little dog. With a light but firm tug on the leash, she made Tsume approach the boy. Hello, Tsume-chan. The blonde looked at the dominated woman, continuing to manipulate the minds of his two teammates. Wow. The brunette murmured fearfully. I see you're well trained, and we just need to put the finishing touches on you. Fortunately, we have time for that. Before the pet could react, she was completely mesmerized by the Uzumaki's crimson gaze. Asuma. Who? Kurenai? Asuma. Kurenai. I'm going to. Yes. Inside me. I'm coming. Fill me with love. Once again, a marathon and satisfying hex session for Sarutobi, where his feelings and his body intertwined to reach an unparalleled climax. An act that reflected the deepest part of himself as he gave himself body and soul to the person he loved most in the world. A moment that would remain etched in his heart and remembered forever. Completely accomplished at that moment, he simply let tiredness overcome him and fell fast asleep with a big smile on his face. Asuma, his lover, murmured, riding on him. No, don't leave me like this. Contrary to her partner and totally frustrated again for not reaching the longed-for orgasm, she placed her hands on her man's shoulders and began to desperately move the bearded jounin in order to keep him on the warpath, but he simply had no response. Her mind, secretly guided by the directives of the ultimate weapon, couldn't conceive that hours and hours of the best hex of her life had defeated her boyfriend. She was already exhausted too, but the suggestion in her mind was stronger than the exhaustion of her flesh and kept her conscious despite the exhaustion, turning what should have been the night she most longed for with her beloved Asuma into the worst fiasco of her life, with her partner's seed deep within her. Hot and feeling how her man's virility was losing dimensions inside her. Not again. She hugged herself, still riding on top of the Shinobi. Why? She instantly adopted a visibly saddened expression. Not again. She dug her nails into her arms with visible anger and helplessness. Why can't I reach them? She bit her fleshy lips, stifling the bitter moan that threatened to leave her throat. Then she carefully climbed off her lover and headed to the bathroom, leaving a white trail running down her inner thighs. She sat on the toilet and, after covering her mouth and crystallizing her gaze, burst into heartfelt tears, the waning moon visible through the window as her only witness. Would it be her? Asuma slept with a satisfied expression, which only increased her rage at not achieving what people called an orgasm, which had tempted her to break her conviction to remain a virgin until marriage. Unaware that her student, that monster disguised as a charming and subservient boy, had conditioned that suffocating frustration in her brain, she began to question herself a lot as Sarutobi's girlfriend, as a kunoichi trained in the art of seduction, and even as a woman. She couldn't understand how, having taken the same aphrodisiac, she wasn't deeply asleep and totally hexily fulfilled on her man's chest, who was oblivious to her suffering. And that made her angry. Little by little, a dangerous idea was forming in the jounin's mind. Her beloved Asuma was unable to make her reach the longed-for climax, so perhaps he was not good enough in the hexual aspect for her to reach orgasm. Kurenai had idealized her boyfriend as a funny, dashing, and admirable man ever since she met him at the Ninja Academy when they were both just children. From the moment their eyes first met, she had a crush on the chocolate brown orbs of the man she believed to be the man of her life. A successful jounin, renowned throughout the Fire Nation for having been part of the 12 Guardian Ninja, he was her first kiss, her first boyfriend, and her first time. But with the growing realization that he wasn't man enough to satisfy her as a woman, all those reasons for loving Asuma began to lose weight, and a growing contempt for him built up in her heart. It was certainly she who had broken their unspoken agreement to remain virgins until they joined their lives forever, but she felt no reproach or complaint from Sarutobi. She ended up feeling used and dirty. Used as a simple hollow woman by Asuma to satisfy his most primitive instincts, and dirty because her body, something sacred to her, had been defiled by her desire to deepen her relationship with her beloved black-haired man, and in the end it had been in vain, because she simply could not feel that spark that her friends mentioned when they reached climax. Gazing at the dominant star of the night through his window, his mind pondered those thoughts for several hours. Wow, it's been a while since I've been here. The blonde man found himself in his slave grandmother's laboratory. After finally taking over the minds of Sarada, Himawari, and Tsume, he decided to take a walk through one of the most restricted facilities in the entire Uzumaki complex. I'm so glad you came to see the work I do with such devotion to please you, dear grandson. Master Tsunade looked at her owner with a long, sharp smile. A stunning blonde, dressed only in a lab coat with the top buttons undone to show her man the cleavage of her generous breasts, wore glasses within elongated black frames, similar in shape to Sarada's, which gave her an extremely hexy, intellectual air. She wore ninja sandals with heels that easily exceeded 15 centimeters in height. Summarize how everything is going, dear grandmother. Slave the boy stood in front of his hexy and obedient female, and while you do it, attend to me properly. As you say, my master. The woman obeyed instantly, squatting at the blonde's feet with her legs wide open, and then she took the zipper of her man's pants fly with her hands, ready to access the manhood she longed to consent to. No, the woman looked confused at the owner of her existence with his teeth. After a moment of confusion, the woman recovered her wicked smile and placed her arms behind her back to continue. Then she firmly bit the zipper and began to gently pull it down. Before the expectant gaze of the ultimate weapon, the woman skillfully unbuttoned his pants, then bit them and suddenly pulled them down, exposing the blonde's black boxers, and finally, anxious, the Sanin caught the strap of his underwear with her teeth and pulled it down, suddenly releasing her lord's generous member, receiving a tap on her face, which excited her more. After being dazzled for a few seconds by her man's virility, as best she could, anxious and still without using her hands, she lowered Saikyu-Buki's pants and underwear to his ankles, so that the Uzumaki could finish taking off his clothes from his legs, before the joyful smile of the exuberant woman. Well done, little boy. Naruto placed his right hand on the head of his docile and obedient slave. Now, greet as you should, he said as he placed his hands on her waist and began to move his hips so that his flaccid cock began to swing similar to a pendulum. Hello, Paula-sama. The woman gave a delicate kiss to the hennis in front of her, with a soft smile and her gaze caught in the swing of the growing cock. That's right, Tsunade. The blonde looked with dark delight at how submissive his grandmother was to his will. When you're in front of her, you're just a slave hussy of Paula-sama. Your hungry mouth, your soft hands, your perverted tits, and your obscene ass exist to please Paula-sama. The Uzumaki sharpened his sinister smile. When I'm in front of her, I'm just a slave hussy of Paula-sama. My hungry mouth, my soft hands, my perverted tits, and my obscene ass exist to please Paula-sama, he repeated instantly with full conviction. Now, Granny. The boy placed his right hand on the head of the powerful and beautiful Kunoichi. Be a good slave cunt and do your duty. It's what I want most. Love. The beautiful Kunoichi responded enthusiastically. The Sanin unbuttoned her neat robe to free her famous and powerful 106 tits in order to use them to masturbate her beloved Paula-sama. When she placed her beloved master's cock between them, she took them at their sides with her hands and began to slide that cock between them, which to her delight, gradually began to harden. She looked up to see its owner's face, and her smile grew sharper as she realized that he was enjoying the task. With her great skill, she managed to get the blonde's hennis fully erect and then intensified her movement, tilting her head down to happily receive the butt of that erect cock in her mouth as it emerged from between her breasts. Brahma. Naruto murmured, closing his eyes and letting himself be carried away by that succulent pleasure. Why, you were such a bore. With Grandpa Dan. No, grandson. Master. The blonde replied, without stopping masturbating her lord, although interrupting the perverted blowjob she was giving him. I did it to Jiraiya, so he would agree to train Minato. As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman continued receiving her grandson's hennis in her hexy mouth. Damn, this feels bucking good, the Uzumaki thought, barely able to suppress his moans at the monumental titpic his grandmother was giving him. Lemon skipped. We're going to sleep together tonight, Granny. The boy started walking out of the lab, thrusting into his slave with every step he took. I can't help it, you squeeze almost as good as my mommy's. The woman began to react slowly, her gaze less clouded, but with that new sensation invading her senses, as in the new position, Paula-sama entered her womb more easily and rubbed her deliciously inside. She wrapped her arms around her master's neck and closed her eyes to plant a passionate kiss on him, while the ultimate weapon continued walking toward her chambers. Chapter 11. Storm Clouds. Kushina Uzumaki, the famous kunoichi who destroyed entire battalions of Kumo ninja. Mikoto Uchiha, a powerful jounin whose ninjutsu were terrifyingly famous, and even the famed Tsunade, the best medical ninja on the planet. Konan, whose face was recognizable since she was in the bingo book as a dangerous aim ninja. And that Kaharu woman who for some reason looked vaguely familiar. Master Naruto is the best. They shouted in chorus, with huge smiles and the Sharigan reflected in their eyes. Standing on that platform located in the main hall of the underground complex, the 5 kunoichi wore those hexy cheerleader fetish uniforms, consisting of extremely short red skirts, almost thick belts, and underneath they wore thin dental floss thongs that went into their firm buttocks and only had a small triangle covering their shaved genitals, wearing yellow tops that could barely contain their generous breasts, which left their toned stomachs with navels crowned by piercings exposed, and all of them proudly wore those metal necklaces around their necks. They wore exaggerated white shoes with 15 centimeters of platform. The day she will graduate and she will pass Kurama's test. The women, in perfect coordination, raised their right legs to their full capacity to shamelessly show their underwear while waving fluffy orange pom-poms at their sides. It was as incredible as it was absurd. 5 kunoichi, 3 of whom were war heroines, while the other 2 had obvious combat skills, all of them reduced to simple beautiful dolls of flesh and blood, under the control of that hexy perverted blonde boy who was apparently planning something big and, to her misfortune, she found herself in a precarious situation, totally at the boy's mercy. No woman will resist our stud. The beautiful cheerleaders continued with their exhibitionist routine, with the sole purpose of pleasing their master. Mabui tried to fight the powerful influence the Uchiha's evil eye had exerted on her mind since her captivity began. That sensual brunette placed her in a powerful genjutsu every day so she could clean and feed her without the risk of her trying to escape. And she used those moments to gradually change her mind. And in the end, Konoha will conquer. The women continued with their presentation, completely oblivious to anything else. The brunette's ankles were shackled in heavy manacles attached to the floor by powerful chains, extending just over half a meter. Her arms, above her head, were captured at the wrists by a large shackle fixed to the ceiling. She was wearing a strange garment made of that strange black material, and her neck was covered by that cold metal collar. Master Naruto is the best. To his left, that precious child from hell was sitting in the lotus position on the floor, evidently pleased with the spectacle of the hypnotized kunoichi. Kushina, Konan, and Tsunade were already completely corrupted by their eternal service, which they performed with diligent devotion and pleasure. Uchiha and Uchiha were close to being fully trained and also becoming perfect slaves of the ultimate weapon. Today she will graduate and she will pass Kurama's test. Naruto was thinking. The best thing about all those beautiful and powerful women wasn't their skills or their beauty, but that they belonged to him. They lived to serve and please him, trained and corrupted by his power, and on occasions like this, he hypnotized them with the Crimson Dojutsu to reinforce their enslavement, reinforcing the joy and enthusiasm with which they served him, and embraced the goal of rebuilding Naruto's twisted vision of the Uzumaki clan as their own. Don't you want to join them? The blonde turned to look at his prisoner. Me too. The Kumo woman barely turned to look at the boy. She blushed profusely. It was one thing to know that her mind was being influenced to feel irresistibly attracted to that gorgeous boy and desperately desire to be possessed by him, and quite another to be the sensations that invaded her body simply by the blonde speaking to her. Conditioned even in her dreams to find the Uzumaki wildly irresistible, poor Mabui blushed profusely and could barely hold his gaze. Don't you wish to please me? The ultimate weapon questioned, smiling amused at the suppressed gesture of a dangerous woman who fought with admirable tenacity. Do no. He could barely refuse. No woman will be able to resist our stallion. Violently penetrated on all fours while that hexy boy clung to her hips, kneeling in front of that enormous cock, ready to worship it as it deserved, deliciously bucked while he carried it and held it in the air, or breastfeeding it with perverted affection and curiosity, to see if she was really capable of producing milk without being pregnant. She slept, ate, relieved herself from the moment she woke up after being kidnapped, and her captivity began. She lived almost her entire life within those genjutsu that gradually undermined her resistance. Her body betrayed her more and more, and that blatantly scrutinizing gaze directed at her by the horrible, sinister, disturbing, and devilishly attractive 13-year-old mastermind intimidated her, scared her and above all, terribly excited her. You look good. The boy ran his right hand over her calf. Thank you, mm. And in the end Konoha will conquer. Tell me. The boy sharpened the sly smile that adorned his face. Why do you resist? The the poor ebony-skinned woman replied weakly. You're already out of your village's ninja program, right? The boy narrowed his gaze with dark delight. No one's coming to rescue you. The poor woman, in the midst of her terrible ordeal of intense, conflicting, and bewildering emotions, felt a terrible sense of despair after those words. Master Naruto is the best. Mabui bit her upper lip in an attempt to keep her head clear and those erotic images disappear from her mind, but it was in vain. She watched in confusion, fear, and growing arousal as the blonde boy stood up and stood in front of her. He ran his index finger along her chin and she moaned helplessly. At that moment, she lost the concentration that had kept her calm and her emotions finally overwhelmed her. It was true, her village wouldn't care about her. When she left active duty, she knew she would be just another villager and she was happy with her decision, but she knew she would inevitably become a second-class citizen simply because she became a civilian. Now, at the mercy of the beautiful, handsome, hexy, and sinister young man, no one would come to her aid, possibly no one was even aware that she had been kidnapped. She looked up to see those admirable and beautiful ninjas continue with that sensual cheerleading routine straight out of a porn movie, and she felt several things. Contempt for seeing them act like mere sluts, desire to be with those beautiful women, contempt because they had fallen under the blonde's influence. And envy because they were controlled and could move, while she remained free and immobilized. Don't you want to be with them? Naruto was already behind the brunette, speaking in her ear. SSN no, it was becoming more and more difficult for Mabui to remain free. Look at them. The boy took the beautiful woman's chin and turned her face towards the slave cheerleaders. They are good slaves, they are obedient and loyal slaves, they are happy slaves. Unconsciously, the Kumo girl began to rub her thighs together in an attempt to please herself. The day she will graduate and she will pass Kurana's test. The beautiful cheerleaders continued their routine, oblivious to Mabui's suffering. Your resistance is admirable, and for that reason, you will have a special place within the clan. The ebony-skinned female began to moan scandalously when the Uzumaki began to obscenely grope her tits. You are a good slave for me, right? Why yes, the woman murmured in a barely audible voice. That's right, darling, let yourself go. The boy lowered his right hand to the hexy brunette's crotch, beginning to stimulate her. And closing her eyes, Mabui abandoned herself to the pleasure, enjoying her master's touch. No woman will be able to resist our stallion. The girl's choir was absolutely right. She tried her best to resist. She truly tried with all her heart. However, the experienced groping she was subjected to ended up triggering everything she had been pent up inside. Then she imagined herself serving her master alongside her fellow slaves and felt truly happy. She writhed in a delicious orgasm as the image of her and those females kneeling before their master was seared into her mind. Then the dark matter covering her body gradually began to transform into the same attire worn by the other kunoichi. Naruto released her once the change was complete and snapped his fingers, causing the bonds holding the brunette captive to vanish, as if they were an illusion. And in the end, Konoha will conquer. Mabui felt a little strange at being free, lowering her arms in growing confusion. Now, Mabui, you belong to me. The woman then regained clarity of mind for a moment and was ashamed of the way she had abandoned herself to her master's will. She turned to look at him, still disoriented, and found herself staring into the crimson orbs that were instantly reflected in her own eyes. She flashed a childish smile, just like her companions, and immediately ran towards the slave cheerleaders, grabbing two pom-poms that were lying on the platform and standing next to them so that she was on the far right of the row, then Makoto, then Kushina, followed by Konan, next to her Tsunade, and finally Kaharu. The blonde then stared at his slaves, who stood completely still as soon as the orders sent by the Sharigan entered their vulnerable minds and stood completely receptive to the new commands, standing at attention. Okay, girls, the blonde gave a couple of light claps. Mabui will be joining you, so I want you to start the routine again. The hypnotized women nodded in perfect synchrony instantly. Now. Master Naruto is the best. They started that dance again, where they extended their arms to the sides as far as they could, shamelessly showing their breasts and lifting one of their legs alternately to let their beloved master see their vulgar underwear. The day she will graduate and she will pass Kurana's test. Although she smiled like the rest of her fellow slaves, a single tear ran down the left cheek of the Kumo-born kunoichi. No woman will resist our stallion. The six shouted in perfect unison, raising their right legs to their full capacity. I'm glad to see that at least you guys meet my expectations, he said in a somewhat odd way of praising his team's punctuality. Kurana arrived at the training ground assigned for her test. After the devastating disappointment she'd suffered the night before after making love again with her boyfriend, she was in a terrible mood. She had a heated argument with Asuma over a minor issue like her lover's failure to use a coaster at breakfast. She was so frustrated at having betrayed her convictions of chastity until marriage in vain that she wanted to start an argument with her husband, and any excuse was good enough. The Jounin was baffled by his girlfriend's behavior and simply couldn't seem to defend himself at first, making it very difficult for him to confront his wife, who seemed like a caged lioness. Finally, leaving the Sadame's son speechless, Yuuhi decided to leave home to evaluate her potential students. He posed in front of the three boys, who were sitting at the foot of a leafy tree, taking advantage of the large shade it cast. The blond man shamelessly groped his little slaves and made them stand up with loud, shameless banks to serve their sensei, who said nothing of the cynical act and, if not influenced by the power of the ultimate weapon, would have confronted the blonde about such exhibitionism without a second thought. But with his new vision of things, a product of the Uzumaki's influence, he simply looked with a hint of envy at the girls as they smiled childishly with blushes on their faces, obviously happy for the attention they received. And that was the smile she wanted to have. Well, guys, the Hexy brunette adopted a serious expression. This test consists of you having to neutralize me in order to graduate as genin on the battlefield. You will have to learn to work as a team, so if you are unable to do so, you simply have no future as ninja, she explained with a harsh tone. A result of her bad mood. I will give you 3 minutes for the exercise to begin. Right now it is 11:27, so we will start at 11:30 and you have until 12 o'clock to get it. Otherwise I will return you to the academy. Let's go. Exclaimed the Jounin, and the three immediately ran towards the forest to hide. The woman crossed her arms, waiting for what the Uchiha, the Hyuga and the Uzumaki could plan against her. Naruto, Sarada and Himawari were hiding behind a large berry bush, planning their strategy, or rather, the ultimate weapon was thinking of a way to subdue Yuuhi under the meticulous gaze of his fledgling slaves. The boy viewed the supposed graduation test as a simple exercise, since if he had been able to defeat the powerful Kahari Utatane before rejuvenating her, the Ebony Jounin would not be a greater challenge. Still, he wanted to test his strategic skills in light of his plans for when the Kumo embassy arrived in Konoha. What shall we do, master? The blue-haired girl asked expectantly. The order, we will obey, added the girl with glasses firmly. Okay, here's the plan. The Jinjutsu expert waited with growing impatience despite the short time frame she had given her potential students. She literally counted every second. 178, 179, 180, he kept track impatiently. Pain. Kikakyu, fire release. Great fireball. The Jounin jumped to the right side to dodge the fireball that suddenly shot out of the berry bush at high speed. She stopped after a couple of spins, crouching as she watched the fire jutsu continue its trajectory, burning several trees along the way. Akikushu, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. As soon as she landed on the ground, Kurenai had to jump again, this time upwards, due to the attack launched like a shock wave with great precision and speed, which left a hole several inches deep in the ground. In the air, she had to hold a kunai in each hand to deflect several shuriken thrown with great precision from those bushes. She landed gently, scanning the area for her students. He had been unpleasantly surprised by the outstanding skill of the rookies under his charge. I must locate them soon. He alternated his gaze in all directions, trying to find them. I got it, sensei. Just as the woman turned her gaze back to the vegetation, the blonde suddenly emerged from the ground behind her and launched himself at her, kicking her square in the back, sending her slamming into a tree. It took the Jounin a moment to recover, more surprised that the boy had attacked her than affected by the impact. She briefly thought it was flattering not to be labeled a beautiful, unskilled woman by the boy, since she hadn't measured herself with that attack. Good kick, Naruto. The Kunoichi smiled before performing several hand seals with precision and speed, but not enough, she added before disappearing as if she were a mirage. The blond man looked at the spot where his teacher had disappeared, instantly feeling himself under the effect of a powerful Jinjutsu. His Sharingan automatically activated in his right eye only, throwing a kunai towards the place where a stunned Kurenai was standing, as the projectile stuck into a trunk behind her after grazing her right cheek. Do you have Sharingan? The Jounin asked, bewildered. How is that possible? You're not an Uchiha. If I fail the test, I might tell you, Kurenai-sensei. The boy smiled coldly as he launched himself towards her, wielding a kunai. Jounin and student engaged in a duel of strength, wielding their weapons in an attempt to disarm their opponent. The black-haired girl was bewildered and surprised by the boy's ability, as his level was far superior to that of a genin. Using both hands to exert all their strength on their weapons, the two tried to overpower each other. Juiken. He was so focused on the blonde that she didn't notice the brunette until it was too late. She took the chakra-infused blow to her left side, after which the Uzumaki jumped back and then the Hyuga landed on her master's right. Kurenai coughed up a little blood from the sudden, violent blow. It had been a full-blown attack, and even though she was a genin, she was a wielder of the Byakugan. They coordinated quite well, I admit it. The woman with exotic ruby eyes thought seriously, hardening her expression. Pain. Kikakyu, fire release. Great fire sphere. Once again, she was caught completely focused on the enemies in front of her and failed to notice Arata appear less than a couple of meters behind her to prepare her jutsu and launch it at point-blank range. The Jounin took the attack full-on and was engulfed in fire. The blonde then activated his Byakugan in his left eye, seeing that a portion of his master's chakra grid was affected by Himawari's blow, which aggravated the damage from the Uchiha's Kaiten. Kurenai fell to her knees before the smiling faces of her 3 students once the bespectacled girl stood to her owner's left side. The Jounin was truly surprised at how easily she had been overtaken by her students. Her head was still focused on what had happened with Asuma, so she hadn't taken the exercise seriously, and when she tried to do it, she received the attack from the blue-haired girl, which severely weakened her. "Give up," Sensei Naruto asked softly. Wait until I take this seriously." The woman slowly sat up. "I'm sorry, but no." The boy closed his eyes, and while Kurenai stood up, the Hyuga hit him again, now to the center of the stomach, causing the explosion of chakra to manifest in Yuhi's back. "We took advantage of your carelessness and won, now surrender." Again, the woman crouched in front of the rookies, covering her mouth to cough blood. "Come on, Kurenai-sensei, I don't want to mistreat her more than necessary again." The Jounin tried to get back up. Whatever. Sarada took flight with her right fist and hit him square in the face, causing the Jounin to fall heavily to the ground. Before she could try to get up again, those chakra chains emerged from the blonde's hands and tied her up so that her arms were glued to her body at the back and her breasts rose to stand out quite a bit, while at the bottom, it was quite tight right in the center of her crotch, and on the other side, it emulated a thong since it passed between the crack of her buttocks. Like a bondage tie. "Are you giving up now?" The ultimate weapon asked seriously, in front of the happy expressions of his slaves. "Come on, give up," said the Hyuga expectantly. "Accept your defeat," Sensei added the Uchiha. "Oh okay, you guys win," the Jounin said in pain. "You're approved, you can let me go now." "He'll stay like this for a while, Sensei, so that he learns to obey when I tell him something." The boy hardened his expression. The woman was about to retort but fell silent before those eyes, the right crimson and the left lavender, that seemed to be able to look deep inside her. She shuddered at those thoughts and simply stood up without protesting further, still overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events and, more than anything, by the blonde's firmness, something that stirred a strange warmth within her, something that urged her to obey him. "Oh okay," the black-haired girl replied timidly. "And now what, Sensei?" "Well, you answer." "Stand up," the Uzumaki continued firmly. Well, the Jounin began to answer as she stood up. "Now you are officially genin of the village, and we will start doing missions after the visit of the Kumo embassy." "Anything else?" the blonde asked indifferently to the previous answer. Kurenai thought her answer would excite the boy, but it was clear that was not the case. Then she thought Naruto seemed to be quite serious about his ninja life. She also noticed how Sarada and Himawari seemed to be with him and understand him even without words, like an ideal couple was supposed to be, even if in their case it was a threesome. And he felt envious of his students. "Not really, we will work together as long as they are genin," the Jounin answered with slightly labored breathing, since the metallic bond that emerged from the hands of her handsome student felt strangely good on her body. And in that moment, Kurenai realized she'd seen the charming, hexy, dedicated and intelligent boy as a man for the first time. Meanwhile, the ultimate weapon noticed the look her teacher was giving her, who didn't realize she was blushing, and without thinking twice, he began groping her teammates as a way to tempt the attractive female. Judging by the longing look the Jounin showed at the suppressed moans of the 2 girls, it seemed her plan to corrupt the increasingly impressionable Kunoichi was going perfectly. Kumo's entourage consisted of a group of 10 Anbu ninja as an escort who would watch from the shadows their leaders, Shizuka, Mila Rose and Yoruichi Shihun. The group was already crossing the dense forest surrounding Konoha, so they would arrive at the ninja village at nightfall, just as planned. Everyone jumped through the tree branches at high speed to stick to the established route and avoid any setbacks. "Let me see if I understood the plan." Mila began to speak without stopping. "We are going to negotiate with the leaders of Konoha and all that garbage, and then kidnap that Hyuga girl when we have closed the pact, right?" "Exactly," the other brunette replied seriously. "We will withdraw from the village, but when we are at a safe distance, we will strike and leave with the Hyuga girl, so even if they suspect us, they will not have real evidence to blame Kumo for the incident." "That's right, A-sama, Yoruichi-sama and Reikage-sama's advisors, C-san and Dari-san, have been planning this for months in order to obtain the Byakugan for the village," Shizuka added solemnly. "A few years ago, the Uchiha clan was massacred by Itachi Uchiha, so apart from him, the Sharingan as such has ceased to be relevant for the moment in the Ninkai. So the Byakugan has become the most powerful Jujutsu, and it is vitally important to possess it for Kumo to further reinforce its military power." "Now I understand." The Reikage's sister, who was wearing tight white pants that showed off her toned legs, as well as a white top of the same tone to expose her worked abdomen, tilted her face in annoyance. "Is it so complicated to explain it like this?" That idiot A tends to complicate things a lot. Yuruchi hardened her gaze at her sister-in-law's insult to her boyfriend, but she preferred to avoid an unnecessary conflict and said nothing. That's why we must be careful, Shizune added under her Kumo ninja disguise. In the past, the attempt to kidnap Kushina Uzumaki failed, and that woman ended up being a real problem for the village, so we can't fail this time. Therefore, we need you to stay calm and not lose your head as you usually do, the leader replied seriously, returning the bark to her sister-in-law. Whatever you say, Mommy, Mila replied, pouting like a scolded girl. Since we stay at the hotel, all our steps must be calculated from now on, added the Shihuin, and until we have Hanabi Hyuga in our hands, we must follow the plan to the letter. Blah blah blah, very well, the muscular brunette nodded, the thing is to bring the girl, and that's it. Basically, Uruchi replied, if we were discovered while heading back to Kumo after passing through the forest surrounding Konoha, discretion won't matter and you can do what you always do, just try not to overdo it this time. Yes, Mom, the brunette seemed annoyed. Mila Rose was known for her enormous strength and her lack of patience. She could perform spectacular displays of physical power, and unlike Sanin Tsunade, her strength was a result of the high density of muscle fibers and cartilage in her anatomy, which she had achieved through years of strenuous exercise. The problem was that due to the high concentration of substances in her body resulting from Kumo's secret nutrition plan, the Kunoichi had a very particular temperament. Irritable and almost lacking in self-control, on the battlefield she was known for the brutal taijutsu fights she held with her opponents. Due to her privileged strength, hand-to-hand she had no rival, since unlike other ninjas specialized in hand-to-hand combat, she did not need preparation time to initiate her attacks. And that was probably why the Reikage had assigned her to the mission. He knew he might lose his sister, but Mila Rose wasn't easy to defeat and would be a huge distraction if necessary. It's time to give all the information to my nephew, Master. Imperceptibly, Shizune performed the hand seal for the Anbu Bunshin no Jutsu in a split second, creating a clone in one of the many trees in the area. The clone took the place of the original, who waited for Kumo's entourage to move on and distance themselves. Then, Katu discreetly headed toward the village to inform the ultimate weapon of everything. In the main hall of the underground complex beneath the Uzumaki house, Naruto watched closely the intense training that all his slaves were undergoing, wearing the original form in which the dark matter had been bonded to their bodies. Kushina and Konan were in a practice duel, where the Uzumaki managed to chain the blue-haired girl with the help of her Kinten chakra chains. However, the blue tide easily broke free using her origami ninjutsu to become an enormous amount of sheets of paper that later took the form of kunai and pounced mercilessly at the Uzumaki. Making use of the chains that emerged from her hands, the red tide placed a spinning defense around herself that repelled each of the blue-haired girl's attacks, who partially rebuilt herself from the waist up, staring at her opponent while she remained suspended in the air. You still have good reflexes, Kushina Aim's wife narrowed her gaze, preparing more projectiles around her. Konan, you're as slippery as ever, the Redeed smiled defiantly, her chakra chains dancing subtly around her. Not far away, Hinata and Makoto were also engaged in a preparatory fight. Using their eyes, the two had a harmonious fight that seemed more like a dance. With her stylized movements, the Hyuga intended to impact her opponent with the tips of her index and middle fingers of both hands, the Uchiha's chakra points, who evaded each attack by being able to see the flow of her attacker's chakra and predict her intentions. Whenever she could, the brunette counterattacked with quick attacks, punches or kicks, which the brunette repelled by expelling chakra from her Tenketsu pressure points in the specific impact areas. Finally, they managed to distance themselves when they noticed that their fight had reached a stalemate. I see you repelled my Jinjutsu with some ease, declared the brunette after seeing that her attempt to put her opponent in her illusion had failed. It's not complicated for me by Akugan to control my chakra flow freely, replied the blue-haired girl without taking her eyes off her opponent. But their gazes completely focused on their mother and aunt respectively. Himawari and Sarada carefully analyzed their exquisite taijutsu combat. Every movement, every blow, everything was meticulously reviewed by both of them to assimilate as much as possible. In her desire to serve her master, the young Hyuga was learning to activate her taijutsu with the fewest number of hand seals, while the fledgling Uchiha already sported a second Tomo in her crimson eye. The two performed a hand seal in front of their faces to best focus their chakra on their Kekkei Genkai to stimulate them. For the daughter of Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, it was normal for her dead aunt to be alive if it was her lord and master's will, so she remained calm on the matter. My mother has an extremely refined taijutsu style, seeking to deliver accurate blows to disable the target. The young blue-haired girl was focused on her mother's harmonious movements. Aunt Makoto is able to synchronize with her opponent's chakra to read their movements. The brunette analyzed her aunt's style in order to replicate it in the future. In another practice match, Mabui and Tsume wielded kunai in both hands to keep the beautiful and deadly Kaharu at bay. The veteran Kunoichi held a katana in her right hand and again repelled a joint attack from both ninja by launching a frontal thrust to block both attacks at the same time. The Inyazuka and the brunette from the Itsuki clan of Kumo fell, the brunette on all fours, and the gray-haired girl crouched a few meters from the ninja student of the Nidaime Hokage, who remained calm and looked analytically at her two opponents, with her arms at her sides. The Haru-san style is based on counter-attacking, Tsume muttered, gritting her teeth like an attacking canine. That's why she doesn't make the slightest attempt to respond. And her defense is perfect, it seems otherwise, but her posture allows her to respond to any attack. Mabui remained calm, analyzing the member of the Konoha Council. I see you've figured out the trick. Utatane smiled softly. Due to my ninja way of life, I had to base my style on being accurate and deadly, while also maintaining absolute discretion with my true abilities. Tsunade was analyzing each of her fellow slaves' practices. She made notes in a dark-covered notebook to point out each of their flaws and, specifically, to analyze the possibilities for improvement for each of them, with the help of her research. The Haru had provided him with several documents that had been seized from Orochimaru's hidden laboratories when the Sanin had decided to leave Konoha. They were jealously guarded for years, but it was not difficult for the veteran Kunoichi to have access to them in order to give them to the blonde so that the medical ninja could replicate them in her own handwriting in exhausting one-night stands and then return them so that no one outside the Uzumaki clan would find out. All of this information, aberrant due to the amount of human experiments described in detail and extremely valuable due to the results obtained, was key in the cloning process of Mito and Taka, in addition to providing the sensual blonde with the foundation to successfully create her daughter and granddaughter. Previously, Tsunade had attempted less precise processes, and the results had been beings with malformations, cognitive deficiencies, or simply lacking physical strength. The Sanin briefly recalled a large number of clones and artificially created beings, which she had to kill with her own hands, due to the poor results. With years of work from his infamous companion, success had finally arrived with exact replicas of the famous Enju master of Genjutsu and the Fuinjutsu master Uzumaki, in addition to creating what would be the twin sister of the Yellow Flash and the hypothetical daughter of the same. In addition, he was beginning to work with several other examples of potential servants for the Whirlpool clan, such as Minato's deceased student, Rin Nahara. She had no problem desecrating graves if it was for the benefit of their owners. His scientific work was advancing unstoppably, and what he needed to expand his research was simply to test the assumptions he had outlined in his notes. His beloved grandson master was an exceptional being in that aspect, since the mixture of the 6 bloods within him gave him a perfect balance. He had a Byakugan and Sharingan superior to the ordinary ones, since both eyes complemented each other. The eye of the Uchiha benefited from the reach of the eye of the Hyuga, and the Dijutsu of the Hyuga clan had greater capacity with the benefits provided by the vision of the ocular power of the Uchiha clan. He had problems with Mokuton, since several attempts to create a female counterpart to his grandfather, the famous Hashirama Senju, had failed because the cells ended up reproducing uncontrollably, devouring the clone in turn. However, in the blonde's case, the power of Kinton kept that problem at bay with the cells of the ultimate weapon, as it is a power based on perfect chakra control. On the other hand, the Uzumaki power had the possibility of expanding beyond simple chains, thanks to the flexibility of the Senju cells. Finally, she herself wore the result of the amalgamation of Shikatsunyaku and Soninka. Dark matter was the result of the union of bone cells from the Kagaya Kekkei Genkai and the power of the Nameless clan. This allowed Saikyu Yuki to masterfully control her own body and use only her chakra to regenerate her wounds in combat, to the point of being able to recover lost limbs with relative ease. Furthermore, it was a material with particular properties, such as being a perfect chakra insulator, allowing her to hide from even the best tracking ninja. Specifically, for Konan, it gave her origami technique extra protection from materials that affected it, such as toad oil, for example. Naruto, on the other hand, watched the performance of his slaves as they began to think about the future of their plans. He had information that Kumo's entourage was planning to kidnap Hanabi Hyuga, and he was also interested in getting hold of Hinata's little sister, since her Byakugan was extremely pure, and as the legitimate heir of the Hyuga clan, upon becoming its owner, the future of the clan itself would be in his hands, not to mention the benefits that the young girl was a prodigy for her age, and with the proper guidance, she could become a perfect combat weapon. On the other hand, he hoped that little by little his clan would become stronger and stronger in its search for an opportunity to take control of Konoha. One of the few objectives of the Spiral project that he intended to maintain as in the original plan was to make Konoha the headquarters of the new Uzumaki village, and for this he had to wait for an opportunity, perhaps a future war between the ninja village of the Fire Nation and the ninja village of the Lightning Nation could help in this objective. To do this he needed to deliver a precise and mortal blow to the status quo between both nations, and Kumo's plot to kidnap Hanabi Hyuga presented the ideal scenario. It had to be accurate and forceful. He couldn't make mistakes, because whatever the outcome, such an opportunity would likely never present itself again. His enemy from Kumo, the Reikage, was a muscular beast with almost no use for brain matter and, self-conscious about his diminished manhood due to the side effects of Kumo's secret nutrition plan, he was extremely irritable. The real mastermind behind the Lightning Nation's ninja village was Uruchi Shihun. From a renowned Kumo clan, the woman was a ninjutsu virtuoso, and from the reports his slave aunt sent him, he knew she held a dangerous vision. She intended to transform her village into something similar to what he himself intended to achieve for his version of the Uzumaki clan. Kidnapping Hinobi was just a sample of what he intended, since the girl possessed the purest Byakugan in generations, and therefore, her descendants had a high probability of inheriting that virtuous power. There were reports that Kumo had been kidnapping ninja with unknown powers or exotic Kekkei Genkai for decades in order to increase its military might. Even Kushina had suffered the same in her childhood, but Minato was able to save her at the last moment and therefore the Spiral Project itself, because surely her fate would have been different had she been part of the Lightning Nation's ninja village. That hypothetical scenario soon became unimportant to the ultimate weapon as he had to focus on tomorrow's success. The itinerary was to begin with the exhibition fight at the Ninja Academy before the eyes of the Kumo Delegation. Then, the negotiation of an alliance between the two villages would begin, which would surely take all day. Finally, at night, the entire plot he was preparing would take shape. "I'm sorry to interrupt, nephew master, but after all this time, I report in person." The blonde man turned to find his slave aunt dressed in her Kumo uniform. The woman approached helpfully and hugged her master from behind, smiling softly and closing her eyes to enjoy the moment. Shizune was different from the other servants of the Uzumaki since she shared with him, not having been able to enjoy free choice in their lives because Tsunade always decided for her since she took her from Konoha when she was a child without even consulting him, and that resentment that the beautiful brunette kept repressed for years facilitated her brainwashing at the hands of her master. It was because of this that she received the trust to infiltrate the other villages, since her loyalty and that touch of conditioned free will was almost the same as that of the slave mothers. Naruto felt empathy for the medical Kunoichi and therefore had been gentler with her compared to the other slaves, although the difference hadn't been much. In the end, she too was hypnotized, brainwashed, and conditioned to become a helpful and devoted woman to him and the clan. However, the essence of the original Shizune remained almost completely, as with Kushina and Konan. "I'm glad you're back, slave aunt," the woman smiled wickedly and then knelt down to prostrate herself before her lord with her hands on her thighs, while the blonde turned around. "How is the situation?" Uruchi Shihun came in person to ensure the success of the operation, accompanied also by Francesca Mila Rose, the Reikage's sister, and obviously, the Reikage's secretary, Shizuka, as sacrificial material. Shizune responded instantly, smiling softly. "I understand." The boy gave a sinister smile, "so this really is a golden opportunity and the possibility of starting a war is high." "If you allow me, nephew master," the Kunoichi took the floor again. "Since we were coming towards Konoha, I was thinking about a rather interesting possibility that would be much better than simply provoking a war, since there would be the opportunity to recruit more slaves for the clan." "Let's see what you've got." The boy narrowed his eyes. Shizune, as soon as she saw Saikyu-Buki's crimson eyes, fell into a deep trance, and as she began to recite the mantras engraved deep within her subconscious with monotonous precision, Naruto saw her thoughts in detail and quickly approved the plan his slave aunt had outlined. He nodded to himself and soon closed his eyes, freeing the raven-haired woman in Kumo ninja garb from her power. "By the way, take off those filthy clothes." The woman obeyed instantly while he prepared to make some hand seals. "Since you were out, you didn't receive this." The woman watched fascinated at the black thing emerging from the hands of its owner, "so it's time to catch up." The Uzumaki placed his hands on Katyu's head, who closed her eyes to revel in the sensation of knowing she was being attacked by the dark matter, which gradually covered her completely and then adapted its shape to Shizune's fine anatomy, who began to moan softly at the touch of that thing on her skin. At that moment, the ultimate weapon realized that dark matter didn't have an official name. Its discovery had been an accident, but it had ended up becoming one of the most valuable resources at his disposal. He glanced at the other slaves, who continued their practices before the Sanin's analytical eyes, completely oblivious to the subjugation of Dan Katyu's niece. And he was momentarily enthralled, watching how all the beautiful females were under his complete control. They lived for him and served him devotedly, even though he believed they did so of their own free will and had accepted his superiority without the slightest resistance. Or a slave. Dark matter was also his slave. It reacted instantly to his own thoughts, and since it came from the combined chakra of two of his Kekkei Genkai, it was his own trait and had no precedent in history, so it could be said that he was its creator. "Very well everyone. The servants immediately turned to look at their master, interrupting their activities. "I want you to form up in the order that I took over in front of me now." "Yes, master." Promptly and enthusiastically, they all obeyed their lord's order, arranging themselves from left to right, in front of Naruto, in the following order: Kushina, Konan, Tsunade, Kaheru, Shizune, Mikoto, Hinata, Tsume, Himawari, Sarada and Mabui. The 11 slaves adopted a rigid posture with their arms at their sides, perfectly upright and serious expressions on their beautiful faces, with all their attention focused on the blonde who was literally the owner of their thoughts. "That's how I like it, that they are obedient." The ultimate weapon sharpened the smile that adorned his face, causing his servants to feel a growing sting in their femininities. "Obedience is pleasure, pleasure is obedience," they all said with a perfectly synchronized erotic chorus. "You don't know how much I love that hexy chorus of slave girls." The women blushed deeply, without losing their poses while the dark matter began to change. Their outfits gradually transformed into ensembles consisting of long-heeled boots that reached a little above the middle of their thighs, with buttoned-down shirts tied under their breasts to look like white tops, obviously unbuttoned in order to show their black bras, complemented by a black pleated microskirt that barely hid half of their toned backsides. "And from now on, this will be your learning suit and you will adopt it every time we review a plan. Have you understood?" the Uzumaki asked expectantly. "We have understood and we will obey, master," the slaves replied in perfect synchrony. "Okay then, look into my eyes." The women obeyed as soon as their vulnerable brains interpreted their master's command, instantly falling under the power of the blonde's crimson eyes. Then the plan Shizune had developed dawned on their conditioned minds as they formed soft smiles, feeling the pleasure in their bodies resulting from obedience, with the desire to blindly obey their master so that those delicious sensations would be even more intense. And a new thought was born in the depths of their subconscious, which consisted of enjoying being dominated and hypnotized to reinforce their loyalty, devotion, and love for the ultimate weapon. Being under the blonde Uzumaki's power would be the most powerful and addictive drug for them, and while the minds of the oldest to be controlled were finally molded, free to serve the Uzumaki's strongest weapon with almost all of their original identity, the newest servants received an intense reinforcement of their slavery. Kushina, Konan, Tsunade, Kaheru, Shizune, Mikoto, Hinata, Tsume, Himawari, Sarada and Mabui all knelt before their lord, totally influenced and controlled, ready to reach a new level of slavery. "Well done, girls, now look into my eyes, get lost in them with every passing second. A memory of your past will lose its meaning, but you are happy, because I am your master, and the only thing that matters in your future is me. Your only purpose in life is to serve me. We understand and will obey, master, you are our future, and our only purpose is to serve you." All the women whispered in distant tones, trapped in hypnosis, in the excitement and in the happiness of knowing themselves to be the property of their master. The Uzumaki smiled because he knew that all those beautiful females were under his absolute control. But he wanted to control them more and more until they were the most perfect slaves, able to understand him completely with a few words, corrupted to the depths of their souls, so that even in the next world they would not escape his influence. Addicted to power over all his servants, he wanted to turn them into living extensions of his will, acting as he himself would, and always aware that he was their absolute master. And so, Naruto continued to prepare for the chaotic events that would occur the next day. "Cheer up, Boruto, we're genin now." "I'm sorry, but I can't, Ino." Boruto Hyuga was at home, accompanied by his beautiful girlfriend, Ino Yamanaka. Somewhat melancholic, he felt increasingly distant from his family and all those affectionate touches from his sister and mother that had bothered him in the past, he now missed more than ever. He felt himself drifting further and further away from two of his three special women, and only the company of the blonde and his friend Inyazuka kept him from feeling completely abandoned. However, he really wanted to get closer to Hinata and Himawari again, since they were his only family after all. And just thinking that they were probably with that miserable Naruto in his house, as an employee and a teammate respectively, made his blood boil. It was almost as if his disowned half-brother wanted to take his family away from him, and he wouldn't allow it. In the past, his first love, Sarada Uchiha, ended up preferring the boy with the marks on his cheeks. But he was determined that this would never happen to him again. "Calm down," Boruto Ino gently caressed his cheek. "I'm sure Hinata-san and Himawari will choose you, they are your family after all." The blonde knew about her boyfriend's concerns and tried to cheer him up. "Besides, no one in their right mind would prefer that rat over you." "I know," replied the Hyuga with a gloomy look, "and everything will be even better when I put that wretch in his place." "Don't pay attention to that vermin, darling," his girlfriend encouraged him. "You are Boruto Hyuga, you are destined for greatness, and soon you will have the love of Hinata-san and Himawari again." "I hope so," the boy smiled softly, "but the most important thing of all is that I have you, Ino-chan. I don't know what I would do if you left my side. You know I'll always be here for you." Boruto Yamanaka brought her face closer to her boyfriend's, "and when I say I'll be there for you, I mean everything." She pressed her lips against those of a surprised Hyuga, who kissed back after a few seconds. Little by little, they became embroiled in a tongue wrestling match, the hormones quickly taking over their actions. Originally, the young blonde had received from her father the mission of approaching the boy in order to obtain the Byakugan for her clan, because although he did not manifest it, the valuable power was within his genetic code and they only had to obtain it and science would help the Yamanaka to activate it. Due to the legal limbo Hinata and her children found themselves in, they wouldn't have any issues related to a Yamanaka child being born with a wide eye. This way, they would have access to the most prized jutsu in the world at the time. However, Ino eventually became truly interested in Boruto Hyuga. A talented ninja in the eyes of the academy's teachers, he was a brilliant boy with that air of maturity that seemed to radiate, and it was appealing that he always directed the students as he wished, as if he were destined for leadership. She cared little or nothing about her mission anymore, she wanted the boy for herself, and she really cared little or nothing about the Hyuga women, but if that made her way to the blonde's heart easier, she would speak well of both of them and give her boy hope. Passion overwhelmed the two young men, and they simply surrendered to the act of carnal knowledge that night, like two boys overcome by hormones, unaware that this act of sincere love would only leave the blonde with despair and suffering in the future. Very well, first of all welcome to Kahona, I hope our negotiations are productive for both villages. The formal greetings took place at the Hokage Tower, where Hiruzen Sarutobi received the Kumo Delegation in the company of the three elders of the Konoha Council. Hamura Midokado, Danzu Shimura and Kaharu Utatane, who were lined up behind him as an escort. Iruchi Shihoin led the ambassadors from her village. Shizuka's Anbu Bunshin flanked her on the left and Mila did the same on the right. Both of them watched the elders analytically while a tense silence took over the atmosphere. Very discreetly, the brunette and the old woman exchanged knowing glances while the Raikage's sister crossed her arms with a stern expression, a sign of marked boredom. We appreciate the welcome, Hokage-sama. The beautiful brunette with purple hair broke the tension by smiling flirtatiously at the leader of Konoha, and we also hope that this agreement will be beneficial for everyone. Well then, Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief, we wish to invite you tomorrow to the graduation of our newest generation of genin, as a special event prior to the reunion. We are flattered by the invitation, Sarutobi-sama. Yuruchi softened her smile, and we will be pleased to attend as we seek to improve the education of our own ninja, and there is nothing better than reviewing the procedures of other villages in order to provide feedback. If Shizune didn't know the true intentions of the Raikage's wife, given her ability to control breathing and other signals of the human body to perfectly hide her lies, she would have believed her. Iruchi Shihoin was an expert in the art of deception, and for this reason, among many others, she had received from her lover the responsibility of such an important mission. Well, say no more, tomorrow will be a very special day, the Hokage declared enthusiastically and naively. You can't imagine how much, old man, thought the leader of the Kumo delegation wickedly, maintaining her affable expression. For now, we'll show you where you'll be staying. Kaharu gave a slight bow and turned around to lead the Kumo delegation to the place where they would be staying in Konoha during their brief visit. The three women from the Lightning Nation ninja village bowed respectfully as they followed the old woman, followed by the ninja tasked with their security, once they left the Hokage Tower to go to the guest house set up specifically for their arrival. They soon found themselves in a walled building adjacent to the tower, where Kaharu indicated they could settle in. This is the place, here you will stay for the duration of the negotiation, said the kunoichi disguised as an old woman, while giving the purple-haired girl a set of keys to open the doors of the place. You are very kind, Utatane-san. Yuruchi replied, smiling softly. I appreciate it very much, she added when she received the keys from Tabarama Senju's student. Then I say goodbye. The apparent old woman prepared to leave. Enjoy your stay in our village. Thank you, Utatane-san. The brunette bowed respectfully. Kaharu was watched intently by the Kumo delegation until she left them alone to freely settle in. Then the Kumo ninja entered the building and quickly closed the doors and windows. Half of the Anbu quickly placed noise-suppressing seals to prevent the leaks of what they were about to discuss in the building. Ready, Yuruchi-sama, said the leader of the Anbu, whose mask made reference to a bird. Very well, Tori, Avenue. The woman nodded and then stood in front of her team, who were ready to listen to her. As you know, this operation will be quite complex and complicated, but as long as it is executed correctly, we will all be able to return home to enjoy the success. Her gaze hardened. We are all here to be the best of the best in Kumo, and we have to prove it. Yes. They all nodded, motivated by the words of the kunoichi in charge. The idea of the meeting is to start negotiations tomorrow and extend them for 3 days. However, the reality is that tomorrow night we will strike and seize Hanabi Hyuga in order to take her to Kumo. The woman closed her eyes and placed her arms behind her back. In the past, our ancestors failed in their objective of kidnapping Kushina Uzumaki, and over time she became one of the fiercest enemies of our village during the previous ninja war, so the ideal thing in this mission is to bring Hanabi Hyuga alive, but if for some reason it is not possible to get it, the priority is to obtain the Byakugan, even if we have to carry it in a jar. Have I been clear? The Kunoichi's expression turned grim. No one was able to utter a word, but they all nodded, ready to carry out either of the two variants of the mission. Kidnap the girl or gouge out her eyes, but they had to accomplish their objective. Very well. The woman smiled, softening her expression. Then let's get to work. Determined to succeed, the Kumo ninja began planning their plot to obtain a new Kekkei Genkai to the long list of skills they had been stealing from other villages for years in order to become the most militarily powerful village ever seen before. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.